What constitutes a normal family? Yuan Luoyi remains unaware. For the ancient Yuan family, after the birth of 5 unruly boys, finally welcomed a girl, Yuan Luoyi, who was astonishingly revealed to be the sole normal member of the Yuan clan. Yuan's mother, a skilled assassin, was overjoyed. The previous 5 unruly sons, still clutching their baby bottles, had already begun to turn on each other, forcing her to resort to throwing knives as a means of education. Fighting was permissible, but taking a life was strictly forbidden. As for the little daughter, Yuan Luoyi, she possessed the ability to laugh and cry, delighted in plush toys, and sweetly called out mummy in a manner that melted her mother's cold heart, leading her to shower her daughter with affection daily. Conversely, Yuan's father, a formidable arms dealer, regarded his little daughter with a cautious eye. She was exceedingly normal and fragile, unable to lift even a cannon at the age of 3, raising concerns about her survival skills. The 5 brothers were intrigued by their sister, lingering nearby, peering at her while attempting to approach with plush toys in hand. Each brother possessed strikingly handsome features and remarkable intelligence. Yet tragically, they were far from normal. They were inherently cold and bloodthirsty. When they gazed at Yuan Luoyi, it was akin to a venomous serpent fixating on a diminutive hamster, silent, imposing, and exuding an icy chill. Furthermore, they could not tolerate one another, frequently engaging in fierce battles over the right to raise their sister. One day, the 3rd brother, Yuan Yong, confronted the 2nd brother, Yuan Fa. "I'm already 12 years old," declared Yuan Yong. "And so," replied Yuan Fa, "therefore, you selfish wretch must immediately leave my sister alone. It is my turn to care for her now. I am capable of being a responsible brother." In response, he was met with a merciless blow from Yuan Fa, who sent him crashing into the wall, his head buzzing from the impact. Yuan Fa dramatically spread his arms wide, mocking, "Is this what you call being a capable brother? I could easily send you to hell with just 3 slaps. If you lack the strength, do not waste my time. Understood?" Yuan Yong, indignant, lunged forward to engage in a duel, but suddenly froze. Not far away, 3-year-old Yuan Luoyi, clutching a plush rabbit, observed her 2 brothers with wide, questioning eyes. "Brothers, what are you doing?" The Yuan family adhered to an unspoken rule. Each member must conceal their darker side in the presence of Yuan Luoyi. A fright would cause her to refuse food, and in severe cases, she would develop a high fever. Both brothers simultaneously thought, our delicate, helpless 3-year-old sister must not be frightened again. They reigned in their murderous intents. The 3rd brother, Yuan Yong, clenched his fists and lowered his head, suppressing the tumultuous waves of his killing urge. The 2nd brother, Yuan Fa, forced a smile, contorting his face into a grotesque imitation of cheerfulness, and, battling his own physiological revulsion, affectionately placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. "Oh, my dear sister, we are merely engaging in a friendly exchange, while also stretching our limbs. The apples in the estate seem to be ripe. Why don't you assist your 2nd brother in checking?" Yuan Luoyi tilted her little head and inquired, "What does ripe look like?" "Ha ha, what a delightful question. They turn red when ripe." "Is it the same color as the little red dots on your shirt, 2nd brother?" Yuan Fa glanced down at his clothing. "Once again, blood has stained my white shirt. I truly must improve my technique in dealing with my brother. By the way, it's merely red paint, so off you go." Yuan Luoyi, clutching her stuffed rabbit, scampered away, always the obedient child. Meanwhile, Yuan Yong erupted in fury, landing a powerful punch to Yuan Fa's face, aiming to shatter his beautiful nose and reduce his attractiveness to naught. With palpable hostility, the 2 engaged in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows. Just then, their mother, having just completed a task of lethal nature, passed by and glanced at her 2 sons. Lightly, she remarked, "Yuan Fa, do not kill your brother. He is younger than you, so you must show him some leniency." Reluctantly, Yuan Fa released his grip, ceasing his attempt to strangle his sibling. Yuan Yong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for the precious air. Another defeat. From now on, I must flaunt half a pound of beef daily. I must grow taller and stronger. In the Yuan household, weakness leads to punishment, and even a sister lacks the privilege to approach. By the time Yuan Luoyi turned 5, She was no longer as easily fooled as she had been at 3. She recognized that the red substance was not paint, but blood. Her brothers were determined to conceal their darker sides, yet they were far from ordinary. Most of the time, the siblings coexisted peacefully, but occasionally they would lose control, revealing their cruel natures. During such times, Yuan Luoyi would find herself in unfortunate circumstances, akin to a hamster ensnared by a serpent. Seemingly left with no choice but to feign death, she stifled her fear, patiently awaiting their return to their usual selves. After numerous frightful encounters, Yuan Luoyi gradually distanced herself from her brothers. Often, she would sit alone in the corner of the garden, lost in thought, harboring countless joys, yet having no one to share them with. The taste of solitude is truly unbearable. I hope to make friends in the future. Thus, when 3 girls surrounded Yuan Luoyi in class, her heart raced with excitement. An opportunity for friendship had arisen. One girl asked, "What brand of clothing are you wearing?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "I don't know. It seems there's no brand." "What do your parents do?" "My mother possesses many knives and can cut meat swiftly. As for my father, he has a penchant for large caliber cannons and occasionally disappears for months on end." "What are you talking about?" "An house. It's quite large. It takes 5 minutes to walk from my room to the dining room." "You're lying. Your clothes have no brand. How could you possibly live in such a big house?" "Mine is the largest in the entire school. Would you like to come see my house?" The girls burst into laughter, eager to expose Yuan Luoyi's deceit and showcase their affluent backgrounds, intending to shock the impoverished. When school ended, they each boarded their family cars and arrived at the entrance of the Yuan residence. Upon arrival, Yuan Luoyi cheerfully invited, "Come, let's go inside and play. I have plenty of snacks for you." Suddenly, the car door was slammed shut. The girls, panic-stricken, dared not exit the vehicle as the driver swiftly turned the steering wheel, flooring the gas pedal, and sped away. The reason was the sight of the family totem at the entrance of the Yuan estate, a 2-headed serpent. In the past, Yuan Luoyi believed that it was merely a burst of small twists, until her mother enlightened her, revealing it to be a noble 2-headed serpent. On that day, at the tender age of 5, Yuan Luoyi comprehended 2 significant truths. First, everyone harbored a fear of the Yuan family. Second, she might struggle to forge friendships. Observing her daughter's despondence, Yuan's mother tenderly ruffled her little head. "My dear, it is all right. Life's journey is long, and you will encounter many people. There will surely be someone who understands you, appreciates you, and wishes to be your friend, sharing in each other's joys and sorrows." With that, she produced a newly acquired Luban lock. "Today, Mommy will play with you. Let us unlock it together." Receiving the Luban lock, Yuan Luoyi's small hands moved with dexterity, swiftly solving the puzzle. Her mother was astonished. "Wow, my dear, you are remarkable. Your brothers took a full minute to solve it at your age." Yuan Luoyi fell into silence, for she occasionally experienced peculiar dreams, traversing different eras, speaking varied languages, and possessing diverse skills. In last night's dream, she was a craftsman from the Warring States period, adept at creating Luban locks, only to meet her untimely demise, accompanying her sovereign to the afterlife. In a certain sense, she was not entirely ordinary. Chapter 2. The normal and the unusual. When Yuan Luoyi was 7 years old, her elder brother, Yuan Huan, returned from years of studying abroad. As the eldest son of the Yuan family, he was exceptionally capable and poised to inherit the family's rights and connections, while the other siblings could only expect to share the wealth. The entire family went to the airport to welcome him, a gesture of respect. As soon as Yuan Huan appeared, his gaze fixated on Yuan Luoyi, and he strode purposefully toward her. Yuan Luoyi was utterly terrified. Why did he seem so menacing? Had she offended him in the past? No, this was their first meeting. As he drew closer, her trembling intensified, and despair engulfed her. Was she destined to depart from this world at such a tender age? Yuan Huan halted at a respectful distance, silently scrutinizing his sister. Her second brother, Yuan Fa, addressed her, saying, "This is your elder brother. Do you remember him?" Yuan Luoyi, filled with dread, shrank behind Yuan Fa and shook her head. Yuan Fa flashed a shark-like grin. "She doesn't remember you. After all, I've been the reliable second brother taking care of her since you left." The menace emanating from Yuan Huan grew stronger, and the two brothers locked eyes, the atmosphere charged with an invisible tension as if blades were clashing. Yuan Luoyi found herself caught in the middle, trembling uncontrollably, every fiber of her being screamed for escape. Surviving as a hamster amid a nest of venomous serpents was incredibly daunting. The welcome home event concluded amidst this palpable hostility. Upon returning to the Yuan residence, Yuan Huan's gaze remained fixed on Yuan Luoyi. He would silently approach her, extending his large hand as if to grasp her, but she invariably fled in terror. Days turned into a week, and Yuan Luoyi began to suffer from nightmares, bewildered as to why her elder brother was so intent on capturing her. Occasionally mustering her courage, she would stealthily observe Yuan Huan. He was tall and lean, with a stern visage, pale skin, and his black eyes were deep and mysterious like the night sky, rendering him inscrutable. Even in the sweltering weather, he donned long sleeves and trousers, concealing himself completely, revealing not an inch of skin. He reminded Yuan Luoyi of a vividly colored venomous snake. After enduring this torment for a week, Yuan Luoyi was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, living in constant trepidation. Fortunately, it seemed that Yuan Huan had relinquished his pursuit, no longer attempting to seize her. One afternoon, burdened with her school bag, Yuan Luoyi returned home, only to be astonished to find a lollipop at her room's entrance, her favorite treat from the cat ear meow meow brand. Whenever she felt downcast, a bit of sweetness always lifted her spirits. As she picked up the lollipop, preparing to unwrap it, a shadow darted past and snatched it away. Holding her prize aloft, Yuan Fa exclaimed, "My dear sister, when you find something delightful, you must always share it with your second brother first, remember?" Before Yuan Luoyi could grasp her brother, he burst into laughter and scampered away, ever the cheerful little madcap. Casting aside her school bag, Yuan Luoyi sprinted after him with all her might, but alas, she could not catch up. Yuan Fa's long legs propelled him swiftly, and in no time he disappeared from sight. She wandered around the courtyard for an extensive period, yet failed to locate her selfish and despicable second brother, Yuan Fa. As evening approached, she relinquished her search, crouching down with her face buried in her arms, tears on the verge of cascading. "Why am I crying? I'm still alive." Yuan Fa's voice echoed from above. Yuan Luoyi looked up to see him precariously perched on the air conditioning unit, teetering dangerously, his body covered in dirt and his clothes stained with blood, as if he had been beaten. Initially, she felt quite aggrieved, her tears ready to flow, but upon witnessing her brother's condition, her sorrow dissipated, and she even felt a hint of amusement. "Brother, why is your left eye bruised?" Yuan Fa replied, I fell." "Then why are you standing in such a perilous spot?" He explained, "Sometimes life necessitates a pause, a search for a secluded corner, to reflect on one's past from a higher perspective, listening to the tumultuous winds and observing the fading light, as I transition from confusion to embracing my authentic self." Must you seek your identity on the air conditioning unit? You are merely a 7-year-old girl. You cannot fathom the melancholic sentiments of a beautiful young man like me. Then what about my lollipop? Quickly, return to me. Aha, it's already gone. This heartless statement shattered the dreams of a little girl. While it might seem trivial to adults, for Yuan Luoyi, the news struck like a hydrogen bomb, causing her world to collapse. Among her 5 brothers, only Yuan Fa took delight in snatching his sister's belongings, repeatedly unrepentant, finding pride in his mischief. It took Yuan Luoyi a considerable time to recover. She gazed at the unsteady Yuan Fa, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "All right, consider it a gift. I forgive you. After all, you are my brother. Come down. It's too dangerous up there." Yuan Fa fell silent. Yuan Luoyi opened her tiny arms and earnestly shouted, "Jump down. I will catch you." Yuan Fa retorted, "From this height, do you wish to save me or end my life?" "Really?" Suddenly, Yuan Fa's voice fell silent, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on someone behind Yuan Luoyi. She hurriedly turned around to see their eldest brother, Yuan He, the person she feared most now standing perilously close, which made her anxious. With graceful poise, Yuan He bent down, extending his long, bony hand, which held a lollipop. He softly urged Yuan Luoyi, "Take it." A blend of fear, confusion, and a hint of joy washed over her. Trembling, she reached out her small hand, took the lollipop, and swiftly escaped the scene. Yuan he, too, was eager for his sister to leave, for what was to unfold would be violent and bloody. He had been searching for Yuan Fa for quite some time, unaware that the rascal had been hiding here. In the Yuan family, hierarchy was paramount. As the eldest brother, he bore the responsibility of teaching his siblings not to steal from their sister. Thus, Yuan Fa once again became the most frequently punished member of the Yuan household, teetering on the edge of peril, flitting back and forth before the king of hell. However, Yuan Luoyi's joy was short-lived. The lollipop tasted exceedingly sweet, yet the joy it brought her remained solitary, rendering its sweetness less capable of healing the heart. With school awaiting her the next day, Yuan Luoyi rose early, meticulously preparing herself before shouldering her backpack and setting off for school. Upon entering a small car, she called out as they passed a fried chicken shop, "Please stop the car." The driver, Xiao Feng, complied, and Yuan Luoyi opened the door, making her way to the entrance of the shop. She retrieved some coins and handed them to the owner. "One crispy chicken leg, please." The owner, charmed by the sight of such an adorable girl, smiled broadly as he packaged the chicken leg for her. Before she could utter her thanks, an unexpected force suddenly yanked Yuan Luoyi, causing the chicken leg to soar into the air, twirling a few times before plummeting to the ground. Her surroundings spiraled into chaos as she was roughly shoved back into the car. A man shouted, "I've got her! Quick drive!" The engine roared to life, and like an arrow, the car sped away, leaving bystanders in stunned disbelief at the fleeting tail of the vehicle. Realizing the peril facing his beloved daughter, driver Xiao Feng furiously pursued, but as the two vehicles drew closer, a massive truck suddenly barreled out, colliding with the Yuan family car and sending it careening off the road. Inside the vehicle, the men donned black hoods, obscuring all but their eyes. Echoing the archetype of kidnappers found in countless films, their laughter brimming with excitement. "We've shaken them off. After a week of tracking, we finally have her. This is the daughter of the Yuan family, an ancient lineage with substantial wealth. Being their only daughter, they will surely pay a hefty ransom. Once we complete this job, we will be free from financial concerns." After reveling in their triumph, they finally turned their attention to Yuan Luoyi, who sat quietly in a corner, her hands neatly placed on her knees, her large eyes gazing vacantly at these strangers. "Little girl, do not be afraid and refrain from screaming. We are principled individuals. If your parents pay, we will return you safely." Yuan Luoyi tilted her head in confusion. Why should I be afraid? Compared to her brothers, who were merciless and bloodied, reveling in violence and death, these kidnappers appeared to be normal individuals. They remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited them. Chapter 3. Playing hide-and-seek, the car came to a halt in the outskirts, and Yuan Luoyi was taken to an abandoned villa. The four kidnappers began to disperse. One patrolled at the entrance, two rested inside the house, while the last one, armed with a knife, fixed his gaze on Yuan Luoyi, commanding her to remain still. This was not their first abduction of a wealthy heiress. They possessed a certain level of expertise. They had established a methodical approach: investigation, surveillance, kidnapping, intimidation, transactions in virtual currency, and ultimately, erasing all evidence. The grim task of burying the young girl's body awaited them. She would never return home. Their operation was swift and practiced. The ancient Yuan family was both formidable and affluent, and the kidnappers believed themselves sufficiently skilled to seek fortune amidst peril. One of them inquired, "Who manages the finances in your household?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "It is my elder brother. My father is preoccupied with developing new weapons and has entrusted him with all family resources and connections." "What is his phone number?" "I do not know." "You are his only sister. How could you not know?" "Because he has just returned to the country." "Then whose number do you know?" "My father's phone number is confidential due to his work. I know my mother's number, but it would be best not to contact my family. Please, let me go back quickly or else." "Silence. We will not release you until the ransom is secured." "How foolish you are, child. Unable to recall your family's numbers. Then we will call her. Speak." Reluctantly, Yuan Luoyi provided the phone number. Her mother was beautiful and elegant, but possessed a temper that could be quite fierce, and her professional life as an assassin only intensified that ferocity. Upon receiving the call, she would undoubtedly be furious. No, the entire Yuan family would likely be enraged. The Yuan family, emblematic of the double-headed serpent, harbored a vengeful lineage, known for their retribution and a philosophy of an eye for an eye. They were relentless in their pursuit of vengeance, often repaying grievances with interest. The entire family seemed bound by an unspoken oath. Should any member endure injustice or danger, the whole clan would mobilize, sparing no effort or time in their quest for retribution. Hence, fear surrounded the Yuan family, isolating Yuan Luoyi from forming friendships. What followed was a period of waiting. Yuan Luoyi sat, indulging in her most adept skill, languidly staring into space. How delightful it was not to attend school today. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind her. Turning around, Yuan Luoyi discovered that her captor had vanished, and her elder brother, Yuan Hung, emerged from the shadows. His gaze upon his sister was as imposing as ever, sending chills down her spine. He approached her step by step, his movements eerily silent, causing Yuan Luoyi's heart to race with anxiety. One reason for her calmness in the face of captivity was the tracker hidden on her person. Her family would inevitably come searching for her. Yet, she had not anticipated that her brother Yuan Hung would be the first to arrive, as he typically kept a busy schedule, leaving early and returning late. In a low voice, Yuan Hung asked, "Are you hurt?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "No." Yuan Huan surveyed his surroundings and heard voices emanating from a nearby room. Where the arrogant kidnappers were reveling in a celebratory feast, their expectations of the money promised by Yuan's mother far exceeding their wildest dreams. A smile graced Yuan Huan's lips as he found himself enveloped in shadows, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. It felt as though a venomous serpent was slithering up Yuan Luoyi's ankle, baring its fangs and rustling its scales, thirsting for carnage, sending shivers down one's spine. Terrified, Yuan Luoyi took a step back. Noticing her trepidation, Yuan Huan softened his expression and gently asked, "Would you like to play a game of hide and seek with your elder brother?" Though it seemed peculiar to play games in the lair of the kidnappers, Yuan Luoyi, accustomed to her brother's frightful antics, understood well that when her brother's gaze turned icy, it was best not to inquire further. She nodded. "All right. You stand here, cover your ears, close your eyes, and count to 100 before seeking me out." "But what if I can't find you?" she queried. "Do not fret. You shall undoubtedly discover me. Now, let us commence the game." With that, Yuan Luoyi shut her eyes, her small hands pressing against her ears, and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Upon reaching 30, she seemed to hear a fleeting scream, but it was so faint and ephemeral that it vanished almost instantly. A faint scent of rust permeated the air, which she pondered for a moment, realizing it resembled the odor of blood. Yet everything felt hazy, a blend of reality and illusion that obscured the truth. Much like her 5 brothers, each meticulously concealing their dark sides. The little sister was akin to a timid hamster amidst a den of serpents. As the snakes revealed their fangs, coiling around her, their cold scales entwined with her soft fur, hissing from deep within their throats. But this was not for the purpose of slaughter. Rather, it was an act of protection. Perhaps they were the gentlest serpents in the world toward the hamster. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Yuan Luoyi opened her eyes and lowered her hands. "Have you hidden well? Big brother is coming to find you." The dimly lit room fell into an eerie silence with no response. As she glanced around, she spotted the hem of her brother Yuan Huan's garment. He was concealed behind the curtain. With excitement, she dashed over, her little hands grasping the fabric. With a swift pull, she drew the curtain aside, allowing the bright sunlight to flood in and illuminate everything around her. Yuan Luoyi's eyes sparkled like the clear waters of a lake. Yuan Huan stood against the light, his tall, slender figure casting a dark shadow, the silky softness enveloping Yuan Luoyi. He opened his arms to her, smiling. "Congratulations, you found me." "Ha ha, I won." Yuan Luoyi's laughter resonated with the purity of childhood, akin to the tinkling of silver bells. Overcome by impulse, Yuan Huan reached out to her, seemingly yearning to touch her. But the laughter abruptly ceased as Yuan Luoyi fixated on the bloodstains adorning Yuan Huan's white cuffs. Yuan Huan let out a helpless sigh, his hand falling limply to his side. I apologize for frightening you. A more pronounced scent of blood wafted from within the room. Yuan Luoyi glanced over, recognizing it as the chamber where the kidnappers had rested. It was cloaked in darkness, something ominous trickling across the floor, creating an eerily hushed atmosphere. Was that blood? Suddenly, Yuan Huan stepped forward, obstructing Yuan Luoyi's view. Let us depart. They should have arrived by now. Yuan Luoyi followed her elder brother outside. Beyond, blue and red lights flickered in a chaotic dance as the police, armed and resolute, rushed into the room. Accompanying them was a striking German shepherd, its dark, glistening eyes fixed upon Yuan Luoyi, its tail wagging gently. Yuan's mother dashed forward, enveloping Yuan Luoyi in a tight embrace, her voice trembling with emotion. My darling, did they harm you? Yuan Luoyi reassured her, no, I'm perfectly fine. A wave of relief washed over her mother. The other brothers soon arrived, standing silently amidst the crowd, their expressions chillingly indifferent. As their gazes swept over the throngs of people, they exhibited no trace of emotion. They were inherently peculiar, incapable of empathizing with ordinary souls. Yet, when their eyes fell upon Yuan Luoyi, a flicker of tenderness would always emerge in their depths. They expressed their concern for their sister in their own unique manner. Yuan Luoyi inquired, Mommy, what time is it now? Her mother replied, It is already 10 o'clock. Do I still need to attend school? Attend school? After all you've been through? You must be terrified. I've arranged for you to have a month's leave. Take this time to rest well. This unexpected reprieve brought Yuan Luoyi great joy. Chapter 4. The uncontrollable campus life at the tender age of 11. Yuan Luoyi remains a solitary little girl. Her brothers have all completed their studies and embarked upon their respective careers, returning home with diminishing frequency. Occasionally, she finds herself reminiscing about the past, recalling the crimson hues, the scent of rust, the cacophony of flesh and blood, and the indifference reflected in her brother's eyes. She has come to understand the underlying truth. They would provoke her with various alarming behaviors, seeking to gauge her reactions, not intending to inflict harm, yet leaving behind an indelible shadow. Their curiosity morphed into obsession, time and again akin to an ancient nursery rhyme. A venomous scorpion wished to cross a river. It approached a frog and said, Kind little frog, I cannot swim. Would you carry me across? Only on the other side can I find sustenance. The frog replied, But your reputation is dreadful. You could sting me with your poisonous tail. The scorpion reassured, If I were to sting you while crossing, we would both perish. Reluctantly, the frog agreed to transport the scorpion. However, midway across the river, the scorpion stung the frog, and they both sank. The frog inquired why. The scorpion replied, I'm sorry. It is my instinct. Indeed, instinct. A snake hunting a hamster is instinctual, just as a hamster's fear of a snake is instinctual. Thus, the maturation of her mind did not bring joy to Yuan Luoyi. Rather, it bestowed upon her a profound sense of dread. Her brothers took note of her transformation. They no longer indulged in their previous reckless abandon. They concealed their venomous fangs and masqueraded as ordinary individuals. Yet, this facade could not prevent the growing estrangement between the siblings. As her lonely elementary school life drew to a close, Yuan Luoyi finally encountered a pivotal moment in her life. She was admitted to Xinghan Middle School. Yuan's mother rejoiced, exclaiming, Wonderful! Your 5 brothers are also graduates of this very institution, and I am well acquainted with the principal. You are bound to experience a delightful school life here. Yuan Luoyi inquired, Will I be able to make friends? Her mother assured her, Of course. Many of the children here come from esteemed families. Not everyone will fear the Yuan family. Your elementary school classmate, Sun Junxian, has also been admitted, so you will have each other for support. Encouraged by these words, Yuan Luoyi's spirits lifted as she began to envision sharing snacks with friends. In the afternoon, the principal of Xinghan Middle School arrived, eager to learn about Yuan Luoyi in advance, bearing a bouquet of flowers. Ah, Mrs. Yuan, it has been too long. You remain as beautiful as ever. Might you share your secret to eternal youth? Yuan's mother smiled graciously as she accepted the flowers. My secret is to remain diligent. Once a person becomes idle, they swiftly succumb to the ravages of age. The principal marveled. I am truly in awe of you, balancing work while nurturing 5 remarkable sons, and now a radiant daughter. He approached Yuan Luoyi, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized her closely. Indeed, you are a child of the Yuan family, each one more exquisite than the last. Pointing to his own bald head, he asked, Little one, can you discern what sets me apart from others? Yuan Luoyi replied, You have no hair. The principal clapped his hands lightly and exclaimed, Indeed, your 5 brothers are exceptionally talented, and it is an honor for our school to nurture them. However, during their time here, my hair has been found everywhere, at lectures, beneath desks, in my office, except on my own head. I hope that upon your enrollment, you'll be a good person. I am growing old. My heart is not well, and I simply wish to live long enough to retire. Yuan muchaked. Her laughter like the fluttering of blossoms. Principal Wang, you remain as humorous as ever. Rest assured, my dear daughter is the most charming and obedient child in the world, quite unlike those 5 rascals. The principal felt a pang of skepticism. The offspring of the Yuan family, should they wish, could be quite captivating and easily deceive the judgment of ordinary folk. Yuan Luoyi, her curiosity piqued, inquired, Principal, what is the school like? Just as the principal was about to introduce Xinghan Middle School, her elder brother Yuan Hua unexpectedly entered, carrying a tray of tea. Both the principal and Yuan Luoyi froze, sharing a common bond of trepidation towards Yuan Hua. With elegance, he placed the teacup before the principal and, with a gentlemanly bow, greeted, Good to see you again, Principal. You appear to be in quite good health. Please enjoy the tea. The principal replied, Naturally. The mere fact that I have survived after teaching all 5 of you is testament to my resilience. He eyed the tea suspiciously, asking, What is this? Yuan Hua replied, It is a floral tea, reputed to nourish the hair. The principal took a sip, nodding in admiration. Indeed, it is worthy of the Yuan family's refined taste. Another cup, please. Yuan Hua, taking up a ceramic teapot, refilled the principal's cup. He then slightly turned his gaze back to Yuan Luoyi before diverting his eyes once more. With a new teacup in hand, he tilted the teapot gracefully, orchestrating the gentle flow of water. The tea, a delicate blend, was prepared with care, and as he nudged the cup forward, it landed before Yuan Luoyi. Yuan was said to her, It has a floral aroma, slightly sweet. You may want to try it. His demeanor was elegant and flawless, a stark contrast to the flamboyant nature of other Yuan family members. He had the ability to suppress his own darkness, engaging patiently in pleasantries with ordinary folk, thus inheriting the family's prestige. Yuan Luoyi lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The floral fragrance was sweet and delightful. Quite palatable. Thank you, she replied, her tone polite yet distant. Yuan Hua let out a barely audible sigh. After enjoying the tea, the principal's mood visibly brightened. He said, Well then, young one, you inquired about the school, correct? Our institution is renowned, having established a mutual assistance agreement with prestigious Ivy League schools, allowing students to apply for short-term exchange programs. Approximately 50 of our students are accepted into world-renowned universities before their college entrance examinations. You may aspire to be an ambitious individual, a creator, or even a savior of the world, leaving your mark on history. We possess ample educational resources to support your aspirations. So what are your dreams? Yuan Luoyi had never contemplated this matter. She simply attended school as life unfolded, eventually arriving at this pivotal juncture. The principal, perceiving her confusion, chuckled heartily. Fear not, you possess ample time to ponder what you truly desire. However, we have a peculiar system in place. In addition to the 3 classes labeled A, B, and C, there exists a Class D, designated for students whose performance is abysmal. The head of Class D, though handsome, is utterly inept, displaying a lackadaisical attitude towards his students. Yuan Luoyi's interest in Class D piqued sharply at this revelation. The principal continued, Class D has no morning self-study sessions. Students may arrive at their leisure, fostering an atmosphere of indulgence and laziness. It is a mere 30 meters from the cafeteria, bustling with activity that disrupts the learning environment significantly. He raised a finger, solemnly warning Yuan Luoyi, "You have been accepted into the esteemed Class A. Yet should you neglect your studies, you risk being relegated to Class D." Yuan Luoyi felt a pang of sorrow. Yet the conditions of Class D sounded rather appealing, almost tantalizing. Stealing a glance at her elder brother Yuan Huan, who lounged on the sofa with long, elegant hands draped lazily over the armrest, his eyes dark as ink, skin pale, and countenance austere. She felt a mix of admiration and curiosity. "Principal, how were my brothers during their time at school?" she inquired. The principal replied, "They were extraordinarily gifted, akin to radiant stars descending upon the earth, brimming with talent and charisma that none could resist. However, when they chose to indulge in mischief, it was truly tormenting." "Are they all from Class A?" she pressed. "Indeed," he confirmed. A wave of despondency washed over Yuan Luoyi. If she were the only one from her family to end up in Class D, it would tarnish the family's honor, prompting her to abandon the thought altogether. The exceptional prowess of her 5 brothers weighed heavily on her. Nevertheless, she remained hopeful for her new school life, yearning to forge numerous friendships. However, after a month at Xinghan High School, her hopes were dashed. The lingering influence of the Yuan brothers cast a long shadow. They were the nightmares of countless teachers and students. Upon her arrival, everyone presumed her to be equally formidable, haughty, and exceedingly malevolent. Without any action on her part, fear overtook her peers, causing them to tremble in apprehension. The only one who truly understood her, Sun Junxian, was reluctant to befriend her. During physical education class, he pushed her away as she fell to the ground. Yuan Luoyi suddenly recalled a significant fragment of memory, reminiscent of the peculiar dreams she had in her childhood. It dawned on her that this was her second incarnation as Yuan Luoyi. In her first life, her father discovered she was an imposter, and his gaze turned frigid, unhesitatingly expelling her from the home while he searched the world for his biological daughter. She had been wrongfully accused, her fate sealed in a day, sentenced in the morning, taken to the execution site in the afternoon, and her ashes scattered by night. In the span of one day, she was gone, at the tender age of 18. After school, Yuan Luoyi limped home and was astonished to find her elder brother, Yuan Huan, who had been perpetually busy, back at last. Yuan Huan gazed at Yuan Luoyi in silence. After all these years, the intensity of his stare still rendered her uncomfortable. Instinctively, she yearned to flee, yet the awareness of her identity as a false heiress, destined to perish at 18, filled her with an unusual sense of liberation. For 11 years, she had lived in trepidation, and such an existence felt utterly mundane. Thus, she remained, enduring the chilling scrutiny of his gaze. "Are you injured?" Yuan Huan inquired. "Yes," Yuan Luoyi replied. "What happened?" "Sun Junxian pushed me, and I fell." Yuan Huan lowered his head, his expression shadowed, a chilling smile flickering across his lips. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet hers once more, his demeanor returned to its customary state. He scrutinized her, his attention lingering on the bruised forehead and scraped knee. Suddenly, Yuan Luoyi comprehended that her elder brother often regarded her simply to ascertain her well-being. In his eyes, she must appear exceedingly fragile, susceptible to colds with a mere gust of wind and prone to fevers with a drop of rain, on the brink of demise. Thus, he felt compelled to keep a vigilant watch over her. "Your leg must be hurting as well," he said. Yuan Luoyi nodded, a dull ache radiating from her knee with each step. Yuan Huan tentatively opened his arms. "Dinner is ready. Let us go eat." Yuan Luoyi grasped her brother's intent, akin to a serpent desiring to embrace a hamster. The predator harbors an instinct to kill, while the prey possesses a drive to escape. Overcoming her fear, she lunged forward and fell into her brother's embrace. Though his hold was somewhat cool, it felt remarkably secure, far less daunting than she had imagined. Moreover, it spared her the necessity of walking, a relief considering the grandeur of the Yuan residence, where traversing from the entrance to the dining hall required 7 minutes. The dining hall was resplendent and exquisite, adorned with vibrant crystal chandeliers. At its center hung a pure silver emblem, intricately engraved with the Yuan family's totem, a 2-headed serpent. Upon entering the dining hall, Yuan Huan gently placed Yuan Luoyi in her customary seat. Opposite her sat Yuan father, his expression stern, while Yuan mother sat beside him, radiating beauty and grace with a gentle smile. "Darling, today we have roasted steak," Yuan mother said, thoughtfully cutting the steak for Yuan Luoyi. Her alabaster hands maneuvered the knife with dexterity, the blade gliding effortlessly along the muscle fibers, swift and steady, without disturbing the pearl bracelet adorning her wrist. Yuan mother, skillful and always smiling, would tenderly wipe away Yuan Luoyi's tears whenever she sought refuge in solitude. Yet those same hands could easily snap the neck of an adult male. In her youth, Yuan mother had a fiery temper and had resorted to such measures on numerous occasions. She slid the neatly cut steak towards Yuan Luoyi, who speared a piece with her fork and said, "Thank you, Mommy." A broader smile illuminated Yuan mother's face. Her other 5 children were fiercely independent. But her youngest daughter, delicate and charming, relied on her profoundly, prompting Yuan mother to indulge Yuan Luoyi excessively. Clink, clink, clink. The clattering of knife and fork against the plate produced a jarring sound. Yuan Luoyi disliked using utensils, preferring chopsticks instead. A chill gaze fell upon Yuan Luoyi, suffused with discontent. Without even lifting her head, she recognized it belonged to her father. In his eyes, she had never been a worthy member of the Yuan family. She was too feeble and incapable of accomplishing anything. In the past, such scrutiny would have sent Yuan Luoyi trembling in fear, desperately trying to adjust her use of knife and fork. Now, however, she understood that she was not truly a child of the Yuan family, and the expectations he held were beyond her reach. She no longer cared and was quite famished, devouring beef with reckless abandon, as if swept away by a tempest. Yuan father furrowed his brow. "Have Yuan Luoyi's monthly exam results been released?" he inquired. Yuan mother replied. "The homeroom teacher mentioned it in the parent group. They will be out tomorrow. Can't you check the messages yourself?" Yuan father retorted. "I'm quite busy." His icy gaze fixed on Yuan Luoyi. "I hope you have passed." Yuan mother, somewhat vexed, noted how their precious child had been sullen lately, and now that she had finally shown a glimmer of joy, Yuan father insisted on bringing up her grades. She quickly sought to divert the conversation. "By the way, why is our darling allowing her elder brother to hold her again?" Yuan Luoyi explained, "I hurt my leg and didn't want to walk." Yuan mother's expression shifted dramatically, her grip tightening on her knife. "What happened?" Yuan Hua clarified. The youngest of the Sun family pushed her. "Mother, there's no need to worry. I will handle it." Yuan mother felt slightly reassured. Yet the icy glimmer in her eyes did not dissipate. The Yuan family does not associate with the ignorant. If the offspring of the Sun family are hopelessly foolish, you must act decisively to cut ties and mitigate losses. Yuan Hua inclined his head slightly. "Understood, mother." Meanwhile, Yuan Luoyi continued to indulge in her beef, her cheeks bulging. Everyone else exuded a fierce aura, baring their fangs, while she, like a contented hamster, savored her meal. Yuan father's expression remained grave. "Let her handle this trivial matter on her own. Do not intervene excessively." Yuan mother slammed her knife and fork down forcefully. "She has been bullied to this extent, and I am not allowed to intervene? Madam, you must cease coddling her. It is because you constantly assist her that she cannot even use a knife and fork properly." "But," dingling, Yuan father rang the bell, interrupting Yuan mother's protest. A male servant approached, respectfully presenting a newspaper with both hands. Yuan father, a man of considerable refinement and wealth, insisted that the newspaper be perfectly ironed and free of creases, perfumed with the finest sandalwood incense. He took the newspaper and rose. Towering over 2 meters, his chest proudly puffed like that of an eagle, broad-shouldered and robust. Although wrinkles adorned the corners of his eyes, he remained strikingly handsome and authoritative. Gazing at the irate Yuan mother, he swiftly bent down, offering a familiar kiss on the cheek before she could react. "Good night, madam." He exited the dining room with the newspaper in hand. As the head of the Yuan family, his decisions were not to be contested. Yuan mother's anger did not erupt. She never lost her temper in front of the children. She intended to speak with her husband privately later that evening. She glanced anxiously at Yuan Luoyi, who, under normal circumstances, would have been on the brink of tears. Yet now, Yuan Luoyi was wholly absorbed in her meal, as if the world could crumble around her and nothing could deter her from enjoying her feast. Yuan mother relaxed slightly. I shall share my steak with you, dear. Yuan Luoyi gazed at the new steak on her plate, swiftly slicing it into small pieces with her dining knife, her movements smooth and elegant, producing not a single sound. Yuan's mother was pleasantly surprised. Oh, my darling can use a knife and fork. Yuan Luoyi nodded. For just moments before, she had glimpsed a new fragment of memory. In that life, she had been a European aristocrat, adept at using cutlery. More memories surged forth, revealing her various identities across different eras and nations. Yuan Luoyi's eyes fixed on the distance, becoming lost in these recollections, her expression gradually blank. Yuan's mother, brimming with excitement, cradled her face in her hands. This child's haughty demeanor, so oblivious to the world, resembles my younger self. She embraced Yuan Luoyi, saying, My darling possesses a unique charm. May you grow joyfully and naturally, for that is the best path. You will surely become the pride of the Yuan family in the future. Chapter 6. Struggling through life on the following day, Yuan Luoyi sat in her elder brother's car, clutching her backpack and yawning. The fragmented memories of her past life in '99 were tumultuous in her mind, depriving her of a restful night. Awakened at 5 in the morning to catch up on homework, she now trudged to early self-study, feeling both exhausted and drowsy. Her disdain for Monday's early self-study was greater than that of a ghost tormented for 8 centuries. As she opened the car window, a refreshing breeze brushed against her, momentarily reviving her senses. Upon arriving at school, she dragged her heavy feet into Class A, only to be met with the usual spectacle of her classmates evading her presence. The bell rang, signaling the start of early self-study, and their homeroom teacher, Ms. Su, entered the classroom, surveying the room with a keen eye. The results of the monthly exam were in. Most students performed admirably, particularly Su Sun, who achieved over 90 in all subjects. However, Yuan Luoyi's performance was dismal. She scored a 0 in English. The room erupted in whispers of shock. 0? How could that be? Did she forget to write her name? Yuan Luoyi herself was taken aback. Ms. Su continued, Yuan Luoyi, it is not my intention to chastise you, but in the same class. How can Su Sun score 93 while you score 0? Yuan Luoyi understood then that Ms. Su was once again undermining her. Ms. Su harbored significant animosity towards her, disregarding the formidable Yuan family and relentlessly suppressing Yuan Luoyi. The principal had urged her to be more amicable, to which Ms. Su retorted, Let them seek revenge. I have nothing left to lose. Thus, while Su Sun entered the classroom with a hefty backpack, Ms. Su publicly praised her love for reading. Yet, when Yuan Luoyi, burdened with her own large backpack, walked in, Ms. Su remarked, Some individuals carry numerous books daily, yet it is evident they have learned little. In Class A, Ms. Su smirked coldly as she placed the exam paper on Yuan Luoyi's desk. Take a good look at your test paper. I have no desire to speak further. Yuan Luoyi glanced at the paper, the teacher's frustration evident in the glaring red marks, an array of large crosses that resembled a gruesome, unresolved tragedy. Ms. Su then produced another paper and placed it on Yuan Luoyi's desk. This is your makeup exam. Utilize your self-study time to complete it promptly. Aim for a passing grade. Otherwise, you will be relegated to Class D. Yuan Luoyi swiftly skimmed through the makeup exam, which included a closed test, 5 reading comprehension passages, and 10 translation questions. In her previous life, these letters and words would have seemed as perplexing as an ancient script, entirely incomprehensible. However, the memories of her time in England flooded back, and she not only understood the content, but also identified several grammatical errors. With determination, Yuan Luoyi picked up her pen and began to write, finishing the exam in 20 minutes. Ms. Su rolled her eyes, convinced that such haste indicated careless answers. She picked up her red pen to grade the paper, marking one correct answer after another. Her expression shifted from disdain to confusion, ultimately culminating in shock as her eyes widened in disbelief. She shook her head in incredulity, re-evaluating the paper, yet she found no mistakes. Perfect score? The students of Class A also heard the commotion. What? Just a moment ago, a score of 0, and now a perfect score? Indeed, it was because the name was not written on the paper, Teacher Su wore a grim expression, as if she had swallowed a fly, perplexed by the sudden prowess of Yuan Luoyi. Her carefully nurtured niece, Su Sun, had scored 93, ranking first in English, while Yuan Luoyi, whom she had always belittled, had astonishingly achieved a full score. Yuan Luoyi remained unperturbed. How wonderful, for with the memories of the 99th world, she no longer required an English teacher. Reluctantly, Teacher Su conceded, "Fine, since you scored 100, you may remain in Class A." Yuan Luoyi pondered for a long while. Her time in Class A had not been enjoyable, for it was excessively competitive, every day filled with studying, examinations, and ranking in a relentless cycle. She had made no friends. This was not the school life she desired. She recalled a famous saying by Su Shi: "In my life, I lack nothing but food and sleep. When I achieve success, I shall eat well and then sleep. And after sleeping, eat again." Great ancestors possessed such magnanimity. She too would grant herself some leniency. If she were die at 18, she still had 7 years to indulge in idleness, barely scraping by in a prominent family. Suddenly, she thought of a novel she had read titled Mr. Gao. "Stop pursuing. Madam is disheartened and will not return." Though the entire book was exceedingly cliché, the pursuit of love was captivating. After an all-nighter reading it, she not only absorbed a dozen cringeworthy quotes from the domineering male lead, but also learned a valuable lesson. In critical moments, one must strive for their own freedom and not harbor illusions about others. With determination, Yuan Luoyi strode up to Teacher Su and forcefully placed her class transfer request on the desk. "I wish to withdraw from this class." All eyes in class, it turned in shock toward Yuan Luoyi. Another legendary tale was about to unfold at Xinghan High School. Upon returning home from school that afternoon, Yuan Luoyi held the transfer document, her heart racing with trepidation. She was about to enter the enchanting Class D that she had longed for. Her father, who placed great importance on family honor, would undoubtedly refuse to sign, and she might face his reprimand once more. Her mother, who doted on Yuan Luoyi, would likely sign the document, but her fiery temperament would surely cause an uproar at school. After lingering in the corridor for quite some time, Yuan Luoyi finally arrived at her elder brother Yuan Huan's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and upon seeing his sister, Yuan Huan was taken aback. This was the first time Yuan Luoyi had approached him of her own volition. "What is it? Brother, could you please help me by signing this document?" Taking the document and glancing over it, Yuan Huan quickly understood the situation and swiftly signed it. Stealing a glance at his brother's expression, Yuan Luoyi wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Will my unilateral transfer to Class D tarnish the honor of the Yuan family? Yuan Huan chuckled softly. It's of no concern. Education holds little significance for the members of the Yuan family. We have many avenues for learning. With a quiet sigh, Yuan Luoyi lowered her gaze. You are exceptionally capable. You can thrive without school, but I... Sensing his sister's despondency, Yuan Huan softened his tone. Before you turned 3, our parents were very busy, and I was the one who took care of you. You were so small when you were born. He gestured with his hands to indicate a weight of 6 Jin and 7 Liang, his entire being exuding a softness that made me feel as if I were cradling a ticking bomb. The nurse, displaying her disdain, attempted to retrieve you, yet you suddenly grasped my thumb with a surprising strength that could not be undone. No one dared to exert force. I could only hold you tightly. Thus, I am convinced that anything you wish to grasp, you shall undoubtedly seize. Even though you have stepped back from Class A, I believe that one day you shall reclaim the glory that is rightfully yours. Yuan Luoyi was unaware of this matter. She merely remembered that her elder brother had been studying abroad and returned when she was 7. Yuan Luoyi asked, "Then why did you glare at me so fiercely upon your return, exuding such an air of menace?" Yuan Ho replied, "I was actually fixated on Yuan Fa. Who was beside you?" Yuan Luoyi suddenly understood. It turned out to be this way, as she had thought her brother harbored a dislike for her, which had left her trembling with trepidation during their every encounter. Chapter 7. Because of her, the world gained 5 brothers, not 5 madmen before the birth of Yuan Luoyi. Yuan Huan's life was far from pleasant. At the tender age of 13, he was acutely aware of his impending demise, not a physical death, but a mental disintegration. He was pale and emaciated, his eyes shadowed with despair, his fingers pressed against the cold mirror. A handsome youth clad in white, yet within him resided an exceedingly malevolent soul. For years, he had feigned normalcy, treating his classmates with grace and his elders with utmost propriety. However, after repressing his instincts for so long, Yuan Huan realized he had become irrevocably broken. An overwhelming urge for destruction throbbed in his head, his sanity on the verge of collapse, as a bloodthirsty beast within him roared to be unleashed, yearning to obliterate everything. His younger brother, Yuan Fa, sensed the transformation. "Are you on the brink of madness?" Yuan Huan replied soon. Yuan Fa rejoiced, "Wonderful. I can finally take your place." In a fit of rage, Yuan Huan hurled a punch at Yuan Fa's face, a testament to the fraternal bond that was both endearing and tumultuous. The 5 brothers of the Yuan family were all unhinged. It was only a matter of time before they succumbed to madness. And Yuan Huan knew he would be the first, unable to see a glimmer of hope for salvation. Yet, the birth of Yuan Luoyi altered everything. Their mother cradled Yuan Luoyi in her arms, joyfully proclaiming to Yuan Huan, "We have a daughter in the Yuan family. Look at her, how utterly delightful." For the first time, Yuan Huan beheld such a pure and pristine life. The infant smiled at him, her laughter ringing like the sweetest chimes. She was a normal child, capable of genuine joy, something the 5 brothers could never truly experience, as they merely mimicked the semblance of normalcy, forcing their lips to curve upwards. In that moment, Yuan Huan found himself unable to avert his gaze, the long encumbering chill that haunted him dissipating, replaced by a sensation of warmth. It was only after some time that he came to understand this feeling was called joy. Naturally aloof, cold, and proud, he now possessed the capacity for happiness. Their mother entrusted Yuan Luoyi to Yuan Huan, saying, "This child is fragile. You must take good care of her." From that moment on, Yuan Huan's world transformed. For 13 years, his desolate soul had wandered the earthly realm, on the brink of being consumed by nothingness. However, his sister bestowed upon him a newfound purpose. As her brother, he must protect her. The tiny infant nestled in the crook of Yuan Huan's arm slept soundly, her gentle breaths warm and soft, as he whispered sweet nothings into her ear. "This world is filthy and tedious, yet I am grateful for you, my beloved sister." Caring for a baby proved to be a laborious task, yet Yuan Huan persevered. He watched as Yuan Luoyi grew, her little hands flailing in the air, eagerly attempting to grasp him, her large eyes filled with adoration. She learned to walk, to speak simple words, and by the age of 3, she could even feed herself independently. Occasionally, Yuan Huan felt a pang of regret as her dependence on him dwindled, but more often, he felt joy. For nurturing her was akin to witnessing a butterfly emerge from its chrysalis. She unfurled her wings within his hands, her veins becoming clear and resilient, her scales shimmering brilliantly, transforming from a mere bundle into a creature capable of dancing gracefully through the air. She is utterly perfect, so divine, yet so fragile, inherently adorable. What brings immense joy to Yuan Hua is that his 3-year-old sister, Yuan Luoyi, chases after him. Though she could soar into the vast sky, she ultimately chooses to nestle in his embrace. Yuan Hua cherishes his sister beyond measure. He could be ruthless to anyone else, but he is eternally gentle with her. His 4 younger brothers are also quite taken with Yuan Luoyi, often gazing at her from a distance, hoping to usurp Yuan Hua's role in caring for her. However, Yuan Hua does not grant them that opportunity, teaching them obedience through violence and fear. Yuan Hua is no ordinary man. He can restrain his malevolent instincts, while his brothers, with their flamboyant personalities, pose a threat to Yuan Luoyi. Unfortunately, the whims of fate dictate that Yuan Hua must travel abroad. As the eldest son of the Yuan family, he is obliged to undergo the most rigorous education and will be unable to return for the next 4 years. When the time for parting arrives, Yuan Hua departs with resolute determination, ignoring the 3-year-old Yuan Luoyi who is chasing after him, fearing that if he stops, he might wish to stay. During the most arduous days abroad, thoughts of his beloved sister ease his burden considerably. Upon his return, his second brother, Yuan Fa, arrives to meet him with Yuan Luoyi in tow. Yuan Fa remarks, "This is your elder brother. Do you remember him?" The 7-year-old Yuan Luoyi, frightened, shrinks behind Yuan Fa and shakes her head. Yuan Fa reveals a shark-like grin. "She doesn't remember you, of course. After you left, I, the reliable second brother, took care of her." Thus, Yuan Hua demonstrates that fraternal bonds within the Yuan family are non-existent. What remains is a cycle of sibling rivalry. He could once strike Yuan Fa, and now he can do so even more fiercely. Yet, this does not alter the fact that Yuan Luoyi has forgotten him. He can only watch over her from afar, filled with concern for her well-being, trembling with fear whenever he draws near. However, circumstances have shifted once again. In the morning, Yuan Hua escorts Yuan Luoyi to Xinghan Middle School. He alleviates her minor troubles at school, and the siblings resolve their misunderstandings, dissipating the long-standing discontent that had clouded Yuan Hua's heart. The little one before him remains unaware that because of her, there are now 5 brothers in the world, rather than 5 lunatics. Yuan Hua resolves to be a good brother, concealing his dark and chaotic side from his sister. He does not wish to frighten her again. He extends his hand toward Yuan Luoyi, hesitating as it hovers in the air. Yuan Luoyi looks up at him and suddenly comprehends her brother's intent. She grasps his retreating hand and nuzzles her forehead into his palm like a kitten. Yuan Hua's eyes widen in surprise, and after a moment, he regains his composure. After all these years, his sister is finally unafraid of him. Yuan Luoyi asks, "Brother, will you come pick me up tonight?" Yuan Hua replies, "Yes, I will. See you later then." "See you later." Yuan Luoyi waves at him as she departs with her backpack. Yuan Hua watches her walk away. And unlike their separation 4 years prior, this time they will soon be reunited, and he will not easily allow her to forget him again. Yuan Luoyi strolls joyfully through Xinghan Middle School. The entire teaching building exudes an ancient charm, with its high, gracefully curved eaves, neatly arranged tiles, intricately carved wooden windows, and 2 imposing stone chielins adorning the entrance. This grand and majestic structure makes Yuan Luoyi feel less like a student and more like a dignitary attending a court assembly. The principal even altered the class bell to the tune of the ascension of the first emperor, claiming it would ignite the ambition for learning among the students. However, in reality, this overly dramatic choice only served to evoke a sense of embarrassment among them. Ding, ding, ding. The preparatory bell rang, prompting numerous students to dash frantically. For tardiness is deemed a grave offense, punishable by standing in the corner. In contrast, Yuan Luoyi remained quite composed. Acknowledging her grim future was, in fact, rather liberating. At least it shifted her mindset. This revelation also provided an opportunity to resolve the misunderstandings with her elder brother, Yuan Hua. Yet, the 5 brothers of the Yuan family concealed their true selves exceptionally well. Yuan Luoyi would never forget the deeds they committed. Even her eldest brother had engaged in terrifying acts. They were the nightmares of her childhood. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Luoyi steeled herself. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to face whatever came her way. A ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. A seemingly idle hamster may merely appear as an uninteresting corpse in the eyes of a venomous snake, which would not attack without reason. What if this situation turned out to be another misunderstanding? There was no need for excessive contemplation. The person she is now is a renewed version of herself. She is ready to embrace a brand new school life. Chapter 8. Class D. Perfect for indolence, Yuan Luoyi cheerfully entered Class D, only to be met with an unexpected emptiness. She recalled that there were 3 students in Class D, all of whom could potentially be friends. How peculiar. Where could everyone have gone? She casually selected a seat and began to browse her phone. After several minutes, a small boy appeared at the classroom door. "You," a student from Class D whom Yuan Luoyi recognized. Fragments of her past life memories revealed that Yu Hua was a prodigious genius. Having been admitted to university at the tender age of 14, he was somewhat of a celebrity at Xinghan High School. Yet his frail constitution and lack of coordination often led him to tumble unexpectedly. Simultaneously, Yu Hua recognized Yuan Luoyi. He had heard numerous rumors about her. As he hurriedly recalled their past, he realized he had never wronged her. Now, however, she sat in the classroom, silently observing him. With a sense of tragic gravity, Yuhua exclaimed, "I bear no grudge against you. Why have you come to Class D?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "I have transferred to Class D." "Why did you arrive to class so late?" Yuhua, resembling a criminal under interrogation, stammered, "Well, in Class D, everyone comes and goes as they please." Yuan Luoyi nodded approvingly. She greatly admired such a humane approach to class management. Moreover, she finally had a friend. During the weekend break, Yuan Luoyi joyfully rested at home, rolling about on her bed, relishing the splendid days she had experienced. Class D was truly suited for her. No teachers to oversee her, and new classmates who were so amiable. She envisioned spending each day in Class D blissfully idle. Beep. System activated. A mechanical voice echoed in Yuan Luoyi's mind, startling her as a flurry of text appeared before her eyes. Beauty 999. Charm 999. Affability 999. Gazing into the mirror, she noted that her appearance had scarcely changed. Her large, expressive eyes, a subtly chubby face, and a petite nose remained. However, her skin now radiated a translucent fairness, enveloped in a hazy glow, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Turning her attention to the system, she noted, indolence value 0, influence 0, wish, influence too low to activate the wish function, rewind. Influence too low to activate the rewind function. Yuan Luoyi murmured to herself. "I understand the wish aspect, but what does rewind mean?" The system responded, "Host level too low. Access to this information is restricted." Yuan Luoyi pondered, tilting her head in contemplation. Having become Yuan Luoyi for the second time, she possessed fragments of memories from 99 lifetimes and had activated the system. How strange it felt, as if an invisible hand had orchestrated everything. Reflecting deeply, she questioned why she had returned to being Yuan Luoyi. In her previous lives, upon death, she would swiftly enter the cycle of reincarnation, never experiencing the same life twice. The concept of the rewind function seemed to imply a return to the past. What significance could that hold? Surely, the past was immutable. As for her indolence value, currently at 0, could lying idle lead to an increase? Yuan Luoyi promptly tested this theory, reclining peacefully and emptying her mind, as the slack value began to rise incessantly. Reaching a peak of 100, the influence transformed into 1, while the slack value diminished to 0. Yuan Luoyi comprehended that with each ascension to 100 slack value, her influence would increase by 1. Suddenly, her phone vibrated incessantly, and upon opening it, she noticed a continuous stream of notifications refreshing on the screen. Upon inspection, she discovered that her secondary account had gone viral, amassing an astonishing 10,000 followers. Influence 1. This was the effect she had not anticipated. When she first entered junior high, Yuan Luoyi had created this account to share snippets of her daily life, posting pictures of picturesque campus scenes or her meals. Her initial intent was merely to share her experiences, and at that time, she had only a handful of followers, which she had not taken seriously. Now, with comments exceeding 99, she glanced through them. Wow, this school uniform belongs to Xinghan Middle School. The greenery on campus is magnificent. It truly lives up to its reputation as a world-renowned institution, with trees worth millions. She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. Have you seen her backpack? That thing costs around 30,000. She ceased reading the subsequent comments, which were all speculations about her identity. Some even listed the top 100 wealthiest families globally, asserting that Yuan Luoyi must belong to one of them. However, in reality, most of the Yuan family's wealth was held anonymously, and she was unaware of the actual figures. Many century-old families operated in this manner, disdainful of such rankings. Her father, in particular, scoffed at the notion, stating that only newly wealthy individuals clamored for such ridiculous accolades. Yuan Luoyi lazily set her phone aside, rolling over with a yawn. "Whatever, I shall continue living my life normally, as per the system's functions, and I will keep leveling up. This aligns perfectly with my desires. No matter what happens, all I wish is to save her life." After reflecting on numerous fragmented memories, she grasped many profound truths. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet sit empty beneath the moon. This was a lesson imparted by Li Bai. In her previous life, she had been a wine seller and had crossed paths with him. She had toiled her entire life, amassing wealth, yet passed away young, never having the chance to indulge. Thus, one must seize joy in the moment, for plans can never keep pace with change. Yuan Luoyi indulged in a bubble bath, donned a delightful plush pajama set, and commanded her smart home to switch to sleep mode, shaping her pillow into a comfortable form before drifting off into a beautiful slumber where she dreamt of many past lives. The following morning, after a quick wash and a hearty breakfast, she stepped into a luxurious car. Her elder brother, Yuan Huan, sat across from her, having previously mentioned that he would take her out to refresh her spirits over the weekend to mitigate any adverse effect from her class transfer. In truth, the transfer had only brought her positive influences. The driver, Xiao Feng, glanced at Yuan Luoyi through the rearview mirror, astonished. "Miss, you look exceptionally adorable today," she replied. "Perhaps I just had a good night's sleep." Whether it was the power of the system or the memories of her past lives, she could not divulge, for it was against the system's regulations. Chapter 9. Keeping promises. Yuan Hua appeared quite occupied. Upon settling into his seat, he extracted his tablet and began typing earnestly. Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Brother, am I disrupting your work?" Yuan Hua paused briefly, his fingers hovering above the screen. "No, I'm merely investigating something concerning you." A wave of anxiety washed over Yuan Luoyi. Her brother was investigating her. Why? Oh no, she had committed numerous socially mortifying acts in the past. Surely he hadn't uncovered them all. Yuan Hua observed her flustered expression with keen interest, then retrieved a lollipop from his pocket. A delightful cat ear meow meow brand that Yuan Luoyi had adored in her childhood. He peeled away the wrapper and held the red candy up to her lips. "There's no need to be so tense." Leaning forward, Yuan Luoyi took a bite of the lollipop. It was sweet, watermelon-flavored, and quite delectable. In her youth, whenever her brother frightened her to tears, these lollipops would be placed at her bedroom door. She had assumed they were left by their mother, only to realize now that it was her brother who had done so. Each time she enjoyed the candy, her tears would cease. Gradually, Yuan Luoyi comprehended her brother's sudden gesture of offering her sweets. He must have thought she was on the verge of tears, and the candy served as a preventative measure. "You needn't offer me candy anymore. I won't cry out of fear of you," she stated. Yuan Hua replied gently, "That is truly wonderful. If there is anything troubling you, please share it with me. I wish to avoid any misunderstandings between us." Yuan Luoyi understood his implication. She had mistakenly believed that he harbored ill intentions towards her. In truth, those sinister feelings were directed at their second brother, Yuan Fa. Reflecting on feelings of distress, Yuan Luoyi recalled being cast out of her home at the age of 18, ultimately leading to her wrongful death. Now willing to trust her brother, she found herself unable to speak of this matter directly due to the constraints of the system. "Brother, if I were to find myself in mortal danger, would you come to my rescue?" she asked. Of course, he affirmed. What if I had already been killed? She pressed further. Yuan Hua's expression shifted dramatically. He had never contemplated the notion of losing his sister before him. The mere thought of her absence inflicted an unbearable anguish upon him, a sensation he could scarcely endure. Tenderly, he grasped Yuan Luoyi's small hand. "Have you had such nightmares?" Recalling the final moments of her previous life, death, loneliness, helplessness, she nodded. "Yes, a truly terrifying dream." Leaning closer, his dark eyes reflecting her image, he spoke earnestly. "Next time, I shall enter your dreams. If you are alive, I will eliminate anyone who dares to harm you. If you have departed, I will seek vengeance until death guides me to reunite with you." Yuan Luoyi gazed into Yuan Hua's eyes, fully aware that he would fulfill such promises, whether in dreams or reality. "Come here," Yuan Hua beckoned, opening his arms wide. He enveloped Yuan Luoyi in an embrace, rhythmically patting her back. To her astonishment, this simple act brought her an immense sense of comfort. Yuan Huan remarked, "By the way, your second brother is returning tomorrow. Let's subject him to your nightmares as well." "He can." Yuan Luoyi promptly interrupted. "No, not him." Yuan Huan inquired, "Why not?" With a heavy sigh, Yuan Luoyi replied, "He steals my snacks. He snatches my toys. The last time we met, he even ruined the castle I had painstakingly constructed for a month." As for their second brother, Yuan Fa, he believed that a sister raised by him was merely a target for his mischief. He would display a shark-like grin whenever Yuan Luoyi was upset, relishing the moment. Yet, when she was on the verge of tears, Yuan Fa would perform some delightful little magic tricks to stem her sorrow. Otherwise, their mother or eldest brother Yuan Huan would surely reprimand him severely. Undoubtedly, Yuan Fa possessed the most eccentric and perilous temperament among the 5 brothers of the Yuan family, with a remarkably low moral compass. Yuan Huan chuckled as he tousled Yuan Luoyi's hair, saying, "Then let me take care of him for you." Yuan Luoyi exclaimed excitedly, "Yes. Please spare no mercy." As the car continued its journey, the siblings, having resolved their misunderstandings, grew closer. Yuan Luoyi gazed at her brother Yuan Huan, suddenly pondering whether, upon discovering her true identity as a false heiress in their past life, he would embark on a path of vengeance. She felt certain of his answer. Her brother was a man of his word, valuing Yuan Luoyi herself over their blood relation. His anger and regret would transform into a terrifying obsession for retribution. But did her brother ultimately uncover the true culprit? Yuan Luoyi could not fathom the answer, softly leaning against Yuan Huan's embrace, letting out a quiet sigh. She realized she could not alter the tragedies of the past. In that world, there existed a fragmented brother, endlessly searching for his sister until the inevitable arrival of death. Chapter 10. The Flock and the Wolves at Midnight. A sleek black sedan made its appearance at the entrance of an amusement park. The driver, Xiaofeng, alighted to open the door, with Yuanhua being the first to emerge. He carried himself with an air of noble elegance. His pitch-black eyes were as tranquil as the night, exuding a unique allure, yet the underlying aura of danger deterred admirers. The breath of the female attendants momentarily halted, as a young girl foolishly stared at Yuanhua. Her supervisor discreetly nudged her with her foot, prompting the girl to realize the rudeness of her behavior, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Yuanhua was an esteemed guest. The proprietor had arranged for them to welcome him, emphasizing that the eldest scion of the Yuan family harbored a profound aversion to female entanglements, advising them to refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. Yuan Luoyi stood beside Yuanhua, resembling a delicate and exquisite porcelain doll, effortlessly invoking a sense of compassion in others. The staff dared not gaze openly at her, fully aware that she was the cherished jewel of the Yuan family, and any disrespect towards her would not go unpunished. The shopping guide, Sister Fong, approached with a warm smile. "Good day. I will be at your service today. May I inquire if you require anything, sir?" Yuanhua replied, "I have brought my sister out for some amusement." He turned to Yuan Luoyi. "What would you like to play?" Yuan Luoyi responded, "I wish to play Street Fighter." Sister Fong beamed. "What a delightful coincidence. We have just received new gaming machines. Please follow me." The group ascended in the elevator to the upper levels. Yuan Luoyi leaned over the glass railing to gaze down, the amusement park shimmering in splendor, with a bustling crowd milling about the shops. She spotted a familiar face, Wang Zhao from Class A, who was shopping with her parents, the family appearing exceedingly joyful. Most students from Class A were discreetly avoiding Yuan Luoyi, yet Wang Zhao, with her boisterous personality, would unabashedly mock her, relishing the limelight. Wang Zhao frequently taunted, "If I were the daughter of the Yuan family, I would never be like you, poor at English, lacking social skills, and friendless in class. To put it bluntly, you are a waste of a wealthy family. Your brothers are so accomplished. Why are you not? Ha ha, you must strive harder and not be lazy. I could even help you with the questions you find difficult." Such a troublesome child faced no repercussions. Upon returning home, her parents continued to indulge her without limits, leading to a life far happier than that of an ordinary person. Yuanhua remarked, "This world is not fair. She has hurt you without facing any consequences." Yuan Luoyi was taken aback, exchanging a silent glance with Yuanhua. She recalled her elder brother's earlier words, indicating that he had been investigating her situation. Thus he was now aware of her isolation in Class A. Previously, Yuan Luoyi had meticulously concealed this matter, enduring her sorrow at school while pretending that nothing was amiss at home. For a child of the Yuan family, failing to manage such trivial matters was a source of shame. Yuanhua gently ruffled Yuan Luoyi's hair. "It's all right. You're still very young. I can teach you how to navigate these situations." He lifted Yuan Luoyi into his arms, granting her a broader perspective from their elevated position. She observed the myriad of individuals within the shopping mall. Some were obsequious, others haughty, and still others rushed about in a flurry. Yuan Huo remarked, "The school teaches you that all beings are equal, yet in reality, humanity is stratified into various tiers. Some are like lambs, leading lives of mediocrity, while others are akin to wolves, craving blood. You cannot assimilate into their ranks, much like a wolf cannot blend with a flock of sheep. You need not feel sorrow over this. Rather, you should take pride in it." Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Was my elder brother also just one person when he was studying?" Yuan Huo replied, "Indeed, occasionally I could endure their presence, but for the most part, I preferred not to squander my energy on them. One is either ordinary or solitary, and the members of the Yuan family, regardless of their location, embody that solitary wolf. It is our nature, and I am pleased that you share this trait." Yuan Li bowed her head in silence. Although she was not truly a member of the Yuan family, the pervasive influence of such familial culture rendered her unable to connect with her peers. Yuan Huo probed, "So, what is it that you truly desire?" Yuan Luoyi gazed at the laughing Wang Zhao. In the past, her wishes were simple: to interact normally with her classmates and perhaps make one or two friends. However, her instincts did not align with such desires. Superficial friendships merely masked her solitude. A peculiar sense of rationality washed over Yuan Luoyi, her gaze gradually cooling. After a moment, she fixed her eyes on Wang Zhao and declared, "I wish for her to disappear." Yuan Huo chuckled softly. "Excellent." He turned to Sister Fong. "My sister wishes for that family to vanish at this very moment." Sister Fong bowed slightly and swiftly arranged for two staff members, who hurried to confront Wang Zhao's family, intending to escort them out of the mall. Wang Zhao's mother erupted in fury, her shrill voice echoing, "On what grounds do you expel us? We purchased tickets to enter." The staff members found themselves in a predicament, pointing toward the direction of Yuan Luoyi. Wang Zhao's family turned to look, their faces blanching instantaneously. It was the Yuan family. Why were they targeting us? Yuan Luoyi observed Wang Zhao trembling, fear evident in her demeanor. She was acutely aware of her own misdeeds, yet never anticipated that Yuan Luoyi would suddenly turn against her. Wang Zhao's father, noticing her distress, furiously questioned, "Did you do something?" Wang Zhao stammered, unable to speak the truth, and broke down in tears, consumed by regret. Their family was a quintessential nouveau riche, a minuscule presence in the face of the venerable Yuan clan. A single word from Yuan Huo could sever all their financial avenues. They even dared not claim the items they had purchased, hastily scurrying away. Everyone knew that when the Yuan family wished for your disappearance, it was best to comply swiftly. Otherwise, the Yuan family would exact a far more brutal revenge. Undoubtedly, Wang Zhao would never again appear before Yuan Luoyi. She would likely withdraw from school voluntarily. Yuan Luoyi felt a long-burdened weight lift from her heart. For now, justice rested in her hands, and she had made Wang Zhao pay the price. Should the matter be brought to the school, the teachers would likely dismiss it, claiming it to be mere childish squabbling, and might even reproach Yuan Luoyi for her reclusive nature, suggesting that she naturally struggles to interact with her peers. Yuan Luoyi inquired of Yuan Huan, "Is this the correct course of action?" Yuan Huan responded, "What did you feel just now?" After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Luoyi replied, "Power." "Precisely," Yuan Huan affirmed. "Many situations are devoid of a clear right or wrong, yet there are victories and defeats, and power can enable you to prevail." Tilting her head, Yuan Luoyi pondered her elder brother's words. The Yuan family, indeed, was not a paragon of virtue, possessing their own philosophy of dealings, one that was both sinister and formidable, yet undeniably compelling. Having resolved their minor predicament, the two siblings entered the arcade, where Yuan Luoyi was surprised to find that apart from the staff, they were utterly alone. Their father had stated that they maintained their wealth to distance themselves from others, which was why the Yuan family preferred to reserve venues exclusively for their own use. Yuan Huan handed a fluffy, cream-colored teddy bear to Yuan Luoyi, its two shiny black eyes endearing and its soft texture making it quite appealing to her. "This is a small gift," he said. "I recall your fondness for plush toys." Yuan Luoyi nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, brother." Yuan Huan continued, "What I am about to show you today may be premature for you, but when you mature, I shall impart further knowledge. For now, you may hold this bear and enjoy yourself. I will await your return here." Gazing around at the various gaming machines, which seemed immensely entertaining, she suddenly lost her desire to play Street Fighter. Chapter 11. Unable to learn the rules on the way home, Yuan Luoyi observed her elder brother. Their relationship had improved significantly lately, yet he remained an enigma to her. This mystery stemmed from Yuan Luoyi's inability to see through Yuan He. He was far more adept at disguise than their other four siblings, and his darker facets extended beyond mere brutality. As usual, Yuan He sat quietly, gazing at his tablet, occasionally swiping his finger across the screen. Yuan Luoyi leaned in closer, noticing various complex graphs with intertwining colors displayed on the device. Yuan He lowered the tablet to allow her a better view. "Do you wish to learn about futures trading?" Yuan Luoyi recoiled. "No need. That seems rather troublesome." However, she couldn't help but admire her brother's prowess. As the eldest son of the Yuan family, he managed a substantial portion of their wealth, often busy overseeing their enterprises and frequently traveling abroad. It was no small feat for him to carve out time to spend with his sister. Upon returning home, Yuan He busied himself with work, while Yuan Luoyi retreated to her room to rest. The next day, Monday, arrived once more, but this time, Yuan Luoyi felt no resentment. Class D had no morning study session. At 7 o'clock, she found herself reluctant to part with her bed. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon unlocking it, she discovered a message from Yuhua. "Not good. Yuan Luoyi, hurry to school. You're at risk of being expelled. Someone anonymously reported you for cheating on your English exam. So after scoring 0 on the first test, you managed a perfect 100 on the second. This has been the talk of the school." Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. She had taken a makeup test right under teacher Su's watchful eye. How could that possibly be cheating? Stretching languorously, she reluctantly emerged from her warm cocoon, proceeded with her morning routine of brushing her teeth, washing her face, and styling her hair, before donning her school uniform and slinging her backpack over her shoulder. Yuan He was already waiting for her, clad in all black, his top sporting a traditional Chinese collar, exuding an air of mystery that suited his demeanor, akin to an elegant sovereign orchestrating events from behind a silken veil. Yuan Luoyi rushed to his side. "Brother, are you taking me to school today?" "Indeed," replied Yuan He. "The school has summoned me." "Is it because of the cheating allegation?" she inquired. He gently patted her head. "Do not worry. Yuan Fa will be present as well. I believe in your integrity." A flicker of apprehension coursed through Yuan Luoyi. Her second brother, Yuan Fa, had an unpredictable temperament, and she harbored a certain fear of him. They boarded the car and arrived at school. As customary, students fled at the sight of Yuan Luoyi, but today they dashed away with even greater haste, as if pursued by a knife-wielding assailant. Yuan He was at her side. Upon reaching the principal's office, they found not only the principal, but also 3 elderly gentlemen with white beards, their balding heads suggesting they were school authorities. Yuan He bowed with the grace befitting a nobleman. "Good morning, everyone." The principal rose excitedly. "Yuan He, your presence is a relief. I find myself in a difficult position. The public outrage is overwhelming. Everyone insists that Yuan Luoyi must be expelled for cheating." Yuan He inquired, "So, you intend to expel her?" The principal responded, "Such a significant matter cannot be decided unilaterally. Today, I summoned these 3 leaders to discuss how to address the situation." Yuan Huan glanced over, noting that the 3 school leaders were adversaries of the Yuan family. The eldest leader stated, "Yuan Luoyi's cheating tarnishes our school's reputation. If your family voluntarily withdraws from school, it would preserve dignity on both sides. However, should we delve into an investigation, it would be detrimental for everyone involved." Yuan Huan, composed, settled into the sofa, with Yuan Luoyi beside him. He replied, "You are mistaken. If we proceed with an investigation, only you will suffer." The leader inquired, "What do you mean?" Yuan Huan, glancing at his watch, leisurely stated, "The lawyer will arrive shortly." The principal's expression momentarily froze before shifting to panic. "Oh my, Yuan Fa is coming." Yuan Huan replied, "Not only Yuan Fa, but also the student who made the false accusation. I have identified her and can prove her deceit." Suddenly, the door swung open forcefully, revealing his brother, Yuan Fa, at the threshold. He looked at Yuan Luoyi, dramatically extending his arms as if performing in a play. "Oh, my dear sister, I hear you have encountered a bit of legal trouble recently. How could I, as your elder brother, stand idly by?" Yuan Fa possessed fox-like eyes, long and beautiful, with a slight upward tilt at the corners, always glimmering with cunning. He inherited their father's tall stature, long legs carrying him swiftly to Yuan Luoyi's side. With a gentlemanly bow, he extended his hand, skillfully twisting it to produce a pinkish-white rose, which he pinned to Yuan Luoyi's attire. He flashed a shark-like, wicked grin, "A gift to commemorate our meeting. Do you like it?" Yuan Luoyi instinctively recoiled. Her elder brother would not bestow gifts without ulterior motives. He was certainly up to no good, and this mischief would likely bring her tears. However, with her older brother Yuan Huan present, she felt reassured that Yuan Fa would not dare to overstep. Yuan Fa's gaze remained fixed on her, his voice low and teasing. "You're truly adorable. Still frightened of me." He reached out, intent on ruffling her hair. Yuan Huan's icy stare fixed on Yuan Fa. "You should learn to maintain your distance." Yuan Fa's hand hovered in midair, just an inch from Yuan Luoyi's head. "You know me. I am quite obstinate and will never adhere to the rules set by others." Yuan Fa weighed the consequences of touching his sister, while Yuan Huan silently communicated that the repercussions would be severe. Yuan Fa, notorious for his penchant for snatching Yuan Luoyi's snacks and provoking Yuan Huan, had become a family member most often on the receiving end of reprimands. Yet, this had not crushed his spirit. Rather, it fostered an unusual optimism and a thrill for living on the edge. After becoming a lawyer, Yuan Fa relished the adrenaline of courtroom battles, claiming that the stakes reminded him of his childhood, when he narrowly escaped being beaten. He found joy in it. However, now, his elder brother could not only punish him, but also wield the family's connections to impose consequences that could jeopardize his career. Thus, Yuan Fa withdrew his hand, realizing that a true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. He awaited the perfect moment to reap the rewards he believed he deserved. Two individuals hastily entered the principal's office. One, a young woman clutching a notebook, and the other, a young man wielding a camera. They both bore the fresh aura of recent university graduates, their scholarly demeanor still palpable. They were legal assistants to Yuan Fa, anxiously positioning themselves beside him, awaiting instructions. Yuan Fa, somewhat disdainful of the clumsiness exhibited by his novice assistants, flicked his attire and with a flourish turned towards the principal, remarking, "By the way, Principal, it has been quite a while. I have missed you dearly. When I departed, you had a full head of hair. May I inquire where the other half has vanished?" The principal, caught between irritation and delight, recognized Yuan Fa as one of his most distinguished students, yet also one of his greatest sources of vexation. For this individual possessed a complete lack of moral scruples, a veritable scoundrel. It was a rhetorical question, for he well remembered how dashing he had been in his youth, only to be relentlessly tormented by the 5 brothers of the Yuan family, reducing him to this state. Now, the youngest daughter of the Yuan family had also become a topic of conversation, creating such a stir in a single day that one might fear for their very existence under the tumult wrought by the Yuan clan. Chapter 12. Not a single one left. Yuan Fa placed his hand upon his chest, a look of sorrow etched upon his face. "Principal, my little sister has always been frail. She possesses a transparent soul and eyes that weep, causing me great concern. On the night of the school term's commencement, I spent the entire night awake, fretting over her. However, your words have brought me some solace. After all, she is a member of the Yuan family, destined to bring about ruin." In an instant, Yuan Fa's expression shifted, breaking into a wicked smile as he turned to Yuan Luoyi. "Sister, why does the principal still draw breath? You must continue your efforts to ensure his demise." The principal, angered, adjusted his crooked glasses. "Yuan Fa, do not instill such twisted thoughts in Yuan Luoyi. She still possesses a conscience. What you exalt is naught but heresy. Truth, goodness, and beauty are the true paths of humanity." Yuan Fa clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Ah, truly admirable. You have labored for over 30 years. Witnessing countless students descend from sacred ideals into the grim realities of life. The students you have nurtured bow low to their superiors merely to survive. And yet you still believe in the existence of truth, goodness, and beauty. His gaze swept over the 3 school administrators present. Among you, who is not driven by greed? Compared to your feigned benevolence, I am merely more honest about my desires. The administrators, directly called out, seethed with indignation. They were esteemed figures, and the principal treated them with utmost courtesy. Yet Yuan Fa, a young upstart, dared to mock them openly. One of the administrators warned, "Young man, I advise you to tread carefully. When I was in conflict with your grandfather, you were not yet born." Yuan Fa's nird derisivity. Sir, I would likewise advise caution. You are well aware that my sister did not cheat on her exam. Yet to serve your own interests, you insist on placing this unjust blame upon her. Such egregious behavior could very well lead to your own downfall. The 3 administrators ground their teeth in frustration, but refrained from further comment, wary of leaving themselves vulnerable to repercussions. Yuan Fa was a formidable figure in the legal realm, renowned for unraveling complex cases and exposing the true culprits. Half of the leaders in prison were incarcerated through his efforts. Consequently, many officials, upon hearing of his arrival, abandoned their possessions and fled under the cover of night. Bang! The door to the principal's office was violently kicked open, and a fearsome man strode in. The principal gasped in dismay, lamenting the rough treatment his golden amador had endured twice that day. The next time matters concerning the Yuan family arose, he would commandeer the office of the disciplinary director. One may not share in the blessings, but must certainly bear the burdens together. The man gripped a sheet of paper tightly, shaking it in agitation. Yuan Fa, how dare you send me a lawyer's letter, and to slander my daughter with false accusations? A little girl adorned with a pink bow entered behind him. Yuan Luoyi recognized her as Ma Mei from Class C. She typically devoted her time to winning the favor of Su Sun, who, regrettably, paid her little mind and rarely engaged with her. Ma Mei had settled for the role of a subordinate to Su Sun's entourage, often fetching drinks and snacks, akin to a servant. Yuan Luoyi suddenly realized it was Ma Mei who had falsely accused her of cheating. The man who had burst in was presumably Ma Mei's father, rumored to be a wealthy businessman in the coal trade. Ma Mei's mother hurried in, her high-heeled shoes clicking rhythmically against the floor. Unlike her impulsive husband, she understood the dire consequences of offending the Yuan family. Panicked, she exclaimed, "You must be mistaken. My daughter is exceptionally kind. How could she ever slander the Yuan family's daughter?" Ma's father challenged them. "You claim my daughter wrote an anonymous letter of accusation. Do you have any evidence?" Yuan Fa turned to Yuan Hua, asking, "Is the evidence ready?" Yuan Hua replied, "It's on its way." Yuan Fa, growing impatient, urged, "I cannot wait any longer. Why not make a call to expedite it?" Yuan Hua sighed. "It seems you will never learn the virtue of patience." Glancing at his watch, he declared, "All right, the time has come." No sooner had he spoken than all the phones began to ring, a cacophony of notifications resembling a chaotic symphony. Everyone retrieved their devices to discover a surveillance video, which showcased Ma Mei. In the video, Ma Mei exclaimed, "How could Yuan Luoyi suddenly score 100? Her English has always been poor. She must have cheated." A boy retorted, "What do you plan to do? You have no evidence." Ma Mei rolled her eyes, "Fool. Just because I lack evidence doesn't mean I can't fabricate it. Stay away. I'm going to draft an anonymous letter. Once it's sent, Yuan Luoyi is finished." Ha ha. She has been so aloof, ignoring my greetings. People like her deserve to be ostracized by class. Ma's mother was taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. She had never expected her usually polite daughter to utter such profanity. Grasping Ma Mei by the arm, she demanded, "How could you do something like this?" Ma Mei choked on her words, paralyzed by fear since receiving the lawyer's letter. Wasn't it supposed to be anonymous? That was why she dared to accuse them, never anticipating that the Yuan family could obtain surveillance footage. In tears, Ma Mei cried, "I won't do it again." Witnessing the overwhelming evidence, Ma's father immediately shifted his demeanor, asserting, "Even if my daughter did accuse someone falsely, so what? She's only 12. What does she know? You adults are ganging up on a child. Where's your sense of morality?" Yuan Hua replied languidly, "The fact that we have not raised a child like yours speaks volumes of our moral standing." Ma's father was momentarily at a loss for words, resorting to impotent rage. She asked, just a child. What malice could she possibly possess? And what is the point of sending a lawyer's letter? Will the law really hold a 12-year-old accountable? Yuan Fa chuckled coldly. I am quite surprised that you possess even a modicum of legal awareness. While criminal law may not apply, we can certainly pursue civil action. As he approached Yuan Luoyi, he continued, your daughter's actions have inflicted severe psychological harm on my sister. She is already under immense academic pressure, and this ordeal has pushed her to the brink of mental collapse. Yuan Fa leaned closer to Yuan Luoyi and whispered, cry, taken aback by the sudden request. Yuan Luoyi found it difficult to produce tears without the buildup of emotion, despite her propensity to cry easily. Yuan Fa added, I have eaten all of the limited edition chocolate you were hiding. Yuan Luoyi asked, not a single piece left? Yuan Fa replied, not a single piece. Yuan Luoyi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Her gaze dimmed as if her heart had perished. Yuan Fa smiled, declaring, perfect. He noticed his two assistants still standing there, dazed, and impatiently gestured for them to act. Hurry, gather the evidence. Only then did the two assistants spring into action. One activated the voice recorder while the other switched on the camera, capturing the heartbreaking scene of Yuan Luoyi's despair. Yuan Fa presented a lawsuit to Father Ma, stating, as my sister's representative, I demand compensation for emotional damages, along with a public apology in designated media. Upon seeing the amount, Father Ma's face flushed with rage. He crumpled the lawsuit and hurled it to the ground, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? Why should I pay such an exorbitant sum? Yuan Fa replied, I have examined your company's accounts. You can indeed afford it given your current assets. Father Ma bellowed in fury, I'm not saying I can't pay. I'm saying you are insane. It's merely a conflict between children, and you expect me to go bankrupt? I can hire a lawyer too. How could you possibly win with such outrageous demands? Yuan Fa exchanged knowing glances with Yuan He, smirking at the naivety of this new generation of affluent individuals. If they had simply surrendered the funds, the Yuan family's vengeance could have been curtailed. Yuan Fa remarked, brother, I must engage in something perilous. Will you support me? Yuan He replied, I will always stand by you. With the eldest brother of the Yuan family, who commanded wealth and connections, lending his voice, Yuan Fa felt emboldened. The law, if not enforced with force, is merely a stack of paper. Similarly, without the unwavering support of the Yuan family, Yuan Fa would not have the means to incarcerate so many individuals. Chapter 13. 1 week deadline. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Mother Ma trembled as she stepped forward. My daughter Mai will sincerely apologize. Could we perhaps lessen the compensation? Yuan Fa regarded the woman with sympathy. She had wed the wrong man and had been led astray in raising her child. Had she divorced sooner, she could have mitigated her losses. Yuan Fa handed her a document. You need not worry about financial matters, as this man's assets are no longer of concern to you. As Mother Ma perused the document, her expression transformed from shock to anger, eventually culminating in sorrow. She approached Father Ma. Slap! She struck him fiercely across the face. Father Ma, clutching his cheek, stared wide-eyed. You dare hit me. You don't work. You laze around the house all day, consuming my resources, and still. Slap! Mother Ma delivered another blow, followed by a flurry of punches. Through her tears, she cried out, you scoundrel, transferring assets to other women, going so far as to notarize a will that bequeaths everything to your illegitimate child, leaving nothing for my daughter. Father Ma bellowed, who told you to bear no sons? This was the first time Mai witnessed her parents in conflict. She stood frozen in place, fear etched on her face. The principal hurriedly intervened, separating the two. Mother Ma's high heel broke, prompting her to remove her shoes and stand barefoot. Father Ma's face was marred with scratch marks, grimacing in pain. Yuan Fa courteously presented Mother Ma with a business card. My firm has a lawyer named Zhang, who specializes in divorce litigation. She can recover all the funds your husband has redirected to his mistresses and assist you in claiming damages for the breach of engagement. Mother Ma accepted the card, inquiring, what about custody of the children? Yuan Fa replied, given that your husband is on the brink of bankruptcy, your chances are significantly improved. Wiping away her tears, Mother Ma declared, Very well, I shall hire her. Father Ma, seething with rage, pointed a finger at Yuan Fa and shouted, "This is my family matter. Who gave you permission to investigate?" Unfazed, Yuan Fa produced another document. "I enjoy winning and despise losing, so I prefer to be well prepared before the court proceedings." Father Ma yelled, "This is illegal." Yuan Fa retorted, "Your words betray your agitation. They are mere ramblings. I am but a gossip enthusiast, just like everyone else. How could that be deemed illegal?" Yuan Fa extended the document toward him, but Father Ma recoiled, refusing to accept it. "You should take a look. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing imprisonment," Yuan Fa warned. Reluctantly, Father Ma accepted the document and began to read, his complexion draining of color as his hand trembled uncontrollably. "How could you know this?" Yuan Fa smiled, exuding a predatory aura. "Fear not, sir. You have merely made the common errors of any businessman. However, I have a rather advantageous proposal. If you agree to our terms for compensating emotional distress, we can conveniently overlook the contents of this document." The former bravado of Father Ma dissipated. He resembled a deflated balloon, his posture collapsing under the weight of despair. After a brief moment, he retrieved the lawsuit he had previously discarded, slowly unfurling it and smoothing out the creases, intent on meticulously examining the terms of emotional distress compensation. However, the pressure he had applied earlier had rendered the text somewhat illegible. Yuan Fa gestured, and his female assistant hurried over, presenting him with a pristine contract. Yuan Fa handed the contract to Ma's father, thoughtfully providing a pen as well. "This is a settlement agreement, which already encompasses the compensation terms. Once you sign, the matter will be concluded." Ma's father closed his eyes and took a deep breath, still uncertain. Yuan Fa remarked, "Ah, I am rather impatient and dislike waiting. I shall give you 3 minutes. If you have not signed by then, we shall meet in court." Yuan Luoyi's stomach growled, and Yuan Huan, having heard it, said, "Yuan Luoyi hasn't had breakfast and is quite hungry. We must expedite this." Yuan Fa conceded, "Very well, then, let us make it 3 seconds. 3, 2. Ma's father, in a state of despair, shouted, "Stop counting. I will sign." Trembling, he scrawled his name. Once Yuan Fa saw that Ma's father had completed the signature, he swiftly snatched the contract, taking 2 or 3 steps to place it dramatically on Yuan Luoyi's lap. "Your brother has secured you some pocket money. Are you pleased?" Yuan Luoyi felt a flicker of joy. "Thank you, second brother." Just as she was about to open the contract to ascertain the amount of compensation, Yuan Fa abruptly seized it back. He flashed a shark-like grin. "But you're only 11 years old, and this sum is substantial. The subsequent claims process will also be quite cumbersome, so I shall keep it safe." Yuan Luoyi's eyes, still misty from tears, glared at him. "You heartless lawyer." Yuan Fa smiled. "Oh, dear sister, you are truly a delightful creature. Thank you for the compliment." The principal observed the 3 children of the Yuan family. The eldest, Yuan Huan, was mature and composed, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, elegantly seated on the sofa, arms extended protectively over his younger sister. The second, Yuan Fa, was vivacious and cunning, relishing the frontline confrontations with adversaries, flamboyantly showcasing his charm, while also safeguarding his sister in his own manner. As for the youngest daughter of the Yuan family, having just wept, her eyes were still filled with mist, evoking sympathy. She was the cherished jewel of the Yuan household, capable of quelling the darkness, madness, and insatiable bloodlust that loomed before her. The principal shook his head, sighing. Ma's father was exceedingly foolish, for the Yuan family's retribution had only just begun. The 5 brothers of the Yuan family were inclined to maintain a facade of normalcy only in the presence of their sister. With matters now settled, the Ma family departed. Ma Mei could never have anticipated that one false accusation would lead to the collapse of her entire family. She wept continuously, while her mother appeared significantly more resolute. Head held high and barefoot, busily dialing the lawyer Zhang. She intended to seize every last asset from Ma's father. The 3 school administrators, having weathered a storm, were left in disarray. Yuan Fa had refrained from direct confrontation, yet his actions served as a warning. If the Yuan family could uncover every detail about Ma's father, they were equally capable of uncovering everything about them. And how could those who had risen to high positions ever be entirely unblemished? More importantly, the Yuan family has once again demonstrated their formidable prowess. The five brothers wield influence across various domains, and united, they are invincible. The swift resolution of the investigation this time can be attributed to the extensive connections of the eldest brother, Yuan Hua, within the business realm. Yuan Hua turned to the three school leaders and gently inquired, "Now, is my sister still regarded as a student who cheated on her exam?" Silently, the three men gathered their briefcases, rose, cast a fierce glare at Yuan Hua, and staggered out. Without a doubt, this confrontation marked a defeat for these seasoned gentlemen. The principal wiped his brow with a handkerchief, exclaiming, "Please, in the future, do not turn my office into a battlefield. My heart cannot withstand it." With a smile, Yuan Hua responded, "Shall I treat you to a meal another day?" The principal quickly shook his head, saying, No, you three, just leave at once." Yuan Luoyi was eager to depart, as she was genuinely hungry. After exiting the principal's office, Yuan Fa remarked, "Having a sister has indeed made me much kinder." Yuan Luoyi replied, "I can't perceive any change." Yuan Fa continued, "The girl named May has her birthday in a week. I have decided to send her father to prison only after she celebrates her birthday." Yuan Luoyi was perplexed. "Huh? Did you not say that once compensation is made, we would forget about his criminal actions?" Yuan Fa shook his head in resignation. "What I meant was a temporary forgetfulness. I simply did not disclose that the time frame was 1 week." Yuan Luoyi sighed. "You truly are exceptionally wicked. Yuan Fa chuckled. Demanding compensation is a matter of principle. Upholding justice is a noble endeavor. Where is the wrongdoing in that? They should harbor a reverence for justice. And I am merely the executor of that justice." Chapter 14. Still staying, the matter has been resolved. Elder brother and second brother are set to return. After finishing her breakfast, Yuan Luoyi proceeded to her classes as usual. Seizing the moment, while elder brother Yuan Hua was away, second brother Yuan Fa playfully ruffled Yuan Luoyi's hair. Yuan Fa was utterly delighted, exclaiming, "The sensation is just as exquisite as before." Yuan Luoyi struggled in indignation, declaring, "I shall report you to elder brother." Yuan Fa retorted, "Since when have you two grown so close? Weren't you always avoiding him? You were much more attached to me in our childhood. Do you remember? Each time you cried, you would search for me everywhere, unable to shake me off." Yuan Luoyi shouted, "That was because you were the only one at home." Yuan Fa feigned a sorrowful sigh. "How unfair to use someone and then cast them aside. I am not your disposable handkerchief, remembered only for wiping your tears. That would infuriate me." He poked Yuan Luoyi's cheek with his finger, warning, "You should know this. When I am angry, you will find yourself in trouble." Yuan Luoyi was well aware of the repercussions. Her hidden snacks would mysteriously vanish. Her cherished toys would be snatched away. In severe instances, she would find herself utterly alone, while Yuan Fa lurked in the shadows, observing her. When she began to cry, he would emerge to comfort her gently. After years of this dynamic, Yuan Luoyi was convinced that her second brother was not quite normal. At times, he could be chillingly indifferent, watching her cry with a dispassionate gaze, as cold as a machine. Yet, there were moments when he displayed tenderness, performing small tricks to amuse her, though Yuan Luoyi remained uncertain whether this glimpse of humanity was genuine or merely an act. With a determined effort, Yuan Luoyi broke free from Yuan Fa's grasp, asserting, "If you bring me misfortune, I can make you suffer too." Yuan Fa grinned mischievously. "How intriguing. Have you entered your rebellious phase at the tender age of 11? It is peculiar that despite your constant rejection of me, I am still so forgiving. Had it been anyone else, I would have sent them away long ago." Then, with a snap of his fingers, a piece of chocolate materialized miraculously between them, gently landing in Yuan Luoyi's palm. "I have saved one for you, the osmanthus flavor, for I recall that it is your favorite." Yuan Luoyi replied, "My favorite is actually the liqueur flavor." Yuan Fa responded, "My dear sister, that is my favorite as well. Naturally, I shall keep that for myself. Why would I leave it for you?" He placed a hand over his heart, feigning a look of profound compassion. "Such a selfish being am I. Yet I am willing to share a morsel with you." It is nothing short of a miracle. I must have encountered you in a past life. Otherwise, I cannot explain why so much affection wells up within me when I am with you. Thus, given my boundless kindness and generosity in resolving your myriad troubles, I shall take away all the snacks you have hidden, considering it payment for my legal fees. What? Yuan Luoyi stared incredulously at her second brother Yuan Fa, nearly rendering her breathless. She reached out to grasp him, but he laughed and departed, his long legs striding away until he vanished in the distance. Even as an adult, Yuan Fa sometimes engages in rather childish behavior. With a firm pat on his chest, Yuan Luoyi took a moment to steady his heartbeat. It's all right, provisions can be restocked. After all, his elder brother is not home every day. This time, he must find a secure hiding place for his snacks. On the way to Class D, Yuan Luoyi spotted son Junxian loitering along her usual path, seemingly waiting for her. They were classmates in elementary school. During breaks, the girls would gather together in laughter, leaving Yuan Luoyi feeling excluded and lonely, prompting her to seek out son Junxian for conversation. Sin's family were old friends of the Yuan family, so son Junxian was unafraid of Yuan Luoyi and willingly engaged with her. Upon reuniting in middle school, Yuan Luoyi approached son Junxian once more, but this time, he pushed her, causing her to stumble dramatically in front of everyone. Now, the mixed-race boy with golden hair leaned against the wall, sunlight illuminating him, making him appear radiant. As the school heartthrob, San Junxuan's striking looks were such that they could overshadow his less-than pleasant personality. However, Yuan Luoyi had no desire to interact with him any longer. She circumvented Sun Junxian and turned down another path, arriving at Class D. Yuhua stood up excitedly upon seeing her, concern etched across his face. Are you all right? Yuan Luoyi, momentarily taken aback, recalled after a second. A typical girl would feel quite upset when faced with such false accusations. Yuhua presumed she had been affected, but in truth, she felt little. In the grand scheme of life and death, all matters seemed trivial, and having frequently glimpsed fragments of memories involving death, her demeanor had grown considerably more placid. With an air of nonchalance, Yuan Luoyi replied, I'm fine. Yuhua cautiously took a seat beside her. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist. Yuan Luoyi felt a stir of warmth. It was a novel sensation to be cared for by a friend. I truly am fine. The slander was instigated by Ma Mei from Class C, and she will post an apology video online tonight, so this matter will be resolved. Also, thank you for your concern. A faint blush crept across Yuhua's previously pale cheeks as he flusteredly waved his hands. It's nothing. His voice dwindled while his face grew increasingly crimson. You must be hungry. I'll go buy some snacks. He turned and dashed out of the classroom, nearly tripping over his own feet due to his clumsiness. Once he reached the cafeteria, Yuhua exhaled in relief. Coming from a household of boys, he felt nervous speaking with a lovely girl like Yuan Luoyi. After purchasing the snacks, Yuhua was on his way back when he noticed son Junxian pacing in front of the window of Class D. Yuhua tapped him on the shoulder. What are you doing? Son Junxian jumped in surprise. None of your business. Yuhua replied, if you wish to apologize, your demeanor should be more sincere. Stop scheming. You must think that since Yuan Luoyi was recently slandered, she is vulnerable, and a few sweet words will win her forgiveness. Feeling exposed, San Junxian angrily shook off Yuhua's hand. You've only known her for a few days. Who do you think you are to critique me? Yuhua remarked. Indeed, however, he smiled. Only after losing do we learn to cherish. It truly is too late. Sun Junxian felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. Yuhua always had an uncanny ability to strike at his sore spots. In comparison to his peers, Yuhua was evidently far more astute. Holding a snack, Yuhua made his way to the classroom, saying, you should hurry back. Class begins in a minute. Unlike our Class D, being late in class, it would be quite embarrassing. Sun Junxian glanced at his watch, exclaiming, damn it, and hurried off. As on the previous day, Yuan Luoyi and Yuhua enjoyed their snacks while attending an online class, relishing the carefree nature of their studies. With fragments of memories from the 99th generation, Yuan Luoyi grasped many concepts, making this experience less about acquiring new knowledge and more akin to revisiting old lessons. For Yuhua, possessing a high intellectual capacity, The teaching material seemed overly simplistic. After a short while, he began to lose focus. Chapter 15. That world upon returning home that evening. Yuan Luoyi was taken aback to find both her parents present, albeit amidst an atmosphere thick with tension. Her mother sat on the sofa, her expression stern, while her father leafed through the newspaper with an air of indifference. From Yuan Luoyi's keen observations, it was evident that the couple had just had a quarrel. However, the situation did not seem dire. If her mother were truly irate, the walls would be adorned with knives, and her father would certainly bear the marks of conflict. As a spy and assassin, Yuan's mother had declared upon marrying Yuan's father that she would only know widowhood, never divorce. Yuan's father had accepted this stipulation with grace, asserting that it would be quite challenging to eliminate him, given his own experience on the battlefield. Thus, amidst the blessings of others, they united in matrimony, embarking on a tumultuous yet passionate journey of love. Upon noticing Yuan Luoyi's return, her mother's demeanor softened. "Darling, you're back. How was your day at school?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "It was all right." Her father scoffed, "All right? You've plummeted to Class D, and yet you still fail to take your studies seriously. What on earth are you doing all day?" Unfazed by her father's reprimand, Yuan Luoyi had grown accustomed to his sternness and resolved to ignore him completely, determined to maintain her carefree disposition. However, her mother was incensed by his words. "Why can't you show a little less concern for academics and more for people?" Yuan's father remained silent. Rising in frustration, her mother exclaimed, "Here we go again. The moment I ask you a question, you fall silent. I just asked you who that girl in the photo is, and yet you refuse to answer." Yuan's father replied, "She is my junior. There's nothing between us." Her mother retorted, "Very well then, if I and your so-called junior were to fall into a river simultaneously, who would you save first?" Yuan Luoyi sensed the brewing storm. Her parents' marital crisis was unfolding before her eyes as her gaze oscillated between them. Her mother appeared fierce, while her father wore a furrowed brow. As a powerful arms dealer, he could remain unflappable amidst chaos. Yet this timeless dilemma posed by his wife rendered him somewhat helpless. It is well known that hypothetical questions such as these invariably lead to a thorough reprimanding from one's spouse, regardless of the response given. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Yuan's father declared, "I will not answer any of your questions until my lawyer arrives." Yuan Luoyi was astonished to see her father so anxious as to invoke a Miranda warning. Thankfully, her older brother, Yuan Fa, was absent. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be drawn into this marital skirmish. While Yuan's father dared not confront her mother directly, he often resorted to throwing their son under the bus for self-preservation. A glance at her mother's countenance revealed a growing fury. It was evident that her father had answered poorly, and the consequence would be that he would be spending the night in a hotel, likely donning a bulletproof vest for safety. However, based on her memories from a past life, Yuan Luoyi knew that her father was truly innocent of infidelity. That junior was entrusted to him by a comrade on his deathbed, which explained his extra care. The ambiguous photographs her mother had seen were maliciously taken by rival factions of the Yuan family. In essence, this was merely a trivial spat between spouses, not yet escalating to a life-or-death situation. They would soon resolve their misunderstandings on their own. As Yuan Luoyi turned to leave, her father shouted after her, "Where are you going?" The Yuan family adhered to an unspoken agreement. No matter how intense their conflicts, they must coexist peacefully in the presence of Yuan Luoyi, for she was prone to tears. Her mother had never displayed any form of aggression before her. It was evident that Yuan's father wished for her to stay, as that would prevent her mother from resorting to violence. With a troubled expression, Yuan Luoyi replied, "My studies have recently been delayed, and I must make the most of my time to learn. Goodbye." After saying this, she hurried away, relishing the sound of her mother unsheathing a knife. It was all right. Her father was strong, and he would survive. Upon returning to her room, Yuan Luoyi flung her backpack aside. Studying? That was out of the question. After 8 in the evening, it was time for leisure. She took out her phone to scroll through videos for a while and browse through some novels. Feeling somewhat bored, she decided to log into her secondary account, only to find that her followers had surged to 290,000. She had done nothing recently, yet the system had managed to attract so many followers. Ding! System notification. Influence has reached 30. Welfare period has ended. From now on, please rely on your own efforts to increase influence. Yuan Luoyi realized with a start that this was the effect of the welfare period. Ding. Would the host like to unlock the time reversal function? Yuan Luoyi was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift unlocking of this mysterious feature. Intrigued, she decided to give it a try while she had the time. Activate time reversal function, she commanded. Ding. Activation successful. Please prepare for a potential disorientation. What? Before she could fully comprehend, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she felt as if her room was flipping upside down. A second later, she realized it was not the room that was in disarray, but rather herself who had fallen onto the bed. Everything plunged into darkness. Yuan Luoyi heard the cacophony of cars and the sound of countless footsteps. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a bustling square, where people rushed past her, seemingly oblivious to her sudden appearance. Where is this? As she surveyed her surroundings, the place felt both familiar and alien. Before her stood a skyscraper adorned with a massive display screen broadcasting the news. A female host was reading from a script. After several days of investigation by the police, the last member of the Yuan family has been confirmed dead. A thunderous noise erupted in Yuan Luoyi's mind as she stared at the photograph on the screen. In addition to an image of her grown self, there were her father, mother, and 5 brothers, all marked with the words deceased beneath their names. The host continued to relay the news, while several commentators in the studio animatedly discussed the peculiar deaths of the Yuan family members. The clamor of the square faded away, leaving Yuan Luoyi alone with the increasingly heavy sound of her own heartbeat. After repeatedly adjusting her breathing, Yuan Luoyi finally regained the ability to think clearly. She understood this was the future. After her unjust demise, her 5 brothers had begun to seek vengeance, only to meet with similarly bizarre fates. This was the tragic conclusion of a Yuan family. Ding! The system prompt indicated that the time for retracing was running out. The surroundings once again warped, and a dizzying sensation overtook her. Yuan Luoyi abruptly rose, only to collide with something that was still breathing. Ouch! Your little head is quite tough. Yuan Fa lamented. Rubbing her forehead, Yuan Luoyi gazed at Yuan Fa in confusion. Why are you in my room? Upon noticing the overturned snacks on the table, she realized her food stash had once again been compromised. Yuan Fa inquired, what was that all about? You looked in great distress. I intended to wake you, but you suddenly sprang up and bumped into me. The fleeting glimpse of a future she had witnessed left Yuan Luoyi feeling cold and paralyzed. Death loomed over the Yuan family, and not just for her. Everyone was destined for the direst of fates. She yearned to confide in her older brother, but her throat felt constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her utterly voiceless. The system forbade her from speaking. Yuan Fa noticed his sister's distress, his large hand enveloping her small one. You are trembling. Did you have a nightmare? Yuan Luoyi nodded. What did you dream about? He asked. I dreamt that you died. She replied. Yuan Fa chuckled as he embraced Yuan Luoyi. Silly girl, how could your second brother possibly die? Her trembling intensified, and she clutched the fabric of his white shirt, her wide eyes fixated on him. This reminded Yuan Fa of when Yuan Luoyi was 3 years old. Whenever she was frightened, she would curl up in his embrace just like this. Wrapping his arms around her, he comforted her. It was merely a bad dream. Do not be afraid. I'm right here by your side. Chapter 16, he is abnormal, but will not let his sister see the blood on his shirt. Yuan Fa has known from a young age that he is different. He is also aware that his 4 brothers are similarly unusual, though they prefer to masquerade as normal individuals, whereas Yuan Fa shuns the pretense. Normal people recoil at the sight of blood, while he finds exhilaration. Normal individuals empathize with the suffering of others, yet he remains indifferent. While others yearn for love and affection, he is oblivious to the concept of love. Yuan Fa takes pride in this distinction, believing that the heavens have endowed him with unparalleled intelligence at the cost of his human emotions, a fair exchange in his view. Among the 5 siblings, the eldest, Yuan Huan, is the most adept at acting. He wears a polite smile, shows respect to their parents, and treats the weaker with gentlemanly grace. When he desires, he can easily win the affection of all. However, this does not prevent Yuan Huan from revealing his cruel nature. When provoked by Yuan Fa, he would submerge Yuan Fa's head in the icy river. Water filled Yuan Fa's lungs, and the metallic taste of blood filled his throat. He was certain his brother would kill him. Thus he resolved to refrain from further provocation. Yet, Yuan Huan underwent a sudden transformation with the arrival of the sixth child in the Yuan family, Yuan Luoyi, a girl. Initially, Yuan Fa presumed she would share their traits of high intellect and emotional detachment. However, the wail of a newborn shattered that assumption. She could cry. She possessed emotions. Their mother entrusted Yuan Luoyi to Yuan Huan, stating, "This child is fragile. You must protect her." From that moment, Yuan Huan's dull gaze brightened, and he even learned to smile naturally. Occasionally, Yuan Fa felt as if Yuan Huan had developed normal emotions. The infant was like a remedy, specifically designed to heal their troubled souls. Yuan Fa was intrigued, but Yuan Huan forbade him from approaching Yuan Luoyi. Thus, Yuan Fa resorted to stealing her away. She cried loudly, irritating Yuan Fa. Soon, Yuan Huan traced the sound, and it marked the day Yuan Fa came closest to death. Yuan Fa believed he would never again be able to approach his sister, yet fate soon provided him an opportunity. Yuan Huan was compelled to travel abroad, and 3-year-old Yuan Luoyi, unaware of the meaning of separation, gleefully lifted her tiny hand to grasp the hem of Yuan Huan's garment. However, Yuan Huan forcefully broke free, dragging his suitcase and resolutely departing. As evening fell, Yuan Huan did not return as expected. Yuan Luoyi began searching for him, but after fruitless attempts, she sat at the door, waiting until darkness enveloped her. Yuan Fa approached her and said, "Do not wait. He will not return." Tears welled in Yuan Luoyi's eyes. Why? There is no reason. He simply will not come back. You have been abandoned. Elder brother would never abandon me. You have indeed been forsaken. From now on, I shall take care of you. I do not want you. You have no choice. Yuan Luoyi burst into tears, her small frame curled up and trembling like a soft pillow. Yuan Fa regarded her with indifference, his heart devoid of any stirring. His human emotions had vanished entirely, and Yuan Luoyi could not heal him. In the days that followed, Yuan Fa could only manage to feed Yuan Luoyi on time, ensuring her survival, while spending the rest of his time engrossed in his own pursuits. The cries of the little girl were incessant as she searched for her brother. However, Yuan Fa felt that the situation was gradually improving. He had grown accustomed to the sound of her sobbing and no longer allowed it to irritate him. He found he could endure the emotional outbursts of this little companion. Yuan Fa decided to take a break for himself, handing over the care of Yuan Luoyi to a maid, and ventured out to enjoy himself, returning home late for 5 consecutive days. If it weren't for the occasional wails that pierced the night, he might have forgotten Yuan Luoyi's existence altogether. In comparison to Yuan Huan, he certainly did not consider himself a good brother. One night, Yuan Luoyi began to cry again, her sobs more sorrowful than usual, an expression of human emotion that Yuan Fa could not comprehend. Tossing and turning in bed, he found himself unable to sleep, his irritation bubbling to the surface. He rose swiftly and strode into Yuan Luoyi's room, pushing the door open with force. Standing against the moonlight, he asked, "Can you please stop crying?" Yuan Fa expected that his sudden appearance might frighten her or provoke even louder wails. Yet, she did neither. Instead, her large eyes locked onto his, and she stumbled toward him, throwing herself into his embrace, her tiny body trembling. Through her sobs, Yuan Luoyi choked out, "I thought you weren't coming back." That night, she smeared her tears and snot all over Yuan Fa's shirt, yet he remarkably resisted the urge to push her away. The good news was that a semblance of humanity still lingered within him. The warmth that surged through his once icy heart felt undeniably real. The bad news was that his holiday had come to an end, and without him, this dirty little sister might very well cry herself to death. In that moment, Yuan Fa began to understand Yuan Huan a bit more. To be relied upon by such an innocent life was indeed a beautiful thing. After spending some time with Yuan Luoyi, Yuan Fa noticed that his younger brother, Yuan Yong, had also begun to take an interest in her, lingering nearby in search of an opportunity to get closer. Without hesitation, Yuan Fa delivered a blow to him. They both recognized each other as devoid of compassion. But Yuan Fa felt he was more suited to care for their sister. Yuan Yong simply did not measure up. Clearly, Yuan Yong shared this sentiment, for he did not submit, but rather attempted to challenge Yuan Fa. Unfortunately, after the age of 13, Yuan Fa had shot up in height, while Yuan Yong remained small and could not compete with him. Following this confrontation, Yuan Fa understood why Yuan Huan had once struck him with such ferocity. It was purely instinctual. Yuan Fa, too, had fought Yuan Yong with unrestrained force, unable to temper his strength. He even took the considerate step of dragging Yuan Yong into a corner to avoid leaving any psychological scars on their sister. Since having a sister, he had indeed become increasingly benevolent. When Yuan Li began to search for him, her voice tinged with tears, Yuan Fa ceased his assaults on Yuan Yong. He brushed the dust off his white shirt, cradled Yuan Luoyi, and left. As long as he held her, she would immediately quiet down and cease her crying, a fact that Yuan Fa found quite pleasing. Now, at 11 years old, Yuan Li nestled in Yuan Fa's arms, her large eyes gazing up at him, reminiscent of when she was 3. Within those eyes lay a delicate emotion that continuously captivated Yuan Fa, occasionally stirring within him a sense of tenderness. Yet, curiously, Yuan Luoyi did not settle down as she used to. She continued to tremble, as if she were on the brink of being consumed by darkness. Yuan Fa meticulously scrutinized her visage, yet he found himself unable to decipher the thoughts swirling within her mind. He resolved to employ the simplest of methods to lull Yuan Luoyi into tranquility. His large hand enveloping her face, her lush eyelashes brushing against his palm. "Sleep now," he murmured. "I shall watch over you." "What if I have another nightmare?" Yuan Luoyi inquired. "Then I shall venture into your nightmare, transforming all that is terrifying into something delightful. You see, I am quite the adept magician. In your childhood, whenever someone departed, you presumed they had perished, and you would weep incessantly. Thus, I often concealed myself, emerging only when you believed me to be gone, eliciting your joyous laughter once more. Perhaps in that nightmare of yours, I have not perished, merely hidden away. This time, as you drift into slumber, I shall reveal myself to you." "Like magic?" Yuan Luoyi asked. "Indeed, like magic. All sorrow serves as a prelude to a beautiful conclusion." Chapter 17. Beyond ordinary malice, the words of his second brother brought a measure of solace to Yuan Luoyi. He was an enigmatic figure, perpetually adorned with a bloodthirsty smile. His movements exaggerated like a theatrical performance. He recited lengthy lines with profound emotion, yet the depths of his gaze were chillingly devoid of warmth, for he was inherently indifferent, incapable of empathy. Nonetheless, Yuan Luoyi understood that he would not truly harm her. Within the confines of the room, Yuan Fa laid Yuan Luoyi down and covered her with a blanket. With a snap of his fingers, the lights dimmed, and the silvery moonlight poured in, casting him in silhouette at the bedside, resembling a coiled serpent. In her childhood, when plagued by nightmares, Yuan Fa would vigilantly guard her bedside until she fell asleep once more. Presently, he assumed she was once again terrorized by dreams, unaware that her true fear lay in the lurking adversary shrouded in darkness. What kind of power could bring about the downfall of the entire Yuan family? Fragmented memories revealed that at the age of 18, she was discovered to be an impostor, expelled by her father, and subsequently sentenced to death. Yet, the sequence of events remained obscure to her. It is said that the devil resides in the details, and perhaps the cunning true culprit lurked within these fragmented recollections. Perhaps Yuan Luoyi could alter the tragic fate of the Yuan family. No, it was solely her destiny to change it. This might explain why she found herself reborn as Yuan Luoyi for a second time. As she closed her eyes and regulated her breathing, Yuan Luoyi gradually succumbed to slumber. Each time she drifted into sleep, she glimpsed more fragments of memories, the recollections of her 99 lifetimes intertwining and manifesting at random. She sought to grasp the memories she needed. At last it came. She beheld her 18-year-old self standing in a courtroom, surrounded by a throng of reporters, facing 3 judges. The gavel struck. With the jury's deliberation, Yuan Luoyi was declared guilty of murder, sentenced to immediate execution. Confusion enveloped her. Whom did I kill? No, I would never commit murder. This is a miscarriage of justice. The more pertinent question is, who was the victim? And who framed me? Desperate to uncover more details, the memories abruptly ceased. Other lifetimes' memories surged before her, as she was suddenly engulfed in an overwhelming heat, her skin aflame with pain. It was the dark medieval era, and the crowd roared. She is a witch, a harbinger of calamity. Burn her! Burn her at once! Bound to a stake, flames ravaged her, the searing heat consuming her frail form as the excruciating agony of the pyre engulfed her. The cries of the crowd pierced the heavens. Yuan Luoyi jolted awake, specifically roused by Yuan Fa's gentle shaking. His cold hand rested upon her forehead, dispelling some of the heat. "You were ensnared by a nightmare," he stated. It took Yuan Luoyi a moment to distinguish between reality and the dreamscape. The memories of her 99 lives had imparted many skills, but they also unveiled the torments of reincarnation, starvation, disease, and now, the agony of being burned alive. She sat up and glanced at the clock. It was 2 a.m. On the table lies a smartphone belonging to Yuan Fa, with a game still in progress, as messages from teammates pop up one after another, urging him to deploy troops and conquer territories. Surrounding him are numerous torn snack wrappers, indicating that he had been indulging in snacks while gaming. Yuan Luoyi remarked, "You've devoured all my snacks. They were quite expensive, some even limited edition." Yuan Fa retorted, "Little one, do not be greedy. I am a distinguished lawyer, charging by the hour. Your mere offering of snacks allows a noble being like me to serve you, a privilege others can only dream of. So be content." Yuan Luoyi found his reasoning somewhat valid, yet sensed an incongruity in his logic. After all, Yuan Fa was not working but engrossed in his game. However, years of familiarity taught her that debating with a lawyer, especially a cunning one like Yuan Fa, was ill-advised. He had an uncanny ability to make one feel guilty while portraying himself as the innocent victim. Yuan Luoyi reclined back down, and noticing her tranquility, Yuan Fa resumed his gaming on the sofa. In the dimly lit room, the glow of the phone screen illuminated his face. As the game reached a climactic showdown, he appeared remarkably calm, with his fox-like, elongated eyes betraying no emotion. Yuan Fa was always rational, seemingly unflappable and devoid of anxiety, and his cool demeanor gradually influenced Yuan Luoyi, allowing her to settle down and drift back into slumber. The situation had not yet reached a stalemate. Xinghan High School was set to launch a campus variety show soon, and Yuan Luoyi was eligible to participate. According to the system, by continually increasing her fan base and enhancing her influence, she could gradually revert to the truth of past events and uncover the cunning perpetrator. Furthermore, the system possessed a wish-granting feature, which, once activated, could prove immensely beneficial. The following morning, the chirping of birds outside stirred Yuan Luoyi from her slumber. Yuan Fa had already departed, leaving behind a plush white rabbit doll over a meter tall beside her pillow, adorned with a black bow tie. This was a gift from Yuan Fa for her 11th birthday. He had claimed it was a magical rabbit capable of dispelling curses and alleviating pain. At that time, Yuan Luoyi had found such a notion rather childish, believing herself far too mature for such fabrications. Yet now, she pondered that perhaps it truly was a magical rabbit, for upon falling asleep again, she was free from nightmares. As per usual, Yuan Luoyi completed her morning routine and took a ride to Xinghan High School. The students appeared vibrant and full of life, laughing and linking arms with friends, discussing assignments, video games, and the innocent pangs of young love. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Yuan Luoyi navigated through the crowd, feeling out of place, overwhelmed by a wave of introspection. She had changed. Having once savored life amidst fragmented memories, she now yearned to alter her future. Today, Xinghan High School buzzed with excitement as numerous photographers arrived, connecting wires and calibrating million-dollar cameras throughout the campus. Nearby, 2 red-haired students animatedly conversed in Italian. The campus variety show at Xinghan High is about to commence. Will you participate? Forget it. My command of Chinese is inadequate, and I possess no connections or resources within the entertainment industry. Indeed, how perplexing it is that the Chinese language encompasses 4 distinct tones. It is exceedingly challenging to master. Yuan Luoyi has never studied Italian, yet she can comprehend some of it, for in a past life, she was a cobbler in Italy. As they traversed towards the teaching building, Yuan Luoyi and Yuan Huan were accompanied by Italian students. The entire structure exuded an ancient charm, with elegantly upturned eaves, neatly arranged tiles, intricately carved wooden windows. And flanking the entrance stood two imposing stone chelines. The grandeur of this educational edifice made Yuan Luoyi feel as though she were not merely attending school, but rather presenting herself before court. The principal even changed the class bell to the ascension of the first emperor, claiming it would ignite the students' ambition for learning. However, in reality, it merely stirred their embarrassment due to its overly theatrical nature. Dingling, the preparatory bell rang, prompting other students to rush about in a flurry, while Yuan Luoyi strolled leisurely towards Class D. Chapter 18. An overabundance of assignments, unfortunate event have transpired due to Class D's excessive indulgence. The grade team is scheduled to inspect homework tomorrow. Yuan Luoyi and Yu Hua conspired to attend a private study hall together, allowing them to exchange ideas and collaborate on their assignments. As the afternoon school day concluded, Yuan Hua arrived to pick up Yuan Luoyi, only to discover that she had brought along a new friend. "Hello, I am Yu Hua, Yuan Luoyi's new classmate. We are heading to the private study hall. May we share a ride?" Yu Hua inquired. Yuan Hua scrutinized the slender boy before him in silence. While it was commendable that his sister had made a new friend, as an older brother, he felt compelled to ascertain whether the boy posed any threat. His piercing gaze felt like needles against Yu Hua's skin, causing him to tremble slightly in anxiety. Yuan Luoyi noticed this. Yu Hua is a good kid. Yuan Hua's gaze softened as it shifted back to his sister, and then he directed his attention to Yu Hua. "Then let us proceed together," he said. Yu Hua exhaled in relief, replying, "Thank you." Once in the car, Yu Hua sat upright with his hands placed neatly on his knees. Stealing a glance at Yuan Hua, he observed the man dressed in a black shirt, the top button fastened, which accentuated his fair complexion. Yuan Hua was typing on a tablet, and the elegance of his fingers dancing across the screen resembled the dexterity of a pianist. This was Yuan Hua, the infamous killing god known throughout the business circle. The Yu Hua and Yuan families had business dealings, and Yu Hua often heard legendary tales of Yuan Hua from his elder brother, Yu Bai. In the realm of commerce, morality was a fleeting concept. Everyone sought to emerge victorious by any means necessary, and Yuan Hua had maintained an undefeated stance for years. Those who dared to challenge him faced ruin or, in more severe cases, imprisonment, thereby amassing great wealth for the Yuan family. However, Yu Hua was taken aback by the fact that such a formidable individual could display tenderness towards his own sister. This thought stirred a sense of envy within him. Yuan Luoyi must feel an immense sense of security having such an illustrious brother. Before long, the automobile arrived at the private study hall, a structure embodying the architectural style of Jiangnan, adorned with white walls and dark green tiles. It served as a free study room established by Xinghan Middle School, complete with tea, fruit, snacks, and the availability of on-duty teachers for assistance with challenging problems. Nonetheless, Yuan Luoyi was disinclined to frequent the study hall due to the absence of air conditioning. The principal asserted that comfort during study would breed laziness, hence the lack of air conditioning. Yuan Luoyi suspected it was merely an aversion to incurring additional electricity costs. This single stance rendered the principal the most despised figure among the student body. On scorching summer days, passers-by could hear the anguished cries of students from within, lamenting the heat and frequently demanding air conditioning. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Yuan Luoyi reluctantly exited the cool confines of the car. "May I pick you up at 8? Yuan Hua asked her. "Certainly. By then I should have completed my assignments," she replied. She embraced Yuan Hua in a farewell gesture, clearly brightening his mood. At least now, his sister would not be frightened to tears in his presence. As Yuan Luoyi entered the private school, the students, who had been whispering among themselves, fell silent, returning to their seats and picking up their pens to complete their assignments, avoiding eye contact with her. This was because the subject of their discussion was none other than Yuan Luoyi herself. She had initially scored a 0 on her English exam, yet managed to achieve a perfect 100 on her retake. Ultimately, she had voluntarily transferred to Class D, a series of actions that struck them as exceedingly peculiar. An upperclassman speculated that, being a member of the esteemed Yuan family, every gesture she made held profound significance. The stark contrast in her exam results could imply a considerable strategic intent, though the exact nature of that intent remained to be discerned. And he refrained from drawing hasty conclusions. Unbeknownst to Yuan Luoyi, who was oblivious to these rumors, she scanned the classroom only to sadly discover that the prime seating spots had already been claimed. She settled in a corner position, placing her backpack down and gesturing for Yuhua to join her. Yuhua, visibly anxious, remarked, "Yuan Luoyi, will Sun Junxian be angry if I sit next to you?" Casting a glance at Sun Junxian, who was also staring at her, Yuan Luoyi could tell without uttering a word that he was infuriated, his grip on the ballpoint pen threatening to crush it, for she typically occupied the seat beside him. "Don't mind him. We're no longer friends. Just sit down," she reassured him. Trembling slightly, Yuhua complied. Snap! Sun Junxian broke the pen in his fury, ignoring her messages and calls. Now he was even seated with other boys. Ever since childhood, Yuan Luoyi had been a devoted follower of Sun Junxian, adhering to his every word, which had given him a sense of superiority. However, her sudden disregard for him rendered him profoundly uncomfortable. A nearby girl noticed Sun Junxian as broken pen and promptly offered him her own, due to his striking looks. Many girls harbored unrealistic fantasies about him, perceiving him as a gentle, princely figure. Only Yuan Luoyi was privy to his true nature. Ordinarily, Sun Junxian would decline gifts from girls, yet today he accepted it. "Thank you," he said, intentionally raising his voice to ensure Yuan Luoyi could hear. The girl who offered the pen immediately flushed, "You're welcome." Sun Junxian paid no heed to her reaction, his gaze fixated on Yuan Luoyi, who was engrossed in conversation with Yuhua, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama, which only intensified his irritation. After a while, a young girl entered the classroom, her long braids swaying at her waist, clad in a pristine white dress and carrying a pale pink backpack. She was Su Sun, the literary committee member of Class A. Yuan Luoyi had always been at odds with her, partly due to teacher Su's favoritism towards Su Sun, which often came at Yuan Luoyi's expense, and partly because Su Sun seemed intent on vying for everything Yuan Luoyi possessed. Su Sun had once proclaimed, "Everything you have now will eventually belong to me." At the time, Yuan Luoyi had dismissed her words, but reflecting on them now, they seemed laden with implication. Could it be that Su Sun was the true heiress of the Yuan family? Yuan Luoyi immediately dismissed this notion. The children of the Yuan family were known for their cold detachment, while Su Sun exhibited distinctly human emotions, clearly displaying her joys and sorrows. In the study room, Su Sun glanced around and, feeling troubled, remarked, "I arrived too late. There are no seats left." Instantly, 3 boys stood up. "Su Sun, come sit by me." "No. Sit here. I have a window. It's well ventilated." Being near the window is not ideal. There are too many mosquitoes. "My spot is better." After a moment of consideration, Su Sun chose the most favorable position. She set down her backpack and said, "Thank you." The boy who was chosen wore a proud expression, as many boys privately regarded Su Sun as their future wife, each secretly competing for her attention. One boy produced a box of snacks, saying, "These are homemade cookies from my house. Would you like to try some, Su Sun?" Su Sun smiled sweetly. "Of course, I'd love to try them, especially since you brought them just for me." She took a cookie, tasted it, and exclaimed, "This is delicious." "Then these are all for you." "Thank you." "Su Sun, are you going to participate in the campus variety show?" "Yes, I am." The boys became excited. "You will definitely be the first place winner. We will all support you." Su Sun blushed and smiled. "Thank you so much. By the way, Yuan Luoyi, are you also participating in this variety show?" Yuan Luoyi regarded Su Sun as if she were invisible. Feeling dejected, Su Sun murmured, "Oh, I've been ignored." The boys were angry but dared not express it, aware of the Yuan family's significant influence. Just ignore her. That's just her personality. Let's continue our discussion." Su Sun felt disheartened. "All right then." Yuhua, who had been observing, raised an eyebrow. "Wow, is it really that obvious? Why can't these boys see through it?" He looked at Yuan Luoyi seriously and said, "She has no chance of winning first place. You will definitely be the champion. You're much cuter than her." Yuan Luoyi remained silent, busy copying homework as it was almost 8 o'clock. Feeling a bit thirsty, she stepped out to fetch a glass of juice, walking down the empty corridor. Suddenly, she heard Su Sun's voice and approached, only to find Su Sun bent over a trash can, vomiting. Ugh, how disgusting. And he even brought me snacks. I detest sweet food. That boy is truly foolish. Su Sun retrieved the snack box and tossed it into the trash can, her youthful face filled with resentment. She suddenly lost her temper and began to kick the trash can violently. A bunch of useless pigs, expecting me to greet them with a smile. It's so annoying. Yuan Luoyi silently observed Su Sun venting her emotions, reflecting that the demure Su Sun remained unchanged, a person who was not as she appeared. Chapter 19. Surface and essence. Yuan Luoyi has always found Su Sun to be an enigmatic little girl. On the surface, she exudes elegance and grace. Yet beneath lies a facade of hypocrisy and volatility. From the very first day of school, Su Sun frequently engaged Yuan Luoyi in conversation. At times, she would strut about like a peacock, boasting of her own charm and the multitude of admirers she had, proclaiming that she would one day ascend to stardom, leaving Yuan Luoyi forever in her shadow. At other moments, she would resemble a temperamental cat, cornering Yuan Luoyi and demanding to know if she wished to befriend her. Yuan Luoyi resolutely declined Su Sun's overtures, resulting in the girls' clique of class shunning her entirely. Now having transferred to Class D, Yuan Luoyi harbored hopes that Su Sun would grow quieter, yet to her surprise, Su Sun remained as eager as ever to engage her. In the hallway, Su Sun was still kicking a trash can, while Yuan Luoyi slipped away unnoticed. As 8 o'clock approached, she and Yu Hua finally completed all their assignments. Although the handwriting was somewhat chaotic, it should suffice for inspection. Yu Hua announced, "I'm taking the bus home. See you." Yuan Luoyi replied, "All right, see you tomorrow." The two parted ways at the school gate, and shortly thereafter, a car pulled up before Yuan Luoyi. Her elder brother had come to collect her. Once seated in the car, Yuan Luoyi turned to her brother and said, "Brother, may I participate in the campus variety show at Xinghan High School?" Yuan Huan was taken aback, for his sister had always been a quiet child, disinterested in activities. At family gatherings, she typically sat in a corner, quietly eating. "Do you aspire to become a star like Yuan Si?" he inquired. Yuan Luoyi shook her head. "No, my desire to join the variety show is motivated by other reasons." "Is it something you cannot share with me?" he asked. "I cannot," she replied. Her intention to partake in the show was to gain influence, expedite her ascent, and unravel the mystery surrounding the downfall of the Yuan family. However, under the constraints of the system, she was unable to disclose any of this to Yuan Huan. Lowering her gaze, Yuan Huan fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he chuckled softly. "Very well, you may participate." Yuan Luoyi asked, "Will father agree? Once I explain the situation, you will consent." Yet, she expressed her apprehension, "But I have already fallen to Class D. Participating in the show might hinder my studies and bring shame upon the Yuan family." "Do not worry, father does not prioritize grades. He has always looked down upon road education. Otherwise, with his influence, he could easily compel you to remain in Class A." "Oh, I see," she murmured. His sternness arises from the fact that the Yuan family has always occupied a lofty position, and it can be quite lonely at the top. He paid a heavy price for it in his youth, which is why he desires for you to grow strong. Reaching out in a comforting gesture, her brother Yuan Huan gently ruffled Yuan Luoyi's hair. "Moreover, you are the treasure of the Yuan family, my pride and joy as a sister. You possess extraordinary talent. Should you wish to shine like the stars, no mountain can obstruct you, nor any sea deter you. I do not know why you suddenly wish to join the variety show, but I am confident that these small hands of yours will firmly grasp your aspirations." Hearing her brother's words, Yuan Luoyi felt a surge of optimism. It was a delightful feeling to be believed in. Unable to contain her emotions, she grasped her elder brother Yuan Shan's hand, which felt like nothing but bones, somewhat cold to the touch. She resolved to use her small hands to pull him from the clutches of his fatal destiny, just as a venomous serpent overcomes its instinct to kill. Choosing instead to protect a hamster, the hamster likewise conquers its instinct to flee, opting to safeguard these gentle serpents. The following morning, Yuan Shan looked out to find throngs of people at the school gate, with numerous reporters intercepting students for interviews. As Yuan Shan stepped out of the car, countless flashes overwhelmed her, and reporters flocked towards her. "Wow, can we interview you? You are so beautiful. Are you a contestant in this campus variety show? Do you have confidence in winning the championship?" The driver, Xiao Feng, quickly exited the vehicle, transforming into a bodyguard. He removed his jacket to shield Yuan Shan. "My young lady is here to attend school and will not entertain any interviews. Step aside." His well-built physique was not merely for show, and the reporters, intimidated by his presence, recognized Yuan Shan's distinguished status and reluctantly dispersed. Previously, the system had maximized Yuan Shan's charm, and now she felt its potency. As she navigated through the throng of reporters and entered the campus, she sensed an increased number of students gazing at her intently. They stared at Yuan Shan, their expressions clouded with awe. Often, it took them several seconds to realize their behavior was impolite, prompting them to hurriedly avert their gazes and flee. On one hand, they were irresistibly drawn to Yuan Shan, while on the other, their survival instincts screamed at them, "Stop staring. Otherwise, Yuan Shan might unleash her wrath." Yuan Shan had grown accustomed to this dynamic. At Xinghan High School, students either feared her or provoked her. During breaks, while Class A students engaged in laughter and merriment, Yuan Shan would sit alone in silence. The louder their revelry grew, the more isolated she felt. However, that was now in the past. Yuan Shan had transitioned from Class A to Class D and had befriended Yuhua. Her good days were just beginning. As was customary, Yuan Shan did not head to the classroom, but instead veered into the Jinmei snack bar. Classes could be skipped, but meals were non-negotiable. Just as she was savoring a delightful pineapple cake, the principal rushed in, breathless and flustered. His glasses threatened to fly off his nose as he exclaimed, "Yuan Shan, the opening ceremony is about to commence. Why are you still here?" Yuan Shan replied, "I'm enjoying a snack. Can I not attend that ceremony?" The principal seized her wrist with urgency. "No, you must go. Hurry, or you'll be late." Thus, Yuan Shan was compelled to relinquish her delightful snack time, forcibly ushered onto the school bus, en route to the ceremony. Inside the bus, the students from Class C were palpably anxious upon seeing Yuan Shan. They were the ones most terrified of her. They firmly believed that when Yuan Shan was in a foul mood, she would randomly select students from Class C to use as punching bags for her amusement. Given that Yuan Shan had not eaten well, her obvious displeasure left them feeling as if they were facing an imminent threat. However, Yuan Luoyi emanated an intense aura of affability, leading the students of Class C to experience a tumultuous internal struggle. In one fleeting moment, they perceived Yuan Luoyi as amiable and approachable. In the next, he transformed into a figure of dread. Bang, bang, bang. A few boys vigorously thumped their heads, attempting to stave off the fragmentation of their minds. At last, the school bus arrived at the venue, and the students fled in a panic, save for one girl with a ponytail who lingered momentarily, trembling as she waved farewell to Yuan Luoyi. He reciprocated the gesture, and she hesitated as if she wished to utter something. But the other girls from Class C called to her, compelling her to depart. The principal escorted Yuan Luoyi into the waiting room for contestants before hastily taking his leave. Yuan Li surveyed the hall, which was densely populated with people. The front rows were occupied by an array of high-end cameras, accompanied by reporters and photographers. In the middle and back rows sat students who had arranged their own seats to witness the ceremony. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing Su Sun at the threshold. "Yuan Luoyi, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." She stepped inside, retrieving a small white hamster charm from her pocket. "You must have lost this, right? I found it yesterday in the corridor of the private school." It was then that Yuan Luoyi realized she had misplaced something and approached to reclaim it. Su Sun deliberately stepped back to create distance, twirling the charm on her index finger with a smile, saying, "I can give it to you, but first, you must answer a question. You did see what happened yesterday at the private school, didn't you?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "You mean when you vomited, discarded the gift, and kicked the trash can?" "Indeed, I witnessed it." Chapter 20. The opening ceremony. The smile vanished from Su Sun's face. "Well, it seems you have quite a comprehensive view. However, I am aware of your secret." She leaned closer to Yuan Luoyi and continued, "The last time you confessed in the restroom, I was in the adjacent stall, retching. You are the false villainess, while I am the pretentious lady. Why not we become friends? You seem rather pitiful being alone all the time. I can assist you in integrating into the girls' circle. We can go to the restroom together, participate in activities as a group, and there will be someone to chat with you during breaks." Yuan Luoyi replied, "I was isolated in class primarily because you incited everyone against me." Su Sun acknowledged, "Indeed, but I also possess the capability to have everyone accept you again. As you know, both boys and girls are quite fond of me. Furthermore, in this variety show, we can join forces to eliminate the others, and ultimately, I shall claim the first position while you can settle for second. What do you say? It's a splendid deal, isn't it?" Yuan Luoyi snatched back her ornament. "I decline." Su Sun, infuriated, retorted, "Are you still vying for first place? You will suffer a dismal defeat." Yuan Luoyi countered, "You are the one destined to lose." Su Sun scoffed, "How laughable. You have already lost to me once. How's it feel in Class D?" Yuan Luoyi smiled. "It feels wonderful." Su Sun was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a response from Yuan Luoyi. It felt as if her punch had landed on cotton, failing to inflict the expected damage, rendering her own stance rather ridiculous. She pointed at Yuan Luoyi, declaring, "You will regret rejecting me today." Yuan Luoyi shot back, "I have turned you down over a dozen times, and not once have I regretted it." Su Sun stomped towards the door, but as she was about to exit, she turned her head again. "If you reveal my secrets, no one will believe I am a pretentious lady, so I suggest you refrain from doing so." Yuan Luoyi retorted boldly, "If you disclose my matters, no one will believe I am a false villainess. Do you know? This version of you is far superior to that forced smile. Isn't it exhausting to pretend all the time?" Su Sun stormed out, slamming the door behind her, unable to contest Yuan Luoyi's words. Yuan Luoyi felt as if she had experienced a torrential downpour, liberating all the pin-up discontent within her. While in Class A, she had been aware of Su Sun's machinations and that teacher Su was targeting her, yet she lacked the resolve to leave Class A, as it symbolized prestige. Being relegated would be a source of embarrassment. Now, Yuan Luoyi realized that shedding shame could lead to true happiness. Moreover, there are multiple paths to success. Leaving Class A did not signify her failure. The announcement echoed, "All contestants, please come to the stage." Yuan Luoyi stepped out. The stage lights dazzling as the candidates lined up, some anxious, some exhilarated, and others brimming with confidence. The audience below erupted in excitement, while reporters clamored to cover the event. Directly opposite was a colossal screen, displaying layers of scrolling comments. Amidst the fervent barrage of messages, Yuan Luoyi noticed one that stood out with an unusual tranquility. It read, "You shall reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to you." It is Brother Yuan Huan. Although he is unable to attend today due to prior commitments, he has been attentively monitoring his sister from afar. Yuan Luoyi, initially restless, felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. This time, she was different, destined to alter the fate of the Yuan family. Standing on stage, she experienced a sensation unlike any other. A glance upwards revealed the barrage of comments on the large screen, where netizens showcased their wit, leaving viewers both entertained and overwhelmed. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the diverse expressions of the audience. Some were animated, others were laughing, a few appeared dazed and sleepy, while a handful surreptitiously worked on assignments. The stage lights were far more dazzling than those seen on television, and the music was deafening, surpassing even the loudest square dance. A female host stepped into the center of the stage, elegantly clad in a qipao, her figure gracefully accentuated. She moved with the fluidity of a spring breeze caressing slender willows, her long, pristine legs subtly visible through the dress's slit. Her name was Nailin, a renowned host, who raised her voice to announce, "Good morning, dear audience. Today marks the official launch of the variety show from Xinghan Middle School. Now, I invite the principal to speak." The principal approached the forefront, seizing the microphone. "Ahem. Hello, everyone. I shall keep it brief." Yet, like all leaders who tend to embellish, he did not simply keep it brief. He spoke continuously for 15 minutes. He discussed life, dreams, and recounted tales of his youthful prowess. lamenting how his first love had departed due to his impoverished state, only to later regret her decision and seek reconciliation. Nalan, standing beside him, struggled to maintain her composure, her expression teetering on the brink of breaking. The barrage of comments erupted with fervor as viewers clamored to shift the focus to the contestants, expressing their disinterest in the bald old man's nostalgic tales of love from a bygone era. However, Yuan Luoyi was utterly captivated. "Please continue," she urged, eager to discover the conclusion of the principal's romantic escapades. Just as in her classes, where she might not recall the textbook material, she could effortlessly recount the principal's embellished stories of love. Director Zhang, seated in the audience, raised a placard that read, "Viewership is plummeting. Please wrap it up." Upon noticing the sign, the principal cleared his throat. "All right, students, I shall conclude my remarks here." Director Zhang sighed in relief. Yet, as the principal turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something, returning to the microphone. Allow me to add a couple more points. Just two. When I was your age, I was juggling my studies with entrepreneurial endeavors. Students, you must embody this spirit of hard work. Why? Because the principal resumed his impassioned speech, his desire for the spotlight unabated. Director Zhang, exasperated, discarded the placard and covered his forehead with his hand. However, Zhang was no ordinary individual. He had directed numerous hit variety shows and encountered many challenging situations, including actors vying for the spotlight. With his astuteness, he could easily handle the principal. "Cut the microphone's power," he commanded. The staff grasped a black wire and pulled it forcefully, causing the principal's voice to vanish. He, perplexed, tapped the microphone with his hand, yet it remained unresponsive, compelling him to vacate the stage. Director Zhang offered a subtle smile, aware that the highest echelons of strategic maneuvering often necessitate the most straightforward and forceful solutions. Nalan quickly comprehended Zhang's intention and presented a professionally feigned smile. "Dear audience, we are experiencing some technical difficulties with the microphone. Let us now turn our focus to the contestants." Chapter 21. A perfect conclusion. 7 cameras simultaneously pivoted, their spherical lenses dark as night, resembling enormous eyes that refracted scattered glimmers of light, capturing every contestant. Among the first-year participants, 6 were present, with Su Sun positioned at center stage. A beam of white light illuminated her, allowing her to stand out among the crowd. Her smile was sweet and enchanting, reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl, radiating warmth and healing. Yet only Yuan Luoyi recognized her true nature, fiery, irritable, and prideful. The barrage of comments surged. "Wow, this little sister is so adorable. She must be a model student. Good looks, excellent academics, and a lovely personality. I bet 5 coins she'll definitely be the champion." As the cameras shifted to other contestants, Su Sun cast a provocative glance at Yuan Luoyi, exuding confidence like a cat that had successfully stolen a treat. The other 4 participants were familiar to Yuan Luoyi as well. The dashing Sun Junxian, class monitor Yu Zilong from Class A, study representative Diu from Class B, and the Belle He from Class C. Each was a renowned student at Xinghan Middle School, striving to showcase their talents on camera to win the audience's affection. Soon, the lens turned to Yuan Luoyi. She resumed her signature act of languidly staring into space, her eyes fixed on the void, and the comments erupted once more. She looks so sophisticated. That otherworldly, cold gaze. I'm in love. Goodness, she is as cute as a little button. What do kids eat to grow up like this? Such beauty is almost unreal. I wouldn't dare to edit a photo to achieve this perfection." Su Sun smile faded, her eyes narrowing at Yuan Luoyi as she coldly turned her face away, unwilling to concede defeat. Yuan Luoyi's brief 3 seconds of screen time ignited a tremendous response. Even as the cameras had shifted to the second-year contestants, discussions about her persisted. "Quick, switch back. I want to see that little sister again. What are you all shouting about? I just entered the live stream. There's a stunning first-year girl. She must look like the beloved princess from a novel, showered with royal affection. Truly a sight to behold. Is she really that beautiful?" The comments began to sing praises. There was an ethereal quality to her presence, a beauty that seemed to transcend the mundane. Once all contestants had been presented, Naylan offered heartfelt words, wishing the participants success and hoping the program would inspire positive energy, motivating the students of ordinary schools to strive for excellence. Following this, various talent showcases by Xinghan Middle School students commenced. The school band performed a grand ensemble, with musicians no older than 11 or 12, wielding instruments larger than themselves, delivering a performance worthy of a national theater. The school's cultural troupe presented a traditional dance, each child moving with grace, as fluid as a dragon in motion and as steadfast as a rock in stillness. To maintain their figures, their daily meals were meticulously curated. Additionally, a group of international students showcased rap in various languages, while 3 Russian girls performed ballet. Each act was captivating, and the barrage of comments continued to shower praise. Yuan Luoyi observed that amidst the barrage of comments, aside from the occasional exuberant 666, there floated sporadic, discordant voices. They are truly exceptional, undoubtedly diligent in their pursuits. Yuan Luoyi empathized with this sentiment. The students of Xinghan High School were remarkably industrious, each a scion of privilege, endowed with prodigious talents, fervently engaged in their relentless competition. She was certainly the sole idler in the entire institution, the only faux heiress, a commoner mingling among the aristocracy, reveling in resources that were not rightfully hers. As the performance concluded, the host, Naylan, once again took to the stage. The auspicious moment approaches. Dear audience and esteemed netizens, let us commence the countdown to the broadcast. The initially weary students below perked up, and the barrage of comments on the big screen erupted into a lively clamor. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yuan Luoyi noticed the staff rushing to the sides of the stage to grasp the ropes. 5. Director Zhang gestured for the sound engineer to be prepared. 4. The lighting technicians behind the scenes conducted their final checks. 3. Cameras panned to the audience, where students excitedly waved their arms. 2. The screen was inundated with a sea of comments. 1. Music and lights were perfectly synchronized, the drum beats growing increasingly urgent. 0. The broadcast commenced. The lights dazzled like stars, and the music roared like an ancient tempest, while a cascade of colorful confetti fell. Amidst the overwhelming cheers of the crowd, the curtain was drawn back to reveal a resplendent golden trophy, embodying supreme honor, an infinitely promising future, and all fervent dreams. It was the ultimate goal for all competitors. Yuan Luoyi gazed at it, feeling a sense of both distance and closeness. In her previous life, it had been Su Sun who ultimately claimed it, while Yuan Luoyi had merely been one of the audience, disheartened by her isolation from Class A. Now, however, she resolved to seize it for herself. The opening ceremony was a resounding success, with its influence continuously escalating, having reached 45, with an additional 15. The function to trace back and uncover the true culprit behind the downfall of the Yuan family would be activated. Once everything settled, the principal, in high spirits, announced a school-wide holiday for the afternoon. The students erupted in jubilation. Yet, the principal added that all physical education classes for the week would be rescheduled to that very afternoon. The students wailed, realizing their physical education teacher would enjoy a day off while still receiving a salary. Driver Xiao Feng took Yuan Luoyi home, and upon entering, she heard her mother's cheerful voice on the phone. Yes, the girl who appeared for 3 seconds during the opening ceremony is my daughter. Huh, indeed. She's grown so much. Yes, I also find her quite adorable. Ha! No, my educational philosophy has always been to allow her natural development. I never enrolled her in extracurricular classes, and her grace is not something I have deliberately cultivated. Well, I will introduce her to your son when the opportunity arises. After all, peers have much to converse about. Yes, goodbye. After hanging up, Yuan's mother strode toward her and enveloped her in a hearty embrace. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Darling, I am so proud of you. You were absolutely magnificent at the opening ceremony, radiating brilliance. You are a born star. Many individuals have called me, remarking that you transform with each passing year, growing ever more enchanting. Recently, Mother has been quite occupied and lacks the time to accompany you. So I shall invite your elder brother Yuan to take you out for some leisure." Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Has elder brother returned?" Mother replied. He will be back shortly. He has also watched the live stream and recorded it, sharing it with your other brothers, all of whom find you utterly delightful. Yuan Luoyi recalled that her fourth brother, Yuan, is currently engaged in filming in Paris and has been exceedingly busy. Has fourth brother seen it as well? Mother affirmed. Indeed, he has. He remarked that you resemble a fallen angel, radiating light in a darkened world, selflessly redeeming the hearts of humanity, pure, beautiful, and admirable. Yuan Luoyi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her fourth brother is renowned as the world's finest performer of the roguish gentleman, unafraid to voice such sentimental phrases. Yuan Luoyi said, however, during the opening ceremony, it was still 3 a.m. in Paris. Did he truly awaken? A familiar sound of footsteps resonated from the entrance. Yuan had returned. He approached Yuan Luoyi, placing his hand upon her shoulder. Do not worry. I possess methods to rouse him. Yuan Luoyi understood. Recalling her childhood memories, such methods likely involved a firearm aimed at his temple. For her fourth brother is a languid and willful individual who would not rise unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Mother addressed Yuan. Your return is timely. School is out this afternoon. Please take your sister out for a while. Yuan replied. Certainly, Mother. He affectionately ruffled Yuan Luoyi's hair. Then let us be off. Chapter 22. The Elephant Bone Society. Elder brother Yuan possesses a remarkable knack for caring for children, always selecting places favored by Yuan Luoyi. This time, they ventured to the Spring Waterforce Park where, as dusk fell, countless fireflies took flight, their luminous glow enchanting and resplendent. Yuan Luoyi reveled in the joy of the evening. Yet elder brother Yuan's gaze was shrouded in shadows, for he had just learned of teacher Su's disparaging remarks towards Su Sun and Yuan Luoyi. With a cold smirk, he dialed a number to notify the Elephant Bone Society to initiate an ethical investigation into teacher Su's conduct. The following day, as Yuan Luoyi arrived at school, she was greeted by a group of impeccably dressed individuals standing at the entrance of the academic building, their expressions stern and adorned with badges depicting elephant skulls. The once haughty teachers of Xinghan Middle School suddenly adopted a posture of humility, acutely aware that a mere word from the Elephant Bone Society could result in their dismissal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our school for inspection. Please voice any concerns. We shall certainly address them, they offered, though the members of the Elephant Bone Society remained unresponsive, walking past them with indifference, while the teachers awkwardly followed suit. The physical education teacher emerged from a corner, appearing particularly anxious. After scanning the surroundings and spotting Yuan Luoyi, he quickly approached her. Yuan Luoyi, come here for a moment. He beckoned, leading her to a secluded garden path. Once he confirmed that they were alone, he spoke in a stern tone. If there is anything amiss, you must inform me first. Do not hastily involve your parents. These individuals are here to conduct a comprehensive investigation into all the teachers. You spend your days not studying properly, only causing trouble for the school. Yuan Luoyi replied, but teacher Su never resolves issues. She merely seeks to eliminate me. The physical education teacher raised his voice. Do not attempt to shift the blame. Do you believe you are entirely without fault? Teacher Su is one of the top 10 outstanding young educators. She has numerous students. Why is it only you who cannot get along with her? Yuan Luoyi fell silent, and the teacher, believing he had intimidated her, softened his tone. If you can recognize your mistakes and amend them, you can still be a good student. I have treated you fairly. Whenever you wish to skip running, I have always permitted it, and your physical grades have consistently been 95, which is commendable among your peers. How about this? I do not wish to hold this against you. Just tell your brother to ask the Elephant Bone Society to leave promptly, and I shall continue to grant you high marks. Observing the teacher's insincere smile, Yuan Luoyi understood the underlying implication. Failure to comply would likely result in a grade of 0. The physical education teacher had always behaved in this manner. During gym class, she was pushed down by San Junxian, suffering a harsh fall, while the teacher feigned interest in the surrounding scenery. The privileged students in class were numerous, and the hierarchy was rigid, resulting in frequent bullying incidents. The teacher's strategy was to turn a blind eye, preferring to avoid complications. Yuan Luoyi questioned, Teacher, Is this not a form of threatening students? The physical education teacher, incensed, retorted, "How dare you speak like that?" He had not anticipated that Yuan Luoyi would remain unfazed and challenge him. It was imperative to reassert his authority. A robust adult like himself should surely intimidate a mere middle schooler. He stepped forward abruptly, raising his hand high, poised to strike Yuan Luoyi's face. He did not genuinely intend to strike, for Xinghan High School forbids teachers from hitting students. However, this group of sheltered young ladies, having never faced adversity, would immediately beg for mercy at the mere sight of impending violence. Suddenly, a force gripped his wrist. The physical education teacher turned to find a young man before him, clad in a black trench coat and a matching hat. His handsome features were shrouded in shadow, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. What further unsettled the teacher was the emblem of the Xianggu Society pinned to the young man's chest. With a forced smile, the teacher stammered, "Please, sir, do not misunderstand. I was merely trying to frighten her a little. This child is from Class D, as you know, a class notorious for its hopeless students. I called her over to impart some wisdom, hoping to inspire her to strive for improvement. My sternness is for her own good. Alas, she is such a disobedient student. It troubles me greatly." The teacher had expected the young man to be swayed by his words, but instead, the man's gaze darkened even further, his expression void of emotion, as if the teacher were a condemned soul. The young man bypassed the teacher and approached Yuan Luoyi. "Are you unharmed?" His voice was melodious, akin to the haunting song of a whale from the depths of the ocean, deep and magnetic. Yuan Luoyi replied, "I am fine. Why have you come to school?" Third brother? In her memories, her brother had resembled a lone wolf, having departed from the Yuan family when she was merely 6 years old, never to return. She was taken aback to encounter him in such a setting. The teacher froze in shock. Third brother? This man was Yuan Yu, the third son of the Yuan family. Realization dawned upon him regarding his previous statements, and he finally comprehended why Yuan Yu had regarded him with such disdain. He stuttered this, "No, sir. You must not misunderstand. That was not my intention." Yuan Yu cast a cold glance at the teacher. "Aside from misappropriating school funds, how dare you threaten my sister?" This statement detonated like a bomb, shattering the atmosphere and leaving the teacher in a state of utter disbelief. The very reason he had wished for the Xianggu Society members to vacate the premises was his fear of their discovery of his embezzlement. How could they have uncovered it so swiftly? It was impossible. The teacher shouted in fury, "You have only just arrived at the school today. The investigation has yet to commence, and without evidence, do not slander me. I'm a teacher of great repute." Yuan Yu responded with a low, mocking laugh. "We did not come today to investigate you. Rather, we have irrefutable evidence and are here to arrest you. In March, you applied to the school for the purchase of basketballs, totaling 200,000, yet you diverted those funds to speculate in the stock market. In April, you sought one, 3 million for gym repairs, using the money to purchase a new vehicle for yourself. In May, you demanded a total of 7 million in activity fees from students, spending 100,000 on contraband, 7 million on gambling, and 900,000 on settling a private matter due to drunken misconduct. The physical education teacher shrieked. This is all a fabrication. He had lost control of his emotions. The multitude of accusations could warrant a life sentence. The fall from being a revered teacher at the esteemed Xinghan High School to becoming a prison inmate was a disparity he could not fathom. He had to escape. The physical education teacher turned and ran, but Yuan Yong, with a slight crouch, suddenly unleashed a burst of strength, dashing forth like a sleek black panther, and seized the teacher's arm. With a chilling smile, Yuan Yong, the most bloodthirsty among the 5 brothers of the Yuan family, embraced the legacy of his mother and became an assassin. The teacher's treatment of his sister had already ignited a murderous intent within him, and he would not let this splendid opportunity for violence slip away. Consequently, the teacher's head struck the ground with a heavy thud, the intense pain awakening his primal fear. He was going to die, truly going to die. The piercing scream drew the attention of the students, who peered curiously from the garden, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Yuan Yong furrowed his brow, positioning himself to shield the teacher from his sister's gaze. conscious that she was the only sane member of the family. The horror of the scene could frighten her to tears. He must temper his dark inclinations. Here, the teacher could still wail in agony, but in prison, amidst the beatings from fellow inmates, his cries would go unheard. Those whom Yuan Yong personally sent within knew precisely how to please him. Others from the Xianggu society, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. The teacher, believing salvation had arrived, stumbled to his feet, cursing, "He's a madman. He is framing me and attacking me." The response from the society members was a pair of silver bracelets, as several officers approached and restrained the teacher, sending his head crashing to the ground once more, eliciting a painful howl. Many among them owed Yuan Yong favors and held deep respect for his formidable prowess, naturally treating the teacher without any courtesy. The onlooking students were astounded by the spectacle before them. What was happening? Was the teacher being apprehended? They were bewildered. He usually seemed quite amiable. Good heavens! If this is true, he will be the first teacher from Xinghan High School to be incarcerated. They hastily opened their phones, buzzing with chatter in the campus group, which erupted with excitement. Even those who had been lurking for 3 to 4 years began to speak up. Once the situation was resolved, Yuan Yong led Yuan Luoyi away from the tumult. His gaze was icy when directed at others, yet softened considerably when resting upon his sister. He removed his hat and bowed slightly, performing an elegant and gentlemanly gesture. "It has been a long time, my dear sister. I have returned for but one purpose, to take you away from the Yuan family." Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Why must we escape the Yuan family?" With a gentle tone, Yuan Yong replied, "I have watched over you from afar. They are all wicked serpents, but you are not. The Yuan family is steeped in sin. They are a band of self-serving lunatics, and one day they will reap what they have sown. I cannot bear to leave you there." He extended his palm towards Yuan Luoyi, his gesture as graceful as an invitation to dance. "I can take you anywhere you wish to go, to permanently flee the Yuan family, as they will never find us." Yuan Luoyi gazed at her elder brother, Yuan Yong, whose striking beauty exuded a fragile delicacy. His voice was melodious and pleasant to the ears, instilling a sense of ease that disarmed her defenses. Yuan Luoyi understood that he was a devoted brother, willing to protect his sister, yet Sangu was no ordinary individual. Yuan Luoyi questioned, "After you lead me away from the Yuan family, how shall I escape from you?" Yuan Yong chuckled softly, "I would never harm you. Why would you wish to flee from me?" As time rewound, Yuan Luoyi recalled the incident from his 6th year, when he had been lured away by Sangu, the dead rabbit, the door secured tightly, and the bloodthirsty young man who recited fairy tales to her by night. Chapter 23. In fading, withering, and decline, Yuan Yong was a man driven by a thirst for bloodshed, an impulse he found impossible to suppress. When a beautiful butterfly landed in his palm, it would be crushed into a mere pulp. Even the most adorable creatures merely ignited his murderous instincts. He inhaled the metallic scent of blood, surrendering to his nature, and wielded his blade with exhilarating fervor. He was a joyful assassin, yearning to create more death. However, the arrival of Yuan Luoyi transformed everything. The child's eyes sparkled with purity, like a glimmer of light in an endless abyss, continually drawing Yuan Yong closer. The infant, incapable of discerning good from evil, reached out her tiny hand, smiling and engaging with Yuan Yong, even when his clothes were stained with blood and he held the carcasses of slain animals. Yuan Yong, whose existence revolved around killing, found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain of how to respond. Should he gently touch her finger? No, that was inconceivable. She seemed so fragile, as if a mere touch could shatter her. The thought pierced his heart, causing him excruciating pain, a sensation he had never encountered amid his joyous slaughter. These emerging emotions left Yuan Yong bewildered, yet enveloped in an inexplicable warmth. After much contemplation, he experienced an epiphany. This feeling was known as the instinct to protect. Most humans possess such sentiments towards children, and now he had transitioned from a madman to an elder brother, feeling this urge towards his younger sister. Casting aside the dead animals and wiping the blood from his hands, Yuan Yong extended his hand, filled with curiosity, yearning to touch this new being known as sister. Just as his fingers were an inch away from Yuan Luoyi, A folding chair came hurtling towards him, striking him and sending him sprawling. His elder brother, Yuan He, approached with a grim countenance, seizing Yuan Yong by the collar and instilling a lesson in violence and fear. Do not approach Yuan Luoyi stealthily. The consequence of this encounter was that Yuan Yong lost his baby teeth. The repercussions of defying his brother were dire, yet Yuan Yong felt no regret. He found himself less inclined to kill and increasingly drawn to Yuan Luoyi. Moreover, he was not alone in his quest. Previously, their second brother, Yuan Fa, had nearly drowned at the hands of their elder brother, yet he too sought to draw nearer to Yuan Luoyi, or a few useless teeth lost in comparison. Even if it cost him his life, he would die by Yuan Luoyi's side. No one could deter him. For from a moment, the infant extended her hand. He was irrevocably changed. Heaven had bestowed upon him a sacred mission. As her brother, he must protect his sister. He was a killing machine devoted to her. One day, Yuan Fa approached Yuan Yong with an exciting strategic proposal. I have a brilliant plan that will allow us to get closer to our sister. Yuan Yong listened intently. We attack simultaneously. I'll go left, you go right. Our elder brother will surely be distracted, and we can confine him in the basement, granting us access to our sister. That sounds promising, Yuan Yong replied. They commenced their scheme. Thus, at the tender age of 9, Yuan Yong learned his first lesson in life. Never trust your blood relatives. He was left battered and bruised by his elder brother, while Yuan Fa jubilantly escaped, absconding with their sister. The strategic decision-making of Yuan Fa was truly remarkable. He succeeded. Yet he failed to inform Yuan Yong that this maneuver was known as luring the enemy into the depths, with Yuan Yong serving as the bait. However, Yuan Fa's fortunate days were short-lived. His sister wept incessantly, and Yuan Hu, drawn by the sound, found Yuan Fa and delivered a beating that left him teetering on the brink of death. The elder brother was equal in his merciless treatment of all, a quality Yuan Yong greatly admired. In the ensuing days, Yuan Yong voraciously consumed food, eager to grow quickly. As the frequency of beatings from his elder brother diminished, Yuan Hu was primarily occupied with punishing their second brother, Yuan Fa. Regrettably, Yuan Fa remained alive, and the adversities he faced only served to cultivate a resilient and optimistic spirit within him, emboldening him further with each blow. In a certain sense, he was indeed quite formidable. When Yuan Yong turned 12, their father designated the elder brother Yuan Hu as the heir. The other children would receive some inheritance, yet none would wield the power to control the family. This decision faced no opposition, for the elder brother was significantly stronger than the rest, and the younger siblings had no interest in business, each aspiring to pursue their own paths. What invigorated Yuan Yong even more was the news that his elder brother was to travel abroad. Yuan Luoyi required a new guardian, and he anticipated that he would be chosen. However, their mother opted for the second brother, Yuan Fa. Mother, the second brother is a cunning and selfish individual. He is ill-suited to care for our sister. Yuan Yong, the second brother is, after all, older than you, and he would not harm small creatures. I shall not act as I once did. I'm sorry, but I cannot entrust her to you. Their mother granted Yuan Yong no opportunity for redemption. Late that night, Yuan Yong lingered by the window of Yuan Luoyi's room, hearing the child's cries. Yuan Fa was hardly a good brother. He had locked Yuan Luoyi in her room while he indulged in games, showing no concern whatsoever. The intermittent sounds of her sobbing shattered Yuan Yong's heart, yet the bloodthirsty nature within him forbade him from approaching Yuan Luoyi. He could only stand silently by the window, accompanying his sister in spirit. Yuan Yong relentlessly challenged Yuan Fa, only to face continuous defeat. He was simply too young. Yuan Fa had inherited their father's towering stature, easily overpowering Yuan Yong at the age of 13. Time flew, and by the time Yuan Luoyi turned 6, Yuan Yong had grown strong enough to triumph over Yuan Fa on several occasions and had become increasingly adept at the art of killing. He resolved to lead his sister away from the malevolent Yuan family, to live a life of genuine freedom and purity. One day, while Yuan Luoyi played alone in the garden, she gathered numerous four-leaf clovers, carefully tucking them into a book. The 15-year-old Yuan Yong approached her, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. I wish to take you to a beautiful place. Yuan Luoyi gazed at him, her innocent eyes mirroring his. Heaven had bestowed upon Yuan Yong a delicate and handsome visage, along with a melodious voice, making it all too easy for him to enchant others. Thus, he seized this opportunity, gently grasping his sister's small hand. He had won her over. From that moment on, he would be her sole brother. An unparalleled joy enveloped him. He had already constructed a small wooden cabin in the forest, warm and safe, a perfect abode for them. Here, there was an abundance of food, wild fruits, and rabbits that Yuan Yong had caught. As was his custom, he plunged the blade into the fur, disregarding the screams, cleansing the blood, and transforming the rabbits into delectable dishes. Yuan Luoyi gazed in terror, curled up in the corner, trembling incessantly. Third brother, I wish to return home. This is your new home. I shall take good care of you. Do you not enjoy listening to stories? Every night, I will regale you with tales. Tonight, I shall tell you of a princess, a knight, and a fearsome dragon. You will surely delight in it. This is not my home. You have imprisoned me. I have confined you for your protection. The outside world is perilous, teeming with beasts. I can teach you how to slay them, and when you are older, you shall venture out. Yuan Luoyi wept helplessly, her tears cascading like pearls strung loose, plopping softly to the ground. Meanwhile, Yuan Yong felt an ache in his heart, bewildered by where it all had gone awry. Though he was not quite normal, he had endeavored to provide his sister with the best of everything. Each passing day, Yuan Luoyi withered, faded, and declined. In the garden, his sister, once laughing while clutching a four-leaf clover, seemed to have forgotten joy, leaving only fear and sorrow in her wake. Chapter 24. 3 Gifts in the early morning. The sun shone brightly. Yuan Yong opened the door to his room and stood in the shadows, watching as his sister walked away without a glance back. She would not wander far before encountering their anxious family, returning to the place she longed to be. Yuan Yong felt a profound sadness, yet he had to accept this conclusion. Rather than being unable to possess his sister entirely, he could not bear the thought of her withering away in his presence. The pain was unbearable. Despite his boundless affection, he could not express it like an ordinary person, and instead, he only brought her to tears. Subsequently, Yuan Yong departed from the Yuan family, inheriting his mother-esque legacy as a killer, reassuring himself that his sister was still too young and he would come back for her when she was older. By then, he would have learned how to care for her, and the outcome would be different. Time passed, and Yuan Yong returned to this land once more, now as a member of the Xianggu society. Entering Xinghan Middle School, he encountered his 11-year-old sister, Yuan Luoyi. Once again, he extended an invitation. I can take you anywhere you wish to go, a permanent escape from the Yuan family. They will not be able to find us. After a long pause, Yuan Luoyi shook her head, declining his offer. She could sense the disappointment in her elder brother. As the class bell rang, a jubilant melody echoed, and the students hurriedly rushed to their lessons. Yuan Yong withdrew his hand, calmly saying, "You should go to class." "All right, I'll be on my way," replied Yuan Luoyi. She turned to take a few steps before glancing back, finding Yuan Yong still standing in place, watching her depart. The wind tousled his garments, and his eyes mirrored the quiet solitude of the deep sea. During every festive gathering, all members of the Yuan family would attend. Yet there was always an empty seat. Yuan Yong's little Yuan Luoyi would chase after the adults, inquiring, "Why has brother Yuan Yong come home for so many years? Isn't it dangerous out there? Can he ever return? Doesn't he feel lonely living alone?" Whenever Yuan father heard these questions, his expression would turn fearsome, and gradually, Yuan Luoyi ceased to ask. In the past, whenever she cried, Yuan Yong would secretly appear at her window, sharing fairy tales with her. After his departure, no one ever did so again. Once isolated from Class A, Yuan Luoyi began to recall her brother, for she now wore the same expression of solitude that he once bore. After a moment's hesitation, she returned to Yuan Yong, opening her arms wide. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Ding ding dong, you have a hug delivered. Will you accept it?" She replied. Yuan Yong chuckled, the sense of loneliness lifting slightly from his brow as he bent down to receive her embrace. "Welcome back," she said. "Thank you," he responded. "You missed my 3 birthdays. Everyone else brought me gifts, but you did not. I'm sorry. I will make it up to you. But you're always running about, appearing and vanishing without a trace, never returning home. Can you promise me?" Yuan Yong gazed down at Yuan Luoyi, having looked into the eyes of many people up close. Their eyes were filled with a savage beastliness, showcasing brutality with knives and guns. And when he snuffed out their lives, their light would extinguish in an instant. The younger sister's eyes resembled a crystal-clear lake, transparent and radiant. Every subtle ripple stirred deep emotions within him. He himself was astonished at how sentimental he could become in her presence. He could be cold and unfeeling towards anyone else. Yet he could not maintain such a demeanor with her. Yuan Yong gently grasped Yuan Luoyi's small hand, promising, "I assure you, I will remain here during this time, and I will deliver the 3 gifts into your hands." Yuan Luoyi replied, "All right, I shall trust you this once." They both understood that Yuan Luoyi was not genuinely interested in the gifts. She merely wished for Yuan Yong to stay a little longer. With a wave of farewell, Yuan Luoyi hurried off to Class D. Inside the classroom, Yuhua was attending a Chinese language online class, fighting drowsiness as he swayed in his chair, his face perilously close to making contact with the desk. Yuan Luoyi imagined that if Yuhua's nose met the tabletop, it would surely be painful, and the world would lose another handsome young man. She abruptly shook his shoulder, averting the impending disaster. Startled, Yuhua jumped up, and upon realizing it was Yuan Luoyi, he relaxed, slumping back onto his chair, patting his chest to calm his racing heart. "You scared me. I thought the homeroom teacher had returned," he exclaimed. Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Did the homeroom teacher come today?" "Yes, he was just here, but he left again. He said our Class D is hopeless, and at this rate, we will inevitably face expulsion." "Is he planning to return to teach us properly?" "Not at all. He mentioned he would be interviewing at other schools, ready to resign as soon as he finds someone to take over." Yuan Luoyi felt a moment of sympathy for the homeroom teacher. The students at Xinghan High School were highly competitive, while only Class D seemed to be completely slacking off. It must be quite challenging for him. She had heard he was quite handsome, but regrettably, she had missed the opportunity to see him today. "By the way, your account must have gained a lot of followers by now," Yuhua remarked. Yuan Luoyi opened her phone and logged into her main account, revealing 460,000 followers. The growth rate evidently slower than before. The 3 seconds of the campus variety show opening and the dramatic reversal of the campus bullying incident had attracted considerable attention. However, trending topics shifted daily, and public interest could easily wane, which compelled celebrities to continuously hype their stories to avoid fading from the public eye. Yuhua leaned in for a closer look. "Wow, that's impressive. You've reached 460,000. Su Sun has fewer followers than you, only 270,000, and many of hers are bought, either bots or inactive accounts. In third place is Sun Junxian with 190,000 fans. Many girls have become his mother fans, eagerly awaiting his maturation. It's true that handsome boys are exceedingly popular." Yuan Luoyi felt indifferent to her leading popularity. Her priority was to swiftly enhance her influence and reactivate the tracing function to uncover the true culprit. In the afternoon, Xinghan High School suddenly erupted into chaos as dozens of vehicles entered, disembarking a group of tall and imposing figures. Students crowded around the windows to witness the commotion, and Yuhua, jolted awake by the noise, was instantly alert. Who are these high-ranking officers? Why have they come to our school? He took out his phone and opened the campus group chat, only to find an overwhelming influx of messages. Students were fervently sharing the news. Yuan Luoyi leaned in to take a look. "Everyone, we have some momentous news. The Elephant Bone Society has arranged for a new physical education teacher. He is a veteran who has commanded numerous classic battles. Moreover, under the pressure from the Elephant Bone Society, the principal announced that all physical education classes will resume this week. The production team will also be coming tomorrow to film the first-year physical education class. I've heard there will be a grand event, and the buzz will be immense." Wow, the prestige of our physical education classes has just skyrocketed. Yuan Luoyi nodded. Indeed, it was excellent news, as they would have the opportunity to compete and enhance their influence tomorrow. Yuhua exited the campus group, exclaiming, "The Elephant Bone Society is truly formidable. With just a casual intervention, the entire school is transformed. No wonder the teachers become so anxious upon seeing them. By the way, I heard that your brother is a member of the Elephant Bone Society. Is that true?" Yuan Luoyi affirmed, "Yes, it is indeed true. All 5 of us are." Yu Hua gasped in astonishment. The Yuan family was extraordinarily exceptional. Although the Yu family had produced many notable figures, there were also plenty of wastrels among them. A group of individuals clad in black emerged from the teaching building, exuding an aura that deterred those around them from approaching. Yuan Yong was among them, moving silently like a predatory creature gliding through the night, both magnificent and commanding, yet elegantly languid. He glanced at Yuan Luoyi, his long fingers resting on the brim of his hat, and with a gentlemanly bow, he departed. Yuan Luoyi suddenly realized this was the first gift. Yu Hua also noticed Yuan Yong, inquiring, "Why did that person nod at us?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "That is my third brother, Yuan Yong." Yu Hua's eyes sparkled with envy. Chapter 25. Duality School has concluded for the day. Upon locating her family sedan, Yuan Luoyi settled inside, only to be pleasantly surprised by the presence of her elder brother, Yuan Han, who had come to pick her up. Yuan Han was an exceedingly busy individual, so it was a rare occasion for him to carve out time to collect his sister. Curiously, Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Brother, what prompted you to come and fetch me today?" Yuan Han replied, "I was somewhat concerned. Yuan Fa mentioned that you were plagued by severe nightmares. Are you well?" To this, Yuan Luoyi responded, "It's nothing to worry about." However, despite her reassurances, she found herself increasingly apprehensive about the prospect of sleep. The fragmented memories from her past life had bestowed upon her numerous advantages. Yet they also forced her to confront the harrowing experiences of various demises, an unsettling sensation of having death's grip tighten around her throat, which she found profoundly disconcerting. As she gazed at Yuan Han, she recalled that he was the only member of their family who maintained contact with their third brother, Yuan Yong. "Brother, why does Sanga not return home?" Yuan Han regarded her with a quiet intensity, causing a shiver to run down her spine. "Why do you suddenly pose this question?" he asked. Yuan Luoyi feigned composure, replying, "I merely thought of it out of the blue." Their third brother, known for his bloodthirst, had previously attempted to abduct Yuan Luoyi, resulting in a prohibition against his proximity to her. The fact that she had met with him was a secret that must never reach Yuan Han's ears. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become infuriated. The thought of her brother's anger was simply unimaginable. Yuan Han's fingers drummed rhythmically against his knee. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Yuan Yong is different from us. After certain events transpired, he deemed the Yuan family too malevolent to exist, hence he departed." Yuan Luoyi questioned, "Is the Yuan family truly wicked?" Yuan Han replied, "The world is rendered in shades of gray. The lines between good and evil are not so distinct." Yuan Luoyi felt as though her brother's response skirted the question, yet it seemed to encapsulate the essence of it. The discord between Yuan Yong and the Yuan family appeared irreconcilable. It was unlikely he would return. A sense of regret washed over Yuan Luoyi. The car continued its journey. Yuan Luoyi resolved to utilize her free time to examine the fragments of her memory, for the true culprit may well be concealed within. The memories unfurled before her. This time, she embodied a young hunter, her finger pulling the trigger as the gunshot reverberated through the forest. A stag collapsed in response, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness enveloped her, and Yuan Luoyi's body swayed, pain coursing through her. "Ding! System alert. Please ensure the host rests promptly." Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. The system had never issued such a warning before. What was amiss? "Yuan noticed her distress. Are you all right?" he asked. "I have a headache," she replied. He placed his hand upon her forehead to gauge her temperature. Though she was not feverish, her complexion was pallid, and she appeared listless. Concerned, he pulled Yuan Luoyi into his embrace. Yuan Luoyi observed her elder brother, noting how he always fastened his shirt all the way to the top button. He wrapped himself in layers, regardless of the heat, shunning short sleeves and shorts, revealing not a single inch of skin. Strangely, despite his heavy attire, his embrace remained cool. Upon reaching home, Yuan Han sought out the honey pot, pouring amber-hued honey into a glass, blending it with warm water and stirring it meticulously. Yuan Hua scooped some honey water with a wooden spoon and offered it to Yuan Luoyi's lips. "Drink a bit of honey water," he said. The moment Yuan Luoyi swallowed, a flicker of subtle delight passed through Yuan Hua's lowered gaze. The sweetness spread across her tongue, and Yuan Luoyi felt a sense of relief, reaffirming that sweetness is indeed the finest remedy for pain. Yuan Hua then fetched a damp towel, meticulously wiping the thin sheen of sweat from Yuan Luoyi's forehead. "Do you feel better?" he inquired. "I feel much refreshed," she replied. Yuan Hua busily attended to her, pulling over a stool to sit and leisurely peeling a red apple. Yuan Luoyi asked, "Do you enjoy taking care of others, brother?" Yuan Hua paused, his hand with the fruit knife momentarily still. He glanced at Yuan Luoyi, then lowered his gaze, his handsome features shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. He resumed peeling the apple, saying, "Not really." Yuan Luoyi observed, "But you seem somewhat pleased." Yuan Hua replied, "Perhaps it reminds me of your childhood. You were so fragile then. If I left you for even a second, you would cry uncontrollably. You relied entirely on me. Now that you've grown, you no longer depend on me as much." Children indeed grow up swiftly. After placing the peeled apple in a dish, Yuan Hua remarked, "You can have some apple when you're hungry. It's rich in vitamins and will strengthen your constitution." Yuan Luoyi speared a piece with a fork and tasted it, finding it both crisp and sweet, with a rich aroma. She offered another piece to Yuan Hua, saying, "It's quite sweet. You should try it, brother." Yuan Hua leaned down, took a bite, and chewed thoughtfully, his Adam's apple bobbing. "It is indeed sweet. Do you still feel dizzy?" he asked. "Much better now," Yuan Luoyi replied. "I need to go to the company for a while. You should rest at home," he instructed. Yuan Luoyi nodded and leaped onto her fluffy bed. Yuan Hua covered her with a light silk quilt before departing. With a soft sigh, Yuan Luoyi felt a tinge of melancholy. Her brother was still concealing his darker side. Yuan Hua was a kind brother, displaying remarkable patience in caring for her. However, he was excessively enamored with the sensation of being relied upon by his sister. Once, when Yuan Luoyi had a fever, she lay helplessly in bed, drenched in sweat. Yuan Hua stood in the room, gazing at her from afar, neither approaching nor leaving, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. At that moment, Yuan Luoyi felt fear towards him, trembling and shrinking into a ball, too afraid to escape. When her fever blurred her consciousness, someone placed a cold towel on her forehead. She heard a voice. "Sometimes I truly wish you would remain ill, so you could always depend on me." It was Yuan Hua's voice, and this was one of the reasons Yuan Luoyi had once feared him. All 5 brothers harbored their dark sides, which Yuan Luoyi had witnessed. In her previous life, she had been consumed by fear, failing to recognize their genuine concern for her, regretting it only after her demise. In this life, Yuan Luoyi discovered the tender side of her brothers, while simultaneously deciding to embrace their terrifying aspects. Chapter 26 commences the following day. Yuan Luoyi awoke, still somewhat disoriented. She had dreamt of the haunting image from her first return, a photograph of her elder brother, Yuan Huan, in death. He lay amidst a pool of blood, his eyes tightly shut, more pallid than ever. He had vowed that if Yuan Luoyi were to be slain, he would pursue vengeance relentlessly until death reunited him with her. In a past life, he fulfilled that promise. Reports claimed that he had succumbed to madness while awake, tormenting to death the 3 judges who had sentenced Yuan Luoyi, along with countless others involved. His rage, hatred, and suffering were insatiable, and no number of deaths could grant him solace. In his final moments, Yuan Huan remained consumed by revenge, though tragically, the true culprit escaped his grasp and ended his life. With the loss of the Yuan family's pivotal figure, the remaining 4 brothers were engulfed in discord, each embarking on a quest for retribution, which ultimately led to the demise of the entire Yuan clan. Now, with her memories from her previous life restored, Yuan Luoyi stands as the sole bearer of knowledge regarding the family's future. She must continually amplify her influence, activating her return capabilities to unearth the true villain. This afternoon presented an opportunity to enhance her influence, as the production team would be filming their physical education class. Yuan Luoyi resolved to seize this chance. As usual, she arrived at Xinghan Middle School, attending her morning classes before joining Yuhua for physical education in the afternoon. All the first-year students gathered, brimming with excitement, for the new physical education instructor was a formidable soldier who had brought along 2 large crates of firearms, announcing that they would spend the day running laps around the playground. The students, ecstatic at the prospect of developing robust physiques and resilient spirits were informed that they would engage in a battle royale. Only one could emerge alive from the bloodshed. Thus, Yuan Luoyi reluctantly selected a firearm and entered the half-hour time-limited battle royale. Of course, the weapons were not real. They were filled with paintballs, which felt akin to a punch, painful yet not excessive. The soldiers chose students to instruct one-on-one in the use of the firearms, and everyone was diligent in their learning. Su Sun, as always, was immensely popular, quickly attracting the attention of a high-ranking soldier with whom she engaged in cheerful conversation, mastering the skills with ease. Boys and girls gathered around Su Sun, showering her with praises. "Wow, Su Sun, your stance with the gun is impeccable. How impressive. You look both cool and beautiful." Su Sun feigned modesty, responding, "Oh, it's not that standard. You all are doing better than I am." Stealing a glance at Yuan Luoyi, she noticed her standing alone, devoid of any soldier willing to instruct her in the use of a firearm. With a radiant smile and an air of superiority, Su Sun extended her hand toward Yuan Luoyi, mockingly offering assistance. "Do you need help?" Yuan Luoyi disregarded Su Sun, fiddling with the gun herself. She had the knowledge. For in one life, she had been a hunter. Su Sun rolled her eyes but turned back to others with a sweet and gentle smile. Suddenly, someone approached Yuan Luoyi, and upon glancing up, she was taken aback to find her third brother, Yuan Yong, beside her. Yuan Luoyi's eyes widened in surprise. "3. Shu." Yuan Yong swiftly leaned down to whisper in Yuan Luoyi's ear, his movements as fluid and graceful as a feline stretching its body. He softly uttered, "Let us pretend we are strangers." Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Then what shall I call you?" "Instructor." "Very well, instructor. What brings you here?" "Your new physical education teacher is a friend of mine. I have come to assist and to check on you. I have instructed them not to teach you so that I may be your instructor." Yuan Luoyi suddenly comprehended. No wonder the soldiers had walked away upon seeing her. Yuan Yong picked up Yuan Luoyi's firearm, examining it closely, his slender fingers tracing the grooves on the metallic barrel. "You have chosen a fine weapon, perfectly balanced and well-suited for you." Yuan Luoyi had selected it based on fragmented memories from her past life as a hunter. A good firearm must possess stable balance, as even the slightest tremor in one's fingers could lead to a misfire. Yuan Yong returned the gun to Yuan Luoyi. "Now perform a shooting stance." Yuan Luoyi settled onto the ground, cradling the gun and aiming it carefully. Being still quite small, she struggled to manage the powerful recoil of the weapon. Any instability would result in inaccuracies. Thus, for a girl of her stature, the best approach was to shoot while seated, using her weight to steady the gun. Yuan Yong smiled. "Such astute strategy. Has anyone taught you this?" "No," Yuan Luoyi replied. Yuan Yong began to adjust Yuan Luoyi's posture, occasionally guiding her hands and gently patting her back, helping her achieve the proper shooting stance. On the battlefield, an 11-year-old sniper can still take many lives. "You possess this innate talent." Suddenly, he chuckled deeply, his voice resonating like the haunting song of a whale in the deep sea. "Do you remember when I taught you how to kill a rabbit?" Yuan Luoyi could never forget. The young Yuan Yong found beauty in this. Yet the 6-year-old Yuan Luoyi felt otherwise. Her eyes widened in terror as she shrank into a corner, hoping the adults would swiftly rescue her. Yuan Yong said, "Swift execution is the greatest mercy for prey. Do not hesitate. Leave the rest to your instincts. After you attempt it once, you will understand what I mean." His hand rested on Yuan Luoyi's shoulder. "Now, take a deep breath, aim at your target, focus intently. When the surrounding noise fades, pull the trigger." Yuan Luoyi followed his instructions. The laughter of her peers gradually faded. The scenery around her dissolved into a mirage, leaving only herself, the gun, and the target. Bang! She squeezed the trigger, feeling the intense vibration of the weapon accompanied by a wave of heat. 100 meters away, the target center was struck by a paint round, bursting into a cloud of crimson smoke. Admiration filled Yuan Yong's eyes. "Excellent." He extended his hand toward Yuan Luoyi with a gentlemanly grace. "You, like me, are a born hunter. The other students are merely your prey, incapable of competing with you. The lesson is concluded. Rise and take a break." Yuan Luoyi grasped Yuan Yong's hand and stood up. She surveyed her surroundings. Many students were practicing shooting, yet few could hit their targets. A large group approached from the distance, laden with various equipment and perspiring profusely. Director Zhang led the way, fanning himself, panting heavily. The students were instantly filled with excitement. The filming crew had finally arrived. Many girls had washed their hair in preparation for today's on-screen appearance, while the boys donned discreet height-increasing insoles. The staff found an excellent shooting angle and set up the camera. The students pretended to stroll casually past the lens, showcasing themselves, unaware that the camera had yet to be powered on, as Director Zhang was busily searching for a power strip. Yuan Luoyi expressed his regret, saying, "I must take my leave." Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Where are you going?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "To a place where the camera cannot capture me. Do not worry. I will always keep an eye on you." With one hand behind his back and the other removing his hat, he gracefully traced elegant arcs in the air before stepping back and slowly bowing as if he were a nobleman, proclaiming, "Wishing you success." Yuan had donned his hat and departed. Yuan Luoyi gazed at his retreating figure. At first glance, Sangu Yuan Luoyi appeared almost perfect, possessing an alluring charm that exuded elegance and splendor. However, Yuan Luoyi was aware of his inherently violent nature, a thirst for blood lurking beneath the surface. When his dark side erupted, it was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Ding, ding, ding. The physical education teacher blew the whistle, summoning all the students to gather. Yuan Luoyi, armed, made his way over as well. The camera was finally powered on, and the battle royale was about to commence. Chapter 27. Team division by class on the playground. Students engaged in animated conversations, creating a cacophony of excitement. In stark contrast, Yuan Luoyi remained unusually composed, her expression serene as she surveyed her surroundings like a seasoned hunter, analyzing the terrain. To emerge as the ultimate victor in this battle royale, one must harness every available resource, particularly the natural environment. Her steady gaze piqued the interest of Director Zhang, who turned the camera toward Yuan Luoyi. However, before he could capture more than a few seconds, the physical education teacher stepped forward, obstructing the lens. The teacher proclaimed loudly, "Students, for this battle royale, we shall form teams based on your classes." As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes turned towards Yuan Luoyi and Yuhua, their gazes predatory. Yuan Luoyi blinked in surprise. While other classes boasted over 30 members, Class D had merely 2, a disparity akin to the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. Yuhua cried out in despair, "Teacher, this is utterly unfair. How can we compete against 3 other classes with just the 2 of us?" The teacher replied, "Life is inherently unfair. Furthermore, having many can be a disadvantage, while having few can provide unique advantages. You have 3 minutes to devise your strategy. Once the time is up, the game shall commence. Do you understand?" The students chorused in unison, "Understood." The students of Class A were particularly exhilarated, especially the sports committee member, Su Sun, who gathered a group of admirers, both boys and girls. She flashed a provocative smile at Yuan Luoyi. Sun Junxian stood beside Su Sun, seemingly resolved to join forces with her against Yuan Luoyi. Meanwhile, students from classes B and C congregated, fervently discussing tactics, stealing glances at Yuan Luoyi and Yuhua, their eager eyes suggesting they viewed the duo as lambs awaiting slaughter. Yuan Luoyi found the atmosphere eerily familiar and, after a moment of contemplation, realized, this is the sensation of collective isolation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She had no desire for their approval, only the ambition to eliminate them with her weapon and joyfully claim first place. Yuhua sighed, "They all want to take us out first. This isn't merely 2 against 30. It's more like 2 against 100. What should we do?" Yuan Luoyi quipped, "Oh, am I not the one fighting 100 alone?" Yuhua retorted, "I am your classmate. How could I let you face this alone? I refuse to be a coward." Yuan Luoyi remarked, "But you trip over your own feet while running. Your athletic scores have never passed." Yuhua's face flushed. "Brute strength cannot solve all problems. Cunning is my forte. I have a brilliant plan. Would you care to hear it?" Yuan Luoyi leaned in. "I am all ears." The 2 children whispered their strategy, the camera closely following their every move as the barrage of comments began to swell. "What are they discussing?" "Director, hurry and give them a microphone. I want to listen. Count me in for wanting to hear, but with only 2 in Class D." The odds of winning are slim. Class A is bound to win. Their students appear significantly stronger. The viewership in the live stream steadily increased, and director Zhang was quite pleased. As a child of the Yuan family, Yuan Luoyi's striking appearance and enigmatic aura, coupled with her previous appearances in trending discussions due to school bullying, rendered her an intriguing figure. Many online users flocked to her, so regardless of the outcome, he would ensure that Yuan Luoyi received more screen time. In the distance, beneath the shade of the trees, Yuan Yang's gaze was fixed upon Yuan Luoyi. The situation was unfavorable for his sister, yet he firmly believed she would prevail. Yuan Luoyi's shots struck the bullseye, while her peers struggled to even hit the target. This disparity not only attested to Yuan Luoyi's superior shooting skills, but also to her elevated mental acuity. Reflecting on this, Yuan Yang found himself smiling. The other members of the Yuan family opposed his teaching of lethal techniques to Yuan Luoyi, arguing she has no desire to kill rabbits. What are you doing? She's only 6 years old. You're scaring her. Your actions do not constitute protection, but imprisonment. Consequently, Yuan Yang was prohibited from approaching Yuan Luoyi. His resentment grew immensely. The 5 of them were not normal, yet he alone was barred from his sister's side. Frequently, he worried that Yuan Luoyi might completely forget him. However, it now seemed that not only did she remember him, but she also retained some of the knowledge he had imparted, which filled him with joy. Look how beautifully she holds a gun. The 3 minutes were up. Bang! The physical education teacher fired into the sky, shouting, "The battle royale officially begins." The students immediately raised their weapons, aiming in unison at Yuan Luoyi and Yu Hua, forming a tight encirclement. Almost simultaneously, Yu Hua threw a smoke bomb. With a loud bang, smoke engulfed the area, obscuring visibility among the students. Panic ensued as they fired wildly, emptying their magazines, engaging in fierce combat all around. Stop shooting. You're hitting your own team. Class leader, I am utterly loyal to you. Why did you shoot me in the head? I'm sorry, I couldn't see clearly. Where did that guy from Class D find a smoke bomb? So cunning. Forget it. Let the survivors continue to fight. The 3 classes descended into chaotic gunfire, and the number of fallen students increased. As the smoke dissipated, Classes B and C lay defeated, their bodies splattered with colorful paint, gasping for breath on the ground, creating a scene both comical and pitiful. Su Sun survived, her admirers forming a protective barrier around her, leaving only 3 boys to shield her. Sun Junxian also emerged unscathed, with several girls shielding him from bullets. Yu Hua, however, met his demise, his face smeared with red paint. The smoke bomb had been pilfered from the bottom of the equipment box. His original plan was to throw it, inciting the other 2 classes to fire upon each other while he and his companion made their escape. Unfortunately, Yu Hua's athleticism was woefully inadequate, and he was hit by a paintball after only a few steps. Fortunately, Yuan Luoyi managed to escape, and Class D still held a glimmer of hope for victory. The survivors soon realized Yuan Luoyi was missing. A boy approached Yu Hua and demanded loudly, "Where did Yuan Luoyi go?" Yu Hua remained silent, inciting the boy's fury as he aimed his gun at him. "Answer quickly, or I will shoot you." Lying on the ground, Yu Hua exasperatedly spread his arms. "I'm practically a corpse here. Do you intend to kill me twice?" The boy awkwardly retracted his weapon, pretending that nothing had transpired. But the camera had captured every moment. The children's embarrassing moments were now immortalized in high definition. In the face of unexpected circumstances, Su Sun remained remarkably composed. Internally, she harbored disdain for the foolish boy, yet she maintained her demeanor as a gentle lady in front of the crowd, concealing any trace of her aversion. She proposed, "Let us seek out Yuan Luoyi ourselves." The boys nodded in agreement and began their search. All around them lay the living dead, glaring resentfully at the survivors. Beneath the bushes of the school's greenery, Yuan Luoyi cautiously adjusted her weapon. She knew that once she launched an attack, her position would be revealed, so she decided to wait until the others had nearly annihilated one another before making her move. He, the battlefield's opportunist, was none other than her, effortlessly securing victory as if she were merely lying down to win. Suddenly, a gaze fell upon Yuan Luoyi, and she looked up to find Su Sun squinting at her. Ah, indeed, Girls are more observant. She had been detected, leaving her with no choice but to eliminate her. Su Sun shouted, "She is over there." Yuan Luoyi's finger tightened on the trigger. The dark muzzle of her gun aimed directly at Su Sun. Chapter 28. A symphony of noise bang. The sound of a gunshot erupted, and paint exploded, transforming Su Sun into a grotesque spectacle, her hair now resembling that of a rodent that had tumbled into flour. Yet it was not the gun of Yuan Luoyi that had fired, but rather that of Sun Junxian, who stood beside Su Sun with an air of cold indifference. The close-range shot was painful upon impact. Yuan Luoyi was astonished that Su Sun did not weep, maintaining her composure as a lady, a testament to her dedication. The unexpected betrayal by Sun Junxian was beyond Su Sun's imagination, inciting her fury. "You." Sun Junxian retorted, "You are a corpse and cannot speak." Su Sun clenched her silver teeth, nearly shattering them in her rage. This dramatic treachery would not escape the watchful eye of director Zhang, who directed the camera toward the disheveled Su Sun, amplifying her plight with a close-up. With immense effort, Su Sun stifled her emotions. Losing the game merely meant a slight decrease in followers, but the collapse of her refined persona would spell disaster. 3 young men sworn to protect Su Sun stood momentarily stunned at her elimination, before finally recalling their vengeance. "Sen Yongxuan, you scoundrel!" Sun Junxian aimed his gun at the trio, but missed. The 3 retaliated, their aim tragically poor. Paintballs soared through the air, striking walls, trees, and even the chest of the physical education teacher, yet failing to hit their intended target. After a brief exchange of fire, they abandoned their guns, resorting to a chaotic melee, wielding their firearms like baseball bats, pummeling one another. The physical education teacher remained expressionless, though his heart ached at witnessing such misuse of equipment. Yuan Luoyi continued to observe the peculiar brawl from her hiding place in the bushes. Soon, Sun Junxuan's gun was knocked away, and 2 of the boys seized him. The 3rd raised his weapon, aiming at Sun Junxian. "Meet your end." Unfortunately, it was he who met his demise, as Yuan Luoyi pulled the trigger first. The black paint erupted from his chest, causing him to stagger back in bewilderment. "Am I dead?" Bang! Bang! From 100 meters away, Yuan Luoyi fired 2 more shots, striking the other 2 boys squarely in the chest. To them, Yuan Luoyi appeared as a silent reaper, suddenly descending to claim their lives. They stood frozen, covered in black paint, dazed and confused. The barrage of comments erupted. "Wow, that was Yuan Luoyi's shot, right? What precision. Incredible aim. Where is she? How can a girl be both adorable and fierce?" The recoil of the gun proved too much for Yuan Luoyi. Her hands tingled from the impact. Emerging from the bushes, she brushed off the leaves from her attire and strolled leisurely. The camera immediately shifted focus, capturing her every move, with director Zhang eager to film her up close. Now, only Yuan Luoyi and Sun Junxian remained on the playground. He lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength to retaliate. Yuan Luoyi approached to deliver the final blow. Onlookers stared in disbelief at Yuan Luoyi, their gaze following her every step, utterly enthralled by her presence. Particularly the students of Class A, who regarded her as if they were seeing her for the first time. In the past, Yuan Luoyi seldom spoke, often remaining alone now. Although she is still solitary, she appears to command legions. She is transformed from within, becoming more carefree and exuding an undeniable charm. Approaching Sun Junxian, the dark muzzle of a gun was aimed squarely at his chest. Sun Junxian gazed at Yuan Luoyi, saying, "I killed Su Sun to protect you. If she had revealed your hiding place, you would have been in grave danger." Yuan Luoyi remained silent. Suddenly, Sun Junxian realized that the last time he had been this close to Yuan Luoyi was a week ago. Their relationship had become thoroughly estranged. He felt utterly helpless. Memories long buried resurfaced, and Sun Junxian recalled their first encounter. When Yuan Luoyi had rescued him from the brink of collapse, they had once relied on each other. In elementary school, Sun Junxuan's home was always filled with noise. His mother would erupt in fury, her hair disheveled, crying and cursing, stumbling over her words in Chinese before switching to Norwegian in her rage. She was strikingly beautiful, her golden hair shimmering as she danced on stage, her aquamarine eyes captivating. Yet she could not prevent her husband from taking other women. Sun Junxian had seen one of those women. She was neither as lovely as his mother, nor particularly bright. But she would sweetly beg Sun Junxian's father to buy her a Maserati. When she saw Sun Junxian, she feigned tenderness, insincerely praising him, already preparing to assume the role of his stepmother. How foolish. How could his father genuinely marry her? Sun Junxuan's father required a beautiful wife to adorn his facade and sought youthful confections to satiate his whims. To think that such a woman could fantasize about entering his home. She was merely one among many in Sun Junxuan's father's collection. Initially, Sun Junxian was filled with revulsion. He desperately wanted to reveal the truth to his mother, but his father cautioned him, "Son, a perfect marriage does not exist. Your mother is a proud woman, and my ability to endure, pamper, and care for her all these years stems from diverting my pressures onto other women. Every man lies. Bad men expose their lies, while good men perpetuate them for a lifetime. So, help your father. Let us maintain this facade together." Thus, Sun Junxian chose silence, gradually realizing that his father was right. Living in a web of lies, his mother was content, reveling in nightlife, proudly introducing her husband and son to her friends. Alas, Sun Junxuan's father was not a good man either. He indulged in a night of revelry with that woman in the newly acquired Maserati, oblivious to the fact that Sun Junxian's mother had unexpectedly returned, standing before the car window. The edifice of their deceitful household crumbled. Endless quarrels ensued, and Sun Junxian felt his emotions unravel. He recognized his illness, understanding that he was the least afflicted in the household. Yuan Luoyi took notice of him, sitting beside him with genuine concern. She inquired, "Are you hurt?" Sun Junxian retorted, "It's none of your business." Yet she persisted, "But it seems painful. I can't feel anything. Mind your own affairs and leave me be." In a sudden outburst of emotion, Sun Junxian startled Yuan Luoyi. However, she chose to remain by his side. Trembling, she took out her handkerchief and tied it around his wrist, proclaiming, "This will ease the pain." In truth, the fabric of the handkerchief only aggravated the wound, intensifying Sun Junxuan's discomfort. He ought to have ripped the handkerchief away and berated Yuan Luoyi for her foolishness. Yet he refrained, preoccupied with shielding his eyes with his arm, feigning that he had not shed a tear. It was truly disheartening to be brought to tears by a classmate. Chapter 29, The Sole Victor, however. Due to the presence of Yuan Luoyi, Sun Junxuan's life gained a touch of joy, and from that moment on, Yuan Luoyi frequently trailed behind him. Occasionally, Sun Junxian would find her presence irksome. Her unwavering concern incessantly reminded him of the beauty of being cared for, making the coldness of his home even more unbearable. Yet, more often than not, he found himself in desperate need of her. He would feign pride, walking ahead while deliberately slowing his pace, hoping Yuan Luoyi would hasten to catch up. Over time, he came to take her devotion for granted, frequently lashing out at her for not doing enough. Watching her strive to bring him joy, he experienced a perverse sense of relief. Sun Junxian gradually realized that he was becoming just like his father. As his features matured, he transformed into the adored campus heartthrob, weaving lies effortlessly, completely disregarding Yuan Luoyi's feelings, and shamelessly accepting the affections of other girls. He was uncontrollably morphing into the very embodiment of the person he despised the most, with his father's influence lingering ominously. He began to feel sympathy for Yuan Luoyi, thinking how unfortunate she was to be entangled with someone like him. Yet, amidst this transformation, Sun Junxian found certain advantages. He was now able to coexist peacefully with his parents, free from the pangs of pain. The logic was simple. By becoming a demon, he would not be hurt by demons. After isolating Yuan Luoyi from Class A, he reveled in his triumph, feeling liberated to act even more recklessly. For now, this girl also desperately needed him. What Sun Junxian did not anticipate was Yuan Luoyi's change. She suddenly ceased to focus on him. Perhaps he had indeed crossed a line, as he had pushed down the very person who cared for him in front of others, watching her fall into the dirt. It was then that he witnessed Yuan Luoyi cry for the first time, awakening him from his stupor. The girl who had relentlessly asked if I was in pain was, in fact, suffering herself. From that moment on, Events began to spiral beyond his control. He was removed from her circle of friends, and all his petty bullying tactics against Yuan Luoyi became ineffective. He saw her laughing and chatting with that scoundrel Yuhua, and jealousy consumed him, leaving him sleepless with rage. Now he was determined to win Yuan Luoyi back. On the playground of Xinghan Middle School, Sun Junxian lay on the grass, staring up at the sky, while Yuan Luoyi stood beside him, a dark barrel aimed squarely at his chest. Taking a deep breath, Sun Junxian spoke. "There are words I should have expressed long ago. I apologize for pushing you that day. One can only deceive those who genuinely believe in them and hurt those who truly care. I acted foolishly and failed to cherish you. Please forgive me." Yuan Luoyi looked down at Sun Junxian, letting out a sigh. In elementary school, she had longed to help him when she saw him in pain, but her selfless giving had only led him astray. As they grew, she genuinely developed feelings for him, only to be hurt even deeper, witnessing Sun Junxian fully embrace his despicable nature. Now, she found herself employing reverse PUA tactics on him, and within mere days, he began to earnestly reflect on his actions. It seemed that one could not be perpetually kind. Yuan Luoyi said, "Congratulations on becoming a better version of yourself." Sun Junxuan's eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope. "Will you forgive me?" Bang! Yuan Luoyi pulled the trigger, and the paintball struck Sun Junxian at close range, delivering a blow akin to a heavy punch to the chest, causing him to gasp in pain. Yuan Luoyi holstered her weapon, declaring, "No forgiveness." She approached the physical education teacher, stating, "Teacher, I have eliminated them all." The teacher laughed heartily, exclaiming that she was indeed the sister of Yuan Yong. Initially, upon seeing her round face and sparkling eyes, one might have assumed she was a delicate young girl, but she proved to be decisive and remarkably astute. More importantly, she did not wield the gun as if it were a baseball bat. A gold medal, adorned with a tiger pattern, was draped around Yuan Luoyi's neck as the teacher announced loudly, "The ultimate victor of this battle royale is Class D S Yuan Luoyi." The cameras focused on Yuan Luoyi, and the barrage of comments surged, nearly overwhelming the screen. "Amazing! A triumph against the odds. From this day forth, I shall support her." Even adults might struggle to match her prowess. Her strategy and composure were indicative of a student from Xinghan High School. She was a charming little girl with a critical hit rate of 100, utterly enchanting. That last shot struck my heart. I'm now a fan. However, the reaction among the students of Xinghan High School was not as fervent as the online comments. Su Sun, also a competitor, wore a gloomy expression, while Sun Junxian remained incapacitated by pain, and the other contestants were smeared with paint. Nonetheless, a few students found themselves captivated by Yuan Luoyi's charm, their eyes gleaming with admiration, wishing to applaud her victory, yet constrained by the gazes of their classmates. They could only secretly rejoice for her. Many students in Class C were conflicted. They recognized Yuan Luoyi as a descendant of the nefarious Yuan family, responsible for Ma Mei's expulsion. Yet they could not help but admire her. At that moment, Yuan Luoyi showed no interest in others' opinions of her. She was wholly focused on the voice of the system. Ding! Host's influence has reached 60, activating the retroactive program. This was precisely what Yuan Luoyi desired. She wished to uncover the true culprit. Yuan Luoyi returned the gun to the box, asking the teacher, "May I leave?" The teacher replied, "Of course. As the sole victor, you may do as you please." Yuan Luoyi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher," and she jogged over to her brother Yuan Yong, who opened his arms, welcoming her triumphant return with a smile. Chapter 30. Be honest. Yuan Luoyi plunged into the embrace of Yuan Yong, only to discover, to her astonishment, that his arms were equally frigid. The members of the Yuan family bore a striking resemblance to serpents, emotionally detached, their skin perpetually cold. In contrast, she was the sole warm-blooded creature among them, with the venomous snakes yearning to draw warmth from her. Yuan Yong remarked, "You performed remarkably in this latest survival game. You concealed yourself during moments of disadvantage, waiting patiently for the opportune moment, and when you had the upper hand, you struck decisively. How did it feel to wield the gun?" Yuan Luoyi responded, "The power was overwhelming. It left my hand numb." Yuan Yong chuckled softly, leaning closer so that his dark shadow enveloped her like a gossamer veil. I do not refer to the physical sensation, but rather the psychological one. When I first took a life with a gun, my heart raced with exhilaration. I immediately regretted it, wishing I had opted for a knife instead, more primal, more savage, and far more gratifying. In the future, I can teach you the art of the blade. I am certain you will come to revel in its sensation as well. Yuan Luoyi gazed at Yuan Yong, captivated by his striking handsomeness. The tear mole at the corner of his eye lent him an air of delicate beauty, while his melodious voice belied the violent and bloodthirsty words he spoke. He was by nature a predator, intent on molding Yuan Luoyi into a kindred spirit. If she truly were a child of the Yuan family, perhaps she would willingly learn from him. However, she was not. Yuan Luoyi challenged, "If I refuse to learn, will you abduct me and force me to comply?" Yuan Yong replied, "My dear sister, fret not, for I would never resort to such measures. Growing up takes time. While you may not appreciate it now, you will come to embrace it in due course." Yuan Luoyi countered, "So, does this mean that when I am older, you will indeed come to take me away?" Yuan Yong smiled knowingly, undoubtedly resolved to do so. This unwavering obsession may stem from the rhythm of his heartbeat, which fluctuated with the sound of his sister's cries, or perhaps from his desire to shield her from the madness of their four relatives. It could even be that he was weary of solitude and yearned for her companionship. In any case, Yuan Yong was oblivious to the intricacies of human emotion and unaware of how much humanity he still possessed. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his conviction that he must extricate his sister from the malevolence of the Yuan family, for he believed the venomous snakes would ultimately harm her, and he would never allow that to happen. As her brother, he bore the sacred duty of protecting her. Yuan Yong inquired, "By the way, you have already received your first gift. What would you like for your second?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "I would like to eat pizza." Yuan Yong asked, "Pizza?" Yuan Luoyi nodded. "Yes, after some exercise, I am quite hungry. Let's head to the cafeteria. Their food is delightful." Yuan Yong chuckled at the sweetness and innocence of the little girl's wish. She remained blissfully unaware that if she desired the heads of others, he could procure that for her as well. "Then, let us proceed to the cafeteria." As Yuan Luoyi and Yuan Yong departed the playground, envious glances were cast their way by the other students, who had lost the competition. The physical education teacher chastised them for their lack of stamina, demanding they run 3 laps around the field. Only Yu Hua was spared, seated in the shade of a tree, relishing the sight of his peers panting from exhaustion. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Yuan Luoyi noticed a throng of upperclassmen who, while queuing for food, stole furtive glances at her. She was the little princess of the Yuan family. Wow, such striking beauty. The reality is even more charming than what is portrayed on television. Not only is she adorable in appearance, but have you seen the latest trending topic? An 11-year-old girl hit the mark with remarkable precision, taking down 4 individuals. This girl possesses both wit and cunning. It was at this moment that Yuan Luoyi realized she had made it onto the trending list. Indeed, her influence had suddenly surged to 60, and such an effect could only be achieved through trending. Finding a spacious spot, Yuan Luoyi settled down as Yuan Yong prepared to purchase pizza. Suddenly, her second brother, Yuan Fa, emerged from the crowd, striding towards her with an imposing demeanor, blocking Yuan Yong's path. Yuan Luoyi felt a breeze sweep past her ear and turned to see her eldest brother, Yuan He, sitting beside her with a smile. She stiffened. Her eldest brother had long advised her against associating with the third brother. This was troublesome. She had been caught at the scene, and how could she explain this? Would her brother be angry? Yuan Luoyi scrutinized Yuan He's expression. His smile was enigmatic, concealing his true emotions, which made her somewhat anxious. In stark contrast, Yuan Fa's fury was palpable, his towering stature exuding a formidable presence. Third brother, it has been quite some time. I have heard that you have thrived on the battlefield, taking many lives. I genuinely rejoice for you. However, what did we discuss the last time we met? Yuan Yong remained unfazed, responding with a hint of sarcasm. Are you referring to the part where you threatened to send me to hell if I got too close to our sister? Yuan Fa revealed a shark-like grin. Indeed. Have you prepared your will? In light of our blood relation, perhaps I could extend a minor assistance, such as ensuring your will is executed by tomorrow. Yuan Yong lowered the brim of his hat with one hand, his face shrouded in shadow. Yet his eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Who shall slay whom is still uncertain. I am no longer 15. Yuan Fa gestured dramatically, his hands slicing through the air, shaking his head in feigned exasperation. Still lacking respect for your elder brother, perhaps I should teach you some manners and speech once more. Both their gazes shifted to their eldest brother, Yuan He, for the ultimate authority over the Yuan family's affairs rested in his hands. Even Yuan Yong, who had been estranged from home for years, was still bound by this connection, as the Yuan family's influence extended beyond business circles into military realms. Yuan He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, lowering his gaze in contemplation. After a moment, his hand rested on Yuan Luoyi's shoulder, startling her. Yuan, he said, I told you not to engage with Yuan Yong. Why did you choose to do so? As the eldest son of the Yuan family, Yuan He had always exhibited a strong desire for control. In the past, Yuan Luoyi would never have dared to defy his decisions. However, now she recognized that her brother was, in fact, quite gentle, so it should be fine, right? She gazed at Yuan He, her large, pure, and beautiful eyes reflecting utter innocence. Because third brother has not returned home in a long time. He is lonely outside, and I wanted to keep him company. It proved that Yuan Luoyi's intentions were indeed correct, as Yuan He's gaze softened immediately, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. My brothers have matters of great importance to discuss. This may be a bit tedious for you. The cafeteria has newly installed a claw machine filled with delightful plush toys. Do give it a try, for you may discover something that captures your fancy. Yuan Luoyi comprehended her elder brother's implication. The conversations among the Yuan brothers were invariably laden with a confrontational spirit, as they sought to shield Yuan Luoyi from their darker facets. Thus, she hastily departed. Yuan Hu did not speak untruths. Indeed, the cafeteria had introduced the claw machine, and the toys within were undeniably charming. She inserted 2 coins, and the machine chimed merrily, serenading her with cheerful melodies as she deftly maneuvered the joystick, immersing herself in the pursuit of the plush toys. Chapter 31. After negotiating, after tossing 10 coins, Yuan Luoyi still failed to grasp the toy. The mechanical claw always trembled at the crucial moment, causing the toy to slip away. The capitalists brazenly exploit the students. She decided to quit. Yuan Luoyi recalled that her second brother, Yuan Fa, was a gaming expert. Perhaps he could assist her in winning a toy. However, their conversation was likely still ongoing. Why not indulge in some pizza first? As Yuan Luoyi walked toward the pizza shop, she soon spotted her former homeroom teacher, Ms. Su. She appeared to be in a foul mood, her brow furrowed, standing in the smoking area, exhaling clouds of smoke. Under the influence of her third brother, Yuan Yong, the previous physical education teacher, had been imprisoned. Ms. Su had voluntarily provided evidence of his embezzlement, thereby redeeming herself and narrowly escaping a similar fate. In times of peace, they were lovers of a certain charm. Yet, when calamity struck, she could still use him as a stepping stone. Ms. Su had once regarded the physical education teacher as merely a distraction, but now she saw him as quite resourceful. However, the Bone Society would not let her off easily, and the Yuan family would not spare her either. Inevitably, she would lose everything, which filled her with anxiety, leading her to smoke a pack of cigarettes daily. Almost simultaneously, Ms. Su noticed Yuan Luoyi. Instinctively, she reached to extinguish her cigarette, as smoking in front of students was inappropriate. But this was Yuan Luoyi, her most detested student. So she took another puff and coldly stared at her. With feigned politeness, she said, Yuan Luoyi, are you still adjusting well in Class D? If not, I can offer you assistance. Yuan Luoyi replied. Then Ms. Su, could you take a few steps forward? It was a peculiar request. MS. Suis Norted. Wondering if this girl wanted her to come over for an embrace. Absurd. Such a sentimental scene would never unfold between them, as they loathed each other, merely refraining from openly displaying their disdain. The heels of her designer shoes clicked sharply on the ground as Ms. Su took 2 steps forward. Is there anything else you require? Yuan Luoyi responded, a bit further, please. Ms. Su complied, taking another drag from her cigarette and flicking the ash with one hand. Curious to see what this little imp was up to, suddenly, a loud alarm rang out. Yuan Luoyi pressed the alert button. A security officer rushed over, demanding, What's going on? Yuan Luoyi pointed at Ms. Su, declaring, Ms. Su is smoking outside the designated area, posing a serious threat to students' health. Only then did Ms. Su realize she had stepped outside the smoking area. She never anticipated that Yuan Luoyi would dare to toy with her. In the past, when Ms. Su had ridiculed her, the little girl would merely bow her head in silence. The security officer sternly glared at Ms. Su, saying, Madam, how could you expose students to secondhand smoke? According to regulations, we must fine you 1,000 yuan. Ms. Su extinguished her cigarette, angrily opened her Hermes bag, pulled out a stack of cash, and counted it before handing it to the security officer. With a sardonic smile, she remarked to Yuan Luoyi, You have indeed changed a great deal. You are quite the clever girl. With her heels clicking furiously, she stormed away. Yuan Luoyi felt a surge of joy witnessing Ms. Su's humiliation. Teacher Su has always held herself in a lofty position, employing her unique methods to bully Yuan Luoyi. However, Yuan Luoyi has now realized that she possesses the power to bring her down. Yuan Fa, her second brother, approached, having witnessed the events from a distance. He smiled at Yuan Luoyi and remarked, Well done. You truly are a child of the Yuan family. Yet, there is a slight flaw. With a swift motion, he snatched the money from the security guard's hands and began counting it rapidly. The guard, taken aback, exclaimed, What are you doing? Yuan Fa replied, According to administrative law, the school fine cannot exceed 50 yuan, yet you collected 1,000. That constitutes a serious violation. Let me guess, which legal novice established this rule? It must be the principal. It is time to have another discussion with him. I appreciate the opportunities he provides for me to earn money. The guard was rendered speechless, afraid to question the legality of the situation. Yuan Fa handed the money to Yuan Luoyi, saying, This small sum is what you earned yourself. I shall not take it away. Next time, aim for an even more splendid execution. He smirked wickedly. However, the principal's substantial funds will belong to me. This matter could yield a significant profit. Thus, the 1,000 yuan became Yuan Luoyi's pocket money, and she joyfully stuffed it in her backpack, looking up to ask, Second brother, have you spoken with him? Yuan Fa replied, It is all settled. He has departed. Yuan Luoyi inquired, Will I never see third brother again? Yuan Fa ruffled her hair playfully. Little one, you already have such an outstanding brother as me. Do not be greedy. Let him go. He is too dangerous for you. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Do you remember what happened when you were 6? He kidnapped you, and when I found you in the forest, you were crying so loudly. Eldest brother may indulge you, but I will not. If you meet third brother again, I will be furious, extremely furious. Nothing you do will quell my wrath. Do you understand? Yuan Luoyi nodded. She agreed only that third brother was dangerous, but she disagreed with the notion that she could not placate second brother's anger. Among the 5 brothers of the Yuan family, the relationship between the second and third brothers was the most contentious. They were sworn enemies, always ready to fight upon meeting. She resolved that during her next encounter with Yuan Yong, she would certainly avoid Yuan Fa. Furthermore, the second gift from third brother, sharing pizza together, remained unfulfilled. He would come looking for her, regardless of the obstacles. With the troublesome matter resolved, Yuan Fa went to confront the principal for the funds, while Yuan Luoyi was taken home by her eldest brother, Yuan He. In the car, Yuan He sat beside her, maintaining his quiet and enigmatic demeanor, leaving others perplexed. Now, Yuan Luoyi was convinced that Yuan He possessed the ability to manipulate the world around him. He could discern her isolation at school and detect third brother Yuan Yong's secret visits. However, she could not fathom why such a formidable elder brother would fall victim to a killer's hand. Nevertheless, through this physical education class, she had activated her ability to trace back, and perhaps tonight she would uncover the answers. Upon arriving home, Yuan Luoyi hurried to her room, tossing her backpack aside. She plopped down on her soft bed and declared loudly, System, activate traceback. Ding. System notification. Traceback has been activated. A familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped her as Yuan Luoyi's body collapsed. The scenery around her shifted rapidly, and she experienced a peculiar feeling of descent. In the darkness, she extended her hand and encountered a solid wall. Where am I? Yuan Luoyi's eyes gradually adjusted to the gloom, revealing that she stood alone in a long corridor. The moon outside serving as her sole source of illumination. Observing the vintage patterns on the walls, she recalled that this was the corridor of the Yuan residence. Suddenly, the metallic scent of blood reached her nostrils, and she noticed droplets staining the floor. Following the trail, she found the blood increasing in quantity and intensity until she arrived at the threshold of her mother's bedroom. The door stood ajar, blood smeared upon the doorknob. Creak! Yuan Luoyi gently pushed the door open, revealing her mother collapsed in a pool of blood, consciousness fading from excessive loss. Yet, she recognized Yuan Luoyi, a tear escaping from her eye. Darling, flee quickly. A chilling laughter erupted behind her, and Yuan Luoyi felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of her head. Bang! The gunfire echoed. Ding! System notification. Rewind complete. In a brightly lit room, Yuan Luoyi jolted upright, gasping for breath as if she had emerged from drowning, finally receiving a breath of fresh air. She touched the back of her head, finding it unscathed, untouched by a bullet. The true culprit had been standing right behind her. She was a girl. Chapter 32. The importance of courage. This journey into the past was perilous, yet it bore substantial rewards. The chilling laughter of the girl resonated with Yuan Luoyi, a familiarity that eluded her memory. Perhaps a return to the corridor could help her recollect more. Yuan Luoyi leaped from her bed and flung open the door, dashing through the Yuan residence until she reached the corridor. The wallpaper remained unchanged, the windows identical, and only the silvery moonlight illuminated the path. Devoid of bloodstains this time. As she advanced, memories stirred within her. I have heard her voice. Recall quickly. Who is she? Step by step, Yuan Luoyi arrived at the threshold of her mother's chamber. A spy and an assassin, Yuan's mother was nearly invulnerable to an ordinary person's attack. How could the murderer have succeeded? Placing her hand upon the doorknob, the cold metal would soon be stained with blood, and within the room, the scene unfolded. Yuan's mother lay gravely injured, bleeding profusely. Yuan Luoyi recalled numerous details, such as her mother gripping her phone, the screen flickering with an outgoing call to Yuan's father, who did not answer. There was also a calendar on the table, marked June 27th. A sharp pain throbbed at her temples, and Yuan Luoyi furrowed her brow as fragments of memories from her past surged forth. She remembered that on June 27th, she had been exposed as the false heiress. Her father's icy gaze had pierced through her, and he had cast her belongings aside, demanding her immediate departure. That night, Yuan Luoyi dragged her suitcase alone towards the subway station. Exhausted commuters, having just completed their shifts, hurriedly made their way to the last train. Eager to return home for rest, Yuan Luoyi envied their ability to return to a place of belonging. She had lost everything. The love she received was nothing but an illusion. Adrift and weary, she felt like a piece of driftwood, aimlessly floating, uncertain of where she might find solace. Suddenly, the advertisements on the large screen froze, flickering briefly before revealing a wanted poster. Initially, Yuan Luoyi paid it no mind. Her attention focused on her phone as she perused the subway map. It was only when the surrounding crowd began to whisper and point at her that she sensed something amiss. Lifting her gaze, she saw her own image on the wanted poster, labeled as a class of criminal, extremely dangerous, and suspected of matricide. The fragments of her memories ceased, and the 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi finally grasped the sequence of events. So this was the truth. On the day she was cast out, her mother had been murdered, and she had been framed as the perpetrator. Before her brothers returned home, she had been sentenced to death. The swiftness of the judgment seemed to indicate a desperate urgency to eliminate her, denying her brothers the opportunity to save her. An invisible hand appeared to orchestrate the series of tragic deaths within the Yuan family, ensuring that each member suffered immensely in their demise. Now, as the 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi gazed out the window, a solitary moon hung in the sky, accompanied by the chirping of night insects. During her first journey into the past, she had felt as though only a few minutes had elapsed, yet hours had actually passed. The same was true this time. It had still been afternoon when she returned home, yet now darkness enveloped the world outside. This time-traveling ability was peculiar. Previously, she had felt as though she were merely observing the future, akin to watching fragmented memories. However, This time she felt as if she had traversed into the future, able to converse with her mother, yet vulnerable to the harm of the murderer. The sensation of a gun barrel pressed against the back of her head felt achingly real. She must have been shot. The system possessed a wish function, and suddenly, Yuan Luoyi pondered whether she could wish for everyone's salvation. Ding! System notification. If the influence is sufficient, the host may wish for everyone to be saved. The sudden emergence of the mechanical female voice startled Yuan Luoyi. Indeed, she could directly inquire with the system about such matters. She asked, "What level of influence is necessary?" System. The wish function activates at an influence of 100. Yuan Luoyi felt a surge of joy. Her current influence was 60, and with a bit more effort participating in various shows, she could easily reach it. She continued, "Can I wish to know who the real culprit is?" System. The host level is too low to access that information. What level is required for decryption? System. The host level is too low to access that information. What is the essence of tracing back? System. The host level is too low to access that information. Yuan Luoyi grew exasperated with this phrase. While the system could assist her in many ways, it also harbored numerous enigmas, refusing to provide answers. It was peculiar that reaching level 100 would grant her the ability to wish for everyone's salvation, yet deny her the chance to uncover the true culprit. To identify the perpetrator, she could only continue utilizing the tracing function, but a shiver enveloped Yuan Luoyi as she contemplated who she might encounter during the next regression, what events might unfold, and whether she would be harmed. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Recalling memories from her past life, she had once mustered the courage to let go, thus liberating herself from the burdensome school life. Yet now, she had to summon the fortitude to confront the dark future ahead, to find the true culprit, for the sole hope for the Yuan family rested upon her shoulders. A sound of footsteps approached, and Yuan Luoyi turned anxiously to find her elder brother, Yuan Huan. He came to her side and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "I miss Mommy." Yuan Huan reassured her, "Mother will return tomorrow morning." "How did you know I was here?" Yuan Luoyi inquired. Yuan Huan pointed to a corner of the ceiling where a camera was positioned. The security system detected unusual behavior. Yuan Luoyi furrowed her brow in confusion. Although the Yuan residence was an ancient mansion, its interior was quite modern. Why would the murderer dare to brazenly enter the Yuan estate to commit murder? Just as she was lost in thought, Yuan Huan extended his large hand and lifted her into his arms. "You are so young yet wearied with worry. What troubles you?" he asked. Yuan Luoyi shook her head. Due to the system's restrictions, whenever she attempted to articulate related matters, her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Yuan Huan sighed. Believing Yuan Luoyi was still fearful of him and unable to open her heart. Thus, he sought another way to show his concern, offering her food. "The maid mentioned you had not eaten dinner. I brought you a late-night snack, all your favorites. Would you like some?" Upon hearing the mention of a late-night snack, Yuan Luoyi's spirits soared. "I would love some. Thank you, brother." She had been tense, preoccupied with thoughts of the true culprit, but being beside her brother felt secure, allowing her to relax and suddenly realize her hunger. Seeing his sister's joy, Yuan Huan felt considerably better. In the presence of others, he showed not a flicker of empathy. Their suffering, their struggles, their cries for mercy were met with his cold indifference, bestowing upon them a sense of despair. Yet, when faced with Yuan Luoyi, his emotions fluctuated intensely. For every ounce of pain she experienced, he felt a corresponding sorrow. She bestowed upon him the illusion of being a normal human, and he found no aversion to that sensation. Yuan Huan embraced Yuan Luoyi as they departed the corridor, and she cast a glance back. Here, the Yuan family had witnessed its first death, marking the onset of chaos. However, had Yuan Huan chosen not to seek vengeance for Yuan Luoyi, he would not have perished. The family would not have crumbled, and his 4 brothers would have survived. Yuan Luoyi remarked, "Elder brother, you are truly remarkable, a jack of all trades, and you have managed the Yuan family well over the years." Yuan Huan chuckled softly. "Why the sudden flattery? Do you seek something from me?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "Not at all. It is merely a spur-of-the-moment reflection. However, every person has their weaknesses. What is yours, elder brother?" Yuan Huan's obsidian eyes, fixed upon Yuan Luoyi, My only weakness must be you. His very soul was shrouded in darkness, save for a sliver of light within, where Yuan Luoyi resided, untouched and pure. He concealed, he disguised, he suppressed his brutal nature, tenderly nurturing his sister, all for the sake of her happiness and well-being. He yearned more than anyone to be a good brother. Yet, this devotion foretold a grim fate. After Yuan Luoyi's demise, he too would be unable to endure for long. Chapter 33. Continuing with life, the following morning, Yuan Luoyi encountered her mother, who appeared to have just returned from a tropical country, her skin slightly tanned, adorned with vibrant necklaces, radiating warmth with her bright smile. Yuan mother presented a hand-woven necklace, saying, "Darling, this is a gift from Mommy." Yuan Luoyi, ignoring the gift, enveloped her mother in a tight embrace, burying her face in her clothing, stifling her tears with great effort. It was a relief to see Yuan mother alive. Although she was not her biological mother, even in the face of death, she had urged Yuan Luoyi to escape, showing her genuine affection. Yuan mother was taken aback, but predominantly filled with joy. It had been quite some time since her younger daughter had displayed such endearment. Sitting on a stool, she invited Yuan Luoyi to nestle in her lap, cradling her cherubic face in her hands. "What troubles you, dear? Have your brothers been unkind to you?" Yuan Luoyi replied. "No, I just miss you." With a chuckle, Yuan mother responded, "Oh, my child, how sweet of you to say. Is there anything you desire? Mommy will buy it for you right away." Leaning languidly against her mother's shoulder, Yuan Luoyi murmured, "I only want Mommy." Yuan mother was overjoyed, gently patting Yuan Luoyi's back. "All right, I will decline any long-term overseas assignments. Mommy will spend quality time with you." Yuan Luoyi relished the intimacy with her mother, which, though somewhat childish, stemmed from her heartfelt longing. It was not until nearly 7:30 that she reluctantly entered the car to school, only to receive unfortunate news en route. Her fourth brother, Yuan Si, was heading to Xinghan Middle School today. That languid, self-absorbed man had returned from Paris, and his fans would undoubtedly follow suit. Yuan Luoyi dreaded his fans, for they were notoriously fervent. As she opened her phone, the trending topic revealed that the immensely popular star Yuan Si would be attending Xinghan Middle School. As usual, the comments were filled with adulations from his fans. The fervor of Si's admirers was renowned worldwide, and few dared to criticize him in the comments, for they were genuinely devoted. Yuan Luoyi had minimal interaction with her fourth brother, who debuted at 14 and was perpetually busy, rarely returning home. However, she was aware of Yuan Si's peculiar values. While the rest of the Yuan family loathed engaging with the public, he thrived on it. Like a chameleon, he swiftly assessed others' preferences, morphing into the persona they admired, skillfully manipulating their emotions. Sometimes he elevated them to great heights, only to let them crash down heavily. Yuan Luoyi often felt that her brother was quite the opportunist, unabashedly playing both men and women, yet she was certain Yuan Si would never fall in love. For he was perpetually enamored with himself, a true narcissist. As Yuan Si would eloquently put it, "Look how amusing they are. In their quest for my slightest affection, they frantically crumble, kneeling and offering everything to me. With just a hint of tenderness, they find themselves blissfully ensconced in a paradise, all proving that the perfect me is their deity." Undoubtedly, Yuan Si harbored no notions of benevolence. He understood the art of charm and the manipulation of hearts, satisfying his almost pathological desire for control. Exiting the trending topics, Yuan Luoyi glanced at her main account, which boasted over 600,000 followers. Yet her homepage remained devoid of updates. Oh, why had she not posted anything new? Please, anything would suffice. I am beginning to experience withdrawal symptoms. Director Zhang, why don't you film more of Yuan Luoyi? I am following this variety show solely for her. Yuan Luoyi sighed softly and logged out of her main account. She felt at a loss when it came to communicating with her fans, even finding their adoration somewhat burdensome. She was acutely aware that they adored the imagined version of Yuan Luoyi rather than the genuine person she was. Catering to her fans felt laborious. She was already exhausted from investigating the true culprit and wished to let things unfold naturally in other aspects of her life. The system was designed such that as long as she remained indifferent, she would continue to level up. With this thought, Yuan Luoyi suddenly grew curious about what would happen if one day she chose not to be indifferent. What reaction would the system elicit? This is an intriguing subject. Perhaps she could conduct some experiments in the future. Upon arriving at school, Yuan Luoyi slung her backpack over her shoulder and made her way towards Class D. Many students had witnessed her remarkable performance during yesterday's physical education class, which had captivated numerous onlookers. Thus, when she appeared at the school gate, curious gazes fell upon her. It's her. It's really her. What luck to encounter her on the way to school. Should I approach her and say hello? Fool, wake up. She is the daughter of the Yuan family. Indeed, she could take down the campus heartthrob, Sun Junxian, with a single shot. She might even use a real gun against us. The students, unable to decipher Yuan Luoyi's character, dared not approach her, opting instead to observe from a distance, as if they were a ceremonial guard paying an odd homage. As Yuan Luoyi neared the cafeteria, a girl from Class C suddenly dashed toward her, bowing respectfully before turning to flee, leaving Yuan Luoyi somewhat bewildered. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Yuan Luoyi recalled that she had greeted her during the opening ceremony of the variety show. Had she done anything to that girl? It seemed not. She didn't even know her name. Yuan Luoyi relinquished her thoughts. Ever since she had adopted a laid-back attitude, the demeanor of those around her had been shifting. Occasionally, a few peculiar students would orbit around her, which no longer seemed surprising. Particularly after yesterday's physical education class, the entire faculty and student body had noticed her transformation. At the entrance of Class D stood a woman clad in a black suit and sunglasses, her posture exuding strength and capability. She turned towards Yuan Luoyi and politely inquired, "You must be Yuan Luoyi," to which Yuan Luoyi responded, "Yes." The woman continued, "I am Mr. Yuan C's assistant. He has instructed me to escort you to the lounge." Yuan Luoyi hesitated, replying, Can I decline?" The woman stepped gracefully towards Yuan Luoyi, pleading, "Please. You must go. I am merely a worker, and you know that Mr. Yuan C prefers everything to be under his control. If you do not go, he will hold me accountable." Consequently, 10 minutes later, Yuan Luoyi found herself standing in Yuan C's lounge, feeling a sense of unease. He was reclining on the sofa, asleep. Upon hearing her approach, he lazily sat up, tousling his disheveled hair while stifling yawn. His striking almond-shaped eyes, imbued with a hint of warmth, concealed an icy demeanor beneath. A subtle smile often lingered at the corners of his lips, leading others to misinterpret his nature as benevolent. Even as they were gradually consumed by him, still clinging to the belief that he was a kind soul. As he gazed at Yuan Luoyi, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He stepped closer, enveloping her in a firm embrace, disregarding her struggles entirely. This was precisely why Yuan Luoyi preferred to keep her distance from Yuan C. He treated her like a mere doll, grabbing her whenever he pleased, with no sense of personal space whatsoever. Chapter 34. Unlike an interrogative, the embrace of the fourth brother resembled that of a constrictor serpent, cold and unyielding. Yuan Luoyi struggled for a considerable time, but her frail strength was insufficient to extricate herself. It was only when Yuan C's insatiable need for control was sated that she regained her freedom, swiftly retreating to create distance between them. It was imperative to maintain a safe social distance from such a perilous individual. The next time she was ensnared, she could only wonder how long she would be subjected to his whims. Yuan C remarked, "Elder brother mentioned that you no longer fear people as much. So why you still hide from me?" Yuan Luoyi glared at him. "You're nearly making me lose my hair." Yuan C chuckled lightly. "I simply missed you too much. It has been nearly a year since our last meeting." He languidly stretched his limbs, the remnants of sleep still clouding his mind. His hair disheveled and his shirt half ajar, the motion inadvertently revealing his taut collarbone. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought some pastries from Paris for you to try." He sauntered to the table, retrieving an intricately designed glass cup to pour himself some red tea, then delicately took out the small delicacies from the gift box. His long fingers skillfully adjusted the placement of the plates, performing the task with grace, and soon enough, a sumptuous spread was laid out before them. Yuan C had an artistic flair. Even a few pastries could be arranged to exude the quality of an oil painting, appearing utterly enticing. He extended his hand in an inviting gesture, yet Yuan Luoyi remained motionless. In the past, Yuan Si would often host tea parties for her, meticulously preparing a table laden with sweet, beautiful treats. Young Yuan Luoyi, lacking in discernment, was easily lured away, akin to Alice tumbling into a rabbit hole, captivated by the resplendent and enigmatic spectacle before her, stepping unwittingly into a hallucinatory realm. The price of her enchantment was that Yuan Si locked the door behind her. At first, Yuan Luoyi delighted in the pastries, the silky, sweet cream blossoming on her tongue, everything aligning perfectly with her desires. Then, she discovered that escape was impossible. She clutched her teddy bear tightly, frantically searching for a way out until despair overtook her, leaving her trembling and sobbing on the floor. Meanwhile, Yuan Si stood quietly in the shadows, captivated by his sister's reactions, indelibly etching every subtle change into his memory. To him, a being of muted emotions, his sister was a wondrous creature, capable of manifesting a multitude of feelings within mere minutes. It was akin to peering through a kaleidoscope, the colors shifting, the patterns transforming, a sight he could never tire of. Now, Yuan Si had once again arranged a table of delicacies, yet Yuan Luoyi could no longer trust him. Sensing her hesitance, he once more gestured invitingly. "Come, they are delightful." Yuan Luoyi replied, "I'm not hungry." Yuan Si smiled, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes, fully aware that she was not being truthful. He approached her, his masculine form exuding strength, yet his waist was long and slender. When he moved, he resembled a supple giant serpent, tranquil yet deliberate, imbued with the predatory aura of an aggressor. As he neared Yuan Luoyi, he suddenly became remarkably swift, extending his large hand and capturing her in one swift motion. He pulled her toward the table and, before she could react, pressed her into the soft embrace of an armchair. Yuan Si spoke softly. "You have matured, becoming much more vigilant than before, which is a good thing. There are many out there who seek to deceive you. But do not be anxious. Fourth brother would never harm you. These are merely delightful confections, not the poison apples that ensnare." He picked up a piece, opened his mouth to reveal his sharp tiger-like teeth, and bit into the soft cake, swallowing a whole. "See? No poison, and I am still alive." He then extended another piece toward Yuan Luoyi, urging her to taste it. Yuan Luoyi had no choice but to accept it, taking a small bite. Unique flavor, quite delicious," she remarked. She gazed at Yuan Si and asked, "Fourth brother, what brings you to our school?" Yuan Si settled into the chair opposite her. "Tomorrow, Xinghan Middle School will host a new event, and I am an invited guest. I will be signing promising students to help them enter the entertainment industry." He produced a contract and placed it on the table. "Your previous performance was exceptional. You easily capture attention. You are indeed my sister, born to be a star. By signing this contract, I can help you attain greater fame." Yuan Luoyi understood. The delicacies were not bait, but the contract was. Based on her knowledge of Yuan Si, she knew that signing it would undoubtedly lead to fame, but she would inevitably lose her freedom. It was akin to a nightingale trapped in a gilded cage, enchanting the world with its song, yet unable to soar into the sky. This was not the life she desired. She would not sign the contract. Yuan Luoyi said, "Fame does not bring such joy. Though there are many fans, they do not love the real me. I often find it difficult to face them." Yuan Si leaned back in his armchair, his posture languid, yet his gaze remained fixated on Yuan Luoyi. "My dear sister, do not fret over this. No one is entirely authentic. Everyone wears a mask, spinning tales and suppressing their true selves to craft a more appealing persona." Suddenly, he leaned closer to Yuan Luoyi, his icy fingers lightly brushing her cheek. "Look into your eyes. How pure and captivating they are. At times, they sparkle with joy like a spring breeze, and at others, they glisten with tears, reminiscent of the harsh winter. The seasons dance within your gaze. It is truly beautiful. Therefore, be confident. You possess the talent to enchant others. You need not disguise yourself. This is a divine gift bestowed upon you. As your brother, how could I bear to see you squander it? One day, the entire world will be enamored with you. Allow me to assist you, and you shall relish the pleasures of fame." Yuan Luoyi pondered, the pleasures of fame. Yuan Si's voice was intoxicating indeed. Imagine both men and women captivated by you, bowing in reverence, treating you as their sole deity. They will offer you their utmost devotion, completely at your command, and with a mere word, you could send them from paradise to perdition. Even your enemies would lay down their weapons, kneeling before you. At your mercy, Yuan Si spread his arms wide, a manic gleam in his eyes, resembling an ambitious figure basking in the spotlight, stirring the crowd with his charisma, enticing them to follow him to the edge. He mysteriously produced a crown, its silver threads entwined like vines around the shimmering diamonds, resplendent and regal. Gently, the crown settled upon Yuan Luoyi's head. Yuan Si gripped the armchair, suddenly exerting his strength to effortlessly rotate it 90 degrees, facing the mirror. Yuan Luoyi beheld her reflection. Adorned with the crown, she truly resembled a noble princess, while Yuan Si stood beside her, resembling a nefarious regent, subtly coaxing the future queen toward becoming a bloodthirsty tyrant who tramples upon masses. Yuan Si felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as I envisioned, it suits you perfectly. This is a bespoke gift I have created for you, and I hope you will cherish it. I also wish for you to wear it as we step out together. I have summoned reporters, and I intend to announce before them that you have pledged your allegiance to me. Once the announcement is made, I will arrange for a stylist to craft a development path tailored for you, followed by a banquet to introduce you to my circle. Is that agreeable? Yuan Luoyi did not perceive this as a question, for Yuan Si's overpowering desire for control never permitted anyone to refuse him. Chapter 35. Confrontation. Just as Yuan Luoyi was pondering how to refuse Yuan Si, the door suddenly swung open, revealing her fifth brother, Yuan Jun, standing at the threshold. Clad in a white lab coat and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, his hair cascaded naturally around his ears in soft curls. At the tender age of 16, he still bore the youthful innocence of adolescence. Yet like all members of the Yuan family, his gaze was imbued with a chilling indifference. Yuan Luoyi had never dared to approach Yuan Jun, for he harbored an unsettling fascination with corpses. He would deftly strip the bones from living creatures, meticulously clean and bleach them into specimens, cradling them with fervent admiration, even wishing to present them to Yuan Luoyi. Alas, she was too consumed by fear to appreciate the beauty of these specimens. Yuan Jun's disposition stood in stark contrast to that of Yuan Si. He profoundly abhorred interacting with the living, showing a peculiar leniency towards the deceased, often lost in his own world, engrossed in unraveling intricate scientific conundrums. Thus, he rarely spoke to Yuan Luoyi, which, to her relief, alleviated much of her anxiety. Upon seeing Yuan Jun, Yuan Si's expression darkened. "Brother, I did not extend an invitation for you to be here." Ignoring him, Yuan Jun cast a glance at the contract on the table, strode forward, and seized Yuan Luoyi's wrist, drawing her beside him. Huh, coaxing an 11-year-old girl to sign a contract behind her guardian's back? I am her brother. I am her guardian. You are merely one of her guardians, and the worst of them at that, for you have never adequately cared for our sister. Yuan Si placed a hand on Yuan Luoyi's shoulder, mocking, "That is certainly preferable to your teaching her to dissect frogs. She has no interest in electrocuting the nerves of frog legs, yet you insist on instructing her, which has left her plagued by nightmares for several nights." Yuan Ruwei forcefully swatted Yuan Si's hand away, concealing Yuan Luoyi behind him. "Practical scientific experiments can foster a child's intellect. I am considering her future." Yuan Si retorted, "I can teach her to be charming. Such a skill will truly benefit her, granting her unparalleled fame and boundless wealth." Yuan Jun scoffed. "Fame and fortune are mere illusions, attainable only through a Faustian bargain. This child is destined to be wise and free." Grasping Yuan Luoyi's wrist, Yuan Jun declared, "Let us depart. Allow this madman to wreak havoc upon others." However, Yuan Si clutched her other wrist, clearly enraged, emanating a palpable sense of danger. "Do not test my limits. She will remain by my side today." With a cold smile, Yuan Jun's eyes ignited with dark flames as he commanded, "Release her." The two brothers faced off, with Yuan Luoyi caught in the middle, the tension thick in the air, rendering her immobile, her gaze darting between them. It seemed her two brothers were embroiled in a contest for her guardianship, and were at odds over her educational directives. Yet, she yearned for solitude, seeking a way to extricate herself from the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Luoyi stated, "I am hungry. I wish to go to the cafeteria." 10 minutes later, Yuan Luoyi sat in the cafeteria, silently consuming her breakfast, while Yuan Si and Yuan Jun flanked her on either side, their eyes having already exchanged lethal glances 100 times over. The escape had failed. Yuan Luoyi felt a deep sense of regret. Had she known that expressing her desire to attend class would lead to such a predicament, she would have remained silent. No, the rivalry between these two was so intense that it seemed they could not escape the classroom without conflict. In front of Yuan Luoyi, her two elder brothers displayed a semblance of restraint, aware that she was the only rational member of the family. Should they fully unleash their darker sides, it would surely frighten her to tears. Were there to be a clandestine clash, blood might have already been shed by now. Yuan Luoyi lamented the indispensable role of her eldest brother, Yuan Hua. He had the ability to keep his younger siblings in check. Otherwise, chaos would reign daily as they turned against one another. The students in the cafeteria also took notice of the scene. The Yuan family was strikingly handsome, with a remarkable presence and vibrant personalities. When the three members of the Yuan family congregated, they seemed to emanate a radiant glow, making them exceptionally conspicuous amidst the crowd. Students huddled together, whispering in excited tones. "Oh my goodness, is that Yuan Si? I just watched the drama he starred in yesterday. The plot was absolutely thrilling. My sister is also following that show. She's been quite enamored with Yuan Si lately, and I can see why. He's far more charming in person than on screen. Shall we ask him for an autograph?" The students hesitated, casting glances in their direction. However, right next to Yuan Si stood fifth brother Yuan Jun, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Instinctively, the students understood that it would be wise to avoid Yuan Jun. Their instincts were correct. Among all age groups, Yuan Jun harbored a particular disdain for children. Their high-pitched voices grated on his nerves, and their juvenile thoughts only reinforced his belief in the distinction between humans and lesser beings. Yet, he tolerated Yuan Luoyi, for she was a child, fragile and naive, often tilting her head in confusion, which he found endearing. Even he was surprised by his own double standards, yet he relished the experience of being an older brother. Ultimately, the students abandoned their pursuit. Perhaps next time they could seek an autograph. That person in the white coat was undeniably handsome, albeit somewhat intimidating. Indeed, one could envy Yuan Luoyi. Her brothers were remarkable individuals. No, it should be admiration. The five brothers of the Yuan family were extraordinary, and she remained composed while enjoying her cold noodles. That was true prowess. That makes sense. In awe of Yuan Luoyi's formidable presence, the students departed in groups. In truth, Yuan Luoyi was not as composed as she appeared. She had merely grown accustomed to surprises from a young age, resulting in a less expressive demeanor. In the presence of her two brothers, she felt a tinge of anxiety. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated how to extricate herself from the situation. Yuan Si noticed her distress and leaned closer to her, inquiring, "What's wrong? Would you like some juice?" Before Yuan Luoyi could respond, Yuan Jun let out a scornful laugh. "She has never liked juice. You are truly unfit to care for her." Yuan Jun pulled his chair closer to Yuan Luoyi. "Ignore that imbecile. If you need anything, simply inform fifth brother." He reached out and forcefully shoved Yuan Jun aside, lowering his voice to a dangerous whisper. "Maintain your distance from her, or, my dear brother, I shall remind you of those regrettable past events." Yuan Jun retorted, "Huh? Regrettable? You've hardly bested me more than a few times. My dear brother, perhaps you should consider a visit to a neurologist." With a soft sigh, Yuan Luoyi realized that it had begun anew. Just as Yuan Luoyi resignedly continued to eat her cold noodles, Director Zhang arrived, hurrying over with evident urgency, clearly heading straight for Yuan Luoyi. Chapter 36. The vast realm of knowledge for the first time, Yuan Luoyi felt a fondness for Director Zhang. Even the two small mustaches on his lips appeared amiable. A savior has arrived. She could finally escape the relentless barrage of her two brothers and venture into the tranquil world of ordinary people. Director Zhang approached Yuan Luoyi, cradling an immense pile of books in his arms. With a loud thud, the books were unceremoniously dropped onto the table, causing the plates to tremble from the impact. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Director Zhang turned to Yuan Si. Yuan, you're here too. Yuan Si extended his hand politely. Hello. Director Zhang grasped both of Yuan Si's hands, shaking them vigorously with excitement. Hello. 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 You have truly worked hard. Previously, Director Zhang had invited Yuan Si to be a guest on their variety show, and the entire crew believed he was indulging in a fool's errand, as Yuan Si's fame far surpassed theirs as a mere ordinary crew. Yet, Yuan Si still came, which filled Director Zhang with immense gratitude. Next, Director Zhang turned his gaze to Yuan Jun. Professor Yuan, I am equally grateful for your participation in our program. Without experts like you, we would be utterly lost. Attempting to shake hands with Yuan Jun, he was met with a cold, dismissive glance as Yuan Jun nestled deeper into his chair, unmoved. After an awkward chuckle, Director Zhang withdrew his hand. Professor Yuan was renowned for his high intelligence and infamous disdain for social interactions. It was no small feat to coax him out of his laboratory, and Director Zhang never dared to hope for a casual handshake or conversation like friends. Finally, Director Zhang looked at Yuan Luoyi, unable to suppress a smile. Yuan Luoyi possessed an enchanting charm that effortlessly evoked feelings of affection. You're quite the elusive one. I just delivered the books to Class D, and when I didn't find you there, your classmates suggested you were most likely in the cafeteria. So I came to check, and lo and behold, here you are. Yuan Luoyi gazed at the towering stack of books. Are these for me? Director Zhang replied, of course. Tomorrow a knowledge competition will be held, and this is the scope of the examination. This unfortunate news struck her like a bolt from the blue. It took her a couple of seconds to regain her composure. Surely not. She had transferred to Class D to enjoy a carefree existence. And now she was expected to study. Glancing at the titles, she noted World History, The 100 Schools of Thought, Mathematics Olympiad from Beginner to Abandonment, Collection of Chinese and Foreign Poetry, History of World Philosophy, Psychology of Marriage and Relationships, Basic Physics and Chemistry A, and Chinese English Dictionary. Is this truly the knowledge an 11-year-old should possess? Moreover, with the competition looming just a night away, it seemed insurmountably difficult to prepare. Yuan Luoyi recalled that Su Sun excelled in knowledge competitions, having been immersed in these subjects from a young age and participating in numerous international contests. With her vast knowledge base, winning would be a breeze for her. According to her memories from a past life, in the early stages of the variety show, Su Sun ranked second in popularity, but due to her exceptional performance in the knowledge competition, her persona as a well-read and talented woman skyrocketed, leading her to triumph and claim the trophy. If she were to lose to Su Sun this time, it would be exceedingly challenging to elevate her influence to level 100, thus thwarting her ability to make wishes. Director Zhang clenched his fists, offering encouragement to Yuan Luoyi. I have high hopes for you. The principal has graciously permitted the fan support group to enter the venue tomorrow to witness the competition. Your fan base is truly immense. You have become the cornerstone of our variety show, and everyone eagerly anticipates your performance. Yuan Luoyi felt an increasing sense of trepidation. Fans are coming? She had never interacted with them, having yet to utter a single word to them, and today seemed to be a cascade of misfortunes. Dingling. Director Zhang's phone rang, and he answered the call. Hello. Oh, this matter is simple. Just follow my instructions. First do this, then do that. Yes. And let me remind you not to do it that way. Right, understood, goodbye. After hanging up, Director Zhang turned to Yuan Si. Yuan, the staff just informed me that many reporters have arrived on set and are waiting for you. Yuan Si rose and extended his hand to Yuan Luoyi. The reporters are here. Let us depart. Yuan Jun coldly interjected. She will not accompany you. Yuan Si replied. I did not inquire of you. He fixed his gaze on Yuan Luoyi, awaiting her response. Ultimately, Yuan Luoyi shook her head, declining his invitation. Yuan Si reluctantly withdrew his hand. After all, it had been a year since he last saw his sister, and trust cannot be rushed but must be cultivated gradually. You may ponder this matter at your leisure. I am exceedingly patient and willing to wait. You are welcome to reach out to me at any time. Yuan Luoyi responded. All right, fourth brother, goodbye. Yuan Si reluctantly ruffled her hair. Farewell. He adjusted his slightly disheveled attire and departed with Director Zhang. Yun Xiaokut. Having emerged victorious in this contest, he said to Yuan Luoyi, Very well. You have made the right choice. You must not grant that individual the opportunity to control you. Yuan Luoyi curiously inquired. By the way, why has fifth brother come to the school? Yuan Jun replied, I'm the question setter for the knowledge competition. Yuan Luoyi's eyes brightened. Are the questions difficult? Yuan Jun stated, there are both challenging and straightforward questions. Yuan Luoyi's heart sank. Yuan Jun's intellect was exceptionally high. What he deemed simple might not be so for the average person, and what he considered difficult would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Thus, the upcoming knowledge competition would likely be of hellish proportions. Yuan Luoyi sighed, patting the stack of books. If only I possessed photographic memory. Yuan Jun remarked. Photographic memory is not necessarily a blessing. If one's mind is perpetually filled with information without the ability to expel the excess. Do you suppose what the outcome would be? Yuan Luoyi guessed it would break. Yuan Jun chuckled softly. Indeed, it would deteriorate utterly. Akin to a balloon inflated with too much air bursting with a pop, unable to return to its original form. In a sense, forgetting serves as a protective mechanism for humanity. Yuan Luoyi fell into silence. Every time she absorbed too many fragmented memories, her head ached. Was this her body issuing a warning? Alas, dear child, do not input any more information. Your brain might just explode. Upon reflection, the memories of the 99th generation are profoundly vast. A single lifetime often leaves one unable to retain numerous experiences, yet to inundate the mind with the recollections of 99 lives proves perilous. Yuan Luoyi suddenly comprehended the rationale behind the system's encouragement of her lethargy. For without such indifference, the overwhelming influx of memories could prove too burdensome for her body to endure. Forgetting serves as a form of protection, just as resignation does. With a sense of defeat, Yuan Luoyi reclined backward, slumping in her chair. Initially, she harbored a glimmer of hope, believing she could navigate the knowledge competition by leveraging fragments of the 99th generation's memories. As she had previously learned English and acquired shooting skills through mere snippets of recollection, achieving feats that once seemed unattainable. However, it has become evident that she can no longer excessively rely on these fragmented memories. They are a double-edged sword, capable of vanquishing foes while simultaneously inflicting harm upon their wielder. Chapter 37. The Delicate Strings. After finishing her breakfast, Yuan Luoyi bid farewell to her eldest brother, Yuan Jun, clutching the book that Director Zhang had gifted her, and proceeded to Class D, feeling somewhat unsettled. Yuan Luoyi was acutely aware that at the tender age of 18, she would be sentenced to death, reduced to ashes within a single day. Her 5 brothers had embarked on a path of vengeance, yet the true culprit remained at large, resulting in the demise of the entire Yuan family. To alter this grim fate, she needed to participate in a knowledge competition, elevating her influence to level 100, and through the system's wishes, ensure the salvation of all. However, gazing at the towering pile of books on her desk, Yuan Luoyi felt utterly dejected. Any obstacle could overwhelm her, let alone one of such monumental scale. The hope of completion seemed elusive. After much internal turmoil, she resolutely stood up, opened a book, and began to read. In truth, her capacity for learning was commendable. Aside from English, she had consistently ranked first or second in her subjects. With dedicated effort, she could certainly grasp a considerable amount of knowledge in a short span of time. Ding! System warning. Please take a break as soon as possible. Yuan Luoyi's hand, which had been turning the pages, paused momentarily. What? Take a break? She noticed that her system's previous state of lethargy had transformed into a focus value, currently at 12. Yuan Luoyi lowered her head and continued reading. System warning. Focus value has reached 15, 18, 20. Suddenly, Yuan Luoyi felt dizzy, the words before her becoming a blur, as if they were about to drift off the pages. Fragments of memories surged into her mind. At one moment, she found herself in the deserts of the Middle East, witnessing a caravan stretch endlessly with the melodic jingle of camel bells, and in the next, she was amidst the age of exploration, embarking on a maritime adventure at the sound of command. A splitting headache ensued. Concerned, Yuhua looked towards Yuan Luoyi. Are you all right? You look rather pale. Closing the book with a snap, Yuan Luoyi furrowed her brow and replied. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. System notification. Focus value reset to 0. Reactivating lethargy mode. The peculiar sensations within her body dissipated. Yuan Luoyi concluded two things. First, she could indeed return to her previous state of lethargy. Second, it seemed she was unable to avoid it altogether. This system was truly bizarre. With no other choice, Yuan Luoyi tossed the book aside, resigning herself to the flow of events. For as long as she continued in her state of complacency, her influence would inevitably grow. Moreover, she had already absorbed numerous memory fragments and acquired a wealth of knowledge, far surpassing that of an average middle school student. In the knowledge competition, she might not necessarily be outmatched by Su Sun. The following day, Yuan Luoyi arrived at school, as usual, with her eldest brother, Yuan Hu, accompanying her. However, there was a notable difference. Yuan Hu alighted from the car alongside her. Yuan Luoyi tilted her head in confusion. Eldest brother, aren't you going to the company today? Yuan Hu gently tousled Yuan Luoyi's hair and replied, I'm a special guest for a variety show. I missed the previous two events. But this time I finished my work early and set aside the entire day to spend with you. As always, her brother expressed his care for her in his unique manner. Yet, just when Yuan Luoyi had managed to adjust her mindset and felt less anxious, her brother's presence only heightened her nerves. Yuan Huan added, Yuan Fa will join us shortly. Yuan Luoyi felt increasingly anxious. She had no confidence in the outcome of the competition. Her older brother, second brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother were all coming to watch. As for the third brother, given his personality, he would likely be lurking in some corner, perhaps emerging with a delicious pizza he still owed her. The 5 eccentric brothers gathered in one place, fortunately. With the eldest brother present, there was little chance of a brawl. However, Yuan Luoyi did not wish to be scrutinized by all 5 of them. She resolved to stay close to her eldest brother for safety. At the school gate stood a throng of people, brandishing various placards and eagerly scanning the surroundings. Yuan Luoyi spotted her name adorned with a large heart behind it. Ah, this was her fan club. A beautiful young lady caught sight of her and exclaimed, Wow, Luoyi is here. Help! So adorable. Sister, look over here. We will love you forever. Good luck in the competition. Fans raised their phones, and countless cameras followed Yuan Luoyi. Without the security personnel, the scene would have spiraled into chaos. Most of the admirers were lovely young women, with few male fans. Yuan Luoyi was perplexed about her positioning in the entertainment industry. Was she merely a beloved, nurturing younger sister? Upon entering the activity hall of Xinghan High School, she was met with a sea of people, spectators, reporters, and parents of students. Director Zhang had already set up the cameras, and staff members scurried about, diligently attending to their tasks. Contestants had also arrived. From a distance, Yuan Luoyi spotted Su Sun, who looked especially lovely today, adorned with a striking pink bow, exuding both excitement and nervousness. Su Sun noticed Yuan Luoyi's gaze and flashed her a provocative smile. Today's competition was her forte, and she was confident she could defeat Yuan Luoyi. Yuan Huan found his seat in the front row alongside the school leaders. He sat down while Yuan Luoyi took an empty seat beside him. Yuan Huan inquired, Aren't you going to sit in the contestants' area? Yuan Luoyi replied, I don't wish to for now. Yuan Huan scrutinized Yuan Luoyi with a piercing gaze, earnestly analyzing her behavior. Are you nervous? Yuan Luoyi sighed softly. Her eldest brother had seen right through her. Yes. Suddenly, the second brother, Yuan Fa, burst forth from the crowd, holding a bucket of popcorn. Sorry for being late. I had a cue for this. I should have sent an assistant ahead, he said as he settled beside Yuan Luoyi. What were you two discussing? Yuan Huan replied. She's nervous. Yuan Fa erupted into a hearty laugh, prompting an annoyed glare from Yuan Luoyi. After suppressing his laughter, Yuan Fa patted Yuan Luoyi's back reassuringly. Cough. It's all right. Your second brother will cast a courage spell on you. Just do your best. Besides, it's merely a knowledge competition. What is there to be nervous about? Yuan Luoyi felt dejected. This isn't my area of expertise. I can only win if a miracle occurs. Yuan Huan and Yuan Fa exchanged knowing chuckles, finding their younger sister's small worries endearingly charming. Yuan Huan remarked, You are a miracle in yourself. Yuan Luoyi appeared somewhat bewildered. Yuan Huan lowered his gaze upon her, and within his originally frozen, pitch-black eyes, a hint of tenderness emerged. One day, you shall comprehend the essence of my words. The 5 brothers of the Yuan family are not ordinary individuals. Their emotions are muted, their humanity diminished, inherently malevolent. The arrival of their sister infused them with human emotions, granting them a measure of compassion towards the world. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be far more brutal and unhinged than they are now. It can be said that she is the delicate thread of their rationality, as fragile as a spider's silk, yet utterly indispensable. For them, the moment that tiny infant entered the Yuan household, a miracle transpired. The world was relieved of 5 madmen and enriched with 5 protective brothers, all resolutely committed to safeguarding her. Chapter 38. The Knowledge Competition. The stage lights have been meticulously adjusted, signaling the imminent commencement of the knowledge competition. The participants are brimming with anticipation, eager to showcase their prowess before the cameras and amass a legion of fans. Today, the host, Nailin, dons a water-blue cheongsam that exquisitely accentuates her curves as she beckons. Contestants, please step onto the stage. Reluctantly, Yuan Luoyi ascends, and as her foot graces the stage, a blinding spotlight envelopes her, rendering the ground nearly invisible. It takes her a few moments to acclimate to the intense illumination. The fan representatives in the audience erupt with excitement. Ah, it's Yuan Luoyi. After such a long wait, we finally see her in person. She is absolutely adorable. My heart can hardly take it. Other contestants follow suit, each accompanied by their own supportive fan groups. Yet Yuan Luoyi's admirers are the most fervent, with beautiful young women erupting in enthusiastic shrieks. Finding her designated seat, Yuan Luoyi surveys her fellow competitors. Besides herself, there are 4 others: Su Sun, San Junxian, Class A's leader Yu Zilong, and Class E's Belhia. A closer look reveals a resemblance between Yu Zilong and his cousin, Yu Hua. Yuan Luoyi has yet to interact with Hia, only knowing that she frequently spends time with Su Sun. There was originally another contestant, Class B's Study Committee member Diu, who is absent today. Yuan Luoyi has heard she is currently in the UK as a short-term exchange student. As Nailin delivers the opening remarks, Yuan Luoyi's attention drifts to the large screen, where an incessant stream of comments floods in. Su Sun appears quite astute. She is likely to win. It must be Yu Zilong from Class A who claims victory. How else could he be the class leader without substantial talent? Am I the only one who believes Yuan Luoyi might prevail? She embodies the cute younger sister archetype, and being from Class D, her academic performance must not be stellar. Just as Yuan Luoyi is about to finish reading the comments, the screen abruptly shifts, presenting the first question of the competition. Nailin announces, "Esteemed contestants, this is the inaugural question of our knowledge competition and also serves as a qualification test. Those who answer correctly shall proceed, while those who do not shall be disqualified. Please listen closely. Which of the following options represents the formula for the period of a simple pendulum? A. T2, LG, B. T, LGC. T12, LGD. T3, LG. You have 5 seconds to submit your answer." The countdown commences. Yuan Luoyi furrows her brow, while the other contestants appear at ease. This is knowledge from high school physics, which a middle school student would be unlikely to know. However, they have all studied the material presented in Fundamentals of Physics and Chemistry A, where the first chapter discusses the formula for the simple pendulum. Time is up. Please reveal your answers. Su Sun confidently presses the button for option A, followed by the others, all selecting A, while Yuan Luoyi remains silent, having chosen nothing. Nailin gazes at Yuan Luoyi in astonishment. "Why have you not made a selection?" Yuan Luoyi leans closer to the microphone and declares, "There is no correct option for this question." A murmur of surprise sweeps through the audience. Such audacity! If she is right, everyone else will be eliminated. Wouldn't he that make her the champion? Nailin produced a small piece of paper, glanced at it, and announced loudly, "The correct answer is A." Yuan Luoyi halted the competition, while the other contestants continued. Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. Having served as an assistant to an elderly mathematician, she knew the formula for the simple pendulum was certainly not as stated. Below, her fan club lamented, Having come to see Yuan Luoyi, they now lost interest in the contest with her departure. Two staff members escorted Yuan Luoyi away from the center stage, where she sat in a dim, unlit corner. The chair was cold and hard, devoid of cushioning, truly a punishment of solitude. Su Sun beamed with triumph. With her greatest rival eliminated, victory was assured for her today. Sun Junxian felt perplexed. Yuan Luoyi was not lacking in learning ability. How could she have answered this question incorrectly? In the expert section, the questioners scribbled rapidly, and Yuan Jun, among them, cast a light, appreciative smile at Yuan Luoyi. The competition continued, with increasingly difficult questions arising, and the expressions of the participants grew more serious. Each time an answer was announced, the audience gasped. Su Sun's performance was truly remarkable. This young girl possessed a wealth of knowledge. With both beauty and intelligence, she was indeed outstanding. She had selected all the correct answers thus far, without a single mistake. Impressive. In the bustling hall, amidst the noise, only Yuan Luoyi remained quiet. This feeling was familiar. In her past life, she had also sat alone in the audience. The students from Class A isolated Yuan Luoyi, unwilling to sit beside her, while Sun Junxian subjected her to cold indifference, dismissing her attempts to engage. Meanwhile, Su Sun was on stage, showcasing her talents to the cheers of the crowd. With a deep sigh, Yuan Luoyi could not comprehend where she had gone wrong. She closed her eyes, concentrating, and recalled fragments of her memories. The elderly mathematician had a fondness for calculus. He had said, "My child, look at this curve, how perfect it is." By continuously differentiating, we can calculate any point upon it. The formula for the simple pendulum at any real angle can also be derived. Grasping a piece of chalk, he swiftly derived formulas on the blackboard, a series following another. Yuan Luoyi yearned to see more, but a sudden pain struck her head, her vision blurred, and her stomach churned. She stood up and hurriedly left. A staff member inquired, "The program isn't over yet. Where are you going?" Yuan Luoyi replied while running. "To the restroom." She specifically sought the restroom upstairs, where few ventured. At the sink, water flowed abundantly as Yuan Luoyi splashed her face. The coldness invigorating, yet failing to dispel her dizziness, which only intensified. Suddenly, a cacophony of unfamiliar voices echoed in her mind, reverberating like echoes in a valley. "Everyone ignore Yuan Luoyi. She is reclusive, and being alone won't affect her. So out of place, it's no wonder she has no friends. Ha ha ha. Yuan Luoyi, it is not merely the teacher's admonition. You truly need to immerse yourself in the collective. How is it that you possess no sense of collective honor whatsoever? Do not come to me with complaints of being maliciously isolated by your classmates. Everyone else seems to be doing well. Why are you the only one feeling estranged? At your age, you ought to reflect more on your own issues. Your academic performance has also significantly declined. Our school, Xinghan High, boasts a college admission rate of 95. Are you intent on dragging our class statistics down? Do you not feel a sense of shame for the Yuan family in this regard?" Cold water dripped from her cheeks onto the floor as Yuan Luoyi gazed into the mirror, where the reflection revealed a weary, 17-year-old girl, her head throbbing painfully. Chapter 39. At the age of 11. After 1,800 years and 99 lifetimes, Yuan Luoyi gazed upon her former self, feeling an unsettling familiarity intertwined with strangeness. Their features were equally exquisite and beautiful, yet their gazes diverged completely. The eyes of her matured self held a profound emptiness. As time rewound, fragments of memories began to unfurl gently. How long had it been since she last smiled? The 17-year-old Yuan Luoyi could not recall. All she knew was that she was crumbling, akin to an avalanche of snow, cascading beyond control. Often, she would awaken in the dead of night, tears streaming down her face, engulfed in anguish. No matter how fervently she struggled, the descent continued unabated. Thus, Yuan Luoyi chose to surrender, plunging into the depths of despair. She withdrew from school, isolating herself within her room, adrift in a haze of confusion and pain. She felt alien in every environment, unable to integrate into the school or her home. Loneliness was her sole companion. The purpose of her existence eluded her grasp. Consequently, a year later, where her father hurled her suitcase at her and declared she was not a member of the Yuan family. She experienced an unexpected sense of relief. It was true. They were not family. When she was apprehended as a murderer, she offered no resistance and shed no tears. In the depths of profound sorrow, one discovers such a numbing sensation. She felt devoid of a home. Her every expression of love rendered hollow. In this world, she was inconsequential. Her life and death indifferent to all, even to herself. Yet, Yuan Luoyi was mistaken. Following her confinement, a phone call pierced the silence. "Hello, is this Yuan Luoyi?" It was the voice of her elder brother, Yuan Huan, with whom she had not conversed in many years. The sudden call rendered her voice momentarily trapped in her throat. Surely, he must now know she was not truly a child of the Yuan family. Why then, did he reach out? Yuan Huan spoke, "It is all my fault. You have always been a gentle child, and such tenderness makes one vulnerable. I failed to protect you." Yuan Luoyi paused, her breath hitching as she steadied her emotions. "I am no longer a Yuan. I am aware," he replied. "How are you faring there? Have they done anything to you? They sentenced me to death and imprisoned me." She replied, "Do not fear," he reassured her. "We have all purchased tickets to return. We shall arrive by tomorrow. My brothers, and I believe in your innocence." Yuan Luoyi choked back tears. "Yes. Can you endure alone?" "I can." "Good. Our time to speak is limited. I cannot say much more, but please do not give up. My brothers will surely bring you home." "Yes, I will not give up." As the call ended, tears cascaded down Yuan Luoyi's cheeks, her once vacant eyes shimmering with newfound light. She realized there were those who wished for her survival. Therefore, when the noose tightened around her neck, she fought with all her might. They yearned for her demise, fearing that a mere second's delay would allow the 5 brothers of the Yuan family to arrive. Prepare to disguise everything as a suicide born of guilt. The body would be swiftly cremated, leaving no trace of evidence. It was excruciating, an intense pain radiating from her very core due to the lack of oxygen. Nevertheless, Yuan Luoyi refused to relinquish her struggle, battling until the final breath of her life. Because she understood that if she persevered a little longer, her brothers would soon arrive, she was someone with a home to return to. Her brothers were not ordinary individuals. Their occasional manifestations of darkness instilled fear within her. In her attempts to evade these feelings, Yuan Luoyi failed to notice the small gestures of affection during her moments of sorrow. The eldest brother leaving candy at her doorstep. The second brother placing a beloved doll by her bed. The third brother anxiously pacing before her window. The fourth brother writing encouraging notes. And the fifth brother gifting his cherished specimen. After leaving school, Yuan Luoyi was engulfed in despair, too weary even to shed tears. Yet, following that fateful phone call, tears streamed unceasingly. She felt profound sorrow and regret, but also joy from being loved. This love fortified her spirit immensely. In the depths of unending darkness, a mechanical voice reverberated. "Death cannot be reversed. Your demise is the catalyst. They will descend into madness, take many lives, and ultimately self-destruct. This is the conclusion of their existence in this timeline. Wish for something else." Yuan Luoyi declared, "I have but one wish, to save everyone. Tell me, how can I achieve this?" "To alter the timeline," came the response. "What does that mean?" "You must be reborn multiple times in the past, gradually shifting the course of fate to create an entirely new timeline. Once completed, you may wish again for everyone to be saved, and it shall be realized." "How many times must I be reborn?" 99 times. "And how many years will that take?" 1800 years. "Very well. Let me return to the past. You will die 99 times. Are you prepared?" "I am ready. Even if I must endure death repeatedly, I will persist." Ding! The system activated, revealing an endless cycle of suffering and purgatory below. Without hesitation, Yuan Luoyi leaped into the abyss, akin to a bird with broken wings, plummeting continuously. In a distant ancient era, a female infant was born, her cries resonating powerfully. The fragments of memory concluded. In the washroom, water flowed freely as 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi gazed blankly at her reflection in the mirror. Her head still throbbed, yet the pain seemed to fade away. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart beat steadily and robustly, and nothing could incite panic within her any longer. This fragment of memory had bestowed upon her the most vital gift, courage. After all, it was merely a knowledge competition. What was there to be anxious about? She realized she was exceedingly well prepared, having 1,800 years of experience. How delightful! The system had informed her that once her influence reached level 100, she could wish once more. And it had also mentioned that she could wish for the salvation of all. She had succeeded. This was a new timeline. This was her final rebirth. Wiping the water from her face and hands, Yuan Luoyi exited the washroom and returned to the venue. The competition was still underway. Contestants on stage were giving their all, and the audience's spirits soared, their enthusiastic cheers echoing throughout. Yuan Luoyi scanned the crowd and soon spotted her brothers. The eldest, Yuan Huan, sat in the audience with a furrowed brow, awaiting her return. The second brother, Yuan Fa, held a tub of popcorn, though he had not yet eaten it, intending to save some for Yuan Luoyi. The elusive Sange could not be found. He wished to remain unnoticed. Yet Yuan Luoyi was certain he was observing from some hidden corner. Fourth brother Yuan Si, as a distinguished guest, was surrounded by celebrities who flattered him. Yet his mind wandered, preoccupied with thoughts of his sister's whereabouts. Fifth brother Yuan Jun, who served as the question master, loathed being amidst such a throng. But he endured it for the sake of his sister's crucial competition. How splendid it was that, after a millennium, they were reunited once more. Yuan Luoyi returned to her seat, resuming her silent vigil. However, this time, she remained remarkably composed, confident in the correctness of her responses and certain that a turning point awaited her, requiring only patience. As the final question of the knowledge competition was revealed, it was no surprise that Su Sun answered correctly once again. The barrage of comments on the screen praised her brilliance. The host, Naylan, exclaimed, "Goodness! Su Sun has answered every question correctly. Her final score is 90. While her fans rejoiced, Su Sun herself could not muster a smile. Why not a perfect 100? Naylan explained, because the competition is not yet over. Suddenly, the spotlight illuminated Yuan Luoyi, drawing everyone's attention. It takes courage to uphold the truth. Congratulations to student Yuan Luoyi for receiving special bonus points, propelling her directly into the final round. Chapter 40. The buzzing competition, the fans erupted in fervent cheers. Brandishing placards emblazoned with the name of Yuan Luoyi, their excitement palpable as they leaped and danced. Luoyi's sister has returned. I knew there would be a twist, they exclaimed. Ah, she remains so composed. Everything seems to unfold as she anticipated. In contrast, other spectators whispered among themselves, casting curious glances at Yuan Luoyi, uncertain of the unfolding events. The five elder brothers maintained an air of tranquility, their intellect vastly superior to the average person. The knowledge contest was a mere trifle for them, as they had long been aware of Luoyi's correctness. Ascending the stage, Yuan Luoyi took her place, directly opposite Su Sun. As the other lights dimmed, two beams illuminated them. Reminiscent of caged beasts in an arena, each fixated on the other, intent on ousting their rival. Their history was rife with animosity. Yuan Luoyi had faced isolation due to Su Sun's instigation. The host, Naylan, inquired, Yuan Luoyi, you previously stated that there was no correct option. Can you then provide the accurate answer? Yuan Luoyi responded confidently, I can. Recalling the teachings of her old mathematics tutor, she swiftly grasped her pen and inscribed the screen with remarkable precision. The essence of the pendulum formula was rooted in elliptical calculus. As she meticulously deduced and simplified the complexities step by step, initially, the audience appeared bewildered, but curiosity soon transformed into astonishment as they witnessed Yuan Luoyi unveil the true formula for the pendulum's period. T4T4, LG, K, Sin 2. Naylan's voice rang out triumphantly. Correct. There are indeed two pendulum period formulas. One is the approximate formula T2, LG, applicable within a 10-degree range, aligning with high school curriculum and the content of the program's Fundamentals of Physics and Chemistry A. The other is the actual pendulum period formula T4T4, LG, K, Sin 2, which accommodates pendulum swings of any amplitude, a topic covered in advanced university mathematics. Few dare to challenge textbooks, yet Yuan Luoyi did just that. Refusing to settle for mediocrity in the absence of a correct option, she boldly articulated her perspective. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, and a barrage of comments flowed in. Wow, an 11-year-old girl deducing formulas using calculus. Incredible. Advanced mathematics, my university nightmare. Half of my class failed this subject. I'm now a fan. One adorable and brave girl. Even the question setters were taken aback. They had previously asserted that no student would possess knowledge of the true pendulum period formula. Yet here was Yuan Luoyi, not only aware of it, but deriving it live through calculus. A university professor approached Yuan Jun. Professor Yuan, that must be your sister. Have you taught her advanced mathematics? Yuan Jun recoiled slightly, disliking the proximity of living beings. Yet he tolerated the compliment directed at his sister. I have not taught her. Our mother never hired a tutor. She must have taught herself. The professors continued to express their admiration, their gazes fixed ardently on Yuan Luoyi. Self-taught in advanced mathematics. Truly a child of the Yuan family. And she appears to possess a wonderful character. What a promising talent. In the future, one must strive to receive recognition under one's own banner. Nayland strode to the center of the stage. As a reward, Yuan Luoyi was directly awarded 90 points. She would compete against Su Sun for the ultimate championship. The competition format was a rapid-fire quiz, consisting of 10 questions, with each correct answer earning 1 point. The contest was set to commence in 5 minutes, urging both contestants to prepare themselves. Su Sun appeared somewhat anxious, her hands clenched, her head bowed in contemplation, as if she were memorizing something. In contrast, Yuan Luoyi maintained a calm demeanor, taking a deep breath while scanning her brothers. This day had finally arrived. She would emerge victorious. She was determined to alter everyone's tragic fate. Ding. System warning. The lazy mode has switched to serious mode. Please ensure the host rests promptly. Yuan Luoyi disregarded the warning. Fragments of memories surged before her eyes. She intended to leverage the knowledge from her past life to triumph in this competition. The background music transitioned to a tense countdown, and a large screen changed its display. Nayland shouted, "Time's up. The competition begins now." The first question, where did Emperor Xiaowen of Northern Wei relocate the capital over 2 years? A. Chang'an. B. Linen. C. Danyang. D. Boyan. Su Sun hesitated, while Yuan Luoyi immediately pressed D. She had been reborn during the tumultuous 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, a time filled with peculiar monarchs. And she had even encountered Emperor Xiaowen. Her demise during that lifetime had been particularly harrowing, a memory that lingered vividly. Yuan Luoyi answered correctly, earning 1 point. There was no time for celebration, as a new question appeared. The second question, what was the specific time period of the outbreak of the Black Death in Europe? A. 1248 to 1351. B. 1351 to 1448. C. 1348 to 1451. D. 1251 to 1348. Yuan Luoyi pressed C. She was all too familiar with the Black Death. A harrowing experience, not merely due to illness, but from the torment of being buried alive by villagers. Yuan Luoyi answered correctly, earning another point. The third question, how many states does Brazil have? A. 25. B. 26. C. 27. D. 28. Yuan Luoyi pressed B. This knowledge did not stem from her fragmented memories, but had been imparted during geography lessons. A wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to stumble. She steadied herself by leaning on the table. Ding. System. Seriousness level has reached 20. Please ensure the host rests promptly. Rest? How could one afford to rest at such a critical moment? Yuan Luoyi adjusted her breathing, yet her physical state deteriorated, and her thoughts became sluggish. Opposite her, Su Sun furrowed her brow in distress. She had not anticipated Yuan Luoyi's swift reactions. Each time, Su Sun had yet to contemplate her answer. Yuan Luoyi had already buzzed in. Just moments ago, Yuan Luoyi had stepped out, returning transformed, her gaze resolutely determined. If action were not taken soon, defeat would be inevitable. The fourth question, what is the nearest galaxy to the Milky Way? A. Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy. B. Large Magellanic Cloud. C. Ursa Minor Dwarf Galaxy. D. Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy. This time, Yuan Luoyi exhibited an unusual hesitation, refraining from swiftly pressing the button. Su Sun decisively pressed the A button. Her extensive readings on astronomy had imparted her with knowledge that, while perhaps irrelevant for the examination, she had come to cherish deeply. She was in her element. With confidence, Su Sun answered correctly, earning herself an additional point. For the fifth question, what is the approximate temperature of sunspots? The options were as follows. A. 3900, B. 4500, C. 5500, D. 5900. Su Sun selected option B. Her answer was correct, adding yet another point to her score. The sixth question posed was, what is the wavelength of X-rays used in medical imaging? The choices included A. 0.01 to 100 angstroms, B. 0.05 to 100 angstroms, C. 0.01 to 50 angstroms, D. 0.05 to 50 angstroms. With determination, Su Sun pressed the D button, her heart racing and blood surging through her veins. If she answered this question correctly, her score would be tied with Yuan Luoyi. Maintaining this momentum would lead her to victory. Indeed, Yuan Luoyi was merely a spoiled girl, indulged by her family, while Su Sun had endured rigorous training from a young age, suffering more than anyone else in her quest for triumph. Victory rightfully belonged to her. The host, Naylan, with her resounding voice, echoed through the hall. Su Sun answered correctly, earning an additional point. Chapter 41. Guiding the lost, the fan club noticed the unusual behavior of Yuan Luoyi, and their hearts were filled with concern. What on earth is happening? Yuan Luoyi has had 3 questions snatched away by Su Sun. Her complexion is dreadful. Host, please pause the competition to allow the contestants a moment to rest. Upon hearing this, Su Sun turned her head and shouted angrily at the fan, "Shut up." In the next instant, Su Sun remembered her persona as a learned and graceful lady. She had become so engrossed in the contest against Yuan Luoyi that her outburst revealed her irritable nature. Quickly, she adjusted her expression, regaining a gentle and charming demeanor, smiling serenely as she made a heart gesture towards the fan, pretending as if nothing had occurred. The host, Naylan, disregarded this minor interruption. As time was of the essence, she announced the next question. Question 7. When the integer n2, the indeterminate equation concerning xyz, xn, yn, zn, has no integer solutions, what is this mathematical conjecture called? A. Mart's conjecture, B. Feynman's conjecture, C. Richard's conjecture, D. Andrew's conjecture. This time, neither Yuan Luoyi nor Su Sun pressed the button immediately. Mathematics was not Su Sun's strong suit. She anxiously tapped the table, feeling the urgency to answer quickly. The longer they delayed, the greater the chance Yuan Luoyi would regain her composure. Time ticked away second by second. Suddenly, Yuan Luoyi, who had been bowing her head, shot her hand forward and pressed option B. Yuan Luoyi answered correctly, earning a point. The fans erupted in cheers. Ah, this is wonderful. Luoyi has regained her composure. Keep it up. There are still 3 questions left. If Yuan Luoyi answers 2 more correctly, victory shall be hers. In the audience, her elder brother, Yuan Huan, felt even more anxious. He had often observed Yuan Luoyi and could detect changes that others would overlook. For instance, at this moment, her expression remained relatively unchanged, yet her breathing had quickened slightly. She must be in distress. Her second brother, Yuan Fa, also noticed this. He had initially been enjoying the competition, occasionally joining the crowd in cheers to support Yuan Luoyi, but now he fell silent, intently watching her. As brothers, they both wished to halt the competition immediately, allowing Yuan Luoyi to rest and assess her health. However, it was evident that Yuan Luoyi had resolved to win this time, and how could they bear to prevent her from shining on stage? Yuan Fa sighed. It's a dilemma. Being an older brother is truly challenging. Yuan Huan replied, indeed. I want her to remain in an absolutely safe and perfect environment, shielding her from danger forever. Yet I cannot bear to take away her freedom. What should we do? Let us wait a little longer. It will soon be over. On stage, Yuan Luoyi had just recalled a fragment of memory. Feynman's conjecture is one of the 3 great mathematical conjectures. The elderly mathematician she followed had devoted his life to solving this problem but ultimately failed, leading to his melancholic end. She had earned another point, yet the frequency and intensity of these memory recalls caused her a splitting headache. Ding. System. Concentration level has reached 50. Please rest immediately. Wow, it's already a 50. No wonder I feel so unwell. I can barely stand, and my stomach is in distress. What will happen when it reaches 100? Yuan Luoyi recalled her conversation with her elder brother, Yuan Jun. When a person's mind is incessantly filled with information, yet cannot expel the waste, what do you suppose will be the outcome? It will deteriorate, indeed. Just like a balloon that has been overinflated, bursting with a resounding pop, and forever unable to regain its former shape. As she resumed answering questions, she pondered if her own mind would also irreparably break down. Alas, having already faced demise 99 times, what was there to fear? Yuan Luoyi steeled herself and continued to listen to the questions. The host, Nalan, announced, Question 8. What is the rotation period of Jupiter in our solar system? A. 6 hours 55 minutes. B. 7 hours 33 minutes. C. 8 hours 33 minutes. D. 9 hours 55 minutes. Su Sun pressed the button and, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted, D. 9 hours 55 minutes and 30 seconds. A total of 730 seconds. Just moments ago, Yuan Luoyi had scored a point, and Su Sun's composure shattered. The fully recovered Yuan Luoyi was proving to be a formidable opponent. However, fortune still favored her. The finals presented an abundance of astronomical questions, her area of expertise. She could concede defeat to anyone, but never to Yuan Luoyi. Su Sun answered correctly, adding a point to her score. Question 9. What was the North Star in 2700 BC? A. Draco. B. Ursa Minor. C. Vega. D. Lyra. Unable to contain her laughter, Su Sun identified it as yet another astronomy question. The answer was Draco. She raised her hand, aimed at option A, but before she could press it, the host Nalan suddenly exclaimed, Yuan Luoyi has answered correctly, adding another point. Su Sun looked up in disbelief. Yuan Luoyi had already pressed option A, and their eyes met. Yuan Luoyi pressed her hand against her forehead, her mind pulsing with pain, yet her eyes sparkled with determination, showing no sign of surrender. She smiled and said, Actually, I quite enjoy astronomy. At the age of 6, Yuan Luoyi had been taken to the forest by her third brother, Yuan Yong, where terrifying moments abounded, dead rabbits, locked doors, and her brother's occasional displays of brutality. However, there were also numerous joyful times. In that place devoid of internet and artificial light, they would lean against the window to gaze at the stars, witnessing a magnificent spectacle unseen in the city, with a vibrant and shimmering Milky Way spanning the entire night sky. Young Yuan Yong pointed to the North Star and said, Among the countless stars above, it is the most uniquely positioned and brightest. Even when a thin mist rises over the sea, it can be seen, guiding lost souls back home, much like you. Without you, we would all lose ourselves and suffer greatly. After being rescued back to the Yuan family, curious young Yuan Luoyi proactively learned about the North Star, never anticipating that this knowledge would serve her well in the competition. The audience was electrified, cheering loudly. Yuan Luoyi needed just one more correct answer to secure victory. However, if Su Sun answered correctly on the next question, they would be tied. How would that be resolved? There would be a tiebreaker. Yuan Luoyi was not keen on entering overtime. She wished to conclude the match swiftly, her head throbbing, her body slightly swaying, her vision becoming blurred as if she might faint. The intensity of her focus continued to rise. 75, 80, 85. In a fleeting moment, the haunting images of her brother's demise resurfaced before Yuan Luoyi. It was terrifying, as if ensnared in a nightmare that incessantly replayed, leaving her unable to awaken. Yet, beyond the fear, a more potent emotion surged within her, regret. Why had she chosen to evade relentlessly? Why had she confined herself? Why had she not reconciled with her brother sooner? It was far too late to realize that she had been loved all along. Therefore, as long as it was not 100%, the competition must continue. This nightmare, born from her own actions, must be concluded by her own hand. Nalan shouted with fervor, her voice resonating powerfully. We have reached the final question of this knowledge contest. Contestants, Please listen attentively. The 10th question. The determination of victory and defeat lies solely in the movement or stillness of one's heart. With a robust inner self, one can prevail in all endeavors. Who uttered these words? A. Zhenghua Fan. B. Zhang Taiyan. C. Wang Yangming. D. Zhu Shi. Su Sun loathed philosophy. It eluded her comprehension, and this question was beyond her grasp. However, if she refrained from answering, Yuan Luoyi would claim victory. She decided to leave it to fate. Su Sun pressed D. Meanwhile, Yuan Luoyi, nearing her limits, wavered precariously. She heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Grasping a long bamboo pole, she thrust it downward, guiding her small boat towards the opposite shore. A passenger on the boat remarked, "A powerful heart knows no defeat." She inquired, "You seem quite knowledgeable. May I ask your esteemed identity?" The man smiled and replied, "I am Wang Yangming." Yuan Luoyi extended her hand, decisively striking down on C. Naylan exclaimed with excitement, "Congratulations to Yuan Luoyi for answering correctly." Su Sun stood frozen in place. All the lights swiftly shifted, illuminating Yuan Luoyi. The entire venue erupted in a cacophony of cheers as Yuan Luoyi basked in the thunderous applause, utterly exhausted. Fans joyously screamed. It was a breathtaking showdown. Chapter 42. A brief interlude, countless comments flooded the screen, resembling a frenzied tempest. "Wow, the girl from Class D has won. I truly did not expect that. Absolutely thrilling. Several times I thought she would lose, yet she rose again. There were many questions I couldn't answer, but she, a mere middle school student, responded with remarkable fluency. How impressive. She is both beautiful and talented. This young girl has a promising future ahead. I am all in on this potential star. Ah, Sister Luoyi, quick, let me give you a kiss." The audience erupted in cheers as Yuan Luoyi transitioned from sitting idly to claiming the championship. Such an exhilarating contest left them in awe of her bravery and intellect. Director Zhang and the entire staff joined in the jubilation, celebrating a record-breaking viewership. They waved their arms and embraced each other with elation. A captivating variety show requires contestants of charismatic appeal, and Yuan Luoyi embodies that essence. Amidst this cacophony, Yuan Luoyi appeared remarkably tranquil, like the eye of a storm. Behind her loomed a vast screen displaying dense comments, while in front of her were jubilant faces, all brimming with excitement. In the distant shot, she appeared diminutive, yet her influence was monumental. At that moment, she did not succumb to the allure of glory. Instead, she focused intently on the infinite darkness, returning to the void after 800 years. The mechanical voice spoke the words she longed to hear. "Please make a wish, host. Burn to death, drown, succumb to illness, fall to death, freeze." Despite enduring countless agonies, her wish had never wavered. "My wish is to save everyone." Beep. The process of fulfilling the wish has officially commenced. The system will assist the host in achieving their desire. Suddenly, the darkness receded into the distance, leaving only a blinding light. A whirlwind enveloped her, as if she were plunging into water, an icy chill enveloping her. Moments later, Yuan Luoyi beheld a room, an ordinary apartment, yet with extraordinary elements. The cream-colored fabric sofa was splattered with crimson. A lamp lay overturned on the floor, buzzing with electrical sparks, its bulb flickering erratically. On the floor, two young women appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. One lay in a pool of blood, while the other knelt beside her, hands pressed against her chest, performing standard CPR. It was futile. It was too late. She was dead. The woman looked up, and Yuan Luoyi recognized those eyes all too well. Those are the eyes of the Yuan family, beautiful, intelligent, and cold. Yet now, those eyes were filled with hatred. The woman seized a small knife and lunged forward. Yuan Luoyi suddenly realized she was the true heiress of the Yuan family. The scene abruptly halted, and an invisible force pulled Yuan Luoyi away, akin to awakening from a bizarre nightmare. Now awake, she found herself back on the raucous stage. Boom, boom, boom. The staff set off fireworks, and countless golden pieces of paper cascaded from the ceiling. The host, Naylan, declared, "The champion of this knowledge competition is Yuan Luoyi." A ceremonial attendant gracefully approached the stage, holding the champion's trophy. She had 2 braids, a straight fringe, and wore glasses, appearing quite ordinary. The presenter offered the trophy, but Yuan Luoyi did not accept it. She stood there, staring blankly at the girl before her. Although the glasses obscured the girl's eyes, Yuan Luoyi could discern that unique aura of indifference. She was indeed a true heiress. Nayland gently reminded, Yuan Luoyi, please take the trophy that belongs to you. Only then did Yuan Luoyi accept it. The genuine heiress departed from the stage, blending into Class C's ranks, her expression unchanged, as if she wore a mask, cautiously mingling among the masses, feigning to be just another face in the crowd. They were so close, after all. Yuan Luoyi even knew her name, Yi Min, the class monitor of Class C, a rather low-profile student whose scores consistently landed her at the 83rd position, and all students ranked below 83 had to join Class C. The pressing question remained. Was Yi Min the true culprit? Yuan Luoyi had heard the true culprit's laughter. By comparing it to Yi Min's, she would likely discern the answer. Nevertheless, Yuan Luoyi was certain that the journey to fulfill her wish had commenced, and all the information provided by the system was crucial. Yi Min was undoubtedly a significant figure. In summary, she must find an opportunity to engage with her. The awards ceremony continued, the background music shifting to a celebratory tune as Nayland read out the list of winners. In this knowledge competition, the second place went to Su Sun. The hall erupted with applause once more, as Su Sun's fans had also arrived. Although she narrowly lost to Yuan Luoyi, Su Sun's overall performance was commendable, and her fans stood up, clapping fervently, hoping she could feel their support. Another presenter came forth, presenting Su Sun with a silver medal. Yuan Luoyi had expected Su Sun to glare at her with resentment, yet she did not. Instead, she appeared like wilted grass, her head bowed, devoid of expression, even too weary to maintain a gracious smile. Nayland announced, third place Hia. Hia, the belle of Class C, was flamboyant and radiant, always holding her head high, attracting many boys, though her overall popularity was slightly inferior to Su Sun's. Upon receiving the bronze medal, Hia scoffed in dissatisfaction, raising her hand and shouting, "Host, this is unfair." Nayland was momentarily taken aback. What is unfair? He pointed at Su Sun, exclaiming, "She cheated. She has cheat notes in her pocket." This statement stirred quite a commotion, as the audience buzzed with speculation. Yuan Luoyi was equally astonished, for he often accompanied Su Sun, seemingly sharing a close bond. Yet now, she had publicly torn off the facade, accusing another of cheating. Su Sun glared at Hia. "I do have notes in my pocket, but I haven't looked at them since the competition began. All my achievements are earned through my own effort." Hia disdainfully turned her face away. "You say you haven't looked at them, but the program clearly stipulated that no reference materials were allowed on stage. Otherwise, it would be deemed cheating." The live broadcast continued, with the comment section inundated with question marks. Nayland quickly intervened. "Please hold on for a moment, dear audience." She escorted Su Sun and Hia off the stage. And a few minutes later, Nayland returned to the stage with Hia. Nayland announced, "Just now, classmate Su Sun admitted to cheating. After discussion among the program team, her results have been annulled. The second place in this knowledge competition goes to Hia, and the third place to Sun Junxian." Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. Su Sun was a proud individual. How could she possibly resort to cheating? Why would she confess to something that never occurred? He joyfully accepted the silver medal and stood next to Yuan Luoyi, striking various poses in an effort to capture the spotlight, eagerly riding on Yuan Luoyi's popularity. Sun Junxian walked onto the stage in a daze, clutching the bronze medal. Who could have foreseen that fortune would smile upon him in such an unexpected manner? Outside the hall, in the long corridor, Su Sun stood with her back against the wall. Su's mother hurried over. She was once a renowned female singer, celebrated for her beauty and remarkable presence. Slap. Su's mother struck Su Sun across the face. "You lost to that detestable child from the Yuan family, and even confessed to cheating. Have you forgotten that getting caught cheating at Xinghan High School means expulsion?" Su Sun replied calmly, "Mom, it's fine. Just let me be expelled." Su's mother retorted, "Silence. I will leverage my connections. Even if you need to transfer to Class C, you will continue your studies here." Chapter 43. A gathering and a minor incident at the award ceremony did not diminish the viewership. Rather, it propelled the variety show into trending topics multiple times. And the growth of Yuan Luoyi's fanbase accelerated significantly. Once all events concluded, Yuan Luoyi was finally able to leave the stage, where her brothers awaited her with open arms. Gazing at them, Yuan Luoyi was overwhelmed with emotion. Today, she had undertaken a perilous endeavor. Had the competition lasted any longer, her mind might have faltered. Yet, every bit of it was worthwhile. Holding the resplendent trophy aloft, Yuan Luoyi sprinted to Yuan Hua's side, exclaiming with delight, "Elder brother, I persevered all on my own." Yuan Hua affectionately patted her head, saying, "Indeed, your performance was remarkable." Yuan Luoyi paused. She was not merely speaking of the competition. In her past life, Yuan Hua had called her from prison, urging her to hold on, assuring her that her brothers would bring her home. She had promised and resolutely vowed never to give up, no matter the circumstances. Subsequently, Yuan Luoyi traversed 800 years, experiencing 99 lifetimes, and returned to the Yuan family, having truly endured for an exceedingly long time. However, now, only Yuan Luoyi was privy to this truth, and due to system constraints, she could not convey to her brothers just how distant the path home felt to her. Yuan Hua sensed her unease and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? You appeared unwell during the competition." Yuan Luoyi smiled, replying, "I'm fine. Let us go home." Yuan Hua responded, "Very well. Let us return." Second brother Yuan Fa took long strides forward, retrieving Yuan Luoyi's trophy and handing her a bucket of popcorn, saying, "Here, this is specially saved for you. The competition was quite exhausting. You should replenish your energy." Yuan Luoyi gazed at the scant popcorn remaining in the bucket. "This little bit will vanish in one bite." Yuan Fa remarked, "That only proves how delectable it is. It required immense willpower for me to leave this last bite. You must cherish it." For a moment, Yuan Luoyi found his reasoning compelling, albeit slightly off. Never mind, her mind was weary. It was unwise to argue with the unscrupulous lawyer who thrived on such antics. She grabbed the remaining popcorn and popped it in her mouth. Crispy and sweet, it truly was delightful. Fifth brother Yuan Jun approached, striding with an air of authority, his white coat billowing, his movements agile and varied, adept at evading all living beings that drew near. He halted before Yuan Luoyi, stating, "You derived the pendulum formula using elliptical calculus. That is quite impressive." Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Fifth brother, was that problem set by you?" Yuan Rui chuckled, "Indeed. I authored 3 questions in total, all containing hidden options. You have already discovered the first one, which is commendable compared to your peers. The professors are keen to recruit you as a student." He leaned closer to Yuan Luoyi, a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. "However, I have just informed them that my sister can only be taught by me. When you attend university, I shall be your instructor." Informed? Yuan Luoyi found that term somewhat inaccurate. Given fifth brother's temperament, it seemed more like a veiled threat. Moreover, the prospect of attending university intrigues me. In my previous life, I was ostracized by my peers and withdrew from high school during my senior year, only to meet a tragic end at 18, thereby missing the opportunity for higher education. However, the notion of my brother becoming a teacher is quite daunting. It would undoubtedly lead to a university experience filled with dissection classes. My fourth brother, Yuan C, arrived somewhat late, his immense fame drawing an adoring crowd that made his progress cumbersome. Only after summoning a cadre of security personnel to manage the throng did he finally reach me. Yuan C presented me with a magnificent bouquet of flowers, exclaiming, "Your performance was nothing short of perfection. Every gesture of yours moved the hearts of many. They worried for you, screamed for you, and cheered with exuberance. My dear sister, I am genuinely proud of you." The fragrant blossoms delighted me, though I recognized the danger in my brother's intense desire for control. Nonetheless, he possesses a remarkable talent for flattery. Yuan Huan announced, "Everyone is here, let us depart." A group of us exited the hall. As we journeyed home, my thoughts wandered to my third brother, Yuan Yong, who still roamed the streets like a solitary wolf. Only upon his return would our family truly be complete. Yet, I firmly believe he will eventually honor his promise to deliver pizza, He is a man of his word. Upon arriving home, I was astonished to discover a transformed garden. A grand sunshade adorned the lawn. A barbecue grill was set up, and servants stood ready on either side to cater to our needs. My mother embraced me, exclaiming, "Darling, I watched the live stream. You were magnificent. Everyone has been busy with their own lives, but let us gather today to celebrate with a barbecue." The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, igniting my hunger. At the barbecue table sat my father, his expression as stern as ever. When our eyes met, he remarked, "You have shown a hint of promise." I blinked in surprise. This was indeed a rare compliment from him. Typically, he would regard me with a cold stare, finding fault in everything I did. As everyone settled into their places, the barbecue gathering commenced, and I savored the food with delight. There was a slight disharmony among my brothers, as they occasionally clashed. Yet they refrained from disrupting my joyous mood, suppressing their darker impulses to ensure my happiness. As night fell, we set off fireworks, each sparkling burst lighting up the sky in a beautiful display of color. It truly was magnificent. In this new timeline, we were all alive and gathered together. By 10 o'clock, I retired for the night. For tomorrow, I had an important task at school, to meet the true heiress, Yimin. Upon reflection, she struck me as quite enigmatic, often silent and solitary, much like myself. I dove into my blankets, and before drifting off, I scrolled through my phone, noticing that my name was trending across various platforms, and my follower count was surging rapidly. Ding! System notification. Influence has reached 130. Rewind function activated. Would the host like to proceed? I furrowed my brow in contemplation. The last time I utilized the rewind function, I encountered the death of my mother and crossed paths with her murderer. Perhaps this time, it could bring me closer to the truth. The act of recollection is not merely an observation of fragmented memories. Those present in that realm possess the capacity to inflict harm upon her. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Yuan Luoyi declared, "Commence the recollection." An all-too-familiar sensation of vertigo enveloped her as she collapsed into the soft embrace of her bedding, the space around her contorting as she plunged downward incessantly. In a fleeting moment, Yuan Luoyi found herself in an unfamiliar chamber, its walls adorned with an array of photographs. Most of the faces were unrecognizable, yet 3 individuals struck a chord of familiarity within her. Ah, she recalled, they were the judges who had condemned her to death. Suddenly, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed her senses, emanating from an adjacent room. Summoning her courage, she approached, faintly hearing the sounds of anguished sobbing. Positioned at the threshold, she peered inside and beheld 2 men. One was bound to a chair, bloodied and on the brink of death, while the other loomed beside him, tall and gaunt, his pallid skin contrasting sharply with the long, bony fingers that gripped a bloodied knife. As if sensing Yuan Luoyi's gaze, he turned to face her. His dark eyes were icy, filled with a fury born of losing his sister. The one person capable of keeping him grounded in sanity was now gone, and all that remained was a singular desire to cast every soul who had wronged his sister into the abyss. He vowed to pursue vengeance relentlessly until death reunited him with her. Yuan Luoyi's eyes widened in realization. Ah, it was her elder brother, now utterly consumed by madness. Chapter 44. The brother is broken and cannot escape in the memories of Yuan Luoyi. Her elder brother, Yuan Huan, had always been a remarkably tidy individual. He would fasten every button of his shirt, revealing not a sliver of skin even in the sweltering summer heat. His fingers were long, with nails meticulously polished, perpetually clean. However, upon utilizing the time reversal function to venture into the future after her demise, Yuan Luoyi discovered a disconcerting transformation in Yuan Huan. The buttons of his collar were undone. His sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and his once pristine white shirt bore sporadic stains of crimson, with his hands smeared in blood. He was devoid of reason, consumed by a sanguinary thirst. Fixating on Yuan Luoyi with a chilling, shadowy gaze, he uttered a single word, "You." Terrified, Yuan Luoyi took a step back. Her brother had never regarded her with such a sinister look, as if he were a sharp blade poised to dissect her. In the midst of tormenting others, his deceased sister had unexpectedly appeared at the door, retaining the visage of her 11-year-old self, a sight that would instill doubt in anyone's mind. How terrifying! This was no longer a brother. Setting the knife upon the table, Yuan Huan approached after briefly wiping his hands with a tissue. Yuan Luoyi turned to flee, hearing his footsteps draw ever closer. How could she, in her tender youth, outrun her elder brother? Stop! Hardly a few steps taken. Yuan Luoyi felt a powerful grip seize her arm, as if he intended to crush her bones. She gasped in pain, glancing fearfully at the brother who stood so near. He had changed significantly, particularly his eyes, which now harbored a nearly pathological madness. An uncontrollable urge to destroy everything revealed the true essence of Yuan Huan. The gentle brother who once offered her candies was but a deceptive illusion, crafted to ensnare Yuan Luoyi. Yuan Huan relinquished his grip, and seizing the opportunity, Yuan Luoyi bolted away, but in her panic, she collided with a cabinet. The cacophony of countless utensils clattering to the floor reverberated harshly. Collapsing onto the ground, her heart raced. She recognized these as her brother's instruments of brutality. Reports had stated that he would mercilessly torment individuals for days before extinguishing their lives. Yuan Huan's gaze remained fixed on Yuan Luoyi as he inched closer, his brow furrowed in disbelief. How could this be? He extended his hand, slowly pressing downward as if to touch her, the dried blood on his skin rendering it ghastly pale. In a frantic attempt to evade his grasp, Yuan Luoyi scrambled to her feet and fled, darting through the room until she reached the front door. As she yanked it open, a gust of wind surged in, tousling the strands of hair from her forehead. Yet, almost instantly, the door was slammed shut and the wind ceased. Yuan Huan loomed beside her, his hand pressed against the door, a dark shadow enveloping Yuan Luoyi. His voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly icy. You cannot go outside. With a click, Yuan Huan locked the door. With no route for escape, Yuan Luoyi had no choice but to continue running. She dashed into the bathroom, but before she could shut the door, Yuan Huan had already followed her inside. Yuan Huan opened his arms wide. Do not be afraid. I am your elder brother. I shall not harm you. Yet Yuan Luoyi cowered in the corner, her voice trembling. You are not the same. Yuan Huan cast a fleeting glance at his reflection in the mirror. Pale, emaciated, and devoid of expression, his clothing stained with blood. He had transformed into someone unrecognizable, and it was no wonder his sister feared him. Turning on the faucet, he meticulously washed his hands, allowing the water to carry away all traces of crimson. He removed a pristine white shirt, and in the brief moment of changing, Yuan Luoyi noticed the myriad scars adorning his back, both fresh and old. After the loss of his sister, Yuan Huan had taken countless lives and endured significant injuries. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, never halting his relentless pursuit of vengeance. With the last button fastened, Yuan Huan turned to Yuan Luoyi and extended his hand, inviting her. It is as it once was, come here. He awaited patiently. At last, Yuan Luoyi took her first step, cautiously approaching him while maintaining a respectful distance. It is midday now. Are you hungry? He inquired. Indeed, you must be starving. Children in their growth spurts are always ravenous. He lowered his gaze, murmuring to himself as he exited the room. Rummaging through the refrigerator, he found only 2 slices of whole grain bread and an apple. At times, in the throes of busyness, Yuan Huan would forget to eat, even when procuring food. It was primarily to prolong the lives of those he had captured. He peeled the apple and sliced it into pieces, placing them on a plate on the dining table. Have some apple first. It is quite nutritious. Yuan Huan pulled out a chair and sat down, frowning as he rubbed his temples. Yuan Luoyi asked, Brother, does your head ache? Yes, it hurts immensely, he replied. Her eyes roamed over the various medications on the table. Would taking some medicine alleviate the pain? Yuan Huan offered a weary smile, leaning back lazily in his chair, tilting his head as his hollow gaze fixated on the ceiling. Since you passed away, I believe I have deteriorated. Each time I close my eyes, I am haunted by visions of you being harmed by those people. My mind, consumed by hatred, cannot think clearly, and each day is a torment filled with incessant hallucinations, an endless cycle of killing. The medication may provide some control, but how wonderful it is that I can see you again. Thus, I shall refrain from taking it for now. Yuan Luoyi understood. Her brother perceived her as an apparition. Yuan Huan rose, leaning on the table as he edged closer to her. At your age, you must have just entered middle school. Were you isolated by your classmates? Yuan Luoyi nodded. I apologize. It is all my fault. Had I noticed sooner, you would not have crumbled to the point of dropping out. I was absent during your most vulnerable moments, a truly terrible brother. Your arrival at the Yuan household was a mistake, while other children grew surrounded by love. You were among 5 lunatics, often left in tears from fear. He chuckled bitterly at himself. We know nothing of normal emotions. How could we care for you properly? You should have grown up with your biological parents. You would have been much happier and would not have left this world so soon. Suddenly, a wail echoed from the room. It was the man who had been bound earlier. Yuan Huan's expression darkened, emanating a palpable aura of menace. He detested interruptions. Particularly when conversing with his sister, no one was permitted to make a sound. Yuan Luoyi was taken aback, retreating a step in fear. Yuan Hua tempered his demeanor slightly and spoke softly. Elder brother needs to attend to a minor inconvenience. Remain here and do not wander off, all right? Yuan Luoyi trembled as she replied, all right. Yuan Hua departed, and before long, Yuan Luoyi heard the sound of bones cracking, plunging everything into an eerie silence. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Facing such a brother required immense courage. He had become unpredictable, his behavior shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, despite the profound changes, Yuan Luoyi was certain that he remained her elder brother. In the bathroom, when Yuan Hua called for her, his eyes reflected not only a terrifying darkness, but also a profound sorrow. He was pleading with Yuan Luoyi. Which brother wishes to instill fear in his own sister? Thus, Yuan Luoyi summoned the strength to overcome her trepidation and approached him. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled and exhaled, striving to steady her emotions and suppress her trembling. Each moment of retrospection was precious. She knew she had to take action. Chapter 45. You cannot go out. Tick, tick, tick. The clock on the wall marked each passing second with a deliberate rhythm. This regression felt peculiar, having persisted for an unusually long duration. Yuan Luoyi speculated that it was connected to her previous wish. The system had informed her that it would assist in fulfilling her desires, potentially altering the regression function. Now, she resolved to maintain her composure and search for valuable clues in this place. After all, her elder brother had tirelessly sought the true culprit since her demise, amassing a considerable collection of evidence. Yuan Luoyi approached the wall adorned with numerous photographs, her gaze sweeping over the hundreds of images, both male and female. Some pictures bore a red cross, while others did not. What could this signify? Footsteps echoed behind her, and Yuan Hua had resolved his troubles. Donning a fresh shirt, this time black, featuring an exquisite Chinese-style collar. Yuan Luoyi had seen him in this shirt before. It had once fit him snugly, complementing his demeanor. However, now it appeared loose and ill-fitting. He had lost considerable weight, his complexion pallid, with the veins on his hands visible. Recalling the wound on her brother's back, Yuan Luoyi understood that he had endured immense suffering. He knew better than anyone that no matter how many lives he took, his sister would never return. The pain had rendered him increasingly numb. Just moments ago, he had extinguished a life without a flicker of emotion. Yuan Hua took out a red pen and marked an X across the photograph of a man. Yuan Luoyi grasped the implication. Those who had already been slain were marked. She inquired, "Brother, are these individuals all responsible for my suffering?" "Indeed," he replied, "but do not worry. Before I completely lose myself, I shall eliminate them all." As Yuan Luoyi continued to examine the photographs, she recognized that the vast majority were strangers to her, and with hundreds of faces. It became evident that anyone even remotely connected to her death would find themselves on Yuan Hua's list of targets. The true culprit might well be hidden among them. She yearned to inquire further, but found her voice stifled, a familiar sensation akin to being choked, a manifestation of the system's power. Observing the untouched apple on the table, Yuan Hua asked, "Why aren't you eating the apple?" "I'm not hungry," Yuan Luoyi replied. "It is already noon," he insisted. "Even if you're not hungry, you must eat. Children who go without food will not grow tall." Yuan Luoyi regarded him. He appeared somewhat concerned. He harbored a fixation on caring for her. And even if he perceived her as an illusion, he remained attentive to her needs. "Brother, do you enjoy taking care of others?" she asked. "I only wish to care for you. I do not want to tend to just anyone, he replied. If I could, I would hope that you would always rely on me. Yet, in the blink of an eye, you have grown and forgotten me. No matter how I attempt to draw near, you are afraid of me. However, when you are ill, lost in a fevered haze, you are no longer afraid. Nor can you escape me. In those moments, I wished you would remain unwell. It would be rather nice. Yuan Hua scoffed softly indeed. A normal person should not be a brother. A madman only demands, never protecting his sister correctly. Previously, Yuan Luoyi posed a question to her elder brother, who deceitfully claimed he had no affection for her. Now, he perceives her as an illusion and no longer conceals his darker inclinations. Yuan Huan rummaged through the refrigerator and asked, "Do you want any whole wheat bread?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "I do not wish to eat." She swiftly removed a trench coat from the hanger and donned it, declaring, "I shall step out to procure some food." A flicker of panic crossed Yuan Luoyi's face. Her brother was leaving, and she would be left alone in this room, steeped in bloodshed. She hurried to his side, exclaiming, "I want to go too." Yuan Huan halted, turning to gaze at her, his expression gradually darkening. "You cannot go outside," he stated, his voice cold and devoid of fluctuation. "Why not?" Yuan Luoyi inquired. "Because it is perilous outside. There are those who wish to harm you. I have eliminated them, and only then can you venture out. I will remain by your side. I will not wander off. Thus we shall avoid encountering them. I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to leave this place. I have already lost you once. I do not wish to endure that pain again. I will return swiftly after shopping." As he opened the door to depart, Yuan Luoyi reached out, clutching his sleeve. The proximity to her brother made her tremble involuntarily. "Brother, the scent of blood pervades this place. Please do not leave me here alone." Gazing into his sister's innocent eyes and trembling hands, Yuan Huan hesitated. "Are you not afraid of me? You are shaking. Can you truly follow me?" "I can," Yuan Luoyi asserted. "You are frightening now, but you are my brother, and you would never harm me." Yuan Huan's gaze flickered slightly. This trust was what he yearned for yet had never received. He opened the door and stepped outside, with Yuan Luoyi following closely, and he did not deter her. Upon emerging, Yuan Luoyi realized they were in an underground parking garage, with the ventilation fans whirring incessantly and darkness enveloping the surroundings. The previous room had been transformed by Yuan Huan into a makeshift execution chamber. "Brother, where are we?" Yuan Luoyi asked. "This is the basement level 3 of my company. It is exceedingly secure. No one can enter except for me," Yuan Huan replied. Continuing onward, they gradually encountered light and observed several compact cars parked in the vicinity. Yuan Huan approached one of the vehicles and opened the door. After Yuan Luoyi settled inside, he started the engine and drove out. Once outside, the sunlight was blinding, and it took Yuan Luoyi a moment to acclimate. The security guard recognized Yuan Huan's vehicle and allowed them to pass without inspection. After a brief drive, they arrived at a shopping mall. Yuan Huan halted the car and turned to Yuan Luoyi, saying, "I need to go in to buy some items. Will you wait in the car for a moment?" "All right," Yuan Luoyi replied. "What would you like to eat?" Yuan Huan inquired. Yuan Luoyi was not truly hungry. In her timeline, she had just enjoyed a barbecue with her brothers and felt quite full. However, noticing her brother's genuine desire to take care of her, she responded, "Jelly and chocolate. Merely snacking is not good for your health," Yuan Huan cautioned. "Then let us also purchase some pineapple bread, preferably with plenty of cream," Yuan Luoyi suggested. Yuan Huan nodded and exited the vehicle, entering the shopping mall. Opportunity had arrived. Yuan Luoyi flung open the car door and leaped out, making her way to the plaza, bustling with people. A vast screen displayed an array of promotional advertisements. Due to the constraints of the system, there were certain inquiries Yuan Luoyi could not pose to Yuan Hua. However, she could actively seek out the answers herself. Viewing the news could provide her with a wealth of valuable information. The beauty advertisements were followed by pet wellness commercials, and then by insurance promotions, one after another, ceaselessly. Yet the news remained elusive. As she waited, Yuan Luoyi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If her elder brother returned to find her missing from the car, she could be facing dire consequences. Chapter 46. Loathing oneself after waiting for several minutes. Yuan Luoyi was profoundly disappointed not to see any news. Even in this futuristic world, uncovering the true culprit proved to be no easy task. The constraints imposed by the system upon her were exceedingly numerous. She found herself unable to articulate many thoughts. Her voice stifled as if gripped by an invisible hand. Suddenly, a large hand descended upon her shoulder, gripping her firmly and startling her. Turning around, she found her gaze locked with Yuan Huan's. Yuan Huan's expression was dark. "You promised to wait for me in the car." A sense of unease enveloped Yuan Luoyi. Her elder brother had become increasingly unhinged following the tragic death of their sister, which had deeply affected him. Consequently, he had developed an excessive protective instinct over the 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi, unwilling to allow her to venture outside. The greatest concession he was willing to make was not to confine her alone in the underground garage. Now, having broken her promise by running out, it was evident that he was angry, his cold, piercing gaze fixed intently upon her. Yuan Luoyi's fingertips trembled uncontrollably, and her heart raced wildly. Her brother had never raised his voice at her before, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. She struggled slightly, attempting to free herself from his grasp. The hand on her shoulder tightened as Yuan Huan questioned, "Do you wish to escape?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "No, it's just so boring in the car. I wanted to take a little stroll." Yuan Huan let out a few cold laughs, lowering his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Even a sister conjured by illusions longs to leave me. I genuinely wish to protect you." Yuan Luoyi protested now. "You're hurting me, big brother." This exclamation seemed to awaken Yuan Huan, who immediately released her grip. "I apologize," he said, furrowing his brow and rubbing his aching head. His mental state had been increasingly unstable, frequently spiraling out of control. He was acutely aware that he was on the brink of complete breakdown. In the twilight of his life, he had once again encountered his sister, yet he found himself incapable of interacting with her in a healthy manner. Realizing he was indeed a terrible brother, Yuan Luoyi gazed at him with concern. "Big brother, do you have a headache again?" Her pure and innocent eyes resembled crystal-clear lakes, captivating Yuan Huan's attention. Yuan Luoyi's small hand grasped his larger one. "I truly don't want to run away. I would never leave you." Startled as if burned, Yuan Huan abruptly withdrew his hand. Yuan Luoyi, untainted and innocent, contrasted sharply with him. Ever since blood had stained his hands, he had descended into a quagmire of guilt. Unable to return to purity, his very soul was shrouded in darkness, save for the pristine place in his heart reserved for his sister. He was determined not to allow the solitary beauty he once possessed to be tarnished. Yuan Huan declared, "The items have been procured. Let us depart." He strode ahead with purpose, while Yuan Luoyi trotted closely behind. Upon entering the luxurious car, they returned to the underground garage of the company. To Yuan Luoyi's surprise, Yuan Huan did not lead her to the room of carnage, but rather took the elevator to the top floor of the building, where he usually resided. The space was spacious and bright, adorned in a modern, minimalist style, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city. Yuan Huan placed the items he had purchased on the table. In addition to the food Yuan Luoyi had requested, he had also acquired an abundance of fruits and vegetables. From the time of caring for the infant Yuan Luoyi, the principle of maintaining a balanced diet had been etched indelibly in his mind. Even now, as his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, he still remembered the importance of fulfilling this responsibility. "I will prepare the meal. You should rest here," he said, before stepping into the kitchen with a basket of vegetables. Yuan Luoyi felt compelled to follow him inside. Her elder brother appeared fatigued, which filled her with concern. However, Yuan Huan shut the door in her face. He needed her presence, yet he also wished for her to keep her distance. With a heavy heart, Yuan Luoyi returned to the living room, pacing nervously until she stumbled upon the television. Her previously melancholic mood momentarily lifted. She sank into the sofa, turned on the TV, and quickly changed the channel, landing on the news that had been on her mind. In the studio, a beautiful female anchor delivered the news. Typhoon number 46. Bali Chi is set to make landfall soon. We urge residents to secure their doors and windows. Yuan Luoyi listened absently, and after a few minutes, the mundane update finally concluded. Next, let us address the recent security issues. The cases of missing persons continue to rise. We have invited renowned criminal psychology expert, Professor Wong, to share his insights on this series of events. Professor, what are your thoughts on these troubling cases? Professor Wang's voice was filled with agitation. The large number of missing persons is highly abnormal. This indicates the presence of a serial killer in our city. It is highly likely that it is not just one individual, but rather a coordinated effort by several perpetrators. Truly a pack of cold-blooded demons. Yuan Luoyi silently mused, it must be my brother's doing. The anchor continued. Indeed, the situation is becoming increasingly precarious. Professor Wang, is there a connection between the recent massacre of the Yi family and these disappearances? Yuan Luoyi's heart raced heavily at the mention of the Yi family. The true heiress was named Yi Min. Was it that family? The television screen shifted, revealing the death photos of the 4 members of the Yi family. Father Yi, Mother Yi, Sister Yi, and the true heiress, Yi Min. Yuan Luoyi understood. Previously, the system had shown her a scene where Yi Min was performing CPR on her sister, desperately trying to save her despite her already being devoid of breath. But what was happening? The true heiress, Yi Min, was not the perpetrator, but rather a victim. The date inscribed beneath the photo read June 27th, coinciding with the date of her mother's murder. Yuan Luoyi felt disoriented. She had initially believed that coming to the future would unveil the truth, yet the fog of uncertainty only thickened. She recalled the voice of the true culprit, and as the reverie faded, she resolved to seek out Yi Min and hear her voice. A delightful aroma wafted through the air as Yuan Huan set a plate of seafood stir-fried noodles before Yuan Luoyi. Surprisingly, her appetite sparked, despite her earlier disinterest. Yuan Huan untied his apron and sat beside her. Hurry and eat. It will lose its flavor if it cools down. Unable to resist the enticing scent, Yuan Luoyi began to indulge, thinking to herself, my brother's culinary skills are truly remarkable. After finishing her meal, the news continued to analyze the Yi family massacre, with the identity of the murderer still unknown. Suddenly, Yuan Luoyi felt an urge to inform her brother that Yi Min was the true heiress. But the mere thought of it left her breathless. The system would not permit her to speak such truths. Nevertheless, she wanted to try. She raised her hand, pointing at Yi Min's photograph. Brother, she is. The sound abruptly vanished, and the surrounding scenery faded away, plunging everything into an endless void. An unnameable fear gripped Yuan Luoyi's throat. Ding. System warning. Host, please refrain from actions that disrupt the timeline. Thud. Yuan Luoyi lost consciousness, her forehead striking the ground with a heavy thump. A pair of hands lifted her gently and carefully placed her on the sofa. Wake up. Yuan Hu's voice echoed, now distant, now near. After a considerable time, Yuan Luoyi regained her senses, realizing that the system could forcibly silence her. Yuan Hu's cold hand pressed against her forehead, meticulously measuring her temperature. The sudden fainting spell had stirred a ripple of concern in his previously indifferent eyes. He appeared even paler, his breathing slightly quickened. Brother, I'm fine, Yuan Luoyi assured him. My temperature is normal. Yuan Hu withdrew his hand and silently sat beside her. After a long pause, he said, Is it because I wish for you to rely on me that the hallucination weakened you? Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. No, it was my own carelessness. Yuan Hu buried his face in his hands, seemingly in agony. I don't understand, truly don't understand. It seems that I can only hurt you and not protect you. Even when you were imprisoned, my impulsiveness led me to call you, revealing our plans to rescue you. And that very night you took a deep breath, sorrowfully adding, you left. If only I hadn't made that call, what have I done? It's all my fault. Yuan Luoyi gazed at Yuan Hu's emaciated back, realizing that the person he loathed the most was himself. Thus, even while bearing countless wounds, he continued to seek vengeance, an act of atonement and self-torment. Brother, Yuan Luoyi said when I received the call, I was actually quite happy. My death is not your fault. It is because of you that I managed to endure. Yuan Hu lifted his gaze to Yuan Luoyi. Her words were imbued with sincerity and beauty, akin to ephemeral illusions. Yet, even knowing they were false, they offered him a slight reprieve. Yuan Hu asked what was it like in the end. He had only received his sister's ashes and remained unaware of the specific circumstances of her death. Whenever he closed his eyes, he envisioned those who had harmed and ultimately killed her, robbing him of sleep. Yuan Luoyi replied, I was injected with a syringe and then fell asleep. without any pain. In truth, when a rope had constricted around her, she had struggled desperately, enduring relentless blows until she could move no more. Her body bore severe injuries, unmistakably indicating it was not a suicide. They had no choice but to cremate Yuan Luoyi. Extending her small hand, she embraced Yuan, saying, "There truly was no pain. I even dreamed that you came to take me back, and we all had a barbecue on the lawn, followed by fireworks." Yuan murmured, "Thank you." He understood that this was a beautiful lie. Chapter 47. Stark contrast. Elder brother Yuan sat beside his sister Yuan Luoyi, watching television. After hearing her kind-hearted fib, miraculously, his headache diminished, replaced by a wave of fatigue. Capturing individuals, tormenting them, and ultimately ending their lives was indeed arduous work. Yuan had not rested for 3 days, his nerves taut, having just executed the man who had harmed his sister. Yet, he was plagued by the fear that upon awakening, Yuan Luoyi might vanish. Thus, he forced himself to remain awake. Yuan Luoyi discerned her brother's inner turmoil and gently patted his shoulder. "It's all right, you can sleep. I will remain right here and 1T run away. If you don't rest, your headache will worsen and you may lose control again, frightening me once more." Yuan replied, "You just left. How can I trust you?" Yuan Luoyi insisted, "I only stepped out of the car because I was genuinely bored. Now that we have television, I will stay here and watch." This was indeed true. Watching the news could yield much valuable information. "Very well, I shall trust you once more," he conceded. Leaning against the sofa, Yuan began to doze off, and it wasn't long before he fell asleep. Yuan Luoyi approached, observing her brother closely. His face bore faint old scars, remnants of the many life and death moments he must have endured on his path of vengeance. Donning an apron, she washed and neatly arranged the dishes. Looking around the kitchen, it appeared tidy, yet devoid of warmth. Her brother must seldom eat. Earlier, he had only prepared seafood, stir-fried noodles for her, neglecting his own meal, which explained his emaciated state. An idea struck Yuan Luoyi. She could prepare something delicious for her brother. No brother could refuse a meal lovingly made by his sister. Without hesitation, she opened the refrigerator, surveying the ingredients within, contemplating what to create. Ding! System alert. Time for rewind is about to expire. Please prepare, host. Yuan Luoyi exclaimed, "What? Now? Let me finish cooking first. If brother wakes up and finds me gone, he will never trust me again." Countdown initiated. 3, 2, 1. Rewind terminated with a violent whirl. Yuan Luoyi was yanked back to her original timeline. She struggled to rise from beneath the covers, gazing out at the dimly lit sky. This time, the rewind had consumed the entire night. Ding, ding, ding. It was 6 o'clock, the alarm rang, and she irritably silenced it. Typically, Yuan Luoyi would linger in bed for another hour, rising at 7. But now she felt utterly awake, her mind in disarray. Frustration coursed through her. She had just assured her brother she wouldn't leave, yet he fell asleep, and she had exhausted her rewind time and vanished. He would likely be very disappointed, believing she had deceived him. If her influence could increase by another 30 levels, perhaps they would meet again? Well, not necessarily. Each time she rewound, the destination varied, leaving her with only the hope of reuniting. Her brother, now broken, desperately needed companionship. After a brief morning routine, Yuan Luoyi slung her backpack over her shoulder and descended the stairs. Today, she was headed to school with a particularly significant mission: to meet the true heiress. Was she a victim or a perpetrator? The answer would soon reveal itself through the tones of their voices. Upon reaching the hall, Yuan Luoyi was taken aback to find her elder brother, Yuan, seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet, likely analyzing the futures market. In this timeline, her brother had not succumbed to darkness. He was impeccably dressed, exuding elegance and wisdom. His eyes, dark as ink, were profound and enigmatic, occasionally flashing with a chilling intensity. Yet, whenever he gazed at Yuan Luoyi, a tenderness would surface, amplifying her sorrow. In that other world, anguish, remorse, and hatred had consumed her brother. He firmly believed that his own misdeeds had precipitated their sister's demise, banishing himself to a personal hell, akin to a desperate beast ensnared in despair, gradually losing his grip on reality. Had those tragic events never transpired, he would have truly been a flawless individual. Yuan Luoyi dashed to her brother's side, inquiring, "Brother, do you have a headache?" Yuan Huan looked up and replied, "Not at all." With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Are you taking me to school today?" He nodded, "Yes, work has been a bit lighter lately, and I wish to spend more time with you." "Yay, you seem especially cheerful today," she remarked. "Indeed, having you by my side brings me joy." Yuan Luoyi joined Yuan Huan as they entered the car. In this new timeline, her resolve was firm. She would uncover the true culprit and prevent the tragedy from unfolding once more. Chapter 48, a lively discussion. Look, it's Yuan Luoyi. Where? To the left of the school gate. Just stepped out of the car. The students of Xinghan High School were abuzz with excitement as they rushed to the school entrance, forming a cluster, craning their necks, and tiptoeing, eager to catch a glimpse of Yuan Luoyi. Her remarkable performance in yesterday's knowledge competition had captivated many. She had skillfully derived the formula for a simple pendulum using calculus, maintaining an unflappable demeanor while competing against Su Sun, which endeared her to a multitude. Who does not admire a brilliant and beautiful girl? However, due to the formidable reputation of the Yuan family, everyone dared only to admire her from a distance. They kept more than 10 meters away from Yuan Luoyi, their eyes shining with admiration, occasionally gasping in awe. As Yuan Luoyi approached the school gate, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, a wave of excitement washing over them. Especially among the girls, they nearly leaped with joy upon seeing her. "Yuan Luoyi, Senior, we're rooting for you. Go for it. You must win the championship. Wow, so adorable. I want to take her home." "Sure." Her older brother is still here. Yuan Luoyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly chuckled a couple of times, lowering her head and swiftly passing through the gate. This was unfamiliar territory for her. She truly was not accustomed to it. Previously, ordinary students would shy away in fear at the mere chance of accidentally bumping into her, their faces paling or fleeing as if confronted by a fearsome beast. Now, they had transformed into infatuated fans, welcoming her with such fervor at the school entrance, a stark contrast that left her feeling disoriented. Yuan Luoyi thought of her fourth brother, Yuan Si, who was quite accustomed to being idolized. Perhaps she should seek some advice from him. Upon reaching the teaching building, a few students from Class C, upon spotting Yuan Luoyi, wore expressions of sheer terror and scurried away. Yuan Luoyi let out a sigh of relief. This is the normal treatment. While the number of admirers had indeed increased, the fearsome regard still lingered, particularly among the Class C students, who had heard far too many malicious rumors about her. Their trepidation was deeply ingrained and not easily dispelled. Yi Min, the true daughter of the Yi family, was also a student in Class C. Yesterday, during the competition, she had briefly locked eyes with Yuan Luoyi. Like all children of the Yuan family, Yi Min's gaze was devoid of emotion, cold and unyielding, indicating she was certainly not afraid of Yuan Luoyi. Now, Yuan Luoyi resolved to visit Yi Min in Class C, striding confidently forward. Whether one is the true culprit or the victim can often be discerned by the sound of their voice. The Class C students who had fled earlier noticed Yuan Luoyi trailing behind them, their panic escalating as they ran even faster. However, no matter how swiftly they tried to escape, they could not shake off Yuan Luoyi, for their destination was the same. Upon entering the Class C classroom, they shouted, "Everyone, Yuan Luoyi is here." What does she want in our Class C? Could it be that she intends to expel a few students from our class? Oh no, what did you all do to bring her here? I have no idea. Yuan Luoyi stood at the entrance of Class C, observing the chaos within. Where students were in disarray, unable to advance or retreat, left with no choice but to remain stationary. She inquired, "Is your class leader, Yi Min, present?" A familiar voice inquired, "What do you seek her for?" Yuan Luoyi turned to CSXN. Unlike the terrified students from Class C, she stood with her arms crossed defiantly, glaring at Yuan Luoyi with palpable hostility. Yuan Luoyi responded, "This is none of your concern. Why are you even in Class C?" SXN scoffed, "You truly pay me no heed. I was caught cheating in yesterday's quiz and was supposed to be expelled, but my mother intervened and transferred me to Class C." Yuan Luoyi remarked, "A person as proud as you would resort to cheating?" What you truly after? This statement seemed to strike a nerve with SXN. Her breath hitched momentarily, and she averted her gaze, ceasing her glare at Yuan Luoyi. This doesn't concern you. YM has gone to fetch the math papers from the teacher. If you wish to find her, you should leave now. Yuan Luoyi stepped forward, poised to depart, but hesitated and withdrew her foot. She said to SXN, "You no longer put on airs in Class C." The onlooking students from Class C collectively gasped. The astute among them recognized that SXN's charm was a deliberate act, yet many were captivated by it, making her one of the most popular girls in school. It was only Yuan Luoyi who dared to speak so openly to SXN. Enraged, SXN shot a venomous glare at Yuan Luoyi, shaking her head helplessly and forcing a self-deprecating smile. Since her defeat, her status had diminished. In the realm of victors and vanquished, it was no wonder Yuan Luoyi felt emboldened to provoke her. Even her proud demeanor could not disguise the fact that Yuan Luoyi had undergone a transformation. Although SXN had scored 94 and Yuan Luoyi 96 in the quiz, merely a 2-point difference belied the reality. SXN, having faced Yuan Luoyi directly, understood that the disparity was far greater. In the end, her composure had crumbled, while Yuan Luoyi remained steadfast. Yuan Luoyi had become a figure of unattainable excellence. SXN exclaimed, "Just leave. I truly do not wish to see you." Yuan Luoyi replied, "I used to put on a feigned as well, though in an entirely different manner. However, once I relinquished that pretense, life became much simpler. Caring too much about others' perceptions can lead one to lose their sense of self." With that, Yuan Luoyi jogged away. Fuming, SXN slumped over her desk, muttering under her breath, "How infuriating, coming here to lecture me so early in the morning. Yet, it's true. I have lost my way." As she reached the corridor, Yuan Luoyi encountered YMN, who, just as the day before, sported 2 braided pigtails and thick bangs that obscured her eyes, making it difficult to discern her emotions. Clutching a stack of math papers, she approached slowly, casting a fleeting glance at Yuan Luoyi before quickly diverting her gaze, feigning indifference. Nonetheless, having spent years around her brothers, Yuan Luoyi sensed a subtle aggression in YMN's eyes. Yuan Luoyi intercepted YMN. "Wait a moment." YMN inquired, "Classmate, is there something you need?" That voice. No, something was amiss. YMN's tone was soft and prolonged, yet the true culprit's pitch was distinctly higher. Unlike boys undergoing voice changes, girls' voices tend to undergo less alteration as they mature. Yuan Luoyi was certain that YMN's voice differed from that of the true perpetrator. Yuan Luoyi found herself engulfed in confusion, and Yimin shared a similar sentiment. Yimin remarked, "If there's nothing pressing, may I take my leave? I must distribute the papers. If I'm late, the teacher will be displeased." Yuan Luoyi did not yield, asking, "Do you have an elder sister?" Yimin responded, "Yes, she also studies at Xinghan High School, currently in her first year. Do you wish to meet her?" Yuan Luoyi shook her head, stating, "I came specifically to find you. I often see your name on the academic rankings, consistently placing 83rd in 4 consecutive examinations." Yimin smiled. What a coincidence. Yuan Luoyi believed this was no mere happenstance. The intelligence of the Yuan family was well known, and Yimin undoubtedly inherited this trait. The only plausible explanation for such a scenario was that Yimin could meticulously control her ranking, ensuring her position in Class C while avoiding the repercussions of poor performance. The bell rang with a sharp clang, prompting students around them to rush off, fearful of being tardy and facing punishment. Yimin wore a troubled expression, stating, "I truly must be on my way." Yuan Luoyi stepped aside, her gaze lingering on Yimin as she departed. Reports had claimed that on the day Yuan Luoyi was cast out from her home, the genuine heiress, Yimin, was also slain. If she were indeed the perpetrator, she would need to feign her own death and undergo a significant transformation in voice as she matured. Achieving both was an exceedingly challenging feat. Was she truly a victim? If so, the true culprit had murdered the false heiress, Yuan Luoyi, and the genuine heiress, Yimin, proceeding to eliminate the 5 brothers of the Yuan family without mercy. Such a scenario was profoundly terrifying. Yet, regardless of the fear, Yuan Luoyi was resolute in her quest to uncover the true antagonist. She would not allow the tragedies of her past life to unfold once more. Chapter 49. The Unknowable After Conversing with the True Heiress. Yuan Luoyi proceeded to her next destination, the cafeteria. At Xinghan High School, two pursuits brought Yuan Luoyi immense joy. First, participating in variety shows to continually enhance her influence. And second, savoring the culinary delights offered in the cafeteria, where the chefs possessed extraordinary skills. The delectable soup dumplings and exquisite tofu soup were about to delight her palate. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Yuan Luoyi caught sight of a familiar figure. Clad in a dark trench coat and hat, her brother, Yuan Yong, stood silently in the shadows, seemingly awaiting her arrival. His innate aura of danger caused those around him to instinctively part ways upon noticing him. Yuan Luoyi had once harbored a deep-seated fear of him, her memories of being abducted by him at the tender age of 6 still vivid. Yuan Yong aimed to draw Yuan Luoyi into his world, to unveil the allure of violence. Yet the young Yuan Luoyi could only feel terror. However, she no longer felt such dread. She understood that despite their peculiarities and occasional terrifying actions, her brothers held her dear and protected her in their own unique ways. Yuan Luoyi trotted over to Yuan Yong, exclaiming, "Brother, you finally arrived." Yuan Yong inclined his head slightly. "I apologize for not being able to attend your competition yesterday. I have come to see you today. But you were watching me all along, weren't you?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "Indeed, your performance was remarkable. I witnessed your transformation. You began anxious but emerged resolute and courageous." What transpired? For Yuan Luoyi, a significant event had indeed occurred. She had glimpsed the memories of her past life, realizing that she had spent 800 years across 99 lifetimes to forge this new timeline with the aim of altering the fate of death and saving everyone. However, due to the constraints of the system, Yuan Luoyi could not disclose this to Yuan Yong. Thus, she adorned her face with a broad smile. "I simply gained clarity on many matters, which gave me the courage to compete. Brother, you're still indebted to me for a pizza. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Yuan Yong chuckled. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. I am here to fulfill that promise today." Among the 5 brothers, Yuan Yong possessed the most refined features, an alluring beauty tinged with an enchanting charm when he smiled. The girls passing by the cafeteria gazed at him, their eyes filled with admiration. Yuan Yong's striking appearance easily captivated the affections of others, yet he was the most bloodthirsty among his siblings. Consequently, he was prohibited from approaching Yuan Luoyi, and his presence at the school to see her must have required considerable effort. With a hand resting gently on Yuan Luoyi's shoulder, he said, "Let us go. I have heard that the pizzas here are quite delightful, and I am certain you will enjoy them." They entered the cafeteria together and ordered pizza. The thick layer of cheese was utterly delectable, and after being kissed by flames, it bore a hint of caramelization. The first bite was delightfully crispy, but soon the creamy cheese oozed forth, rich and flavorful, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was simply unforgettable. They both relished the meal with great pleasure. Yuan Yong remarked, "The second wish has been fulfilled. Have you contemplated the third?" Yuan Luoyi tilted her head in contemplation. She had indeed not contemplated this matter. Recently, she had been preoccupied with participating in variety shows and pursuing the truth behind the crimes, leaving little time for self-reflection. Yuan Luoyi replied, "I am uncertain at the moment. May I inform you later?" Yuan Yong responded, "Certainly, but do so promptly." Yuan Luoyi furrowed her brow. "Third brother, are you returning to the battlefield?" Yuan Yong affirmed, "Indeed. I have lingered here for too long. If I do not return soon, my skills may become rusty." Yuan Luoyi understood that Yuan Yong was referring to his lethal skills. He could not remain in the realm of ordinary individuals for long, as he was inherently destined for the blood-soaked battleground. Having devoured the last slice of pizza, Yuan Yong prepared to depart. He gently embraced Yuan Luoyi. "I will always be watching over you from afar. If there comes a day when you wish to leave the Yuan family, please do inform me. I shall do my utmost to take you away." Third brother Yuan Yong believed that the Yuan family was too malevolent to nurture his sister, which is why he harbored a desire to extricate Yuan Luoyi from that environment. A sudden perplexity arose within her. Third brother, has the Yuan family committed any misdeeds in the past? Yuan Yong seemed to recall something, chuckling darkly. His voice tinged with a chilling malevolence. He leaned closer to Yuan Luoyi, whispering, there have been countless transgressions, too many indeed. People despise us, fear us, yet they're compelled to rely on us. The members of the two-headed serpent family are born with original sin. We are all destined for hell. However, you are innocent, and you are still too young. Perhaps when you're older, I shall share those tales with you. Now, I must take my leave. You must take care of yourself in the meantime. Yuan Luoyi nodded. Yes, and you must also look after yourself, third brother. Yuan Yong departed, his dark figure swiftly merging with the crowd, disappearing in mere moments. Yuan Luoyi made her way towards Class D, her brother's words stirring a tempest of emotions within her. There were many matters concerning the Yuan family that she remained oblivious to. On one hand, she was too young to engage in family affairs, and on the other, she was an ordinary person unfit to navigate such complexities. She was only aware that the Yuan family was exceedingly wealthy, possessed extensive connections, and most crucially, that they were deeply feared by the public. Upon reflection, ordinary affluent families might inspire admiration, but they would not instill such profound terror. The Yuan family harbored far too many secrets that she had yet to uncover. With a heavy sigh, Yuan Luoyi entered the classroom and settled into her seat. Ding! System notification. Influence has reached 160. Rewind function has been activated. Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. This was indeed splendid news. Yet, she had done nothing remarkable today. Why had her influence suddenly escalated? She glanced at her phone, realizing it was the residual warmth of yesterday's knowledge competition. Flipping through the comments section, she noted, an 11-year-old deriving the true pendulum formula using elliptical calculus. What a genius! I am enamored. Finally, the entertainment industry has produced an intellectually gifted individual. I am infatuated with Yuan Mei. I am fervently devoted to her. I would crash into walls for her. Yuan Luoyi switched off her phone, contemplating, the enthusiasm is palpable. My influence should rise even further. Let us commence the journey of remembrance tonight. Perhaps we may yet encounter our elder brother. Chapter 50. 3 locked doors. Upon returning home, Yuan Luoyi flung her backpack aside and settled on the edge of her bed, taking deep breaths to steady her emotions. The time to activate the recall function was imminent. The last encounter with her elder brother, Yuan Huan, had found him in the act of murder, and she could only speculate what might transpire this time. There was a possibility of encountering other deranged siblings, and she had to prepare for the worst. This thought only deepened her anxiety. She fluffed her pillow and blanket, hoping for a more comfortable sleep, perhaps to avoid any terrifying events. With everything in place, she declared, System, activate recall. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over her, and Yuan Luoyi closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. In the darkness, a potent scent of blood enveloped her. She reached out, her hands searching, and found the light switch. With a click, the overhead light illuminated the space, banishing the darkness and revealing the site of this recall. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs, the table cluttered with an array of medications, and a cabinet overflowing with an assortment of knives. It was her brother's clandestine killing chamber. The photographs on the wall bore numerous crosses, indicating that during Yuan Luoyi's absence, Yuan Huan had claimed many lives. The stench of blood in this room was far more intense than before. She picked up a bottle of pills from the table and shook it, hearing the clatter of the contents within. It seemed there were still plenty of drugs. Had her brother ceased taking them? Did this imply that he had descended further into malevolence? Yuan Luoyi felt a surge of anxiety. She had failed to uphold her promise last time. Her sudden disappearance must have enraged him. Just stepping away for a moment caused his emotions to spiral out of control. What would happen this time? She dared not contemplate it. Fortunately, the room was eerily quiet. Her brother was absent, and perhaps she would evade an encounter with him. She explored the room alone, opening the refrigerator, which was surprisingly stocked with fruits, vegetables, and even snacks. Upon inspecting other cabinets, she found an alarming variety of knives: small knives, large knives, long knives, bone saws, and pointed knives, each one gleaming with a menacing sharpness, a chilling reminder of their prior use on human flesh. Cautiously pushing open door after door, she found that aside from the kitchen and bathroom, the remaining rooms contained merely a stool, a table, and pools of blood scattered across the floor. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, and Yuan Luoyi was jolted back in fright. There was someone else in the room. Before she could choose an escape route, she was seized. The assailant was a tall man with unkempt hair, bloodshot eyes, and injuries adorning his body, with bloodstains encircling his wrist. He gripped Yuan Luoyi fiercely, shaking her as he bellowed, "Tell me how you got in." Yuan Luoyi struggled with all her might, exclaiming, "I don't know." The man's face was that of the individual from the photographs. As he recognized her, his eyes widened in shock. "Yuan Luoyi," he gasped, trembling in fear, his complexion paling. After a moment, he regained his composure, murmuring, "Wait, you're just a child." He shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "No, she's dead. I saw her die. Just a look-alike. Where did that madman find this child? He has truly lost his mind." Yuan Luoyi managed to break free, distancing herself from the man. He adjusted his expression, forcing a twisted smile. "Little girl, do not be afraid. My name is Chung. I, like you, am a victim. I was bound here and tormented for an entire day. Now that he has left, I managed to sever my ropes and escape, only to find you. I am not a villain. It is that madman who is. If you heed your uncle's words, you shall return home soon." Gathering her courage, Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Why did he bind you?" Chung clenched his teeth. Who knows what that lunatic is thinking? Everyone associated with his sister's death has been slaughtered. I am merely an ordinary journalist. I reported on the news, and now he wants to kill me. He gazed at Yuan Luoyi. "You truly resemble her. You are a perfect substitute. He must treat you well, for you bear no scars, unlike us." His bitter laughter echoed in the air. "Yuan, he excels at tormenting others. Even if I escape, I am ruined." Extending his hand toward Yuan Luoyi, he urged, "Come here. Uncle will help you find the exit." Yuan Luoyi recoiled in fear. Chung, suddenly enraged, shouted, "You must not be so ungrateful. You should not fear me. It is that madman you should dread. He could take your life at any moment. I'm trying to save you." The lunatic could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion, wielding a knife and striking wildly, muttering to himself, "Do you think looking like his sister exempts you from danger? One moment he may see you as her, the next as someone else. Hurry, come with me to find the exit. We must escape before he returns." Reluctantly, Yuan Luoyi edged closer, not due to his persuasion, but because he brandished a gleaming knife. If he chose to, he could easily coerce her into compliance. The disparity in their physical strength was substantial. The safest choice now was to follow him. They reached the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. Chung furiously kicked the iron door. "Open up. What is this? No matter how I try, it won't budge." He crouched down, attempting to pry the lock open with his knife. Yuan Luoyi observed that this door was new. The previous one had been flimsy, merely secured by a single lock, whereas this was solid steel, bolstered by 3 locks. Upon closer inspection, the entire room had been reinforced, with steel plates nailed everywhere, making escape nearly impossible. Chung, in a fit of despair, roared, "Ah, what do we do? He is coming back. I'm certainly doomed." After a moment of anguish, he suddenly stood up, placing his hands on Yuan Luoyi's shoulders. "Wait, little girl. You haven't told me how you got in." I distinctly did not hear the door open. Yuan Luoyi nervously swallowed, fabricating a lie. "I did not come in from outside. I was hiding under the table and only just emerged." Chung pressed further. "But did you see what the outside looked like?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "It is an underground parking garage." Chung fell into despair. An underground parking garage. Then opening the door to escape would be futile. Suddenly, the sound of a vehicle approaching from outside sent a jolt of alarm through Chung. Seizing Yuan Luoyi, he urged her to retreat inside, whispering urgently, "That madman has returned. We must hide and then ambush him." With all her strength, Yuan Luoyi broke free from Cheng's grasp and dashed back to the entrance. Chung, filled with fury, shouted, "What a disobedient fool!" Click! The first lock of the steel door was released. Cheng's face paled. He had intended to seize Yuan Luoyi and take refuge. Yet now he found himself paralyzed with fear, haunted by the cruel torments he had endured. After severing his bonds, his first act was to consume a considerable quantity of painkillers, an exceedingly perilous choice, yet without it, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness from the agony. Click! The second lock clicked open, and Cheng Cheng abandoned Yuan Luoyi, fleeing on his own. Yuan Luoyi remained still. How could she join in an assault against her own brother? Even if he had completely lost his mind, he was still her elder brother. Though she had previously failed to uphold her promise, she believed that he would never harm her. Click! The third lock opened, and the door began to creak ajar, allowing a cool, damp breeze filled with the scent of mildew to waft inside. Chapter 51. She has returned. At the doorway stood my elder brother, Yuan Hua. Compared to our last encounter, his gaze was shrouded in deeper shadows, as if he had succumbed to a silent death, devoid of any luster. However, this time he was impeccably dressed, and not a trace of blood marked his hands. Upon seeing Yuan Luoyi, his emaciated figure paused momentarily. He gazed at her for an extended period, reluctant to avert his eyes. Slowly bending down, he enveloped her in his arms with an unparalleled gentleness, as if fearing that even the slightest pressure might cause her to vanish. His long eyelashes trembled weakly, reminiscent of a dying butterfly. I thought I would never see you again. Where have you been? I was hiding, Yuan Luoyi replied. Why did you hide? Because there was a terrifying person in the room. He wanted to take me away and even threatened to kill you. A glint of cold light flickered in Yuan Hua's eyes. Ah, it is that fellow. Do not fear. I will deal with him shortly. He shall no longer frighten you. Elder brother, I did not keep my promise last time. I left while you were asleep. Are you not angry with me? I could never be angry with you. Just your presence brings me immense joy. Yuan Luoyi studied Yuan Hua's face, her small hand brushing against his cheek, then tentatively resting on his forehead, sensing a lack of warmth. Elder brother, does your head still ache? I have taken painkillers. I can no longer feel it. Then are you completely broken now? Yuan Hua smiled, though his eyes remained devoid of light, reminiscent of a pitch-black abyss, filled solely with despair and suffering. Yes, I am utterly broken, yet I will never harm you. This body can endure for a while longer. I shall eliminate all who have wronged you before I take my leave. Yuan Luoyi rested her head against Yuan Hua's shoulder, clutching his clothing. It was heart-wrenching to see her elder brother in such a state. I do not want you to die. Is there truly no hope for healing? Yuan Hua gently patted her back, offering solace. There is no cure, but do not be saddened. I am merely atoning for my sins. It is my fault that you suffered that night. Yuan Luoyi shouted, It is not your fault, elder brother. It is the real culprit's fault. Yuan Hua chuckled softly. Thank you. You have always been such a gentle child. He rose, his icy gaze piercing into the room, radiating an aura of menace. Is the person who frightens you within? Yuan Luoyi nodded, pointing to a room. He is hiding in there with a knife. Yuan Hua approached, refraining from rushing into the room. Instead, he opened a cabinet, retrieving a cylindrical cloth bundle, which he forcefully pushed onto the table, causing it to unroll like a scroll. However, rather than exquisite illustrations, it revealed an array of sharp blades, varying in size and shape, meticulously arranged. Selecting a curved dagger, Yuan Hua raised it, adjusting its angle under the light to assess its sharpness. He spoke calmly. That man, Cheng Cheng, is a wretch who sold his soul for money. After discovering that his companions were all dead, he liquidated his assets and hired numerous bodyguards. It took considerable effort to capture him. Now that he has fallen into my hands, I shall not allow him to die easily. It is truly astonishing that he still possesses the audacity to resist. The sensible course of action would have been to take his own life, thus sparing himself some torment. Was my prior approach too lenient? I should not have left him with any means of escape. Yuan Luoyi inquired. Isn't he just an ordinary journalist? Yuan Huan replied with a low, mocking laugh. Is that what he told you? Even on the brink of death, he shows no wisdom. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He recalled something and erupted in fury. The veins on his forehead pulsating, his hands gripping the wooden table, producing faint cracking sounds. Time and again, he has deceived my sister. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Yuan Luoyi gazed at her brother in fear. He had truly become unhinged. Trembling, She reached out and placed her hand over Yuan Huan's. "Brother, please do not be angry." Her soothing voice calmed him, dissipating the terrifying intent to kill. He regained his composure, remorsefully saying, "I apologize for you witnessing me in this state. I used to be able to control myself, to live like a normal person, but now I am utterly out of control." Selecting his weapon, Yuan Huan unfastened the first button of his collar and rolled his sleeves up to his elbows. He transformed, brandishing the sharp blade with icy determination, exuding an oppressive aura, as if dark clouds were gathering at the borders, threatening to plunge the world into a tempest of rage. Upon reaching the door of the room pointed out by Yuan Luoyi, he gently pushed it open. Creak! The door swung wide, and a thick stench of blood surged forth. Yuan Huan stepped inside the darkness. "Ah!" Chung screamed, terror etched across his face as he bolted out, seizing Yuan Luoyi and pressing the blade against her throat. In a direct confrontation, he stood no chance against Yuan Huan. His earlier conversation with Yuan Luoyi was motivated solely by her perceived utility. Yuan Huan harbored deep affection for his sister, and even a substitute could serve as a deterrent. Chung shouted, "You madman, don't move. Otherwise, I will kill her." Yuan Huan slowly turned around. "Can you see her?" Chung jeered, "You lunatic, you're rambling again. Of course I can see her. Where did you find this little girl? She looks just like your sister." Yuan Huan approached, his brow furrowed. "You can even touch her." The cold blade pressed against Yuan Luoyi's skin, and Chung threatened, "Don't move. If you take one more step, I will make her die before your eyes. Even if she is merely a substitute, it would surely cause you pain." Yuan Luoyi observed her brother Yuan Huan beginning to unravel. He murmured softly to himself, repeatedly recalling the events that had transpired. An exceedingly shocking yet plausible realization dawned upon Yuan Huan's mind. This 11-year-old sister was not an illusion. She truly existed, and his deceased sister had returned. Chapter 52. A miracle. Yuan Hua gazed at Yuan Luoyi, his once shadowed eyes now glimmering with a hint of light, akin to a dying man suddenly infused with the breath of life. Since the loss of his sister, he had drifted aimlessly, resembling a wandering spirit, engulfed in unbearable anguish. This misfortune was his doing. Had he refrained from that fateful phone call and quietly returned home, perhaps he could have saved her. The overwhelming guilt tormented Yuan Hua, and in his quest for atonement, he exiled himself to a purgatory of his own making, gradually unraveling and losing his sanity, ultimately transforming into a bloodthirsty beast. He engaged in relentless slaughter and vengeance, yearning for the day he could reunite with his sister, hoping she would forgive him. Yet now, the 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi stood before him, as pure and beautiful as he remembered. Overcome with emotion, Yuan Hua instinctively reached out to Yuan Luoyi, his fingertips trembling slightly. This was a miracle bestowed upon him by the heavens. This time, he vowed to protect her at all costs. The abductor, Chung bellowed, "I told you to stay still. Do you not understand human language? Do you no longer wish to keep your sister?" The blade in his hand edged closer to Yuan Luoyi. "Her neck is slender. One cut, and she would perish. You must think this through." Yuan Hua immediately halted, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Chung and whispered, "Release her." The terror in his eyes was so profound that it reminded Chung of the tortures he had previously endured, causing an uncontrollable fear to surge within him. He roughly yanked Yuan Luoyi back a few steps, distancing himself from Yuan Hua. He shouted, "You first drop the knife." Yuan Hua complied, casting the sharp dagger to the ground, the jarring sound of metal clashing echoing through the room. Chung glanced toward the door. Indeed, they were in an underground garage, the exhaust fan whirring ominously, surrounded by darkness, with several cars parked ahead. As long as he continued to hold Yuan Luoyi captive, Yuan Hua would not dare act against him. If he could flee in the car, he would be free from this madness. Chung cried out, "Throw me the car keys." Yuan Hua retrieved the keys from his pocket and tossed them at Chung's feet. Chung picked them up with maniacal laughter, exclaiming, I am free. I am free. After all this torment, I can finally escape." A wicked thought surged within him. Leaving just like this would be a shame, as he had yet to exact revenge for the suffering he had endured. Chung glared at Yuan Hua, ordering, "Raise your hands and turn around. Do not look at me." Yuan Luoyi gasped, "Brother, don't listen to him. The moment you turn, he will kill you." Chung Chung roared, "Silence." His arm wrapped around Yuan Luoyi's neck, cutting off her breath, leaving her only able to emit faint whimpers. She was frantic. If she were to die, she would merely return to her original world. Yet, due to the system, she could not disclose this to her brother. Witnessing his sister's suffering, Yuan Huo was consumed by rage. "Do not touch her." Chung Chung replied, "If you turn around, I will release her. She is an innocent child. I will not harm her." Slowly, Yuan Huo turned. For his sister, he would do anything, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Dragging Yuan Luoyi. Ching approached with a knife, a sinister grin on his face, the blade aimed at Yuan's neck. Yuan Luoyi struggled fiercely, summoning all her strength to thrust backward, her elbow striking Ching's wounded abdomen. A piercing scream escaped his lips. Almost simultaneously, Yuan swiftly turned around, launching a ferocious counterattack. Ching's head collided with the wall, an overwhelming sense of dizziness disorienting him. He collapsed to the ground, desperately attempting to rise, only to falter again from excessive blood loss. Gasping for air, he grew increasingly weak, his capacity for resistance fading. His gaze fixed on Yuan Luoyi, brimming with rage. His fate was sealed. He had squandered a precious opportunity for escape. Had it not been for Yuan Luoyi's sudden assault, he could have easily slain UNH. In the throes of life and death, Ching recalled the 18-year-old Yuan Luoyi, a vision of beauty with her large eyes, porcelain skin, and radiant youth. Yet, her gaze had dulled. After capture, she offered no resistance and succumbed to despair. She was not of the Yuan lineage, and no one could rescue her. No one anticipated that a single phone call from UNH would transform Yuan Luoyi, igniting a desire to live. She discovered that her brothers cared not for blood ties, but for her well-being, all yearning to save her. This was unacceptable. Ching had already been compensated, indulging in luxury cars, opulent mansions, and beautiful women. He could not afford to lose such treasures. Thus, that very night, he sought out Yuan Luoyi. "Miss Yuan, your brothers have arrived. Would you like to meet them?" "Yes, just outside this door." "Please follow me." "Damn it. Stop struggling. Just die already. Your death secures my continued wealth." "What nonsense are you speaking? You shall never see your brothers again. Hurry and perish." In the aftermath, Ching sent Yuan Luoyi's mangled corpse for cremation, and simultaneously, his bank account swelled with another deposit. Ching reveled in his life, owning a villa and adorned with luxury watches worth hundreds of thousands, envied by all. To think that the death of a single individual could yield him so much wealth. There was no greater bargain in the world. However, his enjoyment was short-lived. Unrest loomed. His direct superior had vanished, along with the messenger. The 3 judges he knew had also disappeared. The news reported random acts of violence. But Ching knew better. The missing individuals were all participants in the murder of Yuan Luoyi. The girl's brother was exacting vengeance. His turn was imminent. The terror of the Yuan family was widely known. Ching liquidated his assets, hiring the most expensive security, hiding in his safe house, plagued by constant anxiety. Yet, Yuan, bereft of his sister, had descended into madness, murmuring to himself, alternating between clarity and delirium, but with unwavering resolve. At his sister's grave, he swore with his soul to exact revenge on all who had wronged her. In his current state, he was unstoppable. Ching was ultimately captured. With a chilling interrogation, Yuan demanded, "How did she die?" Ching, blood bubbling from his mouth, barely clinging to life, confessed, "I told her that her brother had come, luring her out of the surveillance zone, and strangled her." And then? Why, in the face of such despair, must one resort to the cremation of a corpse? Her struggle was fierce. She truly believed her brother had arrived. We could only subdue her until she could no longer move, ultimately leading to her demise. This statement pierced Yuan's heart like a blade, inflicting immense pain that rendered him nearly breathless. He vividly recalled the child's laughter in the garden, a divine gift bestowed upon them. They had devoted themselves to her protection, handling her with the utmost care. Yet she fell victim to the cruelty of such a wretch. Grasping a knife, fury surged within him. Yuan Chuan would not allow Cheng to perish easily. Chapter 53. Keep your eyes closed in the dimly lit murder chamber of the underground garage. Cheng was on the brink of death. He had partaken in the assassination of Yuan Luoyi and was now destined to pay for it. Yuan Huan intended to inflict extreme agony upon him in his final moments. However, his sister was an innocent soul. She would undoubtedly be terrified. He did not wish to unveil his darkest self before her. Yuan Huan glanced at Yuan Luoyi, who appeared as an 11-year-old child, trembling slightly in the corner of the room. The earlier display of Yuan Huan's ferocity had frightened her. Yet, with her large eyes fixed upon him, she did not flinch. Instead, she chose to embrace the darkness within him. No matter how fearsome or deranged Yuan Huan became, nor how much blood stained his hands, Yuan Luoyi knew that he was her brother. He had cared for her as a baby, often smiling tenderly at her, and he would never harm his sister. Yuan Huan approached Yuan Luoyi, crouching down to meet her gaze. He produced a pair of headphones. Cheng is nearing death. I must act swiftly. The process will be terrifying, so you should wear these headphones and listen to music. They have excellent soundproofing, he instructed. Yuan Luoyi accepted the headphones and nodded in understanding. Yuan Huan stood up, intending to ruffle Yuan Luoyi's hair, but refrained, for his hands were stained with blood. And remember, you must keep your eyes closed until I'm finished, all right? Yuan Luoyi replied, all right. Yuan Huan picked up a bag of knives and advanced towards Cheng, each blade exquisitely sharp, wielded with skill. Every knife was essential. Together they would bestow upon Cheng the utmost suffering. Meanwhile, Yuan Luoyi donned the headphones, opened her music app, and closed her eyes. The soundproofing was remarkable. She listened to the unfamiliar melodies as the floor beneath her began to tremble subtly, growing in intensity. In fear, she clutched her head with both hands, curling up in the corner. Do not open your eyes. Do not imagine. It will be over soon. Then my brother will return to who he once was. Yuan Luoyi lost track of time as the tremor subsided. Yuan Huan's icy hand brushed against her cheek as he removed her headphones. Cheng was gone. The knives had vanished, and tranquility returned, as if the brutal massacre had never transpired. Yuan Huan had changed into a crisp white shirt, the top button fastened neatly, devoid of any bloodstains. He appeared immaculate and composed, just as he once was. He took Yuan Luoyi's small hand, gazing intently at her. His ebony eyes, still filled with sorrow, finally glimmered with a hint of light. I had once fantasized about your survival, praying to the heavens for your return. Now my wish has come true. I will never allow them to harm you again. Will you stay by my side forever? Yuan Luoyi remained silent. Knowing that her time to return was limited, she would inevitably vanish once more. Seeing her brother in this state made her heart ache. She was his lifeline, yet how could she bear to tell him that this lifeline was beyond his grasp? So, she nodded. Yuan Huan smiled and embraced her. The room was excessively disordered, prompting Yuan Hua to commence tidying up. He meticulously cleaned the floor and sprayed an air freshener, resulting in a revitalizing atmosphere. Yuan Luoyi, meanwhile, sat on the sofa, indulging in the snacks prepared by Yuan Hua. She now understood why the refrigerator was stuffed to the brim. It was Yuan Hua's concern for her unexpected visits, ensuring that she would not go hungry. Once the room was in order, Yuan Hua settled beside Yuan Luoyi, who leaned against his arm. Brother, does your head still ache? She inquired. It hurts a little. He replied. Make sure to take your medicine, she urged. Yuan Hua produced a bottle of pills, shook out a few, and swallowed them with water. Previously, he had believed Yuan Luoyi to be a mere figment of his imagination and had thus refrained from taking medication. Now, aware of her tangible existence, he realized that a modest dosage would help him manage his condition, thereby preventing any distress to his sister. As time elapsed, Yuan Luoyi wished fervently for it to come to a halt, allowing her to linger longer with her brother. Beep. System notification. Time reversal is nearing its conclusion. Please prepare. Host. 3, 2. With a soft sigh, Yuan Luoyi embraced Yuan Hua, whispering, Brother, I will return. In the astonished gaze of Yuan Hua, Yuan Luoyi vanished. Within the Yuan household, Bright sunlight streamed into the room as Yuan Luoyi awakened from her slumber. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 7 in the morning. The latest time reversal had consumed an entire night. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the soft, fluffy bedding, caught in a state of wanting to sleep yet unable to do so. Reflecting on past events, she resolved to take action. For instance, there was Chung, who had been involved in a murder. Capturing him now could potentially alter the future. Perhaps, by the next time she reversed back, the 18-year-old Yuan Luoyi would not meet her demise, and her brother would not succumb to despair out of guilt. Yet, how could she apprehend Chung? After pondering for a moment, she recalled her third brother, Yuan Yong. She could request a gift from him. If she were to say, "That fellow Chung is quite unpleasant," send him off to Siberia to cultivate potatoes, Yuan Yong would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. He was a man of his word, and regardless of how outlandish her request might be, he would fulfill it. However, a troubling dilemma arose. Yuan Yong's whereabouts were unpredictable. No one knew where he was, as he always appeared suddenly at Yuan Luoyi's side. All she could do was wait patiently. Taking out her phone, she opened her social media, scrutinizing her account. The follower count had stagnated. Each event brought a brief surge, yet the growth thereafter was sluggish. Alas, trends shifted too rapidly. She needed a further 30 followers to reverse time once more. Yuan Luoyi's account still featured only a single post, while her followers, akin to hungry cubs, clamored in the comments, incessantly pleading, please, post something." On the nth day of her absence, they longed for her presence. Meanwhile, other participants had begun filming self-promotional videos. Why was she silent? Yuan Luoyi pondered silently, feeling uncertain about how to engage with her fans. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If she were to post an update, much like other competitors, perhaps it would attract more followers. Resolute in her decision, she scrolled through her phone's gallery and discovered a passport photo of herself, taken during her enrollment. At that time, she had yet to experience isolation, and thus appeared quite innocent and carefree. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Yuan Luoyi shared a new update. "Hello everyone, feel free to follow me," accompanied by her passport photo. She hoped to swiftly enhance her influence. Chapter 54. A fortuitous encounter. As Yuan Luoyi clicked the send button, her new post immediately set off a tremendous stir on social media. With an influx of comments pouring in. "Incredible! Yuan Luoyi has posted." While others share meticulously edited photos, she dares to post her ID picture. "Ha, how adorable." She is perhaps the only celebrity in the entertainment industry brave enough to share an unretouched ID photo. This girl has always been so genuine. As the comments continued to multiply, her fans eagerly reshared the post, attracting a wave of new followers and amplifying her influence. The anxiety that had been weighing on Yuan Luoyi began to dissipate. It seemed that engaging with her fans was not as daunting as she had imagined. With no variety shows scheduled in the coming days, she mused that through promotional interactions, she might increase her influence by 30 points, thereby activating the recall function. Since her disappearance, has her elder brother been living well? He has become so gaunt. She hopes he is eating properly and maintaining good health. With this thought, a flicker of doubt crept into Yuan Luoyi's mind. She still had not fully grasped the essence of the recall function. Would she be able to return to her brother's side next time? After all, the location and time of each recall remained unpredictable. The more she pondered, the more her thoughts spiraled into confusion. With determination, she gave her cheeks a firm pat, resolving to lift her spirits and focus on making the most of today. The uncertainties of the future could wait. She currently possessed too few clues to untangle the mystery. After a quick refresh, Yuan Luoyi descended the stairs and boarded a car bound for Xinghan Middle School. At the school entrance, throngs of students mingled, laughing and chatting as they entered. As Yuan Luoyi stepped out of the car, a predictable chorus of gasps erupted. "Look, it's Yuan Luoyi. Wow, today S. Luoyi is as charming as ever. I just saw her post this morning. I can't believe I'm seeing her in person now. How lucky." Yuan Luoyi walked briskly inside, her strides so swift that no student could keep pace with her. Should she slow down, a crowd would soon gather, offering her an exaggerated display of admiration, turning her every move into an object of public discussion, akin to a butterfly under a magnifying glass. The rapidity of her rise to fame left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon reaching the long slope at school, she spotted a familiar figure, Su-sun. However, she was surrounded by a group of unfriendly girls with the class flower from Class C who had reported her for cheating, leading the charge. Girls, by nature, are astute political creatures, regardless of their age. They naturally form small cliques. The most popular girls often wield their influence to bully those less favored. Previously, Su-sun had undoubtedly been the reigning queen of the campus. But following the cheating scandal, her status had plummeted, leaving her far less esteemed than Hia. Now, Su-sun had become the target of bullying. Hia scrutinized Su-sun, reveling in her own superiority as she smiled triumphantly. Since you transferred to Class C, you must understand its rules. From today onwards, you shall carry my bag. Su-sun rolled her eyes in exasperation, attempting to sidestep Hia and leave, but 2 or 3 girls quickly closed in, blocking her path. Su-sun, don't be ungrateful. It's already quite a feat that we are willing to accept you. You are indeed a person who has faced disciplinary action for cheating. If you are unwilling to run errands for us, then we shall have no choice but to isolate you. Su-sun let out a cold snort. Are you truly capable of isolating me? Hia arrogantly raised her head. Indeed, Su-sun retorted. Have you ever considered that I would actually welcome your isolation? Who in their right mind would want to associate with a bunch of dim-witted individuals like you? The moment these words left her lips, everyone was taken aback, including Yuan Luoyi. Since her transfer to Class C, Su-sun had indeed liberated herself, shedding any pretense of being a demure lady. Hia's face flushed with anger. You are already unpopular, so what is there to be arrogant about? In the future, I shall defeat Yuan Luoyi and claim the top position. Su-sun rolled her eyes dramatically. What are you even thinking? With your disposition, do you really believe you are worthy of competing with Yuan Luoyi? Hia was infuriated. Why am I not worthy? Su-sun scoffed. Allow me to illustrate. If Yuan Luoyi is a bird soaring in the sky, then you are merely a maggot crawling in the dirt. At 11 years old, you ought to possess a clear sense of self-awareness. Stop dreaming. Hia's face turned crimson with rage. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? My family, the He family, is a prominent lineage. I am a talented and beautiful young lady. In what way am I inferior to Yuan Luoyi? Perhaps in the future, my family's influence will surpass that of the Yuan family. With her hands outstretched, shaking her head and sighing, Su-sun looked at Hia with eyes filled with compassion. Well, it is everyone's responsibility to care for the intellectually challenged. Remain calm, do not become angry or agitated, and maintain a peaceful mindset without quarreling over trifles. As Su-sun attempted to leave, more girls surrounded her, refusing to let her pass. A malicious girl intentionally tugged at Su-sun's hair, causing her to gasp in pain. She was furious, yet outnumbered. Nearby, Yuan Luoyi passed by nonchalantly. Ahem. The sound of her cough startled the students in Class C, who immediately froze, their faces displaying fear. He stammered. Gee, good morning, Yuan Luoyi. Yuan Luoyi nodded coolly. Hia felt a surge of panic. She loved to throw around threats, but when faced with Yuan Luoyi, fear crept in. Su-sun also noticed Yuan Luoyi and immediately realized that she had come to assist her, which filled her with indignation. Her pride could not endure this. Su-sun forcefully shoved aside the obstructive Hia and confronted Yuan Luoyi. What are you here for? Yuan Luoyi replied, just passing by. Su-sun scoffed. Passing by? By the way, you were right. There is no need to pretend to be a lady, as it is indeed exhausting. I am far happier now than before. I still qualify for the competition, and next time, I shall defeat you. Su-sun strode forward, throwing a sharp glance at Yuan Luoyi as she brushed past her. Hia was completely stunned. The once demure Su-sun had transformed into a fierce and sharp-tongued individual, leaving her momentarily at a loss. What was even more difficult for her to accept was that despite her loud provocations, Su-sun regarded Yuan Luoyi solely as a rival. Among the small group, a girl with a ponytail gazed at Yuan Luoyi with sparkling eyes, appearing utterly delighted. Hia, growing increasingly irate, roughly tossed her backpack to the girl. Li Xin, you will carry my bag today. Li Xin, in a state of panic, barely managed to catch her bag, almost letting it tumble to the ground. moneyst. Be more careful. This bag is quite expensive. Your parents wouldn't be able to afford a replacement. Li Xian remained silent, lowering her gaze. Yuan Luoyi recognized this girl. During their previous bus ride, all the students had feared her, yet this girl had greeted her. On another occasion, she had approached Yuan Luoyi and bowed deeply. Yuan Luoyi took the bag from Li Xian and handed it to Hiya, saying, "Since it is precious, you should carry it yourself." Hiya was taken aback, taking a few seconds to comprehend the situation. She dared not refuse Yuan Luoyi and reluctantly accepted the bag, forcing an awkward smile. She turned to her group of friends and said, "Let us go." The group hurriedly departed, wary of incurring Yuan Luoyi's ire. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained behind, excitedly exclaiming, "Thank you for helping me. You truly are my guardian angel, always watching over me." Yuan Luoyi tilted her head in confusion, responding, Chapter 55. A call for promotion. Yuan Luoyi ventured into the dining hall, ordered some breakfast tea, and quietly indulged in her meal. The exertions of the previous night had drained her energy, making it impossible to forego breakfast. Opposite her sat Li Xian, radiating excitement and joy. "I am merely a regular student. My parents are both salaried workers, and my standing in class is rather low. I often find myself bullied by the privileged students. However, each time I am cornered, you appear and frighten them all away. Recently, Ma may have been incessantly troubling me to the point where I dreaded coming to school. Yet, with just one move from you, Ma Mei was expelled. I was liberated. No longer must I run errands for her or endure her taunts. Today was no different. He was bullying me, and suddenly, you appeared. It was as if an angel descended, so gentle yet so formidable, and so captivating." Li Xian gazed at Yuan Luoyi, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "I can now affirm that you are my guardian angel. What must I do to repay you?" Yuan Luoyi leisurely nibbled on her bun, noting that it was the first time a student from Class C had described her as gentle. Most regarded her with trepidation. Yet, many of the instances Li Xian spoke of were simply happenstances that Yuan Luoyi had unintentionally caused, which Li Xian had embellished into tales of heroism. "No repayment is necessary," Yuan Luoyi replied. Li Xian's expression fell. "Not necessary? Ah, that is true. I have little to offer." Yuan Luoyi's gaze fell upon a charm dangling from Li Xian's backpack, a wooden plaque inscribed with her name, surrounded by countless hearts. "What is this?" Yuan Luoyi inquired, pointing. Li Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Haha, it's merely a talisman." She hurriedly attempted to conceal the charm, but her excessive movements snagged the zipper of her backpack, causing its contents to spill forth. Among the books and stationery were a small fan adorned with a picture of Yuan Luoyi, a thermos, and even a miniature figurine of her. For a moment, the atmosphere felt palpable. Yuan Luoyi instinctively recoiled. "Oh dear, I've encountered an ardent admirer." Li Xian exclaimed, "It's not what you think. I'm not a weirdo. These are things I made myself, simply to enhance my protective aura." Yuan Luoyi swiftly finished her bun, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and prepared to leave. Yet, Li Xian intercepted her, and after a moment of hesitation, decided to be forthright. "All right, I confess, I am your biggest fan. Please do not disdain me." Yuan Luoyi surveyed the array of items, recognizing that Li Xian had quite the flair for crafting. Everything was beautifully made. A bold idea blossomed in her mind. "If you are indeed my fan, you must know how to assist me in promoting myself, yes?" Li Xian, thrilled that Yuan Luoyi was engaging with her, eagerly responded, "Of course. I often stay up late searching for your photos to create videos. Look, this is one I edited, and it has garnered 800,000 views." Suddenly, her expression turned despondent. "But why do you seldom post updates?" "I've run out of material for videos," Yuan Luoyi replied. "Would you like to visit my home? There should be plenty of material to discover." This revelation astonished Li Xian, causing her to tremble with excitement. "Is it truly possible?" she inquired. "Indeed," Yuan Luoyi replied. Consequently, after school that afternoon, Li Xian cautiously entered the Yuan family's luxurious car, feeling as if she were in a dream. Not only had she conversed with her idol, but she was also about to visit her home. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Xian gazed in awe at the grand and opulent Yuan residence, exclaiming repeatedly in admiration, Goodness, there's even a lake within. The expansive garden was breathtakingly beautiful and lush, embodying the ideal environment for an angel's existence. Wow, male and female servants. This is the first time I've seen them. Their uniforms are so stunning. Carefully following Yuan Luoyi along the path of the Yuan estate, Li Xian was apprehensive about losing her way in the vast manor. Upon entering the house, Yuan Luoyi unexpectedly encountered her second brother, Yuan Fa, who was clutching a briefcase, seemingly preparing to leave. Yuan Fa glanced at Li Xian, then at Yuan Luoyi, and with keen interest remarked, "Is this your first time bringing a friend home?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "Yes, this is Li Xian, a student from Class C. I need to take some photos, and she's helping me with promotion." Nervously, Li Xian greeted Yuan Fa, "Hello." Yuan Fa nodded in response. "Hello." Yuan Luoyi then noticed the unusual bulge in his briefcase. "Second brother, have you pilfered my snacks again?" Your briefcase is bulging suspiciously. With long strides, Yuan Fa turned to leave, clearly eager to evade Yuan Luoyi's pursuit. Cheerfully, he called back, "Goodbye, my dear sister." Yuan Luoyi sighed deeply. The pantry had once again been breached. Judging by the extent of the bulge, it seemed that pudding had been stolen. Her second brother was indeed too cunning. There was simply no way to thwart him. If all else failed, she would have to hide her snacks in their mother's room. As Yuan Fa would surely think twice before crossing their mother. Li Xian, however, was filled with envy, for the reputation of the 5 Yuan brothers was well known, and today she had witnessed their charm firsthand. They were undeniably striking, exceptionally intelligent, and brimming with personality. "Let us proceed to my room," Yuan Luoyi said. Li Xian followed Yuan Luoyi down the lengthy corridor to her chamber. Taking out her phone, she enthusiastically captured various images, striving to portray Yuan Luoyi in her most beautiful light. Her heart soared with joy. As a devoted fan, being in her idol's home and able to assist her was pure bliss. That evening, Li Xian stayed up late editing videos, her creativity flourishing as she produced numerous clips. Yuan Luoyi was simply perfect. Her demeanor was incredibly kind and approachable. Li Xian felt fortunate to be a fan of Yuan Luoyi, believing it was a stroke of luck, as she would never disappoint. Before long, the videos were released, and Yuan Luoyi checked her account to see the skyrocketing views and an influx of new followers. Exceeding all expectations, many newcomers flocked to her profile, exclaiming, "I came over from the video. Sister Luoyi is so adorable. I specifically caught up on the variety show from Xinghan Middle School, just for her. I had no idea she was this impressive. Truly commendable. I'm in love. I'll be a fan from today onwards." Yuan Luoyi glanced at the system, noting that her current influence stood at 173, just 17 short of the required threshold. Given the current pace of her fan growth, she anticipated that within 3 to 4 days, she would be able to activate the recall function. Setting her phone aside, she reclined on her bed, contemplating a future world where the 18-year-old Yuan Luoyi had met her demise, prompting her 5 brothers to embark on a relentless quest for vengeance. Steeped in bloodshed, soon, she would once again traverse that realm. Chapter 56. A gentle brush. The wait for an upgrade in influence was tedious. In the following days, Yuan Luoyi descended into a state of decadence. Class D was completely unmonitored. She had yet to see the dashing homeroom teacher. Just as the principal had predicted, Class D fostered a growing sense of laziness among its students. Once, Yuan Luoyi would feign interest in online classes, but now she, like Yuhua, entered the classroom only to either play on her phone or doze off at her desk. After school, Yuan Luoyi expertly evaded her fans. Thanks to Li Xian's promotional video, many had glimpsed a different side of her. Oh, so the aloof daughter of a Yuan family displayed a more approachable demeanor towards her admirers. She had even invited her fan club leader to her home for a photo shoot. Many fans grew increasingly bold. Where they once trailed her from a distance of 10 meters, they now lingered just 8 meters away. Upon returning home, Yuan Luoyi relocated her stash of snacks to a secure place to prevent her second brother, Yuan Fa, from pilfering them. Yuan Fa had once remarked, "How marvelous! Stealing something to eat is far more satisfying than buying it." His moral compass remained steadfastly at 0. No matter the circumstances, he would never reflect or change his ways. Yuan Luoyi could not rely on him to have a change of heart. She could only ensure her food supplies were well hidden. Flopping onto her bed, Yuan Luoyi decided to take a bath. Half an hour later, she emerged clad in a white nightgown, her bare feet sinking into the plush carpet. Droplets of water cascading from her hair, enveloping her in a misty aura. Settling into an armchair, she opened the cabinet to search for a hairdryer, wishing to dry her hair. Ding. System notification. Influence has reached 190. Rewind function activated. Pondering, Yuan Luoyi mused to activate the rewind function at this moment. Ding. System notification. Rewind function successfully activated. Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. Before she could fully grasp the situation, a familiar wave of dizziness washed over her. Thud! She fell onto the cold floor, the wooden patterns beneath her reminding her of her elder brother's underground hideout. She had rewound again, and this time it was exceedingly abrupt. She hadn't been prepared at all. Just moments ago, Yuan Luoyi had intended to say, activating the rewind function now was ill-timed. At the very least, she ought to have dried her hair, put on shoes, and changed her clothes. It turned out that while the system had a remarkable ability to recognize key phrases, its intelligence seemed lacking, not allowing Yuan Luoyi the chance to finish her thought. Yuan Luoyi heard a scream and, mustering her courage, approached the source. The ground was in disarray. Several pieces of furniture lay overturned, and the walls bore splatters of blood, indicative of a fierce struggle. Creak! Yuan Luoyi pushed the door open and was startled to find her elder brother, Yuan Huan, in the act of strangling a man. He was shrouded in darkness, yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, reminiscent of a wolf-esque glowing gaze in the night. His disheveled black hair hung over his forehead, and the muscles in his arms were taut. His clothing was tattered, bearing several cuts from blades, and his pale cheeks were smeared with blood. In stark contrast to his usual graceful and noble demeanor, he now exuded an air of terrifying madness, treating the man before him with utter disregard. As if crushing an insect, his grip tightening mercilessly around the man's throat. Upon witnessing her brother in the throes of a hunting frenzy, Yuan Luoyi was surprisingly unperturbed. Perhaps after the previous two instances of retrospection, she had grown accustomed to her brother's darker side. Or perhaps she understood that even when he resembled a blood-soaked beast, he would still reveal his tender side to her. As she heard the door creak open, Yuan Huan lifted her gaze, her eyes widening slightly in astonishment upon seeing Yuan Luoyi. The atmosphere here was noticeably chillier, and Yuan Luoyi, clad in a thin garment with her hair still dripping, filled Yuan Huan with concern, for she had always been prone to catching cold since childhood. He urged, "Brother is currently occupied. Please go inside and quickly put on some clothing to avoid catching a chill." "All right," she replied, hastening away while Yuan Huan continued to strangle the man. Yuan Luoyi rummaged through the cabinet, finding knives, and more knives, arranged neatly, their sharpness evident. Her brother had maintained them well. Opening the lower drawer, she discovered clothing, and to her surprise, it was a piece suitable for her age. She couldn't help but marvel at how attentive her brother was, always prepared for her needs, ensuring she never had to worry about food or clothing while in his presence. After donning a small jacket, Yuan Luoyi settled onto a stool, quietly awaiting Yuan Huan's return. Approximately 10 minutes later, he pushed the door open and entered, appearing somewhat fatigued, his breath slightly labored. He raised his arm, instinctively wiping his face with the back of his hand. The blood on his face had diminished, but his hands bore more. How could he present himself to his sister in such a state? In haste, Yuan Huan rushed to wash up, and when he reemerged, he was once again the familiar, tidy brother. He approached Yuan Luoyi, embracing her with a sigh of relief. "You are truly back. I have been waiting for your return all this time." Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Brother, who was that person earlier?" "He is not in the photographs on the wall," Yuan Huan explained. "The mastermind behind it all has grown fearful and sent someone to eliminate me." "Why the fear?" "Because I have eliminated everyone depicted in those photographs. I am now in pursuit of the true culprit, and I sense that I am very close. Indeed, the clues are about to converge." Yuan Luoyi turned her gaze to the wall, where every photograph had been marked with a red cross, one after another, completely covering the surface with no space left unoccupied. They had all fallen victim to Yuan Huan's hand, revealing that they were merely seduced by greed, power, and beauty to aid the true villain. Yet a brother, in his quest for vengeance on behalf of his sister, unleashed such astonishing strength to slay so many. Worry crept into Yuan Luoyi's heart. Yuan Huan had faced countless perilous moments of slaughter and must have endured significant wounds. Recalling the earlier scene, she asked, "I saw your clothing was torn. Brother, are you injured?" Being cared for by his sister was a beautiful thing, and Yuan Huan's gaze softened considerably. "It's nothing, merely minor injuries. But if left untreated, what if they worsen?" Yuan Luoyi insisted. She gently removed a clean towel from the hanger and tenderly began to dry her brother's hair. "First, let us dry your hair. Your constitution is rather frail, and you're often afflicted with colds." Her brother always placed her above his own well-being, neglecting his own safety. As she dried his hair to a semi-dry state, she said, "Brother, that is sufficient. With your hair like this, you won't catch a cold. Allow me to tend to your wounds." She leaped down from the stool, retrieving the alcohol-soaked cotton she had discovered earlier. Rolling up her brother's sleeve, she revealed several shallow lacerations, resembling delicate red lines from which tiny beads of blood emerged, though not severe. Yet the sight filled her with sorrow, for her brother bore many such marks. The path of vengeance was long and arduous, and he had become a tapestry of scars, still compelled to press on. Dipping the cotton in alcohol, she softly brushed it over the wounds, absorbing the crimson hue. "Brother, does it hurt?" she inquired. He shook his head, his expression unchanged. "It is nothing. It does not hurt. Please, continue with the disinfection. Have you taken painkillers?" "Indeed." She replaced the cotton with a fresh piece and repeated her previous actions, this time with even lighter touches, akin to the silent, delicate caress of a bird's feather gliding through the dust. Chapter 57. The situation remains unchanged. The elder brother had grown numb to pain, yet Yuan Luoyi had not. She wished for the wounds on Yuan Huan's body to not linger. Thus she was particularly meticulous in her treatment. Those minuscule wounds ceased to bleed, appearing significantly cleaner. As Yuan Luoyi completed the bandaging, "Brother, please refrain from incurring such injuries in the future. Even if you feel no pain, a wound is still a wound. It will not vanish on its own. If left untreated, it may accumulate and lead to." Yuan Luoyi could not bring herself to utter the word death. The sensation of those two syllables crossing her tongue felt suffocating and cold. Yuan Huan sensed his sister's unease and gently ruffled her hair. "Do not worry. You have done an excellent job with the wounds. Perhaps by tomorrow, they will be completely healed, but you will only sustain new wounds. I cannot assist you each time. You must not continually disregard your own safety. Thank you for your concern. Truly, it is all right. I am on the verge of capturing that scoundrel. Soon, everything will come to an end, and no one will ever be able to harm you again. You shall live without a care once more." Yuan Luoyi felt a lump in her throat, unable to voice her sorrow, which only deepened. During her first recollection, she had witnessed the death photographs of all the Yuan family members, while the host narrated the circumstances surrounding Yuan Huan's demise. He had taken many lives, gathered countless clues, and mobilized the full strength of the Yuan family, ultimately identifying the true culprit. He had believed his path of vengeance was nearing its conclusion, that he would finally atone to his sister, only to meet his end at the hands of the murderer. In the photograph, he appeared extraordinarily pale and emaciated, his eyes tightly closed, never to awaken again. Yuan Luoyi could never comprehend why such a formidable elder brother would fall to the killer's hand. Now, her brother had avenged those depicted in the photographs, inching ever closer to the murderer, which signified his own approach to death. Following her brother's demise, the Yuan family had completely disintegrated. The remaining 4 brothers embarked on their own quest for vengeance, each perishing one after another. A sudden question arose in Yuan Luoyi's mind. "Brother, where are the others? They too are seeking retribution. Without their assistance, I could not have accomplished this so swiftly." Yuan Huan replied. Yuan Fa excelled in crime scene investigations. When he focused, he was meticulous and could discern details overlooked by others. Yuan Yong was tasked with pursuing the fleeing individuals, demonstrating remarkable efficiency and sparing no one, which instilled great confidence in Yuan Huan. Yuan Si leveraged his connections to gather extensive intelligence. His followers would do anything for him. It was Yuan Si who had informed him in advance that the assassin was seeking him today. As for Yuan Jun, the youngest, he sometimes believed they were misdirected and had taken it upon himself to investigate at the hospital. Yet he frequently provided them with valuable information. Yuan Huo reclined in his chair, displaying signs of fatigue. The perpetrator was cunning, having meticulously erased all traces, paying off individuals with untraceable virtual currency, and communicating through ephemeral messages that self-destructed in real time. Moreover, he employed advanced technology to alter his appearance. However, Yuan Huo straightened up, grasping Yuan Luoyi's small hand, and earnestly declared, "I have uncovered a flaw in that individual, a minuscule discrepancy among the strands of hair. I am on the verge of capturing him." Yuan Luoyi observed Yuan Huo's eyes closely. Their shape was exquisite, profound as the ocean. After her elder brother had broken down, they had lost their luster. Now, Yuan Luoyi could discern subtle emotions flickering within his gaze, and his mental state seemed to have improved somewhat, which sent a small thrill of joy through her heart. Had she not ventured back, her brother would have continued his descent into despair. Yet, the knowledge that his sister was alive somewhere and could occasionally return evidently revitalized Yuan Huo. Upon reflection, it struck Yuan Luoyi that her brother hadn't muttered to himself much today nor complained of headaches. A thought surged into her mind. The restrictions imposed by the system were numerous. Each time she attempted to articulate significant information, it felt as though her throat were being constricted, rendering her voiceless. In fact, the last time she tried to reveal the true identity of the legitimate daughter, she had fainted. The system forbade her from altering the course of events, yet her actions had undeniably affected Yuan Huo. Perhaps if she persisted, her brother could be saved from his fate. Yuan Luoyi decided to probe further, asking, "Brother, may I go out shortly?" Yuan Huo replied, "No. Why not? The perpetrator is still alive. Once I eliminate him, you will be able to leave. Will I truly be able to go out once he is dead?" "Yes." Yuan Huo's gaze remained largely unchanged, his focus unwavering as he looked at Yuan Luoyi, his ink-black eyes glimmering with a flicker of light. They resembled the mirage seen by a parched traveler in the desert, a vision both illusory and distant, something to be desperately grasped. This sense of despair led Yuan Luoyi to believe that even after the true culprit was slain, she might still be unable to depart. Having lost a sister once, Yuan Huo's instinct to protect had grown excessively strong. He could not bear the thought of his sister once again entering a perilous environment. Yuan Luoyi's gaze swept across the room. The windows were reinforced with steel bars, and the door was secured with 3 sturdy locks, impenetrable even for an adult male. Since her first return to Yuan Huo's side, he had transformed the entire room. Initially, she thought it was to prevent the criminal from escaping. It now appeared it was to prevent her own escape. Her brother had not truly recovered. He remained broken, merely striving to appear normal in her presence. Yuan Luoyi did not relent. "Brother, what can I do to help you heal?" Yuan Huo offered a bittersweet smile. "I do not know. It seems there is no way left. Are you afraid of me now?" Yuan Luoyi extended her arms, embracing Yuan Huan, resting her head upon his shoulder, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I am not afraid. No matter how things change, you will always be my elder brother." Yuan Huan gently patted her back, reminiscent of their childhood, when he would comfort her in such a manner whenever she was on the verge of tears. He said, "Thank you for being by my side. It seems as though I have given you more, but in truth, you have given me so much more." Yuan Luoyi felt a sense of helplessness, as if fate were suffocating her. She refused to surrender, for in her darkest moments, the call from her brother had reminded her of the joy of being loved. The very brother who once shielded her from the storms of life was now engulfed in darkness. How could she bear to let him endure the rain alone? Chapter 58, a torrent of tenderness surged within him as he spoke softly to Yuan Luoyi. He prepared snacks, juice, and candies for her, soaking a towel in warm water, gently kneading it before wringing it out. He took Yuan Luoyi's small hand and meticulously wiped it. "You have always been a fragile child. Neglecting to clean your hands before eating could make you ill." Yuan Luoyi remained silent, allowing Yuan Hua to care for her with earnest attention. Observing the locked door, the sealed windows, and her diligent elder brother, Yuan Luoyi understood that escape was not an option. Her brother exhibited symptoms of proxy illness syndrome. While he had once managed it, it had now spiraled out of control. He treated Yuan Luoyi as a child, hoping she would remain perpetually weak, curled up in his hands like a newly hatched chick, relying solely on him for survival. He would never harm her, but neither would he grant her freedom. They were bound by invisible threads. Should Yuan Luoyi attempt to flee, tearing the thread would cause her brother to collapse like a broken marionette, never to rise again. Thus, she chose to sit quietly in her chair, behaving as she did in her childhood. As time passed, Yuan Luoyi felt the sands of time slipping away. Suddenly, a loud crash startled her. Someone was pounding on the door. Yuan Hua's expression darkened as he picked up a knife, stealthily moving to stand by the door. Bang! 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 The assailant outside struck the door with increasing force and agitation. Yuan Luoyi held her breath, recalling Yuan Hua's warning that the true culprit was anxious and would send someone to kill him. The intruder outside was likely a newly arrived assassin. Minutes later, silence enveloped the space once more. Abruptly, Yuan Luoyi caught a whiff of acrid smoke. Black fumes seeped through the cracks of the door and windows. The assassin had set fire to their surroundings. Yuan Hua strode purposefully over, retrieving a long gun from the cabinet, loading it with bullets and grasping Yuan Luoyi's wrist. We must exit through the secret passage. They entered another room where Yuan Hua unveiled a hidden door, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel. He pulled Yuan Luoyi inside. After more than a minute, a faint light appeared ahead. Continuing forward, they arrived at the second-level parking lot. Several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, clad in security uniforms, blood seeping from beneath them. Yuan Hua positioned himself protectively in front of Yuan Luoyi, shielding her from the gruesome sight of the corpses. Bang! A gunshot rang out, its echo reverberating ominously. Blood erupted from Yuan Hua's arm, warm droplets splattering onto Yuan Luoyi's face, causing her heart to race with panic as she urgently pulled him down beside a car to avoid the bullets. "Brother, you're hurt," she exclaimed. Yuan Hua reassured her. "It's nothing, just a graze on my arm." He tore off a bandage, gripping one end with one hand while biting the other, swiftly wrapping it around his wound, displaying an unsettling calmness as if he felt no pain. He gently wiped the blood from Yuan Luoyi's face, his eyes gradually hardening with a murderous intent. "The shot was aimed at you," grasping Yuan Luoyi's hand tightly. Yuan Hu swiftly led her to a place of safety. As Yuan Luoyi stepped onto the slick ground, she nearly lost her footing, but fortunately, Yuan Hu caught her. Looking down, she saw the ground strewn with blood and surrounded by numerous corpses, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. "Do not look," Yuan Hu urged. "Keep running." Upon reaching the exit, they found all the doors shut. Thus, Yuan Hu had no choice but to guide Yuan Luoyi upstairs. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously, 3 in total, as the assassin relentlessly pursued them. Quickening their pace, they ascended the stairs, panting heavily, until Yuan Luoyi beheld the moonlight streaming through a small door, clear and bright, casting a serene silver sheen upon the ground. It was the only escape route. Suddenly, Yuan Hu released her hand and stood in the dimness, watching as Yuan Luoyi stepped into the pure white light of the moon. At the age of 11, she radiated brilliance, reminiscent of when she was 3, full of laughter, affectionate, always nestling in his embrace, asking questions with a voice imbued with innocent wonder. "Elder brother, why is the sky so high? So that the birds may soar. And why is that great tree so tall? So that the birds can rest. Then why are you so tall? Because I must shield you from the wind and rain." Yet, Yuan Hu had failed in this duty. His sister had perished. In regret, dragged him into an abyss from which he could never escape. After succumbing to darkness, selfishness consumed his heart. He merely wished to hold Yuan Luoyi tightly, disregarding the delicate feathers that were broken, ignoring the desperate cries of the fledglings. In that moment of life and death, however, Yuan Hu miraculously regained some clarity. How could he forget that she was meant for the sky? So, he took a step forward, and after Yuan Luoyi ventured outside, he forcefully shut the door and locked it from within. "Fly, you are free." Yuan Luoyi pounded on the door, crying, "Elder brother, please open the door." In the darkness, Yuan, who loosened his collar, rolled up his sleeves, and readied his loaded gun, listening to the footsteps of the assassin drawing ever closer, reeking with malice. He had failed to protect his sister once. This time, he would not falter. Bang! Aiming at the figure emerging from the corner, Yuan who pulled the trigger. He struck his target. Yet the adversary staggered, but did not fall. The gunfire reverberated continuously, and after the last shell clattered to the ground, a close-range charge ensued, and they clashed like wild beasts. Blood adorned his fists, and the blade glimmered coldly. Every blow Yuan who landed was fueled by fury. This man sought to harm his sister, a transgression he could not bear. In the past, Yuan who had observed Yuan Luoyi growing increasingly silent, hearing her stifle her sobs. He had countless opportunities to realize that she was on the brink of collapse, yet he failed to cherish them. As she distanced herself from him, he too distanced himself from her. She was no longer a child. She would uncover the dark, pathological behaviors and would scorn, loathe, and ultimately abandon him. Thus, Yuan who buried himself in work, traversing the world and rarely returning home. This was his indelible original sin. Fear not. Regardless of what you become, you will always be my elder brother. It was only after Yuan Luoyi recalled the words of his younger sister, Yuan Luoyi, at the tender age of 11, that he realized she was perhaps the kindest child in the world. Why had he not placed more trust in her? Had they been able to converse honestly, they might not have lived as strangers for over a decade, and those tragedies could have been averted. Thus, sister, thud. In the cramped stairwell, Yuan Luoyi and the assassin tumbled down together, both drenched in blood, their eyes filled with fury. Yuan Luoyi turned the tables, firmly pinning the assassin down, delivering blow after blow to his head, blood splattering and bone shattering. With each strike, he expelled the anguish, regret, and sorrow that had burdened him. When 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi approached him, a sliver of light inadvertently penetrated his darkened world. He cradled it gently, a surge of tenderness swelling within him, whispering softly, "Once brother resolves this scoundrel, let us no longer hide from one another, but rather engage in a heartfelt conversation." Chapter 59. Always a gentle child behind the tightly closed door, the sounds of fierce combat echoed incessantly. The cacophony sent chills down Yuan Luoyi's spine. She could not allow her elder brother to suffer any further harm. She dashed outside, determined to find a weapon. Anything would suffice, be it a stick, a glass bottle, or even a stone. To her, death merely meant returning to her original world, and she must return to assist. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, and the ground began to tremble violently. A scorching wave of heat knocked Yuan Luoyi off her feet, sending her rolling twice on the ground. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she rose to see flames soaring skyward. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shattered glass and sent debris flying. As dust billowed into the air, the Yuan family mansion began to collapse. Her brother Yuan Luoyi was still inside. Rubble continued to rain down around Yuan Luoyi, and a massive piece of reinforced concrete hurtled toward her, ever closer and faster, leaving her no chance to evade. Thud! Everything plunged into darkness. Within the Yuan household, Yuan Luoyi jolted awake, gasping for breath as though she had narrowly escaped drowning, finally returning to solid ground. Clad in a white dress and barefoot, she sat upon the carpet. A dull ache throbbed in her head, likely from the abrupt return that had caused her to lose consciousness and fall. Rubbing the sore spot, she noticed her hair felt slightly damp. This return had been prematurely interrupted, thus not much time had passed. Gazing out the window, she beheld a pitch-black scene. It was the dead of night. Yuan Luoyi recalled the events that had just transpired. Perhaps the assassin had triggered the explosion in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. But that did not seem right. Her brother would not perish there. The death photo had shown only blood on his chest. He had been shot by the true culprit, not killed in an explosion. Calm down, think clearly, and sort out her thoughts. It was possible that her brother had escaped before the explosion. He was exceptionally strong and would never succumb to that assassin. Next time she returned, they would surely meet again. Ah, yes, the return. An increasing number of questions flooded her mind, and Yuan Luoyi struggled to comprehend what this return truly was. Was the world over there genuinely the future? Ding. System notification. Host level has met the requirements. The return function can now be decrypted. Yuan Luoyi hurriedly inquired, System, what exactly is the return? Tracing back to the previous timeline, Yuan Luoyi was taken aback. The previous timeline. According to the paradox of time, if a time traveler returns to the past and kills their father, they would never be born, thus they could not kill their father, resulting in a contradiction. Therefore, under the influence of time causality, no matter how many times one travels back, they cannot alter the past of the original timeline, nor can they change its future. Only by allowing the timeline to split and creating a new one can a completely new future emerge. Creating such a split requires the host to return to 1800 years ago, undergoing 99 rebirths, where small influences accumulate over time, leading to a qualitative change, thus birthing a new timeline. After tracing back, time causality will automatically eliminate any influence the host has on the original timeline, ensuring that everyone reaches their destined conclusion. If the impact made by the host cannot be automatically cleared, it will lead to fundamental causal chaos between the two timelines, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of all timelines. Thus, the system will forcibly halt the host's actions when they engage in excessive behaviors. Yuan Luoyi's mind exploded with realization, her heart racing. So, when she attempts to inform her elder brother that Yi Min is the true heiress, she will faint. This is a new timeline, while the original timeline reached through the tracing function is where she lived in her past life. That painful, scarred Yuan Heng is her original elder brother. Subsequently, Yuan Luoyi became engulfed in sorrow, realizing she could not change his fate. After understanding the essence of the tracing function, more questions flooded Yuan Luoyi's mind. What exactly is the wish function? Host level too low, unauthorized to decrypt this information. What is the nature of influence? Host level too low, unauthorized to decrypt this information. Who is the true culprit? Host level too low, unauthorized to decrypt this information. This broken system refuses to answer any of the critical questions. Yuan Luoyi gazed at the system values in her mind and noticed an additional option. What is this new clue function? Ding. Host level has met the requirements. Can decrypt clue function. The clue function provides the host with key clues to solving the case. Yuan Luoyi eagerly asked, how can I activate it? When influence reaches 270, key clues to the explosion case can be provided. Yuan Luoyi's previously despondent spirits lifted slightly. If she succeeded, that dreadful disaster would not occur in this world. Following the clues, she might just find the true culprit. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Yuan Luoyi, prompting her to hurriedly rise from the floor. Who is it? A voice from outside replied. It's me, may I come in? Ah. It was her elder brother Yuan Heng's voice. Hearing her brother's voice, Yuan Luoyi felt her eyes welling up with emotion. She quickly composed herself and said, You may enter. The door opened, and her elder brother Yuan Heng stepped inside, impeccably dressed, his demeanor stern, yet his eyes held neither shadow nor madness. He noticed that Yuan Luoyi's hair was disheveled and appeared slightly damp. Concerned, he approached and gently touched it. You finished washing your hair. You didn't dry it? You might catch a cold like this. I forgot, she replied. Oh, Yuan Huai fetched a dry towel and placed it on Yuan Luoyi's head, tenderly drying her hair, reminiscent of an elder brother in that world. Yuan Luoyi inquired, Why did you come to find me at this hour? Yuan Huai responded, I'm not sure. I just returned from work and suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to see you. I've been traveling frequently for work lately, and Haven T had much chance to talk to you. How has school been? Is anyone bullying you? Yuan Luoyi. No, not at all. It's actually me who bullies others. Yuan Huai chuckled softly. That's good to hear. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuan Luoyi lunged forward and embraced Yuan Huai, burying her small face in his clothing. Surprised, he gently patted her back and asked, What's wrong? Have you been wronged? I haven't been wronged. I just miss you, she confessed. You can come to the company to see me anytime. Aren't you afraid I might surprise you at work and uncover your hidden secrets? She teased. Haha, even if you did, it wouldn't matter. You have always been a gentle child and would surely understand me. Dear readers, fret not. This narrative is not tragic. I have designed it along the lines of a beloved character, and it will have a happy ending. To be candid about this book, 1. The theory of parallel worlds in this story is inspired by the anime Steins Gate, which tells of a protagonist who traverses various timelines using a mobile phone to save companions and create a perfect outcome. 2. The female protagonist's memory setting, derived from the Russian medium Julie Wang, features a 1,000-year-old soul who recalls many lifetimes and possesses an innate command of numerous languages and histories. 3. The family dynamics of the Yuan family draw inspiration from various animals and historical figures. I'll share images when time permits. P.S. The Yuan family massacre case has had a few readers deduce part of the mystery. Congratulations to those readers. I have not yet provided all the clues, but as the plot unfolds, I believe someone will deduce the true culprit before I reveal it. Chapter 60. I am still alive in the morning. Yuan Luoyi's first endeavor was to seek out snacks in the granary. After rummaging for an extended period, she found nothing. Alas, the supplies had already been thoroughly harvested by her elder brother. Frustration mounted within her. Yuan Luoyi dashed downstairs, intent on confronting her brother Yuan Fa. Upon reaching the hall, she encountered him preparing to leave for work. Her gaze fixated on his briefcase. Indeed, it appeared unusually bulging. Yuan Luoyi intercepted Yuan Fa, demanding, "Return my snacks." Yuan Fa flashed a shark-like grin, retorting, "How can I return something that was never in my possession? Do not deceive me. The snacks are in your briefcase. What resides within my briefcase is merely a thermos. Recently, I have been exceedingly busy with work, feeling quite drained. I must drink more cola infused with goji berries to replenish my strength. Open your briefcase and let me see," the charming young officer inquired. "Do you possess a legal search warrant?" "Alas, I do not." Yuan Fa spread his hands, shaking his head with a resigned sigh. "Since you lack one, I must decline your request. Farewell." Yuan Luoyi regretted her decision to confront him. She should have refrained from such a debate. Fixating on the corner of Yuan Fa's suit, she grasped it tightly, thwarting his departure. Yuan Fa was taken aback, exclaiming, "Hey, this suit is quite expensive. Release me. I have court to attend today, and a wrinkled suit would hinder my allure." Yuan Luoyi tightened her grip, causing Yuan Fa to gasp in dismay. "No, my beloved Italian designer suit is at risk of destruction by my suddenly aggressive sister. Brother, return my snacks, and I will let go." Yuan Fa, filled with indignation, replied, "I refuse. You are damaging my personal property, which constitutes a serious offense. How can you be so cruel to someone as kind as I?" The petite sister glared at her tall brother, both locked in a standoff. At that moment, their elder brother Yuan Hung entered the hall, having overheard their quarrel. Yuan Fa visibly stiffened upon seeing him. "Oh, the busy man has not yet departed today." Yuan Hung patted Yuan Luoyi on the head. "I will be taking her to school today." He extended a hand towards Yuan Fa, a frosty smile gracing his lips. "Hand it over." Yuan Fa hesitated, for what resided in his pocket belonged to him. It was not to be taken by anyone, as he held his pride dearly. "Very well, if that is the case. Regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, I fear it will take me a month to resolve." Yuan Fa promptly retrieved the snacks and stuffed them into Yuan Luoyi's arms. Inquiring of Yuan Hung, "See, I have given them to her. Can that matter be settled by tomorrow?" Yuan Hung replied, "Of course." Though Yuan Fa felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he had no choice. Some cases relied on their elder brother's connections. Yuan Luoyi beamed with joy, shoving the snacks back into Yuan Heng's hands, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother, these are for you. Jasmine cakes. Absolutely delicious." Yuan Hung gazed at Yuan Luoyi in astonishment, smiling down at her. "Thank you." Yuan Luoyi added, "No matter what occurs, always remember to eat well. Whenever I feel down, food brings me joy." Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Yuan Fa's expression darkened. "Hey, you two, I am still alive." He raised his arm, the back of his hand resting against his forehead, gazing into the distance with a long sigh, as if overwhelmed by some profound stimulus, on the verge of fainting. His exaggerated gestures reminiscent of a tragic hero from a classical play. Within mere seconds, the astutely intelligent Yuan Fa envisioned a future where he became a pitiable empty nester, his sister neglecting to visit during holidays, leaving him to weep alone with banknotes as his only solace, sorrowfully reveling aboard a luxurious cruise ship each night. He could even foresee a time when, gravely ill, Yuan Luoyi would coldly and unhesitatingly agree to terminate his treatment, perhaps even personally disconnecting his oxygen supply. Yuan Fa was engulfed in despair. It was catastrophic. The bias was evident. All his efforts wasted. With long fingers, he flicked away the creases from his tailored suit and strode away from this sorrowful place. Naturally, after attending to his work affairs, he would return, planning to seize all of Yuan Luoyi's resources that very night. She had shattered his heart, and thus, she must pay the price, after which he would grant her forgiveness. Yuan Luoyi was acutely aware of her elder brother's ulterior motives. She would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage. And this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Yuan Fa was abnormal, devoid of a moral compass, yet exuded an optimistic exuberance. This thought sparked a query in Yuan Luoyi's mind. In the original timeline, had her elder brother Yuan Fa ever gone astray? If she were next traversed back to his side, a shiver ran down Yuan Luoyi's spine. Her brother's temperament was far too volatile, capable of laughing while ensnaring everyone around him. She hoped never to find herself ensnared in his web again. Glancing at her watch, her elder brother Yuan Hung remarked, "It is getting late. We should take our leave." Yuan Luoyi nodded in agreement. All right. Following Yuan Hung outside, she entered the small car. Receiving a gift from his sister visibly uplifted Yuan Hang's spirits. When a subordinate called to report on work matters, his tone softened, diverging from its usual coldness. However, through the faint sounds she overheard, Yuan Luoyi was certain that the subordinate was currently terrified, his voice trembling, likely believing his boss was bestowing final blessings upon him. Upon arriving at the school, Yuan Luoyi noticed a small group of students had gathered at the entrance, bouncing with excitement upon spotting the car belonging to the Yuan family. The video produced by Li Xin had garnered Yuan Luoyi numerous fans and revealed to everyone that she was not as fearsome as once thought. Being late at Xinghan High School was a grave offense. Yet these students risked such consequences to welcome Yuan Luoyi, a clear testament to their genuine admiration. After bidding farewell to her elder brother Yuan Hung, Yuan Luoyi exited the car, her head bowed as she walked briskly, disregarding her fans. "Ah, it's really her. My goodness. What a blow to the heart. Thank heavens for this blessing, allowing me to see Sister Luoyi today. She walks so fast. I wonder why? I don't know. But as a child of the Yuan family, walking at such speed must indicate a significant strategic mission to accomplish." Yuan Luoyi mused to herself, indeed. That mission was to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. What a delightful surprise to have fans who truly understood her. Upon reaching the bustling cafeteria, many students instinctively avoided Yuan Luoyi, their previous fear now transformed into a reverent awe. Some young men have refined their actions while devouring buns, all in an effort to leave a favorable impression on Yuan Luoyi. After procuring the food, Yuan Luoyi settled in her seat, ready to indulge, when Li Xin approached briskly, accompanied by a girl with short hair. With excitement, Li Xin exclaimed, "Yuan Luoyi, look, I brought you someone of potential." The girl, upon seeing Yuan Luoyi, flushed crimson and shyly introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Wu Miao Miao." Li Xin continued, "You need someone who can draw, and if I may, I would love to sketch you." Yuan Luoyi recalled Li Xin's earlier musings. Li Xin believed that mere videos and photographs would not suffice to garner attention. If someone could create charming cartoons of Yuan Luoyi, it would undoubtedly attract a greater following. Thus, she had been diligently searching for artistic students. Li Xin then pushed Wu Miao Miao forward, asserting those rigid figures lack foresight, viewing derivative creations as adversaries. In reality, derivative works serve as the most formidable promotional tools in the world. Yuan Luoyi, trust me, if Wu Miao Miao joins us, an influx of new fans will surely follow. Chapter 61, Influence. This is splendid news for Yuan Luoyi, who is in urgent need of an enhancement in her influence. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude to the two girls. "Thank you." Both little girls blushed in unison. Li Xin placed her hand over her heart and whispered, "Hold on, my heart." For Wu Miao Miao, it was her first close encounter with Yuan Luoyi, and she appeared increasingly flustered. She retrieved her sketchbook from her backpack and presented it to Yuan Luoyi with trembling hands. This is my work. Could you take a look? Is it up to standard? Yuan Luoyi accepted the artwork, examining each piece. The delicate brushwork, the vibrant colors, the realistic sketches, the enchanting watercolors, and the minimalist ink strokes of the traditional Chinese paintings captivated her. Yuan Luoyi exclaimed, "Wow, this is beautiful." To have her idol acknowledge her work brought immense joy to Wu Miao Miao, causing her ears to redden. Li Xian added, "I have gathered others as well. They are all quite talented. After all, our Xinghan Middle School is a place teeming with talent. This afternoon during the big recess, Yuan Luoyi, would you be able to meet them?" In classroom G31 of the North Teaching Building, Yuan Luoyi's heart raced. Could this be the fabled fan meeting? Lacking experience, she felt a flutter of anxiety, but knew she had to attend. "Very well," she replied. "I will see you then during the break." The two little girls dashed away, eager not to be late, yet their faces were adorned with joyous smiles. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and the students following Yuan Luoyi surged forward like bullets. Moving so swiftly they seemed ready to take flight. They had to step into the classroom before the completion of the ascension of the first emperor piece. Yuan Luoyi remained unhurried, savoring her breakfast. Once one begins to drift through life, time passes all too swiftly. Yuan Luoyi was still unprepared when the afternoon recess arrived. Upon exiting the classroom, she discovered Yu Hua trailing closely behind, refusing to be shaken off. "What are you doing?" "I'm your fan too. Li Xian asked me to come. I specialize in resolving technical issues." "Oh." Upon reaching the designated classroom, as Yuan Luoyi stepped inside, countless eyes fervently fixed upon her, rendering her somewhat uneasy. "Li xin doi hap et li mean wonderful." "Everyone, I wasn't lying, was I? She truly has come." The students erupted into a small cheer. However, one girl evidently did not welcome Yuan Luoyi's arrival. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, grabbed her bag, and stood to leave. The other students protested loudly. "Zhang Yunxi, just moments ago you proclaimed that Yuan Luoyi would never come. Are you planning to leave without an apology?" Zhang Yunxi arrogantly lifted her chin, declaring, "Do I need to apologize for that? I was never a fan of Yuan Luoyi. Li Xian dragged me here. Can't I leave?" The students clamored. "No, you must apologize to Yuan Luoyi." Zhang Yunxi raised her head even higher, crossing her arms defiantly, yet she did not exit the classroom. In truth, Yuan Luoyi felt little about the matter. According to her elder brother, Yuan Si, among the multitude of beings, few are truly awake. They can only perceive what they wish to see. Thus, I meticulously crafted a splendid illusion, into which the devotees willingly drown themselves. Behold, they are both tormented and joyous, beseeching my mercy. How intriguing. Consequently, Yuan Luoyi remained peculiarly calm, fully aware that Li Xian's affection did not necessarily reflect her true self, nor did Zhang Yunxi's disdain. However, since these students were summoned by Li Xian, they must possess some unique talent worth pursuing. Yuan Luoyi inquired of Zhang Yunxi, "Have you taught yourself music?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi was taken aback. "How did you know?" she asked. Yuan Luoyi replied, "Just a guess." In truth, it was not mere conjecture. Her dealings with the Yuan family had kept Yuan Luoyi perpetually on edge, heightening her observational acumen. She could sense the sudden chill in her brother's gazes and quickly flee, a skill beyond that of an ordinary person. As for Zhang Yunxi, her upright posture and the faint scent of pine resin suggested she was a violin student. However, her modest attire indicated a less fortunate background, implying she was likely self-taught. Moreover, her slightly anxious demeanor suggested she studied in secret against her family's wishes. What do such students need most? Recognition. Thus, Yuan Luoyi said to her, "I need you. Please stay." Zhang Yunxi was momentarily speechless, lost in thought, struggling to respond. She stammered, "I'm just a regular student. You are the esteemed daughter of the Yuan family. I want to be deceived by you." Yuan Luoyi reiterated, "I need you. Please stay. You surely look down upon regular students like the others. So many are willing to serve you. Why do you want me to remain?" "Because your eyes shine brightly. You must be a determined individual, one who clings to dreams despite opposition." Zhang Yunxi intended to counter Yuan Luoyi's assertion, but found herself stammering uncontrollably. I. Yuan Luoyi approached her, placing her hands upon Zhang Yunxi's shoulders, gently guiding her back into her seat. Zhang Yunxi gazed at Yuan Luoyi with curiosity and confusion. Realizing escape was no longer an option, Yuan Luoyi then stepped to the podium, and all eyes followed her, filled with admiration and longing, embodying every beautiful emotion. Yuan Luoyi prepared to deliver a speech, much like her fourth brother, meticulously fabricating an illusion to ensnare her audience. The words of Yuan Si echoed in her mind. My dear sister, you are so remarkably unique, like a kaleidoscope, filled with myriad emotions that I can never tire of observing. You can laugh, you can cry, gradually changing in the darkness. Ultimately, I see the coldness within your eyes. You too are a child of the Yuan family. If you so desire, you can orchestrate your own descent. Look at us five. Who among us could escape your grasp? Everyone harbors a shadow. What is your darkness? Yuan Luoyi had never pondered this question deeply, yet, gazing at the students awaiting her words, she knew that with a mere lift of her hand, she could unleash a tidal wave of emotion, engulfing all in its wake. She suddenly comprehended that the influence of the system extends beyond mere follower count. It encompasses power, and it is this power that enables her to triumph. The individuals present in the classroom have now become integral components of her authority, as if affirming that her thoughts are indeed correct. Ding! System notification. Influence has reached 230. Rewind function activated. Chapter 62. The time for interrogation has arrived. Upon returning home that afternoon, Yuan Luoyi hurried to her room, preparing to embark on a journey back in time. She changed into athletic attire and donned her sneakers, concealing a small fruit knife within the pockets of her clothing. The vicinity surrounding her elder brother, Yuan Han, was fraught with danger. Should anyone attempt to abduct her, she could wield this knife in self-defense and make a swift escape. She could not rely solely on her brother's protection. Even with her petite hands, she was determined to offer him her utmost defense. Seated at the edge of her bed, Yuan Luoyi took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1, initiate the temporal regression. As the words escaped her lips, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, and she collapsed onto the soft, welcoming embrace of her blankets, plunging into that nightmarish old timeline. Thud! When she rose from the ground, still disoriented from the effects of the regression, Yuan Luoyi paused momentarily before continuing her quest. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. She cautiously extended her hand and gradually moved forward, her fingertips brushing against a cold wall, eventually locating the light switch. Click! A gentle illumination flooded the area, revealing a wooden table, white walls, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a plush bed, and countless fluffy toys, all of which felt remarkably familiar. Yuan Luoyi was astounded. This was her room. Time had coated every corner with dust, and cobwebs adorned the surfaces. The once clear glass now bore a murky gray film. Pushing the door ajar, she stepped outside into the hallway, where she surveyed her surroundings. The once opulent wallpaper had become tattered and faded, peeling in patches, and the carpet was so grimy that its original color was unrecognizable. Dust particles floated serenely in the moonlight, whispering tales of decay. Everything indicated that the once mighty Yuan family had fallen into decline. Descending the staircase, Yuan Luoyi caught sight of a glimmer of light in the distance. Approaching it, she entered the grand hall, where a man hung suspended in midair, blood streaming down his face, incessantly dripping onto the floor. He writhed in agony, emitting intermittent cries of despair from the depths of his throat. Another man reclined on the armrest, his back turned to Yuan Luoyi, humming a whimsical tune. His long legs were casually crossed, resting on the table, as he idly toyed with a revolver. Click! With a deft flick of his finger, he ejected the magazine, revealing 6 empty chambers. Yet, as if by magic, a bullet suddenly appeared at his fingertips, which he gently inserted into the chamber. Click! The magazine snapped back into place. With a push of his feet, the armchair pivoted, revealing her second brother, Yuan Fa, grinning with a bloodthirsty smile, his sharp canines glinting in the light. His eyes hollow and devoid of life. He extended his arm, the gun's muzzle aimed at the man before him. Let's continue our game. I shall pull the trigger 5 times. Should you survive, I will grant you your freedom. Yuan Luoyi took a nervous step back. This was the deranged version of her second brother. Clang! Yuan Luoyi inadvertently brushed against an object, producing an almost imperceptible sound. Yet it was enough to capture Yuan Fa's attention. He turned his gaze toward her, studying her with a calm intensity, as if he had anticipated her arrival. "Ah, my dear sister, I had just been pondering why you had not yet arrived. My elder brother has been waiting with great impatience each day. But alas, how delightful it is that you are finally here." Yuan Fa rose gracefully, extending his arms with elegance as he approached Yuan Luoyi. Upon reaching her, he concealed his gun hand behind his back, slowly bowing, while extending his clean hand toward Yuan Luoyi in an inviting gesture. "Come here. Dear brother has a spectacular magic trick to show you. You will surely adore it. I have rehearsed it many times." Yuan Luoyi looked up at Yuan Fa, who wore a smile that appeared joyful yet sent shivers down her spine, for his eyes were void of light. He had become unhinged. Unlike his elder brother Yuan Fa's temperament was exceedingly unstable, oscillating between lively affection and chilling coldness. Yuan Luoyi could not predict what Yuan Fa would be like in the next moment, which unnerved her. Her hands clenched tightly, and her breath quickened. Yet, she must cherish this hard-won opportunity to gather information. She yearned to know what time period she had returned to. "Dear brother, what time is it now?" Yuan Fa tilted his head slightly, a few strands of hair falling forward as he averted his gaze, pondering for a moment before replying. "Who knows? I've been suffering from a terrible headache lately, and with the executions to attend to, I cannot recall how long it has been." "Then where is elder brother? Do you wish to see elder brother?" "Yes. Then after the magic trick, I shall take you to see him." "Truly?" "Indeed, he must be eager to see you as well. I was intending to go there anyway." "It's merely on the way, just on the way." Yuan Fa murmured to himself, his eyes drooping as his smile faded, his expression growing increasingly somber, tinged with a hint of menace, which startled Yuan Luoyi and caused her to instinctively retreat. With a chuckle, Yuan Fa said, "Apologies, I had forgotten. At 11 years old, you are still a charming, ordinary little girl, easily frightened. I shall be mindful." He extended his hand a bit further, sincerely continuing to beckon Yuan Luoyi, "My dear sister, come here." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Luoyi summoned her courage and placed her small hand in Yuan Fa's large one, allowing him to lead her. "Dear brother, will you harm me?" "No, not at all. Are you lucid now?" Yuan Fa chuckled, his shoulders shaking slightly, perhaps not entirely lucid. "Yesterday, I nearly brought ruin upon myself. However, my aim remains precise, and I can still recognize people. So rest assured, dear brother would never harm you." Upon reaching the armchair, Yuan Fa placed his hands on Yuan Luoyi's shoulders, gently pressing her down into a seated position, cheerfully declaring, "This is the prime viewing spot. Generous brother is willing to offer it to you." He surveyed the surroundings, resting one hand on his chest, appearing somewhat troubled as he remarked, "Oh, I have no snacks to offer you. You know how I am, always devouring them too quickly, unlike elder brother who tends to children. Do bear with it, for the performance will conclude shortly." Yuan Fa approached the man, as if stepping onto a stage, an invisible spotlight illuminating him. He stood tall and elegant, exuding an air of flamboyance, with one hand casually resting behind his back, gripping a gun, his smile radiating a chilling menace. Like a graceful dancer, he spun around to the man's rear, drawing near with an intimacy reminiscent of long-lost friends. In a soft voice, Yuan Fa began long ago. Much like all beautiful fairy tales, this man, consumed by greed, caused an innocent girl to plunge into the abyss. Her brother sought vengeance, and thus he was suspended here. Suddenly, he seized the man's arm, the wound erupting violently, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony. Yuan Fa erupted into a fit of laughter, whispering in the man's ear, "Pray tell my sister, what is your crime?" The hour of interrogation had arrived. Observing the frenzied Yuan Fa, Yuan Luoyi found himself ensnared in the armchair, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 63. Immaculate, as if weary of the man's incessant screams, Yuan Fa released his grip. He raised his hand toward the light, the dazzling glow filtering through his fingers, resembling strands of delicate white silk. Crimson droplets of blood cascaded from his fingertips, akin to blossoms of scarlet hue unfurling. He gazed at them, entranced. They were exquisite, were they not? Suddenly reminded of something, he shook his head with a sigh. Ah, alas, only I can appreciate their beauty. Yuan Fa hummed a cheerful tune, withdrawing a handkerchief from his pocket to meticulously cleanse his fingers, rendering them entirely pristine. He discarded the blood-stained cloth and found himself wielding a slender silver knife. Without warning, fury surged within him as he gripped the knife tightly, plunging it fiercely toward the man. A cacophony of screams echoed throughout the hall. Yuan Luoyi bowed her head, fear compelling her to shut her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her elder brother had completely lost control. In the past, his magic had been charming and wondrous, always eliciting laughter from Yuan Luoyi. Yet now, she was engulfed by terror and profound sorrow. What could she possibly do to restore her brother's well-being? Yuan Fa aimed his gun at the man. Silence. My sister is frightened by you and can no longer bear to watch the performance. The man trembled, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to remain silent. When Yuan Fa issued an order, compliance was imperative. Otherwise, he would face inhumane consequences. Yuan Fa, the second son of the Yuan family, possessed no sense of morality, relishing in the torment of others, deriving unbridled joy from their unparalleled fear. With a sharp click, Yuan Fa swung open the revolver, showcasing its contents. Do you see? There is but one bullet here. The other 5 chambers are empty. With a flick of his finger, he closed the chamber, the dark barrel now aimed at the man. Now, the first question, why are you here? The man, trembling with dread, replied, I have erred, but it was out of necessity. Yuan Fa squeezed the trigger. Click. No bullet was fired. Beads of cold sweat formed on the man's brow. Yuan Fa smiled. How fortunate. Although your answer was incorrect, you remain alive. The second question, why are you here? The man shouted in terror. My wife and child have been taken. If I do not comply, they will perish. Yuan Fa's laughter was merciless. Incorrect answer. He pulled the trigger. Click. An empty chamber. Yuan Fa feigned disappointment. Another chance gone. The third question, why are you here? Let me go. I have told you everything I know. Click. An empty chamber. The fourth question, why are you here? My child is only 3 years old. Click. An empty chamber. The fifth question, why are you here? Please, I beg you. I can give you anything you desire. Just let me go. Yuan Fa tilted his head back in laughter, his gaze devoid of life. What I seek, you cannot provide. Incorrect answer. The man gasped in terror, his emaciated chest heaving violently. He pulled the trigger, bang. Yuan Fa furrowed his brow and turned to Yuan Luoyi, saying, Ah, the fifth shot was yet another blank. However, my dear sister, do focus, for the grand performance is about to commence. He strode forward, circling the man like a matador preparing for the final act. The man bellowed. You said if I fired 5 blanks, you would let me go. Yuan Fa shook his head. At that time, my sister had not yet arrived. This is a new show. Raising his hand, he aimed the gun at the man and proclaimed, bang, bang, bang. It is well known that the last bullet must contain a round. So, tell me, my old friend, why are you here? Do not answer incorrectly. The man, on the brink of emotional collapse, trembled with fear, his bloodshot eyes filled with terror, droplets of blood continuously falling from his body. He had endured relentless torment, tasting nearly every agony the world had to offer. He stammered, I fabricated the identification. Yuan Fa smiled. Excellent, do continue. The man confessed. Her body bore many injuries, 6 fractures, a ruptured spleen, and blood accumulation in the lungs. Yet I noted in the autopsy report that she died by hanging, and smoothly sent her off for cremation. And what else? There is nothing more. I only handled this one aspect. The rest was done by others. I truly do not know. Yuan Fa sighed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Incorrect answer. Please, let me go home. We were once good friends. Yuan Fa replied coldly. Do not be foolish. You mean nothing to me. The man screamed in despair. Yuan Fa's slender fingers squeezed the trigger. Yuan Luoyi turned her face away and closed her eyes. Bang! The final shot was yet again a blank. Sweat and blood soaked the man's clothing. His face was pale, having narrowly escaped death, bewildered and shaken. Yuan Fa smiled and bowed to Yuan Luoyi, elegantly taking a bow as if to an audience. What do you think? Magnificent, isn't it? I made that bullet disappear. How could I ever kill in front of my sister? She is far too fragile and too young. She would be haunted by nightmares. Ah, such a worrisome child prone to tears. In the past, I simply lacked normal emotions, but now, my thoughts have become irrational. How can I possibly care for her? My brother truly sets me impossible challenges. The man rasped. Are you going to let me go? Yuan Fa chuckled darkly, his voice icy. My home has been destroyed. How could I ever allow you to return? He then spoke to Yuan Luoyi in a lively tone. My dear sister, the magical time has come to an end. This avaricious man must now confront the harsh reality. He must face punishment. You may go to the room on the left. I have tidied it up. There is less dust there, making it healthier for you. Within lies the stuffed rabbit I once gifted you. Upon my return today, a sudden wave of longing for you washed over me, prompting me to retrieve it and cleanse it thoroughly. How delightful it is. Its fur is now pristine and soft, and as long as it remains by your side, all nightmares and curses shall dissipate. Yuan Luoyi leapt down from the armchair and hurried to that room. The entirety of the Yuan residence exudes an air of antiquity, save for that 1-meter-tall rabbit, which appears as immaculate as ever. It is positioned by the window, its round, dark eyes gazing outward, as if perpetually awaiting the return of its little master. Yuan Luoyi closed the door and approached, cradling the rabbit in her arms, feeling its exquisite softness. Meanwhile, Yuan Fa revealed his true malevolence after his sister's departure. He slaughtered him. Chapter 64. A grand finale. Yuan Luoyi surveyed her surroundings. This room was once a guest chamber where the relatives of the Yuan family would reside. Aside from the table, chairs, and bed, there loomed a grand mirror, shrouded in dust, rendering it nearly impossible to see clearly. After a prolonged wait, her second brother, Yuan Fa, finally barged in, quite literally kicking the door open, as his arms were laden with an assortment of snacks. The sudden commotion startled Yuan Luoyi, causing her to clutch her rabbit plush tightly. Yuan Fa cheerfully tossed the snacks onto the table, stating, "Feel free to indulge if you're hungry. Our tastes align, and I believe you will enjoy these." He stood upright, and, upon catching a glimpse of his hazy reflection in the mirror, was momentarily lost in thought. He approached slowly, extending a hand to touch the cold glass, wiping away the dust to reveal his visage. Now his hair was disheveled, his gaze shadowed, and a cold, cruel smile played upon his lips, fueled by a thirst for the next act of brutality, resembling a madman. No, he had always been mad. I once believed my humanity had diminished to such an extent that the distinction between being broken and unbroken was negligible. Yet, I have transformed into someone entirely different. Having reached this point, you did not flee. Just as our elder brother said, you truly are a gentle child. Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Has elder brother spoken to you about me?" Yuan Fa replied, "Indeed he has. He instructed me to take good care of you, and I initially thought he was merely hallucinating and losing his mind. However, the moment you appeared, I suddenly grasped many things." He leaned on the table, intertwining his fingers, his gaze fixed intently upon Yuan Luoyi, a deep, rumbling laughter escaping him. "Well, it matters not. The 5 of us were never exemplary brothers. And it is finally my turn. I have awaited this moment for so long." "Second brother," Yuan Luoyi uttered. "What is it?" He responded, "When shall we meet, elder brother?" "My dear sister, the sky outside remains shrouded in darkness. This time is ill-suited for venturing out. We shall depart at 7 in the morning. If we drive, we shall arrive by afternoon. For now, you should rest a while. Are you not going to sleep?" Yuan Luoyi asked. Yuan Fa chuckled helplessly, running a hand through his hair, the black strands slipping through his fingers with a gentle motion. Yet his eyes bore a chilling madness. Suddenly, he tightened his grip, his sharp nails digging into his scalp. The pain had become unbearable. Sleep eluded him, and no medication could alleviate it. Over this prolonged period, He had shattered countless times, the memories slipping from his grasp. Just yesterday, with a gun pressed against my temple, I genuinely contemplated ending it all. But I cannot. I must wait for you. Sleep now. I shall remain here, he reassured. Yuan Luoyi, filled with sorrow, regarded her second brother, releasing her rabbit plush and moving to his side. How can I assist you? Yuan Fa appeared taken aback. You wish to help me? Yes. Oh, I see. Then could you say to me, I forgive you? I forgive you, she replied. Yuan Faz Brat Isha Mumantarili. Repeat that. I forgive you, Yuan Luoyi reiterated. Yuan Fa gently took Yuan Luoyi's small hand, lowering his head, his hair cascading beside his ear, his face shrouded in shadow, rendering his expression indistinguishable. It seemed as though he were in a state of confession, or perhaps in fervent prayer. After a prolonged silence, he softly uttered, Thank you. You are a wonderful sister. Yuan Luoyi stepped forward and embraced Yuan Fa, resting her small head upon his shoulder. In her childhood memories, it was always her second brother who held her close, and he had always been filled with laughter, never once appearing as tormented as he did now. Thus, she clung to him tightly. Is your headache any better? A little improved. Consequently, Yuan Luoyi chose not to sleep, choosing instead to remain in his embrace. Yuan Fa's previously tense back gradually relaxed, his breathing becoming increasingly steady and uniform. After countless acts of violence, his soul finally experienced a long-awaited tranquility. Outside the window, the sky was devoid of stars, a pitch-black expanse that felt oppressive, despairing, and bewildering. Yet, Yuan Luoyi understood that, in the moments before dawn, the stars would vanish. It would not be long before the first light pierced the horizon, shimmering as it dispelled the darkness, illuminating the desolate Yuan residence. As the clock approached 7, Yuan Fa honored his promise to take Yuan Luoyi to find their elder brother. Observing the table laden with snacks, Yuan Luoyi inquired, Brother, aren't you going to eat? These are for you, Yuan Fa replied. I certainly cannot consume them all by myself. Please have some. Consider it repayment for all the treats I've pilfered from you in the past. With no other option, Yuan Luoyi began to eat, taking a bite of cake. It was very sweet. When the time to depart arrived, Yuan Fa walked ahead, towering impressively, while Yuan Luoyi trailed behind, delicate and petite. With each stride he took, she had to take two to keep pace. Just as they were about to exit the Yuan residence, Yuan Fa suddenly halted, turning to gaze down at his sister. The morning sunlight fell upon him, casting a vast shadow that enveloped Yuan Luoyi like gossamer. I have committed many errors, he confessed. Yuan Luoyi nodded. Indeed. I am inherently selfish and unfeeling. I have overlooked you. Yes. When you needed me the most, I was not by your side. Yes. Yuan Fa continued thus. I have now resolved to turn my back on the world and face you. Is it too late? Yuan Luoyi regarded the numerous body bags strewn about. When her brother Yuan Fa unleashed his fury, it was a sight to behold. He had once been a paragon of the legal realm, eloquent and astute, possessing a sharp wit that had led countless affluent individuals to the guillotine, proclaiming himself a champion of justice. Now he had become a bloodthirsty criminal, delusional and mad, reveling in slaughter and laughing maniacally. He could never return to who he once was, yet he had finally awaited the arrival of his sister. It is not too late, Yuan Luoyi reassured him. Yuan Fa smiled, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner, while Yuan Luoyi placed her hand atop his, and together they departed the Yuan residence. Their steps now in harmony. The car journeyed on, transitioning from a city of towering buildings to a suburban expanse filled with trees. Ultimately, they arrived at a cemetery adorned with evergreens. Staring at the gravestone of Yuan Hua, Yuan Luoyi stood frozen, unable to regain her composure for an extended period. Yuan Fa elongated his voice in complaint. Brother, what kind of jest is this? To perish so swiftly, I cannot possibly uphold the Yuan family alone. That third brother of mine has always been at odds with me. He fled long ago and would never heed my call. I can still reach the fourth brother, but the fifth has vanished without a trace. I am nearing my breaking point. It is time to conclude this. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the dusk was exquisitely beautiful. The drifting clouds were painted in hues of orange and red, and the leaves shimmered softly in the fading light. Everything appeared so gentle, so splendid, aligning perfectly with the sentiments. Producing a revolver, he loaded it with bullets and handed it to Yuan Luoyi. With arms outstretched, he bowed gracefully, resembling an actor taking his final bow, and smiled as he said, "My dear sister, I have completely unraveled. Just as you took the life of our elder brother, you may as well end my suffering too." Chapter 65. The Crimson Moth. Occasionally, the 17-year-old Yuan Luoyi would gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Her large eyes, porcelain skin, and delicate nose crafted a visage of exquisite beauty, yet her expression bore an unsettling emptiness. As she stared, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls that had lost their strength. It seemed she could no longer find joy. Each night, lying in bed, she would fixate on the ceiling, her head throbbing with pain, unable to find slumber as whispers echoed in her ears. She was deemed a monster, possessing a sharp intellect, yet marked by a troubled disposition, profoundly solitary, devoid of friends. She even conversed with the air, a notion that struck fear in others, compelling them to keep their distance. The complete isolation of her high school existence imparted two crucial revelations to Yuan Luoyi. First, she was not as normal as she had once believed. Second, engaging with normal individuals was an insufferable ordeal. Thus, during a break between classes, when Zhang Miao deliberately knocked over Yuan Luoyi's water cup for the third time, an overwhelming fury surged within her, akin to a tsunami's relentless onslaught. This foolish girl, who had persistently provoked her, must face retribution. By the time Yuan Luoyi regained her composure, chaos had erupted. Students screamed and fled. Desks and chairs lay overturned, while the homeroom teacher stood frozen at the podium, a mask of terror etched upon her face. Zhang Miao, sprawled on the floor, clutched her injured forehead, wailing inconsolably. Her lips moved, her chest heaving violently as if attempting to articulate something. Yet Yuan Luoyi felt no inclination to listen. Who cared for the musings of pests? They gnawed away, fostering countless minor evils, and even the smallest of evils, when accumulated, could lead to catastrophic consequences, claiming countless lives. Therefore, they must be eradicated. As the tempest of rage subsided, an unusual clarity enveloped Yuan Luoyi, rendering her starkly calm. All emotion was suddenly siphoned away, her eyes turning cold and devoid of life. In times past, she might have felt sympathy for Zhang Miao, seeing the blood trickling from her forehead, the injury quite severe. However, in that moment, Yuan Luoyi felt nothing at all. Lifting the transparent, triangular ruler in her hand, she observed the scattered bloodstains upon it. Just moments ago, she had wielded the ruler as one would a knife, forcefully striking Zhang Miao's head. She reveled in the sight, for that vibrant crimson was breathtakingly beautiful. Why had she ever feared it? This alluring red should be more abundant. It would enhance her own allure. And the solution was simple. She needed to strike Zhang Miao's head again. With her slender, alabaster fingers, she delicately swept back her dark, flowing hair, adjusted her slightly disheveled collar, and brushed the dust from her skirt. Yuan Luoyi smiled serenely, beautiful, proud, and radiant, holding the bloodied ruler. Reminiscent of a carnivorous beast stirred by the thirst for slaughter, she glided forward with silent elegance toward Zhang Miao. The girl trembled in terror, blood seeping through her fingers, a lamb awaiting the slaughter. Indeed, this was the humble stance she was meant to assume. Crack, crack, crack. Yuan Luoyi heard countless faint sounds of shattering, akin to glass fracturing or seeds breaking through the soil. Some things are crumbling, and Yuan Luoyi initially believed that it was herself. Now she comprehends that it is the cocoon binding her that is disintegrating, as the long-dormant malevolence yearns to emerge. When that blood-red moth unfurls its wings and takes flight, she will gain infinite power. She will dance joyfully amidst the bloodshed and chaos, her long sleeves flowing gracefully, captivating all, as her enemies fall to the ground, her skirt billowing open, signaling the commencement of slaughter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yuan Luoyi's mind, distant, ethereal, its resonance lingering. Luoyi, my beloved sister, do not let the darkness consume you. Depart from here. You are the sole beauty in my life, Therefore, stand in the light and live on in my stead. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her, tears cascading uncontrollably, and along with them, the bloodied triangle ruler slipped from her grasp. With a sharp sound upon striking the ground, the ruler stirred a small cloud of dust, bouncing a few times before falling silent. Just an inch away from the abyss, Yuan Luoyi halted, standing in the light, having not plummeted into darkness. The price she paid was the vanishing of her icy rationality, replaced by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Cradling her aching head with trembling hands, Yuan Luoyi crouched down, her thoughts a chaotic tangle of emotions, regret, sorrow, and self-loathing. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of shattering continued. The cocoon returned to its original state, the malevolent blood-red moth confined once more, and this time, the shattering sounds emanated from within, signifying Yuan Luoyi's own collapse. How painful it was. Truly, it was agonizing. She screamed. The brief disruption at school made Yuan Luoyi realize an important truth. Monsters should be confined to their chambers, and she no longer wished to venture out. Thus, she withdrew from school, locking the door, drawing the curtains tightly. She refused to communicate with anyone, enduring the intense pain as tears flowed endlessly, listening to the sound of her own gradual disintegration. She was the most peculiar child of the Yuan family, teetering between normalcy and abnormality, neither black nor white, but an odd shade of gray. Her classmates were normal, yet Yuan Luoyi could not integrate. Her family was not normal either, and she found herself equally estranged. Only loneliness accompanied her. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks at the door. My dear sister, please open the door. Your elder brother has brought you some treats. Do you still wish to avoid seeing me? Then I shall take my leave. There are many cases to attend to, and I may be busy for 2 or 3 months. Do not confine yourself like this. You are also a child of the Yuan family. Do not fear your dark side. Let it flow naturally, and you will soon grow accustomed to it. Outside, there's a box of lollipops. Your favorite flavor from the cat ear meow meow brand. Who placed it there? Ah, never mind. I have also left some snacks here. When you feel like eating, come out and have some. Your elder brother is leaving now. The footsteps of Yuan gradually faded away. Yuan Luoyi leaned against the wall, her body slumping helplessly onto the cold ground, her vacant eyes fixed upon the void. Her brothers were utterly unhinged. They could not fathom the depths of her anguish, perceiving it merely as an ailment akin to a common cold, believing that a brief respite would suffice for recovery. Yet, Yuan Luoyi understood that her affliction was insurmountable. She was destined to drown in the abyss of her solitude, each step leading her closer to self-destruction. Now, within the old timeline, amidst a graveyard adorned with evergreens, the setting sun bled crimson, and the 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi had pieced together the fragments of her memories. Unable to restrain herself, she gently placed her hand upon her chest, as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering cocoon within. This was her dark side, the inner demon she was compelled to confront. Meanwhile, her second brother, Yuan maintained an elegant gesture of farewell, gazing intently into Yuan Luoyi's eyes as he extended the handgun towards her once more. In my suffering. Chapter 66. An inescapable refusal. Yuan Luoyi took a few steps back, declining the request of her second brother, Yuan How did elder brother die? She inquired. Yuan tilted his head in confusion. Do you not know? Yuan Luoyi replied. I ask you precisely because I do not know. Yuan fixed his gaze upon her, contemplating for a moment before he exhaled a heavy sigh. Elder brother met his demise in the same manner as our mother. He was shot. Moreover, both bore signs of burning around their wounds. Such marks can only result from a close-range gunshot. I surmised that prior to the explosion, he ventured out, likely having identified the true culprit, and was in pursuit. Upon confronting the assailant, he must have been taken aback yet elated, and then he embraced the murderer. Bang! He was shot, a fatal blow, perishing at the hands of his own sister. Yuan Luoyi shook her head vehemently. That was not me, despite having my own shadows. I would rather crumble than succumb to darkness. Just as her brothers would never harm her, she vowed to never harm them. For 99 lifetimes, spanning 1800 years, she had endured to alter the fate of death, striving for the salvation of all. Yuan Fa furrowed his brow in sorrow, extending his long legs to step before Yuan Luoyi. He bent down, gazing into her eyes. My dear sister, who else could we embrace but you? Even in my flawed state, the mere sight of you stirs tenderness within my heart. You are our singular vulnerability. When you extend your small hand and, with that innocent voice, implore us, brother, grant me your life, we find ourselves unable to refuse you. Those who once belonged to darkness, upon encountering the light, can no longer endure the shadows. Now that you wish to abandon us, how can we possibly continue to live? Yuan Fa once more offered Yuan Luoyi the handgun, its surface glistening with a sanguine hue in the setting sun. After a moment's pause, seeing that she did not take it, he sighed heavily. Why can you not grant me the same release as elder brother? Did you not say you had forgiven me? Yuan Luoyi retorted. I have stated it was not my doing. Yuan Fa replied. Initially, I too could not believe you were the one, for you have always been such a gentle child. When I pilfered your snacks, you would be upset for a moment, yet soon enough, all would be well. If I made you cry, a mere trick would restore your laughter. I have always been a selfish and wicked brother, yet you are a good sister, silently forgiving me time and again. Thus, when I suspected you of having killed elder brother, I found myself at this cemetery, with a heavy heart. Yuan Fa slowly approached a gravestone inscribed with the name Yuan Luoyi. He lifted the stone cover and retrieved a circular box. Yuan Luoyi's urn. Thud, thud. His fingers lightly tapped the box twice, the sound echoing emptily in the air. He smiled, his eyes gleaming with a pathological joy. I have verified it. This urn is empty, devoid of ashes. My sister is likely still alive and perhaps pursuing her 5 irresponsible brothers. I summoned the coroner yesterday, driven by a desire to ascertain whether that truly was my sister's corpse. Where is she gone now? I yearn to see her, even if it means facing her wrath. I acknowledge that I have wronged her gravely, and it is entirely reasonable for her not to forgive me. As long as I can witness her thriving, I will find solace. Cradling the urn in his hands, Yuan Fa returned it to its place, sealing it with a stone slab. Yuan Luoyi stood frozen, her memories from a past life contradicting the present. She had unequivocally perished. She recalled the excruciating pain, the suffocating grip of the noose around her neck, the final moments of struggle before death. Why was there no ash? Had someone stolen it? Yuan Fa approached. My dear sister, indulge my curiosity. How did you escape death? And why do you appear as an 11-year-old? He tenderly rubbed his aching temples. Or perhaps I am simply too deranged to distinguish reality from illusion, envisioning the adult you as the child you once were. Indeed, if I had made different choices at your age, if I had been less selfish, our bond might not have become so estranged. The eldest must think similarly. Yuan Fa halted before Yuan Luoyi, gazing at her for a long time. A mixture of joy at their reunion and sorrow at their impending farewell. He bent down, resembling a tree bowed under the weight of despair, gently collapsing against her. A cold gun was forcibly placed in Yuan Luoyi's hands. Embracing her, Yuan Fa whispered in her ear, "Grant me release. The pain is unbearable, and my second brother no longer has the strength to endure." Yuan Luoyi struggled, desperate to discard the weapon, but Yuan Fa seized her hand, preventing her. He chuckled darkly. Why not in my life? Your marksmanship has always been impeccable. This should be a simple task for you, no? Or do you relish in witnessing my continued suffering? True, you may not be a child of the Yuan family, yet you are a close kin. We have always shared a resemblance, and your darker side is rather cruel. However, this cannot be. I abhor pain. Upon seeing you, I found peace, and now I merely wish to expedite this conclusion. Yuan Fa forcefully guided her hand, pressing the gun's muzzle against his chest, just above his heart. Second brother, please let me go. Yuan Luoyi fought desperately in his embrace, pushing, flailing her arms to rid herself of the gun, even resorting to kicking and biting his arm. The metallic taste of blood blossomed on her tongue, yet Yuan Fa remained unyielding. He felt the pain she inflicted, but it paled in comparison to the torment of living on. He coiled around her like a serpent, eagerly anticipating death. It was all right. This was already the gentlest form of atonement. This is truly a liberation for me, a release from sin and from this shattered body. My dear sister, You hold a special place in my heart. Thus, I beseech you to be the terminus of my existence." Suddenly, with a forceful grip, Yuan Fa's finger, guided by Yuan Luoyi, pulled the trigger. Bang! The sharp report of the gun shattered the tranquility of the heavens, sending countless birds fluttering in panic, soaring into the sky, and circling endlessly. Yuan Fa did not collapse. He was engulfed in profound disappointment. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Li exerted all her strength to divert the gun's muzzle aside. Though her hands were small, they were capable of saving her brothers. Yuan Li cast aside the firearm and threw herself into Yuan Fa's embrace, softly sobbing, "Do not die. I cannot bear to lose anyone anymore." Yuan Fa tilted his head back and sighed, gently caressing Yuan Li's hair, his gaze vacant and sorrowful. It dawned upon him that should his sister weep for him to endure this existence worse than death, he would acquiesce. Truly, he found himself utterly unable to refuse. Chapter 67. I can work magic. The cold moonlight streamed through the dust-laden, multicolored glass, illuminating the dilapidated estate of the Yuan family. A woman lay supine upon the table, blood dripping from her hands, having endured countless torments. Bang! The gunshot marked the end of her life. Yuan Fa opened his arms, bathing in the kaleidoscopic light of the glass, presenting the corpse as a sacrificial offering to Yuan Luoyi. He bowed reverently, pressing his forehead against her hand, whispering incantations with a hushed tone. "This woman was filthy and ignorant, having once scorned you. Thus, I have slain her. Her blood shall wash away her transgressions. Now, can you grant me forgiveness? The pain has never ceased. My once proud sanity lies in shambles. I have become a mere shell, a mindless harbinger of death. I beseech you to bestow upon me the gift of death to bring an end to all of this." Yuan Luoyi sat in an armchair, clutching a white rabbit plushie. She gazed at her deranged second brother, trembling with sorrow, unsure how to alleviate his suffering. The true culprit bore a striking resemblance to her, cunningly using this similarity to approach her brothers and ultimately kill them. Her second brother, in his delusion, believed that Yuan Luoyi had come to kill him. Yet his sins were too grave, and she was reluctant to grant him release. Thus, upon returning from the cemetery, Yuan Fa dragged two figures from the basement of the Yuan estate, a man and a woman, both gaunt and skeletal, their faces etched with terror. Initially, Yuan Fa had intended to starve them, but he altered his course. In seeking redemption for his sister, he toyed with them like a predator with its prey, repeatedly offering them a glimmer of hope only to extinguish it with his own hands. Now, the first of them lay dead, and Yuan Fa's eyes gleamed with morbid anticipation as he extended the loaded gun towards Yuan Luoyi, who did not accept it. Once again, she found herself unable to seek death. Her downcast eyes, with long lashes casting a shadow across Yuan Fa's handsome visage, heaved a soft sigh as he elegantly turned, sneering at the man before him. "I hope your demise satisfies my sister." The middle-aged man struggled to rise, yearning to flee, but collapsed from exhaustion, thrashing in a pool of blood and dust, his eyes wide with fear as Yuan Fa approached. He cried out to Yuan Luoyi, "I am innocent. I did not partake in those deeds. Tell him not to kill me." Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and the man's screams filled the air as Yuan Fa flicked his wrist, spilling a grotesque arc of blood upon the ground. "Do not speak. My sister possesses a transparent soul and tearful eyes. She is tender-hearted, easily deceived, and capable of being harmed by you." With dexterous grace, Yuan Fa unfurled his long fingers, summoning a silver blade that materialized in his palm. He tilted his head slightly, his tousled hair shifting as he moved, his gaze dark and bloodthirsty, a smile curling upon his lips. "As your brother, allow me to silence you." The man, dragging his broken leg, clawed desperately at the ground, attempting to crawl into a corner, screaming, "He has gone mad. Doesn't he wish to die? You must kill him. Wretched creature. The Yuan family is a den of savagery. Fool, kill him." Faced with the glinting blade, the man began to weep for himself. Once, he held a prominent position, having solemnly sworn an oath while adorned with a badge, vowing to become a humble servant of the people. How has he fallen so low? Merely utilizing his authority to erase some surveillance footage. Does that constitute a crime? Not at all. He did not directly partake in the murder of Yuan Luoyi, nor did he know what he had deleted. Before taking such actions, he had invested 50,000 yuan to consult a top criminal defense attorney, confident that no law in existence could convict him. Just as in the past, even if discovered, this would at most be deemed a professional negligence, warranting a mere reprimand, allowing him to retain his esteemed position. A servant must also eat. His wife and children deserve to reside in a magnificent seaside villa with hot springs. Furthermore, those wrongfully imprisoned are merely a bunch of worthless, impoverished souls. As a graduate of a prestigious university, he has always been a skilled servant, adept at clearing away the refuse. Ah, how pitiable he is, having spent all his money, unable to cradle his grandchild, yet now facing death at the hands of a madman. In his despair, the man gazed at Yuan Luoyi, who had somehow found a little girl bearing an uncanny resemblance to his sister, with large eyes, exquisitely carved features, and an innocent beauty akin to an untainted angel. She must surely be a child capable of selflessly loving her family. Given his dire situation, she would undoubtedly feel compassion for him. Summoning all his acting prowess, he feebly extended his tainted hand toward Yuan Luoyi, pleading, "I implore you, save me." Yuan Luoyi hastily closed her eyes and covered her ears. For in a fit of rage, Yuan Fa had already plunged a knife into the man's throat. The man could not even scream, his airways severed. Blood cascaded onto Yuan Fa's pale cheek as he coldly gazed down upon the struggling man, grinding him into the dust. "You have no right to speak to my sister. Allow me to send you to hell for your penance." At the moment the man ceased to breathe, the evening breeze swept in, stirring up dust, causing the beaded curtain to sway, reminiscent of the cries of a valley, echoing the lament of time. It was a cacophony, yet strangely rendered a serene stillness. After the deed was done, Yuan Fa turned to Yuan Luoyi. Even now, with blood staining his body, often consumed by uncontrollable rage and a thirst for violence, his gaze softened whenever he looked at his sister. Wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve, he chuckled, "Perhaps I too am unworthy to speak to you. I have never been a good brother. I often made you cry, not understanding why. Grasping the emotions of normal individuals is truly challenging for me. Yuan Yong was right. We are cold serpents, selfishly ensnaring you within our grasp, greedily siphoning your warmth, depriving you of the chance to forge friendships with the normal. Though you are but a child, you often sit alone in the garden, wearing a look of solitude. You drew us into the light, yet we pushed you into darkness. Had you never come to the Yuan family, had you never encountered us, you would have remained a blissfully happy girl." He approached Yuan Luoyi's side once more, humbly bowing his head as he gently took her small, unblemished hand and placed it upon the firearm. He gazed at her for an extended moment, before finally breaking into a light chuckle and joyfully proclaiming, "Let us bring this to an end." The proximity between them allowed Yuan Luoyi to see her own reflection in his eyes, still bearing the visage of an 11-year-old, while her elder brother appeared tattered and broken. She recalled fragments of the past, a time when she had just begun to grasp the concept of death, believing that a person's disappearance equated to their demise. "Ah, my dear sister, why do you weep anew? Your cries are driving me to the brink of madness. Be because the little bird has died. Ah, so it is because of that bird. In life, it was merely a mass of living proteins. In death, it has become a mere heap of lifeless matter. No matter how fiercely you weep, it cannot take flight again." Yuan Luoyi's sobs grew louder still. "Stop, stop, stop. Spare me. I am truly unfit to care for a child." The sound of her wailing was deafening, and if it did not cease, misfortune would soon befall him. The mother would surely discipline him severely. The young Yuan held one hand behind his back, while the other gestured with exaggerated elegance, akin to a performer on stage. "Your elder brother has a secret to share. I possess magical abilities. Would you like to see?" Chapter 68. "You have always been thoughtful at the tender age of 3, Yuan Luoyi inquired. "Magic?" Yuan Fa replied. "Indeed, a wondrous magic, one that transcends life and death, impervious to the relentless passage of time." With intermittent sobs, Yuan Luoyi nodded. "Very well, Congratulations on becoming my first audience. Now, please close your eyes and count to several before reopening them. Obediently, Yuan Luoyi complied. Upon completing her count, she opened her eyes to find herself utterly alone. In a state of distress, she began to run about, frantically searching for Yuan Fa, her voice echoing hollowly in the garden as she called out tearfully. She had lost her elder brother, her little bird, and now her second brother, Yuan Fa. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow, she crouched down, curling into a ball, her face buried in her arms as she wept uncontrollably. Why is death so cruel? Why must it take away all that I hold dear? Ding, ding, ding. Magic time has arrived, my dear sister. Lift your head and behold, your second brother has returned to life. Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Luoyi looked up to see Yuan Fa bending down, a mischievous grin reminiscent of a shark adorning his face. Without hesitation, she leapt into his embrace, wiping her tears and snot onto his pristine white shirt. Why are you still crying? Isn't the resurrection magic marvelous? Yuan Fa asked. Brother, what is death, really? Let me ponder how to explain it to you. I've got it. Death is an endless game of hide and seek. When you search for me in the corridor, I hide around the corner. When you look in the corner, I conceal myself in the flowers. You can never find me, yet I'm always by your side, watching over you, protecting you, wishing for your happiness. Yuan Fa lifted Yuan Luoyi, gently wiping her tear-streaked face with a handkerchief. So, do not weep, instead smile. Death cannot truly separate us. But brother, can you not die? I will be heartbroken if I cannot see you. That is a rather difficult request. Everyone must face death. However, I shall make an effort. Vidi izodi? Indeed, then even in death, I will stay by your side to protect you. Will you weep for me when you cannot see me? Haha, I shall not weep. I have no heart and cannot feel sorrow. As time passed, within the dilapidated Yuan residence, 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi gazed into Yuan Fa's eyes. You are lying. In those eyes, save for sorrow, everything else had dissolved into nothingness. You have always been thoughtful. The gun in her hand felt chillingly cold. The once lively and cheerful brother now pleaded with his sister to end his life. Noticing Yuan Luoyi's hesitation, Yuan Fa suddenly twisted his wrist, attempting to seize the weapon. He was in unbearable pain, unable to endure another second, and had resolved to end his own existence. Yuan Luoyi sensed his intent, clutching the gun tightly, struggling against Yuan Fa, and leaping from the armchair to a safe distance. Yuan Fa chuckled darkly. Do you wish to torment me a while longer? You have always shown more kindness to elder brother. You quickly ended his life. Yuan Luoyi replied, I did not kill elder brother. Taking a deep breath, she fixated on the gun in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Her second brother, Yuan Fa, obsessively believed that she was the true culprit, perhaps a notion instilled in him by their elder brother. In reality, Yuan Luoyi was merely a transient in this dimension, according to the system. She was incapable of interfering with the causality of murder, nor could she reveal the truth to Yuan Fa. An idea flitted through Yuan Luoyi's mind. She needed to demonstrate to Yuan Fa that she was merely a peculiar apparition. This would be painful. Death would consume her. In her previous encounters, she had met with accidental deaths and returned to a new timeline. Would she be able to return this time? Her heart raced. Although she had witnessed countless memories, she remained essentially an 11-year-old child, and her hand trembled uncontrollably as it grasped the weapon. Yet, when she gazed at Yuan Fa, an infinite courage surged within her, and slowly, her hand steadied. Second brother, why do you always steal my snacks? She inquired. Who knows? Yuan Fa replied. Yuan Luoyi reminisced about their past moments. I used to believe you simply enjoyed tormenting others. Recent events have illuminated my understanding. I have no friends, and my stashed snacks go unshared, hence you pilfer them all. You convey in your twisted manner that you too can be my friend. All along, you have been unlike anyone else, always frightening me, but you are a gentle brother. So, just as you have protected me, I shall now protect you. In astonishment, Yuan Fa watched as Yuan Luoyi raised the gun, aiming it at her temple. He rushed over, panic-stricken and terrified, unable to bear the thought of losing his sister a second time. Don't come any closer, Yuan Luoyi shouted, causing him to halt. Mimicking Yuan faz moviments. She waved her other arm gracefully before bowing deeply in a grand gesture. I'm going to capture the true culprit. Before I return, you must stay alive, second brother. Ding ding ding. Magic time has arrived. Bang. Yuan Luoyi pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing flesh and shattering bone with astonishing speed, yet the pain she felt was immense. It truly hurt. Her petite frame collapsed into the gentle embrace of death, vanishing into the darkness. In the room, after struggling a moment beneath the soft covers, Yuan Luoyi rose, gasping for breath. Her heart still raced as she scanned her surroundings. Everything was pristine and luminous. This was a new timeline. She had successfully returned. She touched her temple, the lingering ache still present, a sharp throb echoing in her head. Yet all was worth it. After witnessing her disappearance, second brother Yuan Fa would surely comprehend that she was merely an odd specter, not a sister intent on harming him, but rather someone impersonating her. As for the missing ashes, they had undoubtedly been stolen by someone. And that explosion, the true culprit was present at the scene. If it could be unraveled, their elder brother would not have perished. The system also possessed a clue function which, when activated, would undoubtedly alter the tragic fate of the Yuan family. Yuan Luoyi let out a startled cry as she suddenly noticed a colossal black figure standing before the curtains. After a fleeting moment of panic, she regained her composure. Those long legs belonged to her second brother, Yuan Fa. She rushed over to draw back the curtains and inquired, "What are you doing?" Yuan Fa spread his arms wide. Grinning mischievously, "I am merely inspecting whether my granary is ripe for harvest. You seem to have a nightmare earlier. Why not cuddle with the magical rabbit I gifted you while you sleep?" With a decisive flick, Yuan Luoyi switched on the bedroom light, the sudden brightness almost blinding. Yuan Fa raised his arm to shield his eyes. You should have warned me before turning on the lights." Fetching a bag of chips she had concealed behind the bookshelf, Yuan Luoyi offered them to Yuan Fa. He disdainfully pushed them away. "You truly are a warm-hearted person, but I prefer my snacks to be hard-earned rather than pilfered." Tearing open the package, she held up a chip triumphantly. The snacks shared by friends are equally delightful. Do give it a try. Reluctantly bending down, he took a bite, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It seems indeed to be quite tasty. I apologize for the prolonged hiatus. Emotional adjustments require time. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your patience, as your faint glimmers of support in the darkness have sustained me. A book may be destroyed, but I shall rise from the ashes and create even more captivating tales. Furthermore, congratulations to those readers who have deduced the true appearance of the culprit. The New World line is indeed sweet. It embodies the essence of a beloved group. Wishing everyone a delightful pursuit of justice. P.S. A small request. I would greatly appreciate your constructive criticism to enhance my craft. Please do not hesitate to inform me of any dull passages. Thank you. Chapter 69. At last, an eventful day aside from a large bag of potato chips. Yuan Luoyi also unearthed gummy candies, chocolates, mermaid-hued macarons, bubble ice cream, and a commemorative edition of spicy strips celebrating the factory's 50th anniversary. After reserving a small packet of gummy candies for herself, she stuffed the remaining snacks into the arms of her second brother, Yuan Fa. Yuan Fa stood rigidly in place, glancing between the snacks and Yuan Luoyi, utterly astonished by this generous offering. "Is all this really for me?" "Indeed," she replied. Under normal circumstances, an elder brother would be profoundly moved. Yet Yuan Fa was engulfed in skepticism. What is the motive behind such kindness? Have you done something wrong? Of course not, Yuan Luoyi responded. Yuan Fa scrutinized her intently, as if attempting to dissect her very essence. His sister had changed. In the past, his gaze would instill fear in her, rendering her trembling. Now, however, her eyes exhibited no fear, only a serene calmness, an expression that could only be born from enduring hardship. It was rather peculiar for an 11-year-old girl to wear such a countenance, leaving Yuan Fa bewildered. He began to mentally retrace the events of the past few days, searching for a plausible explanation for his sister's transformation. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I forgot to lock my computer yesterday. Did you delete my game save files?" "Dear brother, why not check for yourself?" My beloved sister, you truly are. Yuan Fa lamented, overwhelmed with despair. That was a game he had tirelessly strategized over for a month. Now, even breathing felt painful. Who could have anticipated that his sister would turn the tables on him? In a fit of rage, he snatched the gummy candies from Yuan Luoyi's hands, claiming them for himself without hesitation. He tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling light with a forlorn expression, his exaggerated gestures akin to mourning the light fixture. After venting his sorrow, he swiftly departed with an armful of snacks, eager to assess the damage to his precious game. Yuan Luoyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had, of course, never tampered with Yuan Fa's computer. He had always been the one to tease her, and today she had finally managed to turn the tables. Once he discovered the truth, he would undoubtedly be even angrier. Leaning back, she sank in her plush bed, deciding to rest a little longer, for it was still the early hours of the morning. As she closed her eyes and sought to cultivate sleepiness, after a while, Yuan Luoyi sighed deeply. Sleep eluded her. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, various threads of thought colliding, preventing her from ceasing contemplation or piecing together the true culprit. By 7 a.m., Yuan Luoyi groggily arose, proceeded with her morning routine, and slung her backpack over her shoulders as she descended the stairs. In the living room, her eldest brother, Yuan Huan, reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet while sipping tea, exuding the same elegance and grace as always. Observing this ordinary scene, Yuan Luoyi felt her earlier anxiety dissipate significantly. Noticing her gaze upon him, Yuan Huan looked up. "Good morning. You seem a bit weary. Did you not sleep well last night?" With a quickened pace, Yuan Luoyi dashed down the stairs and leaped into Yuan Huan's embrace. In the previous timeline, her brother had perished, yet here, he was alive and well, still capable of speaking to her with kindness. Hud, hud, hud. She could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Yuan Hua gently patted Yuan Luoyi's back, inquiring, "Did you have another nightmare?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "Mem." Although Yuan Hua had a busy day ahead with an important meeting, he noticed his sister's unease and resolved to spend more time with her. With his slender fingers, he tapped the screen and sent a message to his assistant, postponing the meeting. Lifting Yuan Luoyi into his arms, he said, "Today, I will escort you to school. After class, where would you like to go? I will accompany you." "Brother, can I visit the company?" "Of course." Yuan Luoyi rested her head on Yuan Hua's shoulder. In the previous timeline, an explosion had occurred at the Yuan family's corporate building, which, along with the underground garage, comprised 30 stories, the top floor housing Yuan Hua's apartment and the bottom floor a murder room. Visiting the scene might unveil more clues. She could not allow the tragedy to repeat itself in this timeline. Upon arriving at school in the car, Yuan Luoyi noticed a few reporters gathered at the entrance, animatedly interviewing passing students. A flicker of excitement stirred within her. The presence of reporters meant there was a variety show event today. Finally, with her current influence at 230, based on the outcomes of previous variety show participations, she might elevate it to 270, thereby unlocking the system's clue function to apprehend the true culprit. Before exiting the car, she hugged Yuan Hua as a farewell and dashed into Xinghan Middle School, skillfully navigating a few sharp turns to evade the reporters seeking to interview her. Her gaze searched the surroundings, but regrettably, she did not spot any crew members. Arriving at Class D, Yuan Luoyi found herself in a daze, and after a considerable time, her only classmate, Yu Hua, had yet to arrive. She took out her phone and sent him a message. "Why aren't you here today?" Within seconds, Yu Hua replied, clearly engrossed in his phone. "I am here, in the school cafeteria." "Where are you?" "I'm in the classroom." "What are you doing in the classroom?" "The variety show is filming in the cafeteria today." "Ah, you must have missed the announcement in the campus group." Yu Hua forwarded a message. "Attention all first-year students, tomorrow morning. A variety show will commence filming in the cafeteria. Please arrive before 9 a.m. Yuan Luoyi glanced at the time. 8:53 a.m. There was no time to lose. She sprang to her feet and dashed towards the exit, only to suddenly recall that the cafeteria was a mere 30 meters away. Thus, she slowed her pace and strolled leisurely into the cafeteria, still having 6 minutes to spare. Observing other students rushing about, breathless, she deeply recognized the significance of geographical strategy. Today, the cafeteria had undergone a dramatic transformation. The first floor, once adorned with opulent decorations akin to a five-star hotel, featuring intricately carved black lacquer wooden tables and various Chinese lanterns, now resembled a makeshift workshop. Long composite board tables were haphazardly arranged, cleaning supplies were strewn about, and there were no benches, forcing students to stand in disarray, occasionally voicing their complaints. As the clock struck 9, the charming host, Naylan, took center stage with a microphone in hand. Good morning, esteemed students. Today's event is titled Young People Strive to Become the World's Richest, with generous prizes awaiting the top 3. The mere mention of wealth banished any fatigue from the students, who eagerly fixed their gaze upon the host. The photographer, astute in his craft, swiftly turned the camera to capture the expressions of the students, deliberately pausing for a few seconds to emphasize the popularity of the current favorite contestant, Yuan Luoyi. Amidst the vibrant melodies, a grid map reminiscent of the classic board game Monopoly appeared on the large screen, adorned with a plethora of rules. Yuan Luoyi studied the screen intently, deep in thought, while Su Sun observed with a serious demeanor. Naylan continued, "The rules of the game are quite simple. Roll the dice and advance the number of steps indicated on the map. You may encounter rewards, becoming rich overnight, or you may face setbacks, leading to unfortunate bankruptcy. By noon, the individual who accumulates the most wealth shall be crowned the world's richest and declared the champion." Chapter 70. Leading the leisure, the event commenced, and the students lined up according to their classes. Yuan Luoyi and Yu Hua found themselves once again as a solitary duo. The host, Naylan, extended her delicate hand to grasp a peculiar 10-sided die, each face inscribed with the digits 0, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Now, we shall roll the die to assign each of you your respective professions. The die was tossed into a brass plate, merrily bouncing within to reveal various numbers. Number 3. Advance 3 steps. Class A is merchants. Number 1. Advance 1 step. Class B is commoners. Number 4. Advance 4 steps. Class C is commoners. As it came time for Class D, Yuan Luoyi felt a pang of anxiety. According to the rules of the game, being a merchant was the most advantageous profession, as it allowed one to acquire wealth and subsequently lend it out for an additional 30 profit. In contrast, commoners were left to scrimp and save diligently. The most unfortunate profession was that of a beggar, who could not roll the die and had to solve 100 math problems to shed their beggar status and become commoner. Yuan Luoyi silently prayed to the divine, desperately wishing not to be assigned the role of a beggar. Exhaustion coupled with financial misfortune was a dire fate. Without the championship title, how could one hope to advance? And without advancement, how could one capture the true culprit? The 10-sided die rolled into the brass plate, producing a series of crisp clinks, and Naylan declared, Number 1. Advance 1 step. Class D is beggars. In that moment, Yuan Luoyi transformed into a resolute materialist warrior. Yu Hua lamented, "I detest math problems. 100 of them. Is the production team deliberately targeting us? There must be something wrong with that die." Yuan Luoyi nodded in agreement, sensing the die was indeed amiss, the numbers appearing far too calculated. She glanced at her old rival, Su Sun. In the past, if she had seen Yuan Luoyi at a disadvantage, she would have reveled in delivering a cutting blow. However, now she was exceedingly cautious, having also recognized the die's irregularities. Her expression grave as she scrutinized the game board. Naylan addressed the students. "Dear classmates, one must not solely fixate on wealth upon entering this world. It is through mutual aid that we can weather challenges. Thus, we shall select one student to become a philanthropist who may donate their assets to others, excluding beggars." The students buzzed excitedly in hushed tones. Yu Hua remarked, "Is this what it feels like to be targeted on all fronts?" As Naylan unveiled a small note, she announced, "The philanthropist for this game is Li Xin from Class C." Under the gaze of all, a girl with a ponytail was led onto the stage and adorned with the philanthropist's badge. Li Xin had always been Yuan Luoyi's staunch supporter, and she grasped Naylan's hand in fervor, exclaiming, "I want to donate all my wealth to Yuan Luoyi." Nailin, maintaining her composure, withdrew her hand, chuckling lightly. But that is not permissible. She is a beggar. Once she completes her 100 problems and becomes a commoner, she may accept your generous donation. Li Xin et saudos pet. Her disappointment palpable. Nailin continued, Now, I shall grant you all 5 minutes to rest. She stepped off the stage, while the students murmured amongst themselves. What a ridiculous game rule. It's utterly unfair. Class A has held the advantage since the outset. Indeed, their passive ability is usury, capable of increasing by 30%. As commoners, we possess nothing, forced to save diligently. Alas, let's not dwell on that. We are certainly better off than those two unfortunate souls from Class D. We are here to participate in a variety show, while they are here to study mathematics. Currently, the unfortunate beggar, Yuan Luoyi, remains emotionally stable as she weaves through the crowd and finds Li Xin. Upon seeing Yuan Luoyi, Li Xin beams with joy. Keep it up. As soon as you become a commoner, I will donate all my possessions to you. You will surely triumph. Yuan Luoyi responds with gratitude. Thank you. Li Xion's cheeks flush slightly. It's only right you have allowed me to capture many exclusive photographs, which has earned me quite a bit of pocket money. Yuan Luoyi inquires. Have you noticed that die? Li Xian, puzzled, asks, What about it? Just as Yuan Luoyi is about to explain, the Bella Class C, interjects forcefully. Yuan Li Xian is a student from our Class C. It is rather inappropriate for you to poach her. He then turns, glaring menacingly at Li Xian. You come from a single-parent family, don't you? Your father has worked hard to support you. He has been employed at my Family S company, diligent yet without a raise for years. I suggest you choose your donation recipients with caution. You understand my meaning, don't you? Hia's entourage quickly surrounds Li Xian, pulling her away as she furrows her brow and refrains from resisting. For a long time, Hia has bullied Li Xian precisely because Li Xian fears for her father's job. He has endured enough hardship. Yuan Luoyi traces a symbol in the air with her index finger, a horizontal line and 2 vertical ones. Upon seeing this, Li Xian's eyes light up. Ding, ding, ding. The game commences. The merchants are on the 3rd floor, in the VIP lounge, where tea and snacks abound. They sit comfortably on sofas, continually rolling dice, growing ever wealthier and securing their victory. The commoners are on the 2nd floor, where the sheer number of participants creates a sense of crowding. The most unfortunate are the beggars. Yuan Luoyi and Yu Hua remain on the 1st floor, faced with a thick stack of mathematics examination papers, each question extending beyond the syllabus. Yu Hua raises her hand. Director Zhang, this question is exceedingly difficult and entirely beyond the syllabus. May we collaborate? Director Zhang remains silent, gesturing for the cameras to turn away from Class D, focusing intently on the others. Yu Hua whispers, It seems we can. I will tackle the first 50 questions, and you can handle the latter 50. You go ahead and become a commoner. Yuan Luoyi asks, Why are you helping me again? Yu Hua points to the individuals above. Class A is the most comfortable. They appear to be reveling in a grand party, occasionally looking down upon the 2nd and 1st floors with a mix of disdain and pity. Yu Hua adds, This game has been unfair from the start. If you win, I can relish the sight of their exquisite sour faces. Yuan Luoyi agrees. All right. The two begin working on the papers. Yu Hua, a natural genius, completes even the advanced mathematics questions with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Yuan Luoyi taps into her memory fragments, the system switching to a focused mode, her performance metrics steadily rising. Though she feels a bit dizzy, her pen remains in motion. On the 2nd floor, Hia was having an exceptionally delightful time. Li Xin, you've earned another 500,000, haven't you? Quickly donate it all to me. Li Xin ziplit anzai. With the sound of money flowing, Hia received another 500,000. While the merchant on the 3rd floor could only make a 30% profit by lending at high interest, she directly demanded from Li Xian. Her wealth multiplied exponentially, and soon her fortune ranked first. Ding! Attention, all game participants. A beggar has completed the task and has been upgraded to a commoner. Li Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, it has finally arrived. I'm almost there too. Victory is within sight. Hia rolled her eyes. Victory? You have not a single cent in your account. What does it matter that Yuan Luoyi is now a commoner? Are you daydreaming in broad daylight? With a smile, he cast the dice. This time, I am certain to win. Li Xian remarked, this time it will be an 8. According to the map, you will move 8 steps and receive 6 million. As soon as she finished speaking, the dice stopped, revealing the number 8 on top. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Li Xian picked up the dice and began to roll again. This time it is a 3. I will move 3 steps and receive 100,000. Then donate it to you. The dice bounced a few times in the copper tray before settling on 3. Hia, enraged, slammed her hand on the table. You are cheating. You are definitely cheating. How could you possibly know the number on the dice in advance? Li Xian chuckled, extending her finger in the air and gesturing as Yuan Luoyi had done, 1 horizontal and 2 vertical. Haven't you realized yet? The numbers on the dice are predetermined. 31415926. That S. I have memorized the first 300 digits of, and next you will receive a 1. Furthermore, moving forward 1 step, the map states that you have been reformed, and before your death, you will bequeath all your wealth to the philanthropist. He was struck with shock, her fingers trembling as she dared not roll the dice. She was on the verge of losing, completely losing. Ding! Please act swiftly, contestants. Ding! The countdown begins. This round will automatically roll the dice. 3, 2, 1. A 10-sided die was thrown, bouncing in the copper tray, and, unsurprisingly, it landed on 1. The player perished, having been supported by the philanthropist for many years, bequeathing all her assets to them. Listening to the sound of countless coins colliding, Li Xian joyfully shouted, I have decided to donate all my wealth to Yuan Luoyi. Suddenly, the elevator on the 3rd floor opened, and Yuan Luoyi emerged, instantly transforming from a beggar into a wealthy individual. Meanwhile, in the Yuan family S-Corporate building, Yuan Hu glanced at the screen displaying Yuan Luoyi and chuckled softly. Since the program began, he had set aside his work to focus intently on the live broadcast. Employees whispered among themselves, the boss is slacking off during work hours. And he's smiling. My goodness, this is the 3rd time I've seen him smile. He must be watching his sister. Chapter 71. The two on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, the students of class, and were anxiously fixated on Yuan Luoyi. A beggar had intruded upon the merchant's domain, akin to a fierce wolf charging into a flock of sheep. They were acutely aware that their days of comfort were drawing to a close, for Yuan Luoyi would undoubtedly prevail. Casting a glance around the room, Yuan Luoyi noted that the filming crew had lavishly redecorated the space, rendering it opulent and extravagant. Beneath her feet lay a thick, hand-woven Persian carpet, complemented by tables crafted from Italian-imported black and gold marble, with even the drinking cups adorned in gold and jade. Director Zhang lamented daily to his wealthy benefactor. Thus these items were surely rented. She would need to exercise caution during the competition, should she inadvertently shatter anything. Director Zhang might well suffer cardiac arrest on the spot. A massive screen hung on the wall, broadcasting a variety show in real time, with the image prominently featuring Yuan Luoyi herself, as an avalanche of comments flooded in. After such a long wait, I finally see Yuan Luoyi. The creator has sculpted her to perfection. Her eyes soar through the heavens, untainted by the world. Today has once again been a day of healing thanks to EE. Have you all noticed? She seems to have grown a little taller. Is this the joy of nurturing? Suddenly, the scene shifted, the camera focusing on Su Sun, who smiled as she tossed the dice, revealing the number 7 on the 10-sided die. The triumphant background music surged, capturing everyone's attention. Host Naylan exclaimed, Su Sun has discovered the secret of a dice. What a clever girl. Every move calculated meticulously, she has uncovered the sole path for the commoners to triumph over the merchants. That is, let the merchants toil to amass wealth, while she renders currency worthless. Congratulations to contestant Su Sun for rolling a 7. Advance 7 spaces on the map. The world is struck by a financial tsunami, causing all currencies to depreciate by a staggering 10,000. Gold, as the most ancient form of wealth preservation, shines anew, appreciating by 10,000. No sooner had the words left her lips than the merchants on the 3rd floor sprang to their feet in panic. their wealth rankings plummeting, while Su Sun's name soared to prominence. Ultimately, only Yuan Luoyi and Su Sun remained on the leaderboard, their wealth values perfectly aligned. Undoubtedly, this was a deliberately orchestrated one-on-one showdown by the production team. The commoners on the second floor were equally stunned, their emotions a tumultuous mix of anger and envy. No wonder Su Sun preferred gold over currency. I sold all my gold to her. She claimed gold would depreciate in the future. How could I have believed her? What a dreadful mistake. They lamented. I've missed the opportunity to amass wealth. As Su Sun approached the elevator leading to the third floor, she flashed a disingenuous smile at the crowd. Farewell, you naive souls. Thanks to your transparent foolishness, I have reaped great joy from this harvest. Her words incited fury among the assembly. Some slammed their fists on the tables in outrage. Others glared with indignation, and several teacups shattered upon hitting the ground. As first-year students, they had come to a profound realization through this variety show. The destruction of wealth is akin to the destruction of life itself. Director Zhang stared at the shattered teacup, gasping in dismay. It was a rental, and now he would incur a loss. On the large screen, the barrage of comments flowed incessantly. Wow, Su Sun feels different from before. So arrogant, yet slightly charming. During the last quiz competition, she performed admirably, although there were allegations of cheating. Surely, this time she won to resort to such tactics. How delightful that it's once again Su Sun facing off against Yuan Luoyi, a thrilling showdown for the Shuani grass faction. The resurgence of these two popular contestants in the variety show led to a surge in live viewers, somewhat alleviating director Zhang's heartache. Su Sun's original fans rallied to support her, yet she remained oblivious to it all, fixated solely on one thought: how to secure victory. During the previous competition, her mindset had completely unraveled, causing her to miss out on triumph. This time, she was determined to redeem herself. Ding! The third floor had arrived. As the elevator doors opened slowly, Su Sun stepped out, finding herself face-to-face with Yuan Luoyi. She scrutinized Yuan Luoyi's face. Just a day had passed. Yet this faux villainess had transformed once more. There is a saying, your greatest understanding comes from your enemy. Thus, Su Sun was perpetually observing Yuan Luoyi, aware that she had undoubtedly encountered numerous dark moments recently and had emerged successfully. Such rapid growth elicited both admiration and envy in Su Sun. Her remarkable intelligence, combined with diligent effort, had garnered her many achievements, allowing her to navigate easily among others. However, when faced with Yuan Luoyi, she became unusually sensitive, unable to suppress her desire to showcase her worth, fearful of being looked down upon. Eventually, Su Sun recognized this state as a manifestation of her insecurity, reminiscent of their first encounter. On a sweltering summer day, a group of first-year students buzzed with excitement under the cacophony of cicadas in a bright classroom. Amidst the stark contrast of an 11-year-old girl, Yuan Luoyi, Su Sun gazed at her from a distance, irresistibly thinking, she is truly adorable. Then, an overwhelming wave of inferiority crashed over her. Su Sun knew she could never exude such charm, for she was a pretense molded by her mother's harsh discipline. The echoes of her mother's scorn reverberated throughout her childhood. Why can't you endure such trivial hardships? Do you think you could defeat the offspring of the Yuan family? Are you intent on bringing shame to the Su name? My parents were destroyed by the Yuan family. I was only 18 when tragedy struck. I dropped out to sing and drink at night to repay debts, all while providing for your sister's education. Since your arrival, I've worked 3 jobs just to enroll you in a ballet class. Why are you crying? Do you have the right to weep? I am the one who deserves to cry. How can you face me like this? Thus, when her inebriated mother lost control and hurled an empty beer bottle at Su Sun, she did not flinch. The bottle shattered against her head, a trickle of blood flowing down her forehead, yet she remained silent. After washing her face, cleaning the blood, applying a bandage, tidying the disarrayed room, and covering her unconscious mother with a blanket, she numbly slung her backpack over her shoulder and set off for her advanced mathematics class. Upon encountering her teachers and classmates, Su Sun displayed a quintessential ladylike smile, just as her mother had instructed. Her mother had often asserted, men are not fond of assertive women. You must embody grace and composure at all times, resembling a true lady. This was for your own benefit, she insisted. For one day you shall become a star admired by many and even wed into the highest echelons of society. I have paved the way for you. Your aunt is now an English teacher at Xinghan Middle School, serving as the head of Class A. She will assist you in forging connections with influential families. All resources are dedicated to your success. Do not let me down. If you thrive, the Su family will gain the power to seek retribution against Yuan Fa. In such a familial environment, Su Sun should have harbored disdain for Yuan Luoyi, yet she did not. When the pressure became overwhelming and she found herself violently ill in the restroom, she suddenly heard faint sobs from the adjacent stall. Those were the sounds of Yuan Luoyi weeping. Cautiously approaching the partition, she pressed her ear against it, and the sorrowful, guilt-ridden cries became clearer. In an astonishing turn of events, Su Sun felt a sense of relief within herself. It dawned on her that Yuan Luoyi, too, was merely putting on a fade. Perhaps they could become friends. Chapter 72. A string of numbers becoming friends with Yuan Luoyi suddenly emerged as the most compelling desire of Su Sun. Should her mother discover this, she would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. Yet, the thrill of rebellion urged her forward. Soon enough, Su Sun seized an opportunity, intercepting Yuan Luoyi in the corridor with her chin held high. I see you often spend time alone. How about I become your friend? I can accompany you to the restroom, to the cafeteria, and even team up with you in physical education class. No, thank you. Yuan Luoyi promptly declined Su Sun's offer without hesitation. With a resounding crack, Su Sun's carefully guarded pride shattered into fragments. Summoning all her courage, she had extended an invitation that, to Yuan Luoyi, must have seemed utterly nonsensical. Consequently, Su Sun rallied the students of Class A to ostracize Yuan Luoyi. Everything unfolded seamlessly, as if by design. Class A was predominantly composed of illustrious families who, while maintaining a fade of courtesy towards the Yuan family, had long harbored dissatisfaction and aspired to usurp their position. Without Su Sun's urging, they would have treated Yuan Luoyi with indifference. After all, the act of isolation, though not monumental, held weight. The Yuan family could not compel the children to befriend Yuan Luoyi. The class teacher, Ms. Su, turned a blind eye to the situation. Having abandoned a lucrative position as a translator to teach at Xinghan Middle School, her motives were twofold: to associate with the influential and to suppress the offspring of the Yuan family. Following the devastating blow to the Su family, all surviving members united with unwavering resolve to exact vengeance upon the Yuan family. During family gatherings, they would often recount tales of past hardships to Su Sun. We wandered, worked odd jobs, endured bullying, and struggled amidst poverty and illness, with no hope of relief. Yet your mother, a resilient spirit, with a voice as sweet as an angel's and an ever-evolving style, rose from a bar singer to a celebrated star, restoring the Su family's fortunes. And you, my child, have perfectly inherited your mother's virtues. You shall elevate our family to new heights. In such moments, Su Sun remained silent. The adults were merely venting their emotions. As a younger generation, her thoughts were deemed insignificant, overlooked, and unheard. Their sole concern was whether Su Sun had triumphed over Yuan Luoyi that day. This particular campus variety show garnered their utmost attention. Those with wealth contributed financially to enhance Su Sun's popularity, while others lent their strength to promote her. Her mother even leveraged her connections to secure Su Sun a prominent position at the opening ceremony. Alas, Su Sun disappointed them as Yuan Luoyi surged ahead, drawing forth a chorus of scorn from her family members. Overwhelmed by despair, she yearned to end it all. Thus, when he accused her of cheating, she readily accepted the blame, contemplating withdrawal from school as a means of liberation. Regrettably, her mother utilized her connections to transfer her to Class C, compelling her to persist in the competition against Yuan Luoyi. One day, Yuan Luoyi arrived at the door of Class C, seeking class president Yi Min. Su Sun felt an immediate irritation upon seeing her and hastily informed her of Yi Min's whereabouts, hoping to hasten her departure. Yuan Luoyi remarked, "You don't seem to put on airs in Class C." Su Sun shouted, "Let's go. I truly do not wish to see you." Yuan Luoyi replied, I used to put on quite a show as well, albeit in a manner quite opposite to yours. However, after embracing a more carefree attitude, life has become significantly easier. When one is overly concerned with the perceptions of others, they risk losing their sense of self. Did she truly believe she could simply shed her facade? Selfhood? She lacked the right to weep or to possess a true self. Yet, upon a moment of reflection, Su Sun came to a startling realization. Yuan Luoyi had become an unattainable figure. If this continued, she would never emerge victorious. Perhaps it was time to take a bold leap. Even if she could not surpass Yuan Luoyi, her tempestuous, anti-heroine persona would surely lead her mother to expel her from school. Thus, Su Sun joyfully discovered that the sole remedy for her internal struggles was to embrace a delirious joy. Her mother dared not discipline her, fearing it might provoke further madness. Suddenly, Su Sun was filled with vitality and confidence. Each day became a delight as she devised elaborate insults for her classmates, and the long-standing torment of her vomiting condition dissipated. She truly owed her gratitude to Yuan Luoyi for this epiphany. Now, within the cafeteria of Xinghan High School, the surveillance camera on the third floor focused on Su Sun, while her gaze was firmly fixed on Yuan Luoyi. In the last knowledge competition, Su Sun had tasted defeat, but now she felt rejuvenated, ready to confront Yuan Luoyi as her authentic self. She was determined to win, not for the Su family, but for herself. She intended to make Yuan Luoyi aware that she had overlooked a truly remarkable friend. The host, Naylan, also arrived on the third floor, producing a small slip of paper with hints. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the most exhilarating moment of the competition. A heavy drum roll echoed as the curtain was slowly drawn back, revealing a dazzling golden bell. This was a Nasdaq bell. Its ringing signified a company's official listing, bestowing immense wealth upon its founders. This ceremony, which commenced in 1971, has a rich history of 112 years as of this year, 2083. Contestants, please take your positions at the starting line. When the gun sounds, you must overcome the obstacles and race forward. The first to ring the bell will see their company listed and shall become the wealthiest. Su Sun understood. Previously, it had been a battle of wits, but now it would be with strength. Yuan Luoyi, though seemingly delicate, possessed considerable power. Su Sun's physical stamina was lacking, yet her experience in dance endowed her with flexibility and agility, allowing her to navigate obstacles with greater speed. She had a chance to win. As they approached the starting line, the focus of the crowd converged upon them. Bang! The gun fired. Yuan Luoyi surged ahead, with Su Sun close behind. Upon encountering the first obstacle, Su Sun leaped gracefully, gradually closing the distance between herself and Yuan Luoyi. The large screen displayed a flurry of comments. Some cheering for Yuan Luoyi, others rallying for Su Sun. The audience erupted in enthusiastic shouts of encouragement. As they cleared the second obstacle, Su Sun drew nearer still. Then came the third. She could almost reach out and grasp Yuan Luoyi. The fourth obstacle was upon them. She was nearly level with Yuan Luoyi, surpassing the fifth obstacle. Victory was within her grasp. Dingling, a resounding chime echoed as Yuan Luoyi forcefully struck the bell. Naylan proclaimed, "Congratulations to Yuan Luoyi for successfully ringing the Nasdaq bell. The company is now listed. The world's wealthiest individual in this round of the game is Yuan Luoyi." The large screen was inundated with an overwhelming barrage of comments, rendering it indecipherable, while the applause and cheers resonated throughout the venue. Su Sun, her mind in a daze and breathless from running, turned to the equally breathless Yuan Luoyi and asked, "Why have you won again?" Yuan Luoyi stared at her reddened hand and replied, "I believe it is because someone once told me that whatever I wish to grasp, I can certainly seize, which compel me to run with all my might." Su Sun fell into silence, then tilted her head back and chuckled softly. Did she have to exert herself so fiercely in the competition? Truly, she could not compare. In the audience, Su's mother's fury was palpable. She stood with her arms crossed, gritting her teeth in anger. However, it was of little consequence now. The second-place prize amounted to 150,000, granting Su Sun her financial independence. She no longer required her mother. Eager to leave, Su Sun was approached by a group of reporters. Su Sun, your performance was truly outstanding. How do you plan to develop your career in the entertainment industry? Facing the cameras, Su Sun unapologetically rolled her eyes. Don't even mention the entertainment industry. I detest that realm. Get lost. I aspire to become an astronomer. She pushed past the astonished reporters and joyfully made her way to collect her prize. Meanwhile, as the champion, Yuan Luoyi heard the voice of the system. Ding. System notification. Influence has reached 270. Retrieval function activated. Clue function activated. The weight on Yuan Luoyi's heart was finally lifted as she activated two functions simultaneously. The retrieval function would cause her to faint each time, so she decided to utilize it at night. The clue function, however, was ready for use. Activate the clue function, she commanded. Ding. Clue for the explosion case successfully activated. A torrent of handwritten numbers suddenly appeared before Yuan Luoyi. 82-1, 31 L1, 2 TNT 82, 6 30 L, 2 TNT 82, 7 15 L, 2 TNT 82, 18 L, 2 TNT 82, 12 L, 2 TNT 83, 2 27 L2, 2 TNT 83, 8 19 L2, 2 TNT 83, 10 17 L2, 6 TNT. After contemplating for a moment, Yuan Luoyi discerned how to uncover the true culprit behind the explosion case. Chapter 73. Award Ceremony within the cafeteria of Xinghan Middle School. The audience's fervor had yet to wane. Applause erupted in waves, a testament to the contestants' performances that exceeded all expectations. Amidst the clamor, the production team commenced preparations for the award ceremony, laboriously bringing in a three-tiered podium, a mound of sunflowers, and celebratory firecrackers. Su Sun wrinkled her nose in distaste. The firecrackers would spew forth a cascade of glittering powder, creating a splendid visual effect, yet the remnants would cling stubbornly to her garments, proving nearly impossible to wash out. With her imminent departure from the Su household to live independently, the prospect of laundering her clothes was particularly bothersome. However, for the sake of the monetary reward, she resolved to endure it. As her gaze swept across the crowd, Su Sun spotted Director Zhang and approached him. Director Zhang, may I receive my prize now? Director Zhang inquired. Do you wish to collect it yourself? Indeed, she affirmed. His brow furrowed in concern. You are quite young, and 150,000 is no trifling sum. It is customary for our production team to disburse the prizes to the students' guardians. Just as Su Sun was about to counter his statement, she suddenly heard the familiar sound of high heels clicking against the floor. Turning, she beheld her mother, resplendent in a shimmering gold gown with a daring slit, moving with an alluring grace that belied her years. Director Zhang, do not give her any money, her mother exclaimed. This child has been a constant source of turmoil. She cannot even conduct an interview properly. I do not know what madness has overtaken her. She is becoming increasingly disobedient. Mother, Su Sun replied, you must understand that the progress of humanity is largely attributed to the younger generation's tendency to disregard the counsel of their elders. Her mother pointed an accusatory finger at her, trembling with indignation, ready to unleash a well-deserved reprimand. Yet Su Sun interjected, this is not merely my assertion. It is a sentiment voiced by the British author W. Somerset Maugham. Perhaps you ought to admonish him at his grave, preferably in English, as foreign spirits do not comprehend Chinese. Furthermore, Director Zhang, my mother is an irredeemable alcoholic. I possess video evidence of her drunken assaults on me, and I have formally petitioned to revoke her guardianship. You must grant me the prize, for it is my rightful earnings, and I possess the authority to manage it. I will be relying on this money for my sustenance after leaving the Su household. Director Zhang appeared conflicted, reluctant to involve himself in such familial disputes. In her youth, Su's mother had been a celebrated singer, devoting herself to Su Sun's upbringing, a fact well known throughout the entertainment industry. Regrettably, the immense pressure she exerted had transformed gratitude into resentment. Very well, he conceded, I shall consult with the legal department and provide you with a response by this evening. Agreed. Upon hearing this resolution, Su's mother was left breathless with indignation, striking her chest with her hand while glaring at her rebellious daughter. Su son hastidi di partir. confident that she would indeed receive her prize. Director Zhang's reluctance to embarrass her mother had merely prompted a more diplomatic statement. Returning to her previous spot, Su Sun observed Yuan Luoyi, who was concealed in a shadowy corner, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. She resembled a charming little fish, seeking refuge among coral to evade predators, her surroundings so pleasant that she began to feel drowsy. However, Yuan Luoyi was evading the reporters, as her previous outstanding performance had piqued their interest, causing them to fixate on her, unwilling to let her go. Su Sun was aware that Yuan Luoyi despised wasting time with journalists. Their gazes unexpectedly met in the air. After a moment of silence, Su Sun spoke first, feigning arrogance as she lifted her chin. "You have rejected me many times. Now, do you regret not becoming my friend?" Yuan Luoyi lowered her eyes, contemplating for a moment. On the competition field, her heightened concentration shielded her from the surrounding cheers. Her entire world consisted solely of the finish line and the relentless pursuit of Su Sun beside her. Although they were rivals, there were fleeting moments when they seemed to share a profound connection. Moreover, Su Sun had changed. She no longer pretended and appeared less intolerable than before. Yuan Luoyi replied, "I do feel a bit regretful." Such a sincere and candid response caught Su Sun off guard. She had prepared a sarcastic retort, but found herself at a loss, her mind struggling to reorganize its thoughts. Meanwhile, Sun Junxian, who had been lingering nearby, seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he strode confidently to Yuan Luoyi and said, "Yuan Luoyi, I secured third place in this event." Yuan Luoyi responded, "Oh, congratulations." Seeing Yuan Luoyi acknowledge him, Sun Junxian suddenly felt a surge of confidence. After all, he was quite handsome, a golden-haired mixed blood and the heartthrob of Xinghan High School, with girls lining up to present him with gifts. Although he had previously bullied Yuan Luoyi, he had genuinely apologized, and time had passed. Surely, she had forgiven him by now. There was hope. They could reconcile as if nothing had happened. A radiant smile spread across Sun Junxian's face as he continued. "My grandfather taught me about finance, so I habitually converted 10 of my funds into gold, and coincidentally, the value of gold appreciated, allowing me to become third." Su Sun rolled her eyes skyward, exclaiming, "Sun Junxian, that's not coincidence. That's my stroke of genius. Last time, you rode my coattails to third place, and now you've done it again. You're truly fortunate." Sun Junxian had long heard of Su Sun's falling from grace as a refined lady. Consequently, many boys in Class A wept and cursed Su Sun as a greedy vixen, with some even contemplating retreating to a monastery, only to be dissuaded by a reprimanding from their parents. Witnessing Su Sun's irritable outburst today, Sun Junxian found it quite unsettling. He wished to retaliate, but in front of Yuan Luoyi, he aimed to maintain an image of tolerance and magnanimity. Su Sun glanced at Yuan Luoyi and then at Sun Junxian's ostentatious demeanor, and she understood. "Ah, you shouldn't overthink it. She's merely being polite." Su Sun gently patted Yuan Luoyi's shoulder, saying, "Let us go. The award ceremony is about to commence." As they departed, Sun Junxian stomped his foot in frustration. The staff had already prepared a splendid stage, and the host, Nalan, announced the official beginning of the award ceremony. Yuan Luoyi secured the first place, earning a prize of 300,000. Su Sun claimed the second spot, with a reward of 150,000, while Sun Junxian took third, receiving 10,000. Initially, Yuan Luoyi was elated, but upon hearing Director Zhang mention that the money would be directly transferred to her second brother, Yuan Fa, her smile faded. Nalan announced, "Dear audience, today's variety show has come to a close. We look forward to seeing you again." The applause from the audience was thunderous, and the barrage of comments on the screen was dazzling. Fireworks erupted, and shimmering confetti fell, with many pieces landing in Yuan Luoyi's hair. After the ceremony concluded, she expertly evaded the reporters and made a swift exit through the back door, returning to Class D, where she spent a considerable amount of time cleaning the confetti from her hair. The afternoon was devoid of activities, and Class D had no lessons. Yuhua weary. slumped over the desk, exclaiming, "I absolutely adore solving math problems. It leaves me in a state of blissful confusion." Yuan Luoyi was not faring much better. The exhaustion was only apparent after the event concluded, as her mind registered the overwhelming number of math problems she had tackled in such a short span. It was time for a break. She languidly drawled, "I am quite the opposite. I currently find great joy in sleeping, feeling a sense of peace as if I am finally at rest." Thus, the two of them languished through the afternoon. When school was over, a familiar car pulled up beside Yuan Luoyi, and the door opened for her. Her elder brother, Yuan Huan, smiled and asked, "You performed splendidly today. Are you tired?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "Not at all, brother. Can I visit the company now?" Yuan Huan responded, "Certainly. Let me take you for a little tour." Yuan Luoyi perked up. The school chapter was finally closed, and now she had a crucial task at hand: to uncover the true culprit behind the bombing incident. The sequence of numbers was highly systematic, representing the year, month, day, floor, and the quantity of explosives placed. This must have been a note penned by the perpetrator. By meticulously cross-referencing the time and location with the company's surveillance footage, she would be able to identify this individual. Chapter 74. The Yuan Family Company. The Yuan Family Enterprise was a place that the young Yuan Luoyi frequently visited during her childhood, under the management of her father, Yuan. However, he was not an exemplary president. He became engrossed in the study of new weaponry, often disappearing for extended periods. Fortunately, the Yuan family's formidable strength, cultivated over a century, sustained the company. Yuan's mother, possessing a keen business acumen, would step in to make significant decisions whenever her husband was unavailable. Thus, she would carry little Yuan Luoyi to the company, reluctantly assuming control of everything, often shaking her head in despair. "My husband, towering over 2 meters, has run away again. I merely acted out a moment of passion, inflicting 2 superficial wounds while carefully avoiding any vital organs. It was merely flesh wounds, not life-threatening, yet he fled under the cover of night. Oh, how distressing this is. What significance does this wretched marriage hold for me? Now my husband has abandoned me, and I am stripped of my freedom, compelled to manage this vast estate." As a normal child, Yuan Luoyi could not comprehend her parents' dynamics, yet she sensed an underlying affection between them. This situation persisted until her elder brother, Yuan Hua, returned from abroad. He took over the company, managing it with impeccable organization. The employees both feared and respected him. Whenever a crisis arose, chaos would ensue, but with Yuan Hua's arrival, calm would be restored, and matters would be handled with precision under his direction. However, the staff were aware that Yuan Hua generally maintained a serious demeanor, polite yet distant, though his eyes softened when he spoke of his little sister. Out of curiosity, many employees began searching online for variety shows, captivated by Yuan Luoyi's performances, and soon found themselves deeply engrossed. Now, Yuan Hua had brought his sister to the company. Although it was past the official closing time, the employees remained eagerly peering about. And when they spotted Yuan Luoyi, they were left in awe. Goodness, she is utterly adorable. Time has flown. She has grown so much since the days when Madame Yuan frequently brought her here. Strolling alongside her brother in the company lobby, Yuan Luoyi was drawn to the massive double-headed serpent emblem that hung prominently, representing both the Yuan family and the company itself. The Yuan family owned hundreds of companies spanning various industries, with this location being the headquarters, the oldest and largest, historically dedicated to pharmaceuticals, boasting numerous medical patents. After surveying the surroundings, Yuan Luoyi expressed, "Brother, I wish to see the monitoring room." Yuan Hua inquired, "What is your interest in that place?" Yuan Luoyi responded, "Since it is where you work, I wish to ascertain the level of security here." With a gentle smile, Yuan Hua ruffled her hair. "This place is very secure. All entrants undergo security checks, and the surveillance is comprehensive, equipped with artificial intelligence that automatically identifies suspicious individuals. Come, let's take a look." The pair ascended to the second-floor monitoring room, filled with screens displaying real-time footage of the entire building. 2 employees were on duty, and, upon seeing Yuan Hua, they promptly stood to attention. Yuan Hua stated, "My sister is intrigued by the security system here. I've brought her to observe." Encountering a child's curiosity about one's professional domain is undoubtedly a source of joy, as the employees beam with delight. Suddenly, the phone of Yuan Luoyi buzzed, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Apologetically, he informed Yuan Luoyi, "I must step out to take a call." Yuan Luoyi nodded in understanding. "All right." Yuan Luoyi hurriedly exited, burdened with the responsibility of managing numerous affairs, perpetually busy. An employee inquired, "Little girl, what would you like to know?" Yuan Luoyi asked, "Can this security system assist me in locating someone?" The employee responded, "As long as the criteria you provide are adequate, we can find them." Reflecting on the numbers, Yuan Luoyi continued, "If I wish to find someone who visited the first floor on January 31st, 1982. The employee's fingers swiftly danced across the keyboard. Entering the information, Yuan Luoyi proceeded. On June 30th, July 15th, October 8th, and December 1st of 1982, they were also on the first floor. With a decisive strike of the enter key, 3 photographs appeared on screen. The employee remarked, "These 3 individuals meet the criteria you specified. Isn't it remarkable? The current security system makes locating individuals quite convenient." Yuan Luoyi leaned closer to observe. All 3 were men, yet her gaze fixated on the janitor, Zhao Lei. The others had arrived with briefcases, whereas he maneuvered a small cleaning cart, which could conveniently conceal explosives. Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Which of the 3 visited the second floor on February 27th, 1983? With a swift input of the conditions and a press of the enter key, Zhao Lei's photograph appeared alone on the screen. Yuan Luoyi was correct. He was aged, his hair graying, eyes dull and devoid of spirit, and his face etched with wrinkles. This elderly janitor had spent years surreptitiously transporting explosives into the premises, meticulously planning for destruction. While the perpetrator had been identified, new questions arose. The true culprit was a woman, and Zhao Lei was undoubtedly merely her accomplice. Unraveling the mystery to uncover the mastermind would not be an easy task. Yuan Luoyi required time to devise a strategy. The employee asked, "Is there anything else you need?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "No, thank you." The 2 employees smiled even more broadly. After a brief farewell, Yuan Luoyi exited, noticing a few individuals leaving for home down the corridor, yet there was no sign of Yuan Luoyi. Where could he have gone? Perhaps he was engaged in a call concerning sensitive business matters, wishing to avoid eavesdroppers. After taking a few steps forward, Yuan Luoyi spotted a man standing before a fire cabinet, jotting notes on a white card, with a cleaning cart parked beside him. She recognized him, Zhao Lei. It dawned on her that to obliterate a floor would require 10 kilograms of TNT, trinitrotoluene. Such a substantial quantity of explosives would be conspicuous anywhere. However, stored within the various fire cabinets throughout the premises, it would merely be perceived as emergency supplies. Summoning her courage, Yuan Luoyi approached Zhao Lei. She noticed a card bearing a long string of numbers, among which Zhao Lei had just inscribed 83. 6 TNT. It dawned on Yuan Luoyi that today was indeed October 17th, and that on previous occasions, only 2 units of explosives had been deployed. Today, however, the quantity had unexpectedly increased to 6. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei became aware of Yuan Luoyi's presence and stepped back in astonishment, exclaiming, "Aren't you the daughter of the Yuan family? What brings you here?" Chapter 75. Never terminated. Yuan Luoyi never anticipated that she would engage in direct conversation with Zhao Lei. He was a malevolent criminal, intent on annihilating everyone present, while she was merely an 11-year-old girl, determined to protect her family. Almost instinctively, Yuan Luoyi began to disguise her true feelings. She swiftly quelled her panic, donning a gentle smile, her large, bright eyes radiating innocence. Every movement of her petite frame was a silent testament to her portrayal as an endearing child, utterly defenseless, easily lured away by a mere lollipop. This strategy proved remarkably effective, as Zhao Lei's demeanor softened. He adopted a gentler tone and inquired again, "Why are you here all alone?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "I am looking for my older brother." Zhao Lei responded, "Older brother? Ah, you must be searching for Yuan Zhou. He is over there in the glass booth." On a direct call, he gestured to the left, and Yuan Luoyi followed his gaze to a cluster of glass booths, where a tall, dark figure was faintly visible, presumably Yuan Hong. Choosing not to depart, Yuan Luoyi seized the opportunity to extract valuable information. She fixed her gaze on the card in Zhao Lei's hand and politely asked, "Uncle, what is this?" Faced with her sudden inquiry, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow, which only served to accentuate his age. This card contained details regarding the timing and quantity of explosives, and he silently hoped that the child had not noticed. Ignoring her question, he contemplated leaving, believing his task for the day was complete. Yet, as he looked upon Yuan Luoyi's innocent face, a wave of hesitation washed over him, stirring long-buried memories and emotions. It had been a while since he had interacted with anyone. The cold-blooded serpent family could indeed produce such a charming child. She appeared to possess a deep understanding, undoubtedly a well-behaved child in her daily life. After a moment of internal conflict, Zhao Lei bent down and revealed the card, albeit turning it over to conceal its contents. It bore a photograph of a young woman cradling a 3- or 4-year-old girl, both of them laughing joyfully. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Lei murmured, "This is a picture of my wife and daughter. They have both passed away." Yuan Luoyi was taken aback, realizing that this man had inscribed his murderous intentions on the back of a cherished family photograph. Not far off, Yuan Hong concluded his phone call and stepped through the glass door. In an instant, Zhao Lei's previously melancholic expression transformed into one of icy resolve. He tucked the photograph into his pocket and pushed the cleaning cart aside. He stated, "Your brother has come to find you." Yuan Luoyi turned around to see Yuan Hong approaching her. When she looked back, Zhao Lei had already exited via the elevator. Yuan Hong arrived at her side and asked, "You finished with the security department? Haven to you? Where else do you wish to go in the company?" Yuan Luoyi replied, "To the cafeteria." Having located the individual responsible for the explosives, she had essentially fulfilled her initial mission and sought to replenish her energy. The cafeteria of the Yuan family company did not disappoint. The food was quite delectable and reasonably priced, with numerous employees purchasing ample provisions to take home and share with their families. The company's employee benefits were consistently high, even foregoing a clock-in system for attendance. The ancestors of the Yuan family believed that a rigid work schedule would stifle human creativity. The Yuan family primarily relies on various inventions and patents to amass substantial profits, and its employees are predominantly researchers. Only freedom can ignite their imaginative potential. At 6 p.m, after finishing her meal, Yuan Luoyi exited the company with Yuan Huan, awaiting the driver to retrieve their car from the underground garage. On the street, the red light illuminated, prompting pedestrians to halt, engaging in laughter and conversation. Discussing their plans for gatherings, the air filled with a cacophony of voices. As the green light appeared, a throng surged forward, their footsteps resonating like a hurried drumbeat. Suddenly, a black sedan roared to life, barreling into the crowd with the ferocity of a bullet, stirring up clouds of dust as screams erupted amidst the chaos. A resounding thud echoed as someone was struck. The vehicle callously rolled over, bones shattered, blood splattering as the car sped away, its horn blaring. Crimson blood slowly spread across the ground, while onlookers shouted in frantic urgency, "Call an ambulance! Good heavens! How could someone survive such a fate? Does anyone know this person? Quick, contact their family. I know him. He is the janitor from our company, Zhao Lei. He has no family." Upon hearing this, Yuan Luoyi felt her heart plummet. Zhao Lei was dead. She felt an urge to rush forward to ascertain the truth, but Yuan Huan grasped her shoulder, pulling her back protectively. He had witnessed Zhao Lei's body. It was a scene of brutal carnage that would haunt her with nightmares. Yuan Luoyi's mind raced as she looked up, suddenly noticing a camera aimed directly at her. Surveying her surroundings, she saw numerous cameras pivoting in unison, like the eyes of a spider, gleaming black and glossy, tracking her every move as if she were prey. She recalled her brief encounters with Zhao Lei, all of which had occurred under the watchful gaze of countless cameras. The true culprit had been observing them all along. Zhao Lei had made a grave error. When Yuan Luoyi questioned him, he should have left immediately. By divulging information, he had unwittingly exposed himself to danger, and the price he paid was his life. A chill coursed through her, and her breath quickened as she realized she was drawing closer to the perpetrator, who, in turn, could now take notice of her. What made matters worse was her position in the open while the assailant lurked in shadows. Surely, they must wonder why Yuan Luoyi had ventured to this location, prompting the activation of so many cameras to track her. She needed to disguise her presence. A grisly accident had just occurred, and although she had remained composed after witnessing so much bloodshed, a typical 11-year-old girl would be terrified. Thus, she lunged forward, collapsing in her older brother Yuan Huan's embrace. Trembling uncontrollably, he gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. Let us return." When their car arrived, they climbed in and made their way back to the Yuan residence, which was relatively safe for the time being. Yuan Huan prepared a plethora of sweet treats for Yuan Luoyi, but she remained in a state of shock, unable to eat. Retreating to her room and locking the door behind her. There are too many enigmas. The true culprit is cunning and cruel, endowed with wealth and power, capable of bribery and manipulation, able to summon vast resources and surveil every corner. The new timeline is no longer secure. How could she harbor the illusion that this place is safe? The fate of death has certainly not been averted. Yet, regardless of how terrifying or formidable the adversary may be, she must unearth the true villain. Seated at the edge of her bed, she took a deep breath and addressed the system. Initiate the retracing. The familiar sensation of dizziness engulfed her, and she felt herself gently collapse, returning to the tragic, old timeline. As she opened her eyes, the first thing she beheld was a pristine white rabbit plush, perched by the window, its round, glistening eyes fixed outside, patiently awaiting its owner's return. Surveying her surroundings, she realized it was her room, considerably cleaner than her last visit. The glass was polished to a brilliant shine, and the carpet was brand new, likely tidied by her second brother, Yuan Fa. Approaching the rabbit, she embraced it. It bore a scent of cleanliness and freshness, its fur soft and lustrous. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, it appeared to radiate a luminous whiteness. Clutching it close, Yuan Luoyi felt a sudden sense of reassurance. Pushing the door ajar, she stepped out of her room. The corridor of the Yuan estate presented a scene of decay and desolation, dust accumulating everywhere, cobwebs festooning the corners. Sporadic bloodstains marred the floor, trailing like a crimson thread to the corridor's end, where a figure stood shrouded in darkness, a black trench coat, a hat obscuring the face, wielding twin blades, maintaining an eerie silence akin to a great feline. Blood dripped from the cold blades onto the ground. Yuan Yong, her third brother, gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of his 11-year-old sister. Chapter 76. The siren song. The unexpected encounter with the third brother, Yuan Yong, instilled a sense of anxiety in Yuan Luoyi, rendering her motionless. Among the 5 brothers of the Yuan family, Yuan Yong possessed an outwardly delicate and handsome appearance, with a tear mole at the corner of his eye that lent him a fragile beauty. Yet, beneath this facade lay a soul imbued with a profound thirst for bloodshed. To him, the essence of life could be categorized into 3 types. The first, those who could be slain immediately. The second, those who could not yet be killed. And the third, those who require protection. Fortuitously, Yuan Luoyi belonged to the latter category, being the sole individual whom Yuan Yong wished to safeguard. In the previous timeline, his only sister had perished, an event that shattered his sanity and propelled him onto an endless path of vengeful bloodshed. Now, within the elongated corridors of the Yuan residence, Yuan Yong fixated on his sister, initially taken aback before succumbing to confusion. He recognized his own madness. His head throbbed incessantly, and he had taken countless lives. Yet he had never experienced hallucinations. Why then did he now behold the visage of his younger sister? This was a logical, perhaps a meticulously crafted trap designed for him, as many within this house yearned for his demise. Yet, illuminated by the pure white moonlight, Yuan Luoyi appeared so exquisitely sacred, her lake-like, crystalline eyes exuding an unusual power that beckoned Yuan Yong closer. Like a frail vessel caught in the tempest, on the verge of being shattered by monstrous waves. The starlit sky obliterated and the compass rendered useless, a dying sailor found himself devoid of direction, fervently praying to the divine. Suddenly, an ethereal, celestial melody resonated from the depths of the sea, the enchanting voice of the siren luring him. Eagerly, the sailor plunged into the depths, entranced, ceasing to breathe. His own remains forming a throne for her. Thus, step by step, Yuan Yong advanced toward Yuan Luoyi. This was a misguided pursuit. However, the anguish of having lost his sister was unbearable. Even if this apparition were to claim his life, he could not bring himself to refuse. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood from the blade dripped incessantly onto the ground, its sound amplifying as Yuan Yong drew nearer, his movements as graceful and silent as a feline. The pristine moonlight filtered through the intricately carved wooden window, casting exquisite and complex silhouettes upon the floor. Yuan Yong treaded silently upon them, the interplay of light and shadow rendering his face a dance of illumination and obscurity, both sinister and righteous. He halted before Yuan Luoyi, bowing his head to scrutinize her intently, his gaze piercing like countless needles. Yuan Yong murmured softly, "So many details. You appear to be truly present. May I touch you?" This was not a query, but rather a declaration. With a swift motion, Yuan Yong drove 2 long blades into the ground. Tentatively, he extended a bloodied fingertip, gently tapping Yuan Luoyi's forehead. The sensation burned like fire, and he quickly withdrew his hand, panic-stricken. After regaining his composure, he stepped back on one leg, removed his hat, and performed a graceful twirl in midair, bowing like a gentleman. In a low, melodious voice that resonated like a song of sorrow, he whispered, "Since your departure, I have lost my way. Now that you have returned, the meaning of my existence has returned as well." Yuan Luoyi gazed at her brother, disregarding the bloodstains on her body. Sangu Yuan Yong appeared composed and graceful, seemingly less unhinged than her elder brothers, and he bore no intent to harm her. Yuan Luoyi inquired, "Sangu, what brings you here?" Yuan Yong replied, "I require a tranquil space to address minor troubles, and this place is quite suitable." Observing the blood on the long blade, Yuan Luoyi surmised that his minor troubles pertained to murder. However, it was previously heir Gu Yuan Fa who had been active in the Yuan residence. Their long-standing discord made it implausible for them to share a space for such grim deeds. Yuan Luoyi asked, "Do you know where Ergu is?" For a fleeting moment, Yuan Yong's expression turned impassive, and he coldly chuckled, "No, I do not know. He has been missing for some time. The last time we met, he was in considerable distress, contemplating putting an end to everything with a bullet to his head, yet he hesitated at the last moment, claiming he would wait for someone to return. At that time, I thought he was speaking nonsense again. Now it seems he, as before, has kept you hidden in his heart, refusing to divulge it to me. Despite being brothers, I am always the one left out." Yuan Yong leaned closer, gently taking Yuan Luoyi's small hand, smiling as he said, "Do not believe what they say. I would never harm you. My mission has always been to protect you. Previously, I could only linger at a distance, unable to approach you. Now, it is wonderful. I can even hold your hand." In this intimate proximity, Yuan Luoyi suddenly noticed the peculiarities in Sangu Yuan Yong, such as the sickly gleam in his eyes, fixated on her with an almost obsessive intensity. Nervously swallowing, she asked, "Sangu, have you lost your mind?" Yuan Yong smiled gently. "I have not lost my mind. With your return, I am awakened." Suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression darkened, his eyes cast downwards, engulfed in shadow, his frail form trembling. "I am truly sorry. As your brother, I failed to protect you. The Yuan family is clearly unfit for your existence. I should have taken you away, yet I faltered. For I am not a normal person. I cannot comprehend your emotions, and I always instill fear in you. Friends have told me that if I took you away, it would only heighten your fear, causing you to wither and fade in my grasp, just as before. Yet that would still be preferable to being strangled in a prison. The Yuan family has harmed you too greatly. They have failed in their duty to protect you. Death is a trivial matter." Yuan Yong opened his arms wide and proclaimed, "However, without them, my life's purpose will finally be realized. The malevolent Yuan family lies in ruins. No one can stop me from taking you away. We shall journey to a beautiful distant land, where only the two of us shall exist, and there, no one can harm you. I shall become your one and only." Memories from her 6th year flooded Yuan Luoyi's mind. Sangu Yuan Yong had indeed succumbed to madness. He had always harbored disdain for the Yuan family, indifferent to the fates of others, caring solely for Yuan Luoyi. The obsession with his sister resembled a terrifying curse, tightly entwining itself around him, compelling him to incessantly lead Yuan Luoyi astray. In the past, he had managed to suppress his impulses through reason, but now he had completely relinquished his nature. This time, no one could save Yuan Luoyi, which suited him perfectly. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Luoyi began to retreat, distancing herself from Yuan Ying, who remained lost in delightful anticipation. You are still quite young, but fret not. I shall take good care of you. Do you still enjoy fairy tales? Over the years, I have memorized numerous stories, and when the night sky is adorned with stars, I shall recount them to you. Chapter 77. A quiet blooming after taking a few slow steps back. Yuan Luoyi suddenly noticed a group of people huddled beneath the steps nearby. They were a mix of men and women, bloodied and in disarray, their hands covering their mouths, their eyes wide with terror of being discovered. A young man dashed forward, desperately reaching out, trying to grasp Yuan Luoyi as his last hope. It was well understood that Yuan Luoyi was of great significance to Yuan Yong. Possessing her was akin to holding a talisman for survival, promising their salvation. A sharp glint flashed as third brother Yuan Yong, wielding a long knife, rushed to Yuan Luoyi's side, his black trench coat billowing. "Ah!" the man screamed. Warm blood splattered across Yuan Luoyi's face. As the man's severed arm fell to the ground, Yuan Yong bent low, slicing upward with his blade, the sharp edge tearing through the man's body. The man collapsed in his own blood, and before he could emit another scream, the knife's tip pierced his throat. Yuan Yong swiftly severed his head, extinguishing his life. Wiping the blood from his blade, Yuan Yong fixed a cold gaze upon the crowd below the steps. "Do not approach my sister. She has already suffered once, and I shall not allow it to happen again." The throng scattered in fear, their terrified screams echoing in the air. Yuan Yong wove through them, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake, reaping lives with a swiftness akin to that of death itself. A robust man charged toward Yuan Yong, thrusting a dagger upward. Clang! The two icy blades collided. The man withstood Yuan Yong's strike, saving a woman who fled, scrambling away. Yuan Luoyi recognized him as the new physical education teacher, a friend of third brother Yuan Yong, renowned as a valiant veteran. "Yuan Yong, look at what you are doing before your sister," the teacher bellowed. Yuan Yong halted, turning to Yuan Luoyi, who stood trembling amidst a sea of corpses, her once pristine form now smeared with blood, her large eyes staring blankly at him. Once in the forest cabin, 6-year-old Yuan Luoyi had gazed at him in a similar manner. Cowering in a corner, she had wept, pleading, "This is not my home. I despise blood. I loathe the dead rabbits. Third brother, I beg you, let me go back." Now, in this blood-soaked room, under the gaze of 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi, Yuan Yong faltered. He did not wish to incite her fear, yet even a fleeting moment of distraction could turn the tide for a seasoned warrior. The physical education teacher forcefully shoved Yuan Yong aside, rushing to Yuan Luoyi's side and pulling her into a room, swiftly locking the door. Others were hiding there, helpless and gripped by fear. The teacher shouted, "Locking the door is not enough. Everyone, find something to brace it." At that, the crowd began to act, dragging anything they could find to the door. Bang! 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 The door shook violently, raising clouds of dust as Yuan Yong attempted to break through. The people desperately braced the door, and after a moment, all fell silent. The physical education teacher pressed his ear against the door, straining to catch the sound from outside. He remarked, "Yuan Yong has sought alternative means of escape." The temporary safety did little to ease the tension among the group. They fixated on Yuan Luoyi. Some bore expressions of fury, others were gripped by fear, while a few felt a sense of relief for possessing a talisman of survival. Concurrently, Yuan Luoyi recognized several familiar faces among them. Many were former classmates who had either ridiculed her or maliciously tormented her in the past. One high school peer, notorious for bullying her, stepped forward, her finger trembling as she pointed at Yuan Luoyi. "Your brother is a murderous lunatic. We have nothing to do with your case. Why have you brought us here?" The group leader from Class A, Wang Xiao, was also present. Grown and stripped of her former arrogance, She hunched her back, her eyes darting anxiously. Through her sobs, she pleaded, Yuan Luoyi, please ask your brother to let us go. I was thoughtless as a child. My parents often quarreled. And in my frustration, I mocked and bullied you. But once we entered high school, we were no longer in the same class. Besides those 3 years in middle school, I have not wronged you since. And it has been so long. You have not suffered any real harm. Can you not empathize with my plight? Yuan Luoyi understood. Her brother's murderous reach was expanding. The eldest had eliminated those directly involved in the case. The second had targeted those indirectly related. And the third deemed anyone who caused Yuan Luoyi distress as guilty. Following the death of their sister, an overwhelming instinct to protect had twisted into a fervent desire for vengeance. To her third brother, Yuan Yong, their sister was sacred and beyond reproach. Thus, these individuals must atone for their sins with their lives. The physical education teacher shouted with urgency, Wake up! Yuan Luoyi is already dead. This little girl merely resembles her. She was likely abducted by Yuan Yong from somewhere. How tragic for someone so young to be ensnared in such horrors. Wang Xiao, in utter despair, erupted into tears. What are you shouting for? You claimed you were here to rescue us. We followed you, and now so many have perished. I can't take it anymore. I want to go home. Several girls encircled her, and they all wept together, each feeling the weight of their own misfortune. The physical education teacher sighed. As a friend, he had observed Yuan Yong's transformation. Given the recent surge in missing persons, he had followed Yuan Yong and witnessed the unfolding of his violent acts. He had intended to rescue these individuals, yet now found himself trapped within the Yuan household. Coughing into his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and noticed the blood staining his palm. His internal injuries were severe, and he could scarcely endure much longer. Gazing at the weeping students, he recognized that after enduring such terror, even the slightest disturbance could shatter their composure. Stealthily, he wiped the blood from his hands, deciding to keep it hidden for now. In contrast, Yuan Luoyi maintained her composure. She wiped the blood from her face with her sleeve and approached the glass window, pressing her hand against it. The Yuan family places immense emphasis on security. Their glass is bulletproof, and the doors are exceptionally sturdy. Thus, for Yuan Yong to gain entry, he must seek out specialized tools, and breaching this fortress is merely a matter of time. Apart from Yuan Luoyi, every individual here is burdened with a countdown to death looming over their heads. When the final second elapses, the third brother, Yuan Yong, will invade and eliminate them. Meanwhile, Yuan Luoyi will be taken away by Yuan Yong under the guise of protection, yet in truth, it is imprisonment, a fate that Yuan Luoyi does not desire. Outside, beneath the pallid moonlight in the Yuan family garden, the grass sways gently in the breeze, and a few flowers bloom quietly. Their petals, as gossamer as silk, present a radiant splash of gold against the night, infusing the otherwise decaying Yuan manor with a hint of vitality. In his childhood, the second brother had cultivated this variety because it was favored by Yuan Luoyi. In such sweltering weather, daily watering is essential to nurture these delicate blossoms. Reminiscent of the tidied room and the pristine rabbit plushie, Yuan Luoyi deduces that the second brother, Yuan Fa, has not truly vanished. Rather, he is deliberately in hiding. He has taken the time to tidy the Yuan estate and plant flowers to elevate his spirits. Simultaneously, outside the door, the third brother, Yuan Yong, swiftly vacates the corridor, his gaze shadowed, radiating a menacing aura even more fearsome than before. Those despicable individuals have abducted his sister. How dare they approach her again? The mere thought of them possibly pleading for Yuan Luoyi's understanding fills Yuan Yong with fury. Who among them has ever comprehended his sister's suffering? They are all guilty and must perish. The sister, lost and now regained, is as flawless as he remembers, each movement tugging at his heartstrings. Elation and joy are swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of guilt. Having been away from home for so many years, he returns only after his sister's death. As her brother, he bears the weight of guilt, and his path to atonement is clear: to annihilate all who have harmed her. Chapter 78. The blood-crying beast within the guest room of the Abyssal Manor. An atmosphere of dread permeated the air. as the occupants trembled at the prospect of the impending onslaught from the monstrous Yuan Luoyi. They feared for their very lives. In a frantic search for makeshift weapons, they rummaged through every corner of the room. Yuan Luoyi, a terrifying killing machine, was unparalleled in ferocity, yet they could not resign themselves to fate. A semblance of resistance might afford them a chance of survival. Two individuals simultaneously unearthed a clothing rod, igniting a fierce struggle between them, as neither was willing to relinquish their hold. In this dire situation, the clothing rod had become a formidable instrument of self-defense. Amidst the clamor and cries, only Yuan Luoyi stood still, lost in contemplation. A disgruntled young man cast a sideways glance at Yuan Luoyi, muttering under his breath, "So out of place just like her. Hush! Do not speak so, for this little girl is our talisman of survival. If you say too much, she may cease to cooperate." Suddenly, Yuan Luoyi sensed an intense gaze upon her. Turning to investigate, she found a short-haired girl staring intently at her, eyes glistening with unshed tears. The girl approached Yuan Luoyi and fixed her gaze upon her face. "You two bear a striking resemblance. How did you end up here, little one?" Yuan Luoyi remained silent. The short-haired girl continued, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. "Never mind. I, too, do not recall how I was captured. I merely awoke to find myself here. Upon seeing my high school classmates, it became evident the reckoning has come. They belong to esteemed families, while my parents are mere working-class citizens. I felt powerless against their influence, so I was compelled to bully you, Yuan Luoyi. I engaged in petty acts, like hiding your pen and spilling coffee on your assignments. But little did I know, after you withdrew from school, I would become the next target of isolation. Experiencing the same torment made me realize that the accumulation of such trivialities is the most excruciating pain. Eventually, I too left school, much to the disappointment of my parents, who had high hopes for me. After all, I ranked within the top 100 in the provincial entrance exams. Now, I find myself scraping by through odd jobs. Truly, a life filled with failure." The short-haired girl produced a silver fork from her pocket, extending it toward Yuan Luoyi. "Take this. It may serve as a means of defense in a critical moment." Yuan Luoyi shook her head, declining the offer. Having glimpsed fragments of memories from high school, she recognized the girl as Zhang Xuanin, who had bullied her on several occasions, yet it was evident that she had been coerced into such actions. "Keep it," Zhang Xuanin insisted, grasping Yuan Luoyi's hand and forcefully placing the fork in her palm before turning away. She returned to her group of female peers. A wealthy girl berated, "Why give it to her and not me?" Zhang Xuanin replied, "You already possess a broomstick. She has nothing and is too small to defend herself." This incited further ire among the girls, who surrounded Zhang Xuanin, hurling insults. "You're as foolish as you were in high school. That madman treats her like a sister. She would never harm her. Soon enough, when that lunatic arrives, we'll need to use her as a shield." The girls fell silent, each striving to uphold their virtuous image, lest Yuan Luoyi flee. A resounding thud reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as the ceiling erupted with countless cracks, showering debris upon them. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the crowd. "He has arrived," the physical education teacher shouted. "He is trying to break through the ceiling. We must evacuate this place immediately." The thunderous sounds continued relentlessly, resembling a machine operating at full throttle as the ceiling continued to fracture. With the structure on the verge of collapse, everyone rushed toward the exit, frantically removing the obstacles previously used to block the door. At last, the entrance was cleared. The wealthy girl forcefully slapped Zhang Xuanin aside and was the first to burst through the door. However, she was met with a piercing glare, as a sharp blade swiftly claimed her life. Blood splattered in the air, and after a brief moment of shock, the onlookers recognized the figure standing outside, the embodiment of death. Yuan Luoyi. People scattered in all directions. Their resistance was futile against Yuan Luoyi's slaughter. Armed with twin blades, he was consumed by fury. This wretched swarm of ants had stolen his sister away. He could not bear it. The anguish extinguished his reason, transforming Yuan Luoyi into an unrelenting harbinger of death. He pursued, slashing, stepping over the fallen, endlessly repeating his violent actions. a man collapsed, struggling on the ground, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I truly did nothing wrong." Yuan Yong smirked, his expression laced with mockery and chilling disdain. Did nothing? After his sister's demise, this man had shamelessly uploaded a video for attention. "Hello, everyone. I am Yuan Luoyi's high school classmate." She was truly troubled. Thank goodness she is dead. Otherwise, she would have been a significant menace. With a crack, Yuan Yong's wrath descended alongside the blade, splitting the air with a blinding crimson, reminiscent of the sunset above his sister's grave. Every detail from that day replayed in Yuan Yong's mind. He stood before his sister's tomb, his gaze sweeping across the malicious graffiti defacing the headstone, while the flowers he had previously placed there lay trampled in the mud. After Yuan Luoyi's passing, the Yuan family began to decline. Overnight, countless classmates emerged, reveling online, indulging in the likes and shares as if they were flies in a frenzy. There was no injustice in this case. I am her classmate, and she was indeed a reclusive individual during school. I possess insider knowledge and can divulge the details of this case. She was a false heiress, cast out in bitterness, and returned to murder her adoptive mother. However, she was quite beautiful, and I hear she had her share of fun behind the scenes. Her brothers persist in claiming her innocence, seeking to exonerate her. Truly, the entire family is deranged, and they owe everyone an apology. They dare to honor a murderer. Her grave should not exist. Thus, when Yuan Yong beheld the malevolently vandalized headstone, the last remnants of his sanity crumbled away. He seethed with wrath and sorrow, akin to a wounded beast, willing to exhaust his very life in pursuit of vengeance. All were guilty. All must perish. An unending crimson tempest surged forth with the blade, severing the sins of these souls amidst screams and lamentations. That child was the epitome of gentleness. How could anyone inflict such cruelty upon her? He cherished her smile, never tiring of its brilliance, reminiscent of blossoms unfurling in early spring, or the warm sun perched upon the treetops in the depths of winter. Thus, each night upon hearing the weeping of Yuan Luoyi, he would stealthily approach her window. "Do not cry. May I tell you a story?" Chapter 79. The Princess's Kiss to Outsiders. Yuan Yong, the third son of the Yuan family, presents a visage of striking beauty and remarkable intelligence, evoking envy in many. However, within the confines of his home, he is regarded as a considerable burden. Yuan's parents have subjected him to numerous psychological evaluations, all revealing a dangerously antisocial personality marked by an almost complete lack of empathy and a propensity for violence against both animals and humans alike. Under the guidance of a psychologist, Yuan's parents endeavored to intervene and treat him, yet he remained an individual with a relentless thirst for blood. At the tender age of 5, he began documenting his murderous plans in a secret diary, ambitiously listing the names of his entire family. Regrettably, he was still too feeble and had grossly misjudged both his own capabilities and the cunning of his parents. Consequently, upon discovering his diary, Yuan's parents became convinced that modern psychological treatment was merely a scam for profit, believing that traditional methods of discipline were more effective. They orchestrated a brutal mixed-gender beating for Yuan, forcing him to abandon his murderous intentions and vowing never to write in a diary again. As Yuan matured, his strength grew, and his mother became increasingly anxious. This son was proving exceedingly difficult to control. If this continued, he would bring harm to many, resulting in the deaths of numerous innocents. However, the birth of Yuan Luoyi altered everything. At the age of 9, Yuan Yong curiously inquired, "Mother, what is this child?" His mother replied, "This is your sister. Her name is Yuan Luoyi. May I come closer to take a look?" He asked. "No," came a stern response. "Why not? She is unlike your brothers. She is a fragile child, and you might hurt her. I only wish to see." "Absolutely not." As usual, Yuan Yong found himself excluded, perplexed by his perceived transgressions. He was endowed with this nature by fate, and while he reveled in it, those around him were gripped by fear. Nevertheless, this minor obstacle did not deter him. He eventually caught a glimpse of his sister, albeit at the cost of losing a tooth to his older brother, Yuan Yu. And then, a miracle occurred. The good news: Yuan Yong had developed empathy. but it was solely directed towards Yuan Luoyi. When the infant smiled, he beheld a joyful light, realizing that he had been languishing in darkness all along. The act of killing had grown monotonous. He had wandered alone in a sea of blood, unaware of the purpose of his existence. Yet now, his life held meaning. Its essence was Yuan Luoyi. Though his family forbade him from approaching her, he concealed himself beneath a tree, gazing at the child from afar, cherishing each precious moment. As if sensing his presence, the little infant turned to him, beaming with joy and reaching out her tiny hand. From the moment of his birth, Yuan Yong had been a perilous individual within the family. He actively participated in the brutal conflicts among his brothers, while outsiders, upon witnessing him drenched in blood, would flee in terror. Yet, when Yuan Luoyi beheld him, she would smile and even desire to touch him. What a wonder it was to be discovered in the shadows. How might he repay her kindness? By vowing to protect her for a lifetime. Sister, please grow up smiling just like this. Yet, contrary to such wishes, 3-year-old Yuan Luoyi often weeps. Her second brother, Yuan Fa, is a selfish rogue who confines her within a room while he ventures out to play games. Yuan Yong, filled with rage, swings his fists at Yuan Fa, attempting to claim custody of his sister. After a fierce struggle, Yuan Yong finds himself dizzy and on the brink of collapse. At the tender age of innocence, he encounters the very person he yearns to protect, which brings him immense suffering. In the dead of night, the sound of his sister's cries pierces his heart, filling him with sorrow and concern. Navigating through the dewy grass, he parts a cluster of cerulean summer flowers and leans against the window. Through the delicate white lace curtains, he glimpses his sister, curled up in a corner, trembling and weeping. Do not cry. Let me tell you a story, shall I? Following the sound, Yuan Luoyi gazes out in confusion, spotting the handsome boy amidst the blue blossoms. He resembles a character from a fairy tale, emerging from an ocean filled with shimmering stars. Resting his hands on the ship's edge, joyfully singing ancient ballads to invite others into his world. Yuan Luoyi ceases her sobbing and approaches him. Yuan Yong inquires, "Do you know who I am?" To which Yuan Luoyi replies, "You're my third brother, always watching over me." The mere fact that his sister remembers him sends Yuan Yong's heart soaring. For the first time, he feels an overwhelming joy, gradually sensing an unfamiliar softness within himself. With glistening tears still adorning her cheeks, he gently wipes away her remnants of sorrow. "Do not be sad. Allow me to share a delightful fairy tale with you, about a beautiful princess, a fearsome dragon, and a brave knight." Yuan Luoyi nods, for the household is bustling, since their eldest brother, Yuan Hen, left for abroad. No one has played with her or told her stories. Her large eyes gaze at her third brother, brimming with anticipation for an enchanting adventure. In a distant kingdom, a dreadful dragon snatches away the little princess. The king weeps bitterly, declaring that whoever rescues his daughter shall be rewarded with a fortune as tall as a hill. Yet, the knights across the land tremble and fear the dragon, for it breathes fire, its claws can pierce armor, and its tail can sever all. Even more terrifying, no sword can penetrate the dragon's scales. Captivated, Yuan Luoyi listens intently. Such ancient tales always resonate with children, allowing her to forget her earlier sadness. Curiously, she asks, "And then what happened?" Yuan Yong continues, "Then, a destitute bard stepped forward. He said, 'O noble king, when I was on the brink of starvation, the little princess bestowed upon me bread and water. Thus, I come to repay her kindness. I am willing to slay the dragon.' The burly knights mocked him, exclaiming, 'Your leg is lame, and your arms are as frail as reeds. How could you possibly defeat the dragon?' The bard said nothing. He took up a tattered copper sword and ventured alone to Dragon Mountain. The dragon lay coiled upon a pile of gold and jewels, each breath releasing sparks of fire, while the little princess, chained to one side, wept silently. The minstrel approached the princess and spoke, 'O princess, I was once a paladin, yet I have lost my strength due to a vile curse. If you would bestow upon me your sacred power to purify my soul, I could vanquish the evil dragon and rescue you.' The princess remembered the minstrel, for he would always play the organ to bring her joy during her moments of sorrow. Thus, she lifted her golden tresses and bestowed a sanctified kiss upon the battered copper sword. Instantly, the tarnished rust vanished, and the silver blade radiated a blinding brilliance, restoring the paladin's might. In the end, he vanquished the dragon and liberated the young princess. Upon concluding the tale, Yuan Luoyi clapped her hands in delight. He is the mightiest knight in the kingdom. Yuan's family smiled and remarked, indeed. With a princess in his heart and a sword in his hand, he is invincible. His third brother also the mightiest knight? Not I, alas. I cannot possibly contend with them. Yuan Yong reminisced about his painful experiences of being beaten, whether by his brothers or by his parents. Pondering when he might become strong, Yuan Luoyi sensed her brother's melancholy. Third brother, come closer. Yuan Yong complied. Like this? Rising on tiptoe, Yuan Luoyi pecked his forehead lightly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and smiled brightly. Paladin, now you have the kiss of princess. For a moment, Yuan Yong was lost in thought. Though he had taken many lives, in that instant, he felt that his inherently sinful soul had indeed been purified. He resembled a crescent moon, sharp at both ends, yet harboring tenderness within for her. He took Yuan Luoyi's small hand and softly declared, Then, Your Highness, may I always protect you. At the tender age of 3, Yuan Luoyi was unaware that at that moment, Yuan Yong was vowing with his very soul. And at that same moment, Yuan Yong was oblivious to the fact that in the future, he would fail to safeguard his sister, ultimately succumbing to the dragon, leading to the princess's agonizing demise in the darkness. Chapter 80. The beautiful significance. What does it feel like to lose the only one in your life? It resembles a tsunami filled with despair, roaring waves crashing closer, engulfing everything, tearing asunder all that exists, and ultimately burying everything. Once, Yuan Yong tenderly nurtured the flower, filled with joy as he watched it gradually unfurl its petals. Yet now, before the flower could ever witness the beauty of distant horizons, it has been trampled into the mud amidst bloodshed. The sister, who once gently cradled the light in the forest and laughed with abandon, met her demise at the tender age of 18. A fragment of Yuan Yong's soul departed with her. Pain, oppression, and despair envelop him as he clutches his head in anguish. Sharp nails etching crimson marks upon his skin, while a beast, yearning for blood, breaks free from its shackles, wailing mournfully into the void. There are no knights for the princess. He is but a wretched creature, decaying amidst filthy curses. Suddenly, Yuan Yong becomes taciturn, sitting alone in the darkness, expressionless, his gaze icy. His long fingers grasp pure white cotton, dabbing it with alcohol, meticulously cleaning his blades, their edges gleaming coldly, already exceedingly sharp. The seasoned warriors, who have fought alongside him through thick and thin, often watch him with concern in their murky, aged eyes. You have changed. Yuan Yong pays them no heed. This is his true self, ruthless, frigid, and lethally inclined. The gentle side of him, which belonged solely to his sister, has perished alongside her. When his sister was alive, Yuan Yong endeavored to mimic the behavior of a normal person. In their woodland cabin, the youthful Yuan Yong only knew how to showcase what he adored. Leaving his 6-year-old sister with horrifying memories of bloody scenes, he did not wish for her to fear him any longer. They said, killing is for the sake of justice. Thus, Yuan Yong suppressed his malevolent instincts, only slaying the guilty. They advised, Yuan Yong, forgive him. Your anger frightens even the children. Hence, Yuan Yong endured the ignorance of the masses. They also proclaimed, people must help one another. Therefore, Yuan Yong strove to assist his comrades, transforming from a merciless killer into a hero in the eyes of the world, adorned with flowers and gratitude, cloaked in glory and righteousness. At times, small cats would pass by Yuan Yong's window, their fur shimmering in the sunlight as they stretched out their tiny paws to catch at something, leaping and frolicking, rolling in the chaotic shadows of trees and dappled light. In the past, such scenes would lead Yuan Yong to ponder how he might extinguish these overly lively little lives. However, now they evoke memories of his sister. Because of her, the fleeting beauty of time gained significance. The beams of light piercing through the clouds, the gently flowing streams, and the radiant glow of fireflies all remind him of his sister, yet he feels none can compare to her beauty. In moments of leisure, Yuan gazes at the North Star, which shines quietly and brilliantly in the night, guiding lost sailors home, while Yuan resides in the north. One day, he shall return to her side, fulfilling the promise of his childhood to protect her. Yet, when Yuan finally returns, the one who once imparted meaning to his existence will have already departed. The elder brother, Yuan, lamented. They slandered her, spat upon her, deceived her, all while proclaiming justice, shattering her bones with their clubs. She had been waiting for us all along. She never relinquished hope. We shall exact our vengeance. Thus, Yuan mirrored their actions. As he took the life of the first victim, he perceived the terror gleaming in the man's eyes. After days of relentless pursuit, judgment was finally upon him. The blade pressed downward, piercing the flesh and severing the ribs, halting before the wildly beating heart. The man pleaded, weeping, "I was wrong. I should not have harmed her. I am willing to relinquish all my possessions. Spare me. I beg you." Yuan coldly replied, "This is futile. No matter what you do, my sister will never return." To prolong his suffering, Yuan deliberately drove the knife into the man's filthy heart. The screams echoed through the heavens, blood saturating the earth, washing away the wickedness and comforting the pure, untainted spirit. While disposing of the corpse, an unknown bird flitted above the treetops, the subtle rustle of its feathers capturing Yuan's attention. He turned to behold the sky ablaze with orange and red hues. A gentle breeze lifting its wings as it soared amidst the vibrant light, rolling, diving, and suddenly ascending, reveling in the joy of life, so blissfully free. How beautiful it was! If only she could experience such joy and freedom. The further he advanced, the more lives he claimed, and the clearer the truth became. Yuan glimpsed the tribulations his sister endured in her lifetime, guilt washing over him. He greedily absorbed her warmth, oblivious to the fact that she had already plunged into an abyss of despair. He remained unchanged, a brother who only inflicted harm upon his sister, a wretched sibling who perhaps should never have crossed paths with her. The shattered soul only deepened its anguish. He yearned to confess at his sister's grave, only to find the tombstone maliciously smeared with red paint. The complete collapse transpired in an instant. Now, within the dilapidated confines of the Yuan residence, beneath the cold light of the moon, Yuan wielded his blade, his hatred boundless, each strike brutal and merciless. He bathed in a rain of blood, tirelessly slaughtering. People screamed, wept, and fled, engaging in futile resistance. Were they guilty? By common standards, their actions did not constitute a crime. They were merely morally bankrupt and vain, typically deserving only of admonishment. Yet for Yuan, they were unforgivable. A few terrified individuals rushed toward Yuan Luoyi, desperate to seize the protective talisman, caring little for notions of justice. They merely desired to place the knife at Yuan Luoyi's throat, demanding Yuan cease his carnage. Such trivial thoughts were not lost on Yuan. He dashed forward, bestowing upon them the gift of death. A former friend attempted to halt Yuan, now gray-haired and filled with sorrow and fury as he gazed upon him. He roared, "What are you doing?" Yuan scoffed. He still perceived Yuan as a hero of justice. That was merely a miracle sparked by his sister, destined to vanish with her departure. Amidst the falling droplets of blood, Yuan wielded his blade to slay even more, treading upon the corpses, now utterly deranged. Everyone is guilty. Everyone must die, including himself. Such an evil soul is destined to descend into hell after death. How regrettable. My sister must be in paradise. With a blade in hand, Yuan charged at his former friend. Bang! The gates of the abyss suddenly resonated with a sound. Click! The lock turned. Yuan ceased his assault, eyes warily fixed on the entrance. Creak! Someone outside pushed the door open. Through the crack, the star-studded night sky gradually emerged, and a gentle breeze rushed in, dispersing the scent of blood that lingered in the room, delicately lifting the stray locks of hair from Yuan Luoyi's forehead as she gazed toward the threshold. There, a tall figure stood against the light, cradling a large paper bag filled with vegetables, fruits, and a long loaf of bread in one arm. Yuan Fa's gaze swept across the room, strewn with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, ultimately locking onto his brother Yuan Yong. It was evident that he held no respect for the fruits of others' labor. The painstakingly cleaned abyss, which Yuan Fa had tended to for 2 weeks, had been utterly destroyed in an instant. Thus, in a fit of rage, Yuan Fa drew forth his loaded handgun. Chapter 81. It is time to stop, bang. The piercing sound of a gunshot reverberated through the air. The bullet grazed the exquisite features of Yuan Yong, leaving a slender line of crimson. Had he reacted even a moment slower, his life would have been forfeit, for Yuan Fa harbored a sincere desire for his demise. It is well known that the ancient Yuan family upholds many noble traditions. Among the most paramount is the rule that when a member of the Yuan family encounters a venomous serpent in the desert, alongside another grinning Yuan, one must first eliminate the latter without hesitation. Yuan Fa executed this principle flawlessly, contemplating another shot, but Yuan Yong deftly sidestepped and melded into the shadows. Striding into the house, Yuan Fa sought to deposit the supplies he had procured, but found no spot untouched by blood. It is worth noting that even the vacuum cleaner in the Yuan residence was broken, and he had personally swept the floor, enduring an unprecedented amount of dust in his life. Yet, for the sake of creating a suitable environment for his sister upon her return, he bore with it. However, Yuan Yong had destroyed his labor. Contemplating this, Yuan Fa's murderous intent intensified. He retreated, placing the paper bag at the relatively clean threshold. With a theatrical flourish, he dramatically spread his arms and furiously exclaimed, "Could you not have called ahead before returning home? Look at the mess you've made." Yuan Yong recognized their collective madness. Yuan Fa could easily deliver a witty remark while simultaneously aiming a bullet at his head. Yuan Yong retorted, "You have been out of touch for quite some time, and you concealed the fact that our sister has returned." Upon hearing this, a flicker of light ignited in Yuan Fa's otherwise somber eyes as he searched for the delicate figure. Yuan Luoyi, who had been hiding behind a pillar, cautiously peeked out with wide, innocent eyes. Yuan Fa appeared slightly thinner than before, his hair disheveled, as if he had recently endured a tumultuous journey. Yet, when he gazed upon Yuan Luoyi, his demeanor brightened. With one hand behind his back, he slightly bowed and said, "My dear sister, welcome back. I have been eagerly awaiting your return. Your magic is truly extraordinary. Thank you for awakening me from my stupor." Yuan Fa noticed the bloodstains on Yuan Luoyi's clothing. Undoubtedly, Yuan Yong had committed murder in her presence. Scanning the surroundings, only 2 survivors remained, a dying old soldier and a trembling young woman. The others had been transformed into lifeless bodies, scattered and dismembered. The entire house resembled a scene from hell. Yuan Fa sighed deeply. Ah, poor sister. How terrified she must be when confronted with the frenzied, murderous Yuan Yong. It was precisely because of Yuan Yong's merciless nature and his incessant desire to take her away that Yuan Fa refrained from informing him of her return. The loss and subsequent recovery would ignite Yuan Yong's intense obsession. He had completely lost control, and this fixation could inflict irreversible harm upon their sister. He would undoubtedly abduct her to a remote location, never allowing her to escape. It seems that, as in times past, the 2 brothers would once again vie for their sister's guardianship. Snap! Yuan Fa cast aside the magazine and reloaded. The room was dimly lit, obscuring visibility, and Yuan Yong was a formidable adversary. 6 bullets might not suffice to end his life, and the confrontation could escalate into a brutal melee, a scene too gruesome for young eyes. Thus, Yuan Fa whispered to his sister, "Elder brothers are here to resolve an issue. My dear sister, you may return to your room. If you feel hungry, there are crispy noodles and breadsticks in the paper bag by the door, though they may be tough on your teeth. They are quite palatable. Do not worry. Matters shall soon be settled." Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Yong burst forth from the shadows like a released arrow, charging through the crimson puddles towards Yuan Fa. No one could claim his sister. He would not allow history to repeat itself. With a chilling intent to kill, the sharp blade swung towards Yuan Fa's neck. Bang! Yuan Fa fired a shot, striking Yuan Yong in the side of his leg. He staggered, but did not fall. Such an injury could not deter him, as he had long ceased to feel pain. In an instant, Yuan Yong was upon Yuan Fa. In the close quarters of darkness, the handgun lost its advantage, and Yuan Fa drew out a dagger. The two engaging in a feral struggle, each intent on swiftly ending the other's life, their attacks merciless. Blood splattered onto Yuan Fa's white shirt, and wounds multiplied. Yuan Luoyi wanted to intervene to halt the savage clash, but both combatants were already bloodied and battered, oblivious to their injuries, though she was acutely aware of the pain. The physical education teacher sensed Yuan Luoyi's intentions and shouted, "Stay calm. Do not intervene. They have lost their reason. In the chaos, you could easily be harmed." Yuan Luoyi halted her advance. Indeed, what was she doing? In moments of crisis, one must remain composed. It would be all right. She would surely find a way to break the deadlock. Her second brother, Yuan Fa, appeared to retain some lucidity, while the primary threat lay with her third brother, Yuan Yong, who resembled an inexhaustible machine of slaughter, relentlessly wielding his blade despite the blood that flowed from his wounds. In this close-quarters combat, Yuan Yong was poised to prevail, but he too was on the brink of extinguishing his own life. She needed to think of a way to make her third brother stop. Distant memories stirred. In an instant, Yuan Luoyi felt transported back to a summer blooming with blue flowers, where she could inhale the fresh scent of grass and feel the moist air, accompanied by the chorus of chirping insects. She saw herself at the age of 3, her tiny hands gripping the windowsill as her legs flailed, struggling to climb up. After her brother had finished telling a story and departed, she would again be locked alone in the room, and it was time to escape. At this height, it was perilous for her, yet she felt no fear she would leap down. Emerging from her reverie, Yuan Luoyi knew precisely what she must do. Bracing herself against the discomfort, she swiftly traversed the carnage wrought by Yuan Yong, ascending to the second floor, and, reminiscent of her childhood, clambered up the railing. Looking down, she saw the two still engaged in their self-destructive battle. After a powerful collision, Yuan Fa's back slammed against the cold wall, leaving a gaping opening that Yuan Yong seized upon, stepping forward with his icy blade poised to strike. "Third brother," Yuan Luoyi shouted with all her might, her voice piercing through the dense darkness, resonating clearly and melodiously amidst the blood-soaked chaos, akin to a spell capable of banishing curses and rust. The blade halted just an inch from Yuan Fa's neck as Yuan Yong cast a glance at his sister. The height and peril of the situation made him tense with anxiety. In that moment, the 11-year-old Yuan Luoyi, standing atop the railing, seemed to merge with the 3-year-old version of herself perched on the windowsill, transcending the boundaries of time. She exclaimed, "Catch me!" With a graceful leap, she soared like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, reminiscent of a dazzling meteor plummeting through the sky. Moments later, instead of crashing to the ground in a shattering fall, she landed securely in Yuan Yong's embrace, just as she had at the age of 3. Gasping for breath after the frantic sprint, Yuan Yong was still in a state of shock, his body drenched in blood, both his own and that of others. Extending her arms, Yuan Luoyi wrapped them around him, resting her head on his shoulder as she softly murmured, "Congratulations, invincible paladin. This time, you have protected the princess, so you may now rest. Please, do not suffer any more injuries." Chapter 82. Always kind Yuan Yong had always yearned for strength. Yet the journey of a man requires time, much like his elder brother Yuan Fa, who had to endure a protracted period of hardship. At present, he remained frail, unable to achieve his aspirations. Thus, when his 3-year-old sister leapt from the windowsill, his heart raced with trepidation. His slender arms seemed inadequate, and should he fail to catch her and she were to be harmed, guilt would haunt him for an eternity. Unbeknownst to the gravity of the situation, 3-year-old Yuan Luoyi joyfully leapt down, rushing into her brother's embrace and towards the longed-for freedom. Everyone cautioned her about the dangers outside, labeling her as fragile, and due to their lack of time to accompany her, they confined her alone within the room. After countless days of being a well-behaved child, Yuan Luoyi had cried just as many days in response. This evening, she summoned her courage and resolved to seek adventure. Her white nightgown billowed in the evening breeze, resembling a jasmine flower that had suddenly blossomed, rendering her appearance ethereal. However, when she landed in Yuan Yong's arms, The weight felt as if several lead balls had simultaneously plummeted into his embrace. She always had a hearty appetite at dinner. Gasping in pain, Yuan Yong staggered a few steps while cradling Yuan Luoyi. In his fluster, he stepped on slick moss, his body swayed, and he fell into the hydrangea bushes, disturbing the scattered petals upon the ground. Yuan Yong exclaimed, "This is quite perilous." Yuan Luoyi replied, "As long as third brother is here, it is not dangerous. Look, it's a rain of petals." Her little hands waved amidst the scattered petals, producing a melody of laughter unique to children, akin to the joyous notes of a flute. Those petals, though they fell with the passage of time, their dried brown remnants still retained a hint of blue, not particularly beautiful, almost turning to mud. Yet, for reasons unknown, in that moment, the withered petals shimmered with an unexpected beauty. Yuan Luoyi emerged unscathed, for in the final second, Yuan Yong had become her living cushion. The brother would protect his sister, and she was aware of this. They trusted one another, as if silently forging an ancient soul contract. As time passed, Yuan Luoyi gradually grew, forgetting many things, while Yuan Yong was expelled from the Yuan family, fading from her world. Yet, Yuan Yong cherished every moment spent with his sister, her laughter pure and beautiful, as if time itself had paused for her. It mattered not that he alone upheld the contract. Being forgotten was inconsequential. As long as he knew she was somewhere in this world, laughing freely, his heart found solace. However, fate is cruel. His hopes were dashed when his sister perished. Within the decaying Yuan residence, he tirelessly engaged in slaughter, anger and regret giving rise to waves of crimson blossoms. An excessively sharp sword would obliterate all in its path, including himself. He had endured too much pain and would soon meet his end, yet he cared not. It was only when his 11-year-old sister cried out that Yuan Yong regained clarity. He beheld her springing forth, just as she always had, brave and resolute, the wind lifting her garments like a blooming flower. The fear of losing his sister once more gripped Yuan Yong's heart, prompting him to dash forward at full speed, extending his hands, like seeds breaking through the soil into the light, yearning to grow towards the sun. His sister fell into his embrace. "Congratulations, indomitable paladin. For this time you have successfully protected the princess. It is now permissible for you to cease your efforts. Please do not allow yourself to be harmed." Yuan Yong's breath faltered for a moment. It dawned upon him that he had never been alone. His sister had not forgotten. She too was steadfast in their pact, even though he was now drenched in blood, transformed into a frenzied beast of slaughter. Inciting terror in the eyes of those who beheld him, she wrapped her arms around him as she had in their childhood. Such trust was sufficient to soothe the tormented soul of Yuan Yong. The sailor, lost in the storm, had finally discovered the resplendent North Star, which had always been present. Albeit obscured by clouds, the sword returned to its sheath, and Yuan Yong found tranquility once more. Cradling his 11-year-old sister, his voice trembled slightly. "This is perilous." Yuan Luoyi replied, "It is not dangerous with third brother here." He caught her once more. No, it was she who had once again found him, hiding in the shadows. Time, traversed repeatedly, perhaps was all for this fleeting reunion. Yuan Luoyi understood that the time for their return was limited. She would soon depart. So she embraced Yuan Yong with all her might, wishing that time could slow its passage. Second brother Yuan Fa approached with resolute strides, his pistol aimed at third brother Yuan Yong's head, his finger poised on the trigger. Yuan Luoyi leapt forward, placing herself before the dark muzzle, shielding Yuan Yong, and cried out, "Do not kill him." Yuan Fa's gaze swept over the lifeless bodies strewn about. The destructive force of Yuan Yong and his bloodlust was far too potent, and in his indiscriminate fury, he could easily harm his sister. Yuan Fa replied coldly, "If I do not kill him, he will continue." Yuan Luoyi asserted firmly, "He will not continue." Hearing her words, third brother Yuan Yong let out a soft sigh, uncertain of how long he could remain lucid. He relinquished his bloodied knife, also for the sake of his sister's safety. Second brother Yuan Fa remarked, "You can kill even without a weapon." Third brother Yuan Yong countered, "What do you propose?" "Bind him." "Very well." Thus, Yuan Fa procured wire and restrained Yuan Yong's hands. The two brothers, so inclined to inflict harm upon one another, momentarily reached a ceasefire in the presence of their sister. Yuan Luoyi breathed a sigh of relief. The physical education teacher was severely injured, yet his spirit remained intact. Under his protection, Zhang Xuanin had survived, albeit shaken, her complexion pale as she sat trembling in a corner. Yuan Fa approached and bound their hands as well. Apart from Yuan Luoyi's room, the Yuan residence was drenched in blood, forcing the group to seek refuge there. A soft towel, soaked in warm water, wrung out. Yuan Fa gently wiped the dried blood from Yuan Luoyi's face. He complained, "Yuan Yong, how could you get so much blood on her while killing? She's fragile. What if she catches a cold?" Yuan Yong remained silent. If eldest brother Yuan, he had the aptitude for childcare at the pinnacle. Then Yuan Yong's ability was buried in the basement. A few more inches down would lead straight to hell. He often erred, frequently reflecting, yet always in the wrong direction. The physical education teacher leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed upon Yuan Yong, filled with both rage and sorrow. "You have taken so many lives. You were once a guardian of justice." Yuan Fa chuckled softly. "Your friend possesses a remarkable sense of humor." Suddenly turning his head, the teacher resumed his intense scrutiny of Yuan Fa. "I know who you are, the rising star of the legal world. You defend the downtrodden without charge, even imprisoning those in positions of great power. How is it that you have become a criminal yourself?" From cabinet, Yuan Fa retrieved a small blanket and wrapped it around Yuan Luoyi. "I apologize for not providing you with a change of clothes. If you feel cold, there's also a small quilt inside that you may use." Yuan Luoyi replied, "I'm no longer cold. The blood on my clothes has dried." Yuan Fa smiled lightly. "That is good to hear." Having dealt with the most pressing matters, Yuan Fa found time to address the physical education teacher. He approached him, idly playing with a bullet, the golden particles glimmering between his fingers. "Firstly, in this world, it is typically the strong who prey upon the weak. Thus the weak must seek justice against the strong. However, they often lack the means to do so and are destined to fail. I find pleasure in adding a challenge to my work. Secondly, I am not a criminal. I have taken lives, but they were of their own making." Lastly, without warning, Yuan Fa struck the teacher with the butt of his gun. Bang! The teacher's head collided with the wall, a trickle of blood running down his forehead as he coughed painfully. Calmly wiping the gun stock, Yuan Fa said, "In this room, it would be wise for you to remain silent. I have a severe headache and am quite irritable, prone to the urge to kill something. However, I do appreciate your description, the rising star of the legal world, so you may continue to breathe." He sighed, resting a hand on his chest. "You should thank my sister. Before her, I am always benevolent." Chapter 83. The affectionate cat. Yuan Yong's hands were bound, rendering him incapable of any action. Yuan Luoyi took out bandages, wrapping them around his injured leg to perform basic first aid. She inquired, "Sangu, are you thirsty?" Yuan Yong replied, "A little." She retrieved a cup, filled it with clear water, and held the glass to his lips. With her assistance, he was able to drink. "Are you hungry?" "A bit," he admitted. Yuan Luoyi began to unwrap some snacks. Yuan Yong sat beside her with quiet grace, resembling a well-groomed large cat, patiently awaiting his sustenance. Nearby, Yuan Fa held a broom in one hand and a garbage bag in the other, a cloth draped over his shoulder, his expression dark. He toiled away, cleaning up the mess, while the culprit, Yuan Yong, reveled in his sister's care. His younger brother was indeed a decree from heaven. Ah, how he regretted not having dealt with him decisively in their youth. Out of sight, out of mind, Yuan Fa strode forward, each step imbued with irritation, determined to tidy up the aftermath. As he opened the door and stepped outside, Yuan Luoyi followed him and closed the door behind her. "Are you coming to help me clean?" Yuan Fa asked. Yuan Luoyi shook her head. "It's time for me to go." No sooner had she spoken than she vanished, leaving Yuan Fa with a sense of loneliness. When would they meet again? After his sister's last disappearance, Yuan Fa had overturned his own conjectures about the true culprit. She was not missing. Rather, she had deliberately concealed her whereabouts, searching for clues far and wide, and the suspicions had only multiplied. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yuan Fa came to realize that his 11-year-old sister did not belong to this time and space, nor to them. I hope that in that other world, I'm a good brother. Descending the staircase, he resolved to cleanse the area, for such a bloody environment was unsuitable for children. Meanwhile, Yuan Luoyi returned to the new timeline, glancing down at herself. The bloodstains on her clothing had completely vanished, as if nothing had ever transpired. Looking at the clock, she noted it was just past 6 in the morning, granting her a moment to rest. She leaned back on her blanket, closing her eyes for a brief respite, not wishing to disappear directly before Sangge. If only the time could extend a bit longer each time she retraced her steps. At 7 in the morning, she groggily rose, washed up, shouldered her bag, and boarded the car headed for Xinghan Middle School. The harrowing experience of retracing her steps left her fatigued. She dozed off, her mind as blank as that of a contemporary university student, consumed by the desire to sleep and eat. No, it was different. University students could only manage 3 meals a day, but Yuan Luoyi felt she needed 6 to feel secure. Upon arriving at school, she observed throngs of 9th-grade students jogging on the playground, struggling to endure, yet some strong ones remained unfazed, reciting English vocabulary cards as they ran. The physical education teacher shouted from beneath a tree, "Your body is the foundation of revolution. If you neglect to exercise now, when the pressure mounts during the entrance exams, you will surely fall ill. Run. Keep running." Yuan Luoyi approached him, and though a few strands of white hair adorned his head in this realm, he still exuded an aura of grandeur. The physical education teacher glanced down at Yuan Luoyi and said, "Good morning, Yuan Luoyi. Why you seem so lackluster? Why not take a lap? It will surely invigorate you." Yuan Luoyi replied, "No, thank you. I have been frail since childhood, and running gives me the disconcerting sensation of my soul leaving my body." "Ha! How delightful it is that Yuan Yong has such a charming sister." The teacher continued, "Do you know how to get in touch with Sangge? Is there something you need to discuss with him?" "Yes." The teacher retrieved his mobile phone and sent a text. Within moments, a response came. He turned the screen toward Yuan Luoyi, and it read, "On my way. Yuan Yong." "Thank you," Yuan Luoyi said. "You're welcome." The teacher smiled. "I owe him quite a few favors, so I can assist with this minor request. You should arrive swiftly. Why don't you wait for him in the cafeteria?" Yuan Luoyi departed. The physical education teacher was a stern and principled individual, yet not unkind. Yuan Luoyi had encountered countless individuals who committed wrongs for mere monetary gain, making the teacher a refreshing rarity. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Yuan Luoyi texted her elder brothers and then indulged in her favorite pastime, eating. She clutched sweet corn, nibbling on it while spinning like a little hamster. Sangge Yuan Yong arrived promptly, his dark silhouette appearing quietly amidst the crowd as he made his way directly toward Yuan Luoyi. However, Dege Yuan He and Erge Yuan Fa also arrived swiftly, drawn by Yuan Luoyi's summons. The 3 brothers of the Yuan family gathered in the cafeteria, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Yuan Fa and Yuan Yong exchanged fierce glances, their myriad grievances and rivalries simmering just beneath the surface. Had their sister not been present, a confrontation would surely have ensued. In contrast, the eldest brother, Yuan He, maintained a calm demeanor. He settled beside Yuan Luoyi, naturally picking up a knife and fork to assist her in cutting the meat in her salad. He offered her a forkful of vegetables and shredded meat, inquiring, "What was the reason for summoning us?" Leaning forward, Yuan Luoyi consumed her salad and said, "Dege, please don't prevent Sangge from returning home any longer." Yuan He sighed, troubled. Yuan Luoyi continued, "Like you, has always protected me and would never harm me. When I was 6, he took me away because I was stifled at home. I expressed my desire for freedom, to leave, to seek adventure. At times, he may seem intimidating, yet he is also a good brother. This time, I do not wish to lose anyone." Thoughtfully, Yuan He lowered his gaze. Sangge was indeed a challenging individual to manage, yet this was his sister's heartfelt request. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and purity, making it impossible for him to refuse. Sangge, Yuan Yong, gazed at his sister, contemplating how he had always wished to be seen as a good brother in her eyes. Yuan Luoyi turned to Yuan Yong and said, "Sangge, you still owe me a gift. I wish for you to reconcile with Erge." Before Yuan Yong could respond, Erge Yuan Fa exclaimed, "What? My dear sister, I treat you so well. Why must you torment me? Reconciliation with him proves to be far more challenging than extinguishing his life, as the tumultuous depths of my heart grapple with conflicting emotions. After a brief moment, I approached Yuan Fa with an impassive countenance, extending my hand stiffly, uttering coldly, "Hello." Yuan Luoyi had encountered distant relatives before, yet never had she met a family member with whom she felt such unfamiliarity. Yuan Fa spread his arms wide, scoffing. A mere defeated opponent dares to seek a handshake with one as noble as I? In an instant, a surge of murderous intent ignited within Yuan Yong. Just as the two seemed poised to clash once more, Yuan Luoyi swiftly interposed herself between them, exclaiming, "There's a claw machine over there. I've attempted to win several times, but have failed. Brothers, could you assist me in retrieving a prize?" This tactic of deflecting tension was learned from her elder brother, Yuan He, and proved remarkably effective. The two refrained from fighting, but strode angrily toward the machine. Consequently, when Yuan Luoyi entered Class D, arms laden with an abundance of plush toys, Yuhua's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yuan Luoyi, why have you ventured to Yiwu to wholesale stuffed animals?" That S nodded. She settled into her seat, gazing at the towering heap of toys, which were undeniably adorable, yet far too numerous. The competitive spirit of her brothers was truly formidable. Upon their departure from the now empty claw machine, the attendant tremulously affixed a notice. "This establishment does not serve individuals over the age of 18. I intend to depict the deeply moving bond between siblings, aiming to evoke a profound emotional resonance within readers, leading them from sorrow to sweetness, with an emphasis on the latter. However, feedback from readers indicates a theme of suffering, even eliciting tears. I find this hard to believe. Perhaps my writing lacks depth. I sincerely apologize and shall endeavor to do better next time." Chapter 84. The Ancient Inheritance System for a Considerable Duration. The director of teaching at Xinghan Middle School harbored a noble aspiration to transform Class D into a paragon of excellence before his retirement. In pursuit of this lofty goal, he joined the ranks of the balding and adopted the quintessential middle-aged male hairstyle, an expanse of baldness reminiscent of the Mediterranean. Through his relentless dedication, the students of Class D from both the third and second years have reformed their ways, presenting him with carnations and a fruit basket on Teacher's Day. The sunset that day was splendid, as teachers and students embraced, shedding tears of profound emotion. Alas, the director's dream now lay in ruins. For Class D of the first year proved to be exceedingly challenging to educate. At the podium of Class D, a massive screen broadcasted a lively mathematics lesson, with the teacher animatedly conveying the subject matter. Below, Yuan Luoyi lay sprawled on her desk, sound asleep, surrounded by a mountain of plush toys. While Yuhua was engrossed in her mobile phone, the director extended his index finger, shaking it in exasperation. "You too. How can you succumb to such complacency at such a tender age?" Yuhua put down her phone and retorted, "Teacher, you've only seen me a handful of times. How can you judge me so harshly without truly knowing me? Typically, those teachers who understand me well have the urge to strangle me. Perhaps you should leave before I awaken your latent criminal impulses, jeopardizing your esteemed reputation." The director's face flushed with anger. How could a school renowned for its emphasis on respect for teachers produce such defiant students? He summoned his adult authority, tightening his expression and puffing out his chest. "If you neglect your studies now, what will become of you if you fail to gain admission to university?" With a deep sigh, Yuhua replied, "Indeed, I must take this seriously. If I don't get into university, I shall have no choice but to return home and inherit the family fortune. Frankly, I have no desire to engage in the oil business. Traipsing through the desert for exploration, it's both sweltering and tedious." The director was momentarily rendered speechless. Unlike students from other grades, these two hailed from illustrious families and were intellectually gifted, yet their minds were not directed toward constructive pursuits. Once again, the director found himself bested in this confrontation, and he turned away, feigning strength as he departed. Beside him, Yuan Luoyi groggily awoke. "What just happened?" she inquired. Yuhua replied. The director delivered yet another sermon. Yuan Luoyi mused, "He has not given up on us." Yuhua affirmed, "Indeed, his persistence is commendable. However, today I have decided to emulate him for half an hour. At the very least, I must secure a place in university. I truly do not wish to work alongside my brothers. The prospect of university life ignited a flicker of longing within Yuan Luoyi. Moreover, the ancient Yuan family adhered to a time-honored inheritance system, wherein the most exceptional offspring inherited all substantial powers, while the others, upon gaining university admission, could draw a stipend from the family fund. Thus, the family's strength remained undiluted, allowing the descendants to lead prosperous and liberated lives. In a certain sense, the eldest son, Yuan Hua, single-handedly supported the entire family. His substantial earnings meant that everyone benefited more. Whenever the second son, Yuan Fa, found himself short on funds, he would urge his elder brother, "You must work diligently." "I aspire to purchase a new limited edition sports car." To which Yuan Hua replied, "Can't you earn your own money?" Yuan Fa remarked, "This month, I shall partake in the beautiful countryside tour. When would I find the time to earn money? Farewell." Erga firmly believed that De Ge would invariably procure the necessary funds, and he approached the prospect of sharing in the spoils without a trace of psychological burden. Suddenly, Yuan Luoyi recalled Wu Gu, Yuan Jun, who had become a professor at the tender age of 16. He was perpetually ensconced in the laboratory, rarely emerging, with little concept of expenditure and completely detached from family finances. If one were to inquire, "Wu Gu, how much does a bottle of mineral water cost?" the exceptionally astute Yuan Jun would be left utterly bewildered, for all his needs were met by the state. However, he harbored an unhealthy fascination with corpses. Thus, it was resolved, in her future academic pursuits, she must avoid any institution that Wu Ge might attend. Casting a glance at the side, where Yu Hua had begun to delve into her studies, Yuan Luoyi felt a sudden surge of motivation to learn. Yet, she quickly regained her senses, sternly repressing this unhealthy impulse and gently leaning towards her desk. As evening descended, reflecting upon the day's studies, she envisioned her black and white portrait adorning the wall. Therefore, to stave off mortality, Yuan Luoyi resolved to continue her slumber. This choice proved prudent, as the following afternoon brought a physical education class shared by 4 first-year classes. Beneath the blazing sun, Yuan Luoyi stood resolutely, thanks to her earlier nap. From a distance, Li Xin from Class C spotted Yuan Luoyi as a devoted admirer. Greeting her idol became the highlight of her day. Each encounter with Yuan Luoyi saw her bounding forward, her ponytail swinging joyfully behind her, radiating infectious happiness. Upon reaching Yuan Luoyi, Li Xin exclaimed, "Ah, Yuan Luoyi, you are as adorable as ever today. After enduring the torment of our math teacher this morning, I thought I might perish, but now I feel revived." Flattered by such straightforward praise, Yuan Luoyi felt a twinge of shyness and replied with a bashful smile, "Thank you for your help during the recent variety show." Li Xin quickly waved her hands dismissively. "Not at all. Your family has aided us far more." Yuan Luoyi paused, puzzled. What had the Yuan family assisted Li Xin? Just as she was about to inquire, Class C's bell, Hia, arrived. As haughty as ever, she commanded attention, and many boys were infatuated with her, leading them to collectively elect her as the class beauty. Observing Hia bully other girls, they fantasized that the daughter of the He family was simply envious of them for gazing at other girls. Roughly shoving Li Xin aside, Hia stood before Yuan Luoyi, chest puffed out. "Yuan Luoyi, you truly possess cunning. You had Li Xin betray me at the last moment to elevate you to the podium. How despicable. You cannot win against me in a fair contest, can you? As the daughter of the Yuan family, do you not feel ashamed to employ such underhanded tactics?" Under normal circumstances, Hia would fear the Yuan family's influence, but after her defeat in the competition, she had spent a sleepless night, never having imagined she could be outmaneuvered. She felt compelled to vent her frustration, especially since the He family was in the jewelry business and had no significant dealings with the Yuan family. He has suddenly turned around fiercely, glaring at Li Xin. "I will make you pay as well. No matter how well you perform academically, your father is merely a worker for the He family. No amount of pleading will suffice. We are dismissing him." After being bombarded with such scathing ridicule, Li Xin was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she hesitantly replied, "Hia, Haven't you seen yesterday's news? He scoffed. Why would I bother with such tedious matters? Li Xian responded, I believe you should take a look, as your family declared bankruptcy yesterday. Chapter 85. The soft-hearted deity. This news struck 12-year-old He like a bolt from the blue. The He family had gone bankrupt? How could that be possible? Just yesterday, they had dined on exquisite emperor crabs, with desserts consisting of ice cream paired with caviar. And even the tea had been brewed from dew collected within bamboo. Such a lavish dinner had cost them thousands. Furthermore, He's company held a 20% share of the entire jewelry industry and had faced fines from various countries due to excessive monopoly, undoubtedly a venerable family of a century-s standing. How could they have collapsed overnight? He shouted in disbelief, You're talking nonsense. Li Xian, you've allied with Yuan Luoyi, and you dare utter such ludicrous lies. The surrounding students were stirred, their curiosity piqued as they turned to see what was amiss. Li Xian replied, I don't know the specifics. The intricacies of corporate warfare are too convoluted, and my father didn't elaborate. It seems your father lost to Yuan's eldest son, Yuan Huan, in a merger deal, with a 50-fold leverage causing a catastrophic collapse. Now, He's company has incurred a staggering 98% in bad debts. Your father has been restricted by the court from spending. The enforcement begins today, allowing him only 3,000 yuan to spend over the next month, with all other assets directed towards repaying debts. At the mere mention of the Yuan family, all the students instinctively lowered their heads and dispersed nonchalantly. Some felt a chill run down their spines. In their eyes, Yuan Luoyi, typically taciturn, had shown little reaction to his isolation. Yet when he struck with devastating force, dismantling the He family in the process. Supported by the enigmatic and formidable Yuan clan, Yuan Luoyi appeared as an unfathomable sage, his emotions inscrutable. He remained unconvinced, her anger boiling over. Impossible. You are undoubtedly lying. Li Xian forced a smile. If you don't believe me, you can check it on your phone. It's big news after all, considering the magnitude of the He family's industry. Their sudden bankruptcy has significant repercussions. Disregarding the school's prohibitions, He publicly retrieved her phone. She typed in the words He family bankruptcy and clicked search, only to be bombarded with a slew of news articles. The first headline revealed a story with over 1 million views. Yuan Huan had just exited the stock exchange, tall and slender, with striking features and a shadowed gaze, clad tightly against the sweltering heat as he strode forward. Although he preferred to avoid the limelight, reporters swarmed him, bombarding him with incessant questions. Mr. Yuan, is the downfall of the He family part of the Yuan family's strategic development? Are you preparing to enter the jewelry industry? Is it true that the Yuan family acquired all of the He family's assets at a mere 3% of their value? Yuan Huan remained silent, retreating as a phalanx of bodyguards moved in to shield him from the clamorous journalists. Approaching Yuan Fa, he remarked, Your new sports car is secured. Go and manage the reporters. Previously impatient, Yuan Fa suddenly became invigorated, his enthusiasm surging in an instant. For that sleek red sports car, he was eager to showcase his prowess. As Yuan Huan departed in his vehicle, Yuan Fa remained behind to address the journalists, clearing his throat before launching into a captivating speech. Greetings to all esteemed journalists. I'm the legal representative of the Yuan family conglomerate. The decision-makers of the He family, in their obstinacy, have recklessly leveraged their resources 50-fold in pursuit of wealth, resulting in the current tragedy that has left over 1,000 creditors destitute, unable to reclaim a single penny. We at the Yuan family express our profound sympathy and have resolved to acquire these debts at a mere 3% of their value, thereby allowing the creditors to recover some funds. The particulars are still under discussion, but should this endeavor succeed, it will facilitate a restructuring post-bankruptcy, ultimately benefiting the stability of the jewelry industry. Those well-versed in the matter understand that this indicates the Yuan family's genuine intent to purchase all of the He family's assets at this price. While this is marginally better than outright theft, the way it is articulated by Yuan Fa makes it sound like an act of justice, leading some to feel gratitude towards the Yuan family. With trembling hands, he had turned off her phone, rendered speechless by shock. Was that the reason for the lavish dinner last night? Upon reflection, she realized that her parents had been quarreling frequently and destroying things lately. It turned out the family was facing severe financial troubles. The century-old He family crumbled under her father's generation. She herself transitioned overnight from the esteemed daughter of the He family to the daughter of a debtor. Tears streamed down her face. She had previously relied on the He family's influence to act arrogantly, but now, stripped of financial support, her temper evaporated, and she sank to the ground in tears. Once, she had fantasized that the He family might surpass the Yuan family in strength, but reality had brutally shattered her naivete. Several of her female companions rushed over to console her. "It's all right. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Your family still has many connections. You'll surely rise again." In contrast, Li Xian felt no sympathy for Hiya. Every day, she completed Hiya's assignments, and if they were subpar, she would be dragged to a corner to receive slaps from the entourage of girls, each taking turns while Hiya refrained from lifting a finger. "I am the daughter of the He family. My hands are too delicate," she would say. "You are of a lower class, with such rough skin. I wouldn't dare strike you." In truth, as a bottom-tier student in Class C, Li Xian had been bullied by various young ladies and could not disclose her plight for fear of repercussions against her father. She grew increasingly reticent, often crying in secret. However, she was fortunate. Whenever she felt on the verge of breaking down from the bullying, Yuan Luoyi would happen to pass by, causing the bullies to flee, thus rescuing her. Li Xian held deep gratitude for Yuan Luoyi, regarding her as a guardian angel. With the He family's assets poised to be acquired at a low price by the Yuan family, Li Xian's father would soon become an employee of the Yuan family. In fact, throughout the company, aside from the He family patriarch, everyone else rejoiced. Following the reckless management of this prodigal enterprise, employees had gone without wages for 2 months. Yuan Luoyi's strategic prowess is exceptional. Even a decaying sunset industry can thrive under his management. Once acquired by the Yuan family, salary increases are certain to follow. For the employees, a change in ownership is a monumental occasion. Many hastily penned job applications, hoping to join the Yuan family through unconventional means. Fully aware of the stringent hiring criteria that typically render employment difficult. Ding, ding, ding. The physical education teacher blew the whistle, signaling everyone to gather. Li Xian cheerfully said to Yuan Luoyi, "Let us head to the assembly. I have some delightful news to share. I suddenly had an inspiration and created an amazing promotional video that will surely help you gain many followers." Yuan Luoyi replied, "Thank you. I appreciate your effort." Li Xian blushed and said, "There's no need for thanks. I should be the one expressing my gratitude to you." The two departed amidst laughter and conversation. After engaging with Yuan Luoyi, the typically reserved Li Xian finally dared to showcase her lively nature, having encountered a tender-hearted divine presence. As the afternoon bell rang, the students, weary from a day of diligent study, were finally able to take a moment as respite. The campus heartthrob, Sun Junxian, lingered at the school gate, hoping to strike up a conversation with Yuan Luoyi during physical education class. However, Li Xian and Yu Hua surrounded her, and Sun Junxian yearned for a moment of solitude with her. Perhaps they could reminisce about the beautiful memories of their childhood, when Yuan Luoyi cared for him deeply, always sharing her snacks and inquiring after his well-being whenever he appeared downcast. He refused to believe that Yuan Luoyi would remain indifferent towards him forever. 3 piercing gazes fell upon Sun Junxian simultaneously, causing him to instinctively shrink back. Turning to look, he found Yuan Huan, Yuan Fa, and Yuan Yong silently scrutinizing him. In that fleeting moment, Sun Junxian felt as though his mind had come to a standstill. Could it be? What merit did he possess to warrant the attention of all 3 members of the Yuan family at once? Yuan Luoyi exited the school gate with her backpack slung over her shoulder, brushing past Sun Junxian as he lowered his head, too timid to speak. Meanwhile, she walked straight towards her brothers, joyfully making her way home. Regardless, third brother Yuan Yong had returned to the Yuan family, no longer needing to roam outside, a cause for celebration indeed. Chapter 86, Teacher Su. The individual most fervently wishing for the downfall of the Yuan family must undoubtedly be Teacher Su. After the tragic suicide of her parents, she personally scattered their ashes into the river. The cost of a proper burial was exceedingly high, and the meager earnings her sister made singing in a nightclub were barely sufficient to sustain the two of them, leaving her no choice but to resort to this method of laying her parents to rest. As a child, she knelt by the riverbank, weeping until her voice was hoarse, vowing to exact vengeance upon a Yuan family. What teacher Su did not anticipate was that upon her first encounter with Yuan Luoyi, she would be astonished to find that, despite being the heiress of a Yuan family, Yuan Luoyi was anything but arrogant, embodying none of the haughtiness typically associated with her lineage. On the first day of school, teacher Su stood at the podium while a throng of wealthy offspring below clamored noisily. They began with polite flattery before boasting about their family fortunes. "My father is in real estate. Our company is publicly listed. And you?" "My family deals in aerospace equipment." Their faces radiated arrogance and ignorance. While teacher Su maintained a facade of a smile, she harbored malicious ridicule within, perceiving that most of these children possessed the potential to squander their fortunes. Meanwhile, the wealthiest of them all, Yuan Luoyi, sat quietly in her seat, her demeanor impeccable, elegant and humble, occasionally glancing around with curiosity. Who could have imagined that such a delightful daughter could emerge from the malevolent Yuan family? Yuan Luoyi lowered her guard, eager to make friends. Yet teacher Su would not allow her that satisfaction. For years, she had toiled in her studies, mingled with the elite, and climbed the social ladder by any means necessary. Now that her target for revenge was before her, she could not afford to miss this opportunity. At this moment, the advantages of being a teacher became evident. "Yuan Luoyi, why do you carry such a large backpack all day, yet struggle to learn? What use is it? Why is it that while others manage their burdens with ease, you stumble along? Today, you managed to answer a question? Oh, you prepared in advance, didn't you? It seems you require 2 attempts to reach the level of an average student." Teacher Su coldly dismissed all of Yuan Luoyi's efforts. When Yuan Luoyi attempted to retort, teacher Su adopted the authoritative stance of an educator. "I have taught many students, numerous of whom have won international awards, yet you are the most difficult to instruct." The students in the class snickered. Teacher Su's disdain for Yuan Luoyi was mirrored by the students, and thus isolation began, all orchestrated by teacher Su's design. However, teacher Su's